Entertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Happy Valentine's Day.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Valentine. Yeah, Seth, it's Valentine's Day today, just FYI.
Luckily, my wife pretty much is more forgetful than me when it comes to important dates, so I don't have to worry about a thing.
Yeah. I've got to actually make dinner tonight. Amy and I were going to go out, but we changed our plans and went out last night instead. And I said, well, that's fine. I'll make dinner tonight. Which, Seth, you know how many times I have made dinner since Amy and I met? 0. Well,
you got to be sure you choose the right recipe and go with something simple. It's just a matter of following instructions.
I thought you were going to say it's a matter of choosing the right restaurant to go get takeout from. I've got a window of like 3 hours between when I'm done with what I need to get done today and her getting home, where that's a potential possibility. Send in some suggestions.
Make it look like you whipped it right up.
Yeah. Just put it in some of our containers and stick it in the oven, that kind of thing.
There are good websites or just Instagram accounts out there that are basically cooking for guys where it's 4 ingredients or less.
Okay.
It's all about the timing is what gets difficult when you're making multiple dishes.
Yeah.
That's where it can get overwhelming.
Yes. And the whole cooking thing, that can get overwhelming as well. Just in the concept of – send in any good suggestions on the text page, 713-572-4610. I need something easy and tasty.
Does she like fried egg sandwiches?
She hates eggs.
My go-to.
She hates eggs. Yeah, she hates eggs.
That was my go-to for gaining weight. One of my bulking items back in college was fried egg sandwiches because it's pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Get a tub of mayo, a boatload of cheap bread, and a bunch of eggs from Costco.
That sounds really good right now, actually.
And you could just eat so many of them.
Yeah.
They go down so easy.
That sounds tasty. How you doing today, my friend?
I'm good.
Yeah?
I'm good. I feel better and better about this NFL offseason. Usually I feel like I've been pushed off a cliff into a vast pit of nothingness.
Yeah.
I feel like there's enough to get excited about with the Texans and enough intrigue everywhere else that I'm looking forward to this. I know it's going to be a good offseason, Sean. When I saw the amount of traction that stories like, here are the odds for who the Chiefs' opponent will be on the opening game of the NFL season will be. I'm like, people are clicking on this stuff. They're that much more genuinely excited about the beginning of next season, a regular season game.
Did you? It sounds like you got the same email I did with those odds in there. I don't know if did you look at them? I didn't
look at them yet. I saw that the Ravens was favored, I believe.
No,
right?
The Chargers. The one I got, the Chargers.
That's right. Yeah,
the Chargers were favored.
Yeah,
the Chargers. So the odds makers think that Jim Harbaugh is going to be big box office for Thursday night football to open the season this year. They're not an overwhelming favorite, but they're the favorite right now. Yeah,
feels like as a reward for winning the Super Bowl, you should get kind of like a homecoming type opponent for your first game. Like they should just give you the worst team. Projected worst team.
Yeah.
So who knows? Maybe the Chargers will end up being the worst team. Maybe they're going to be Super Bowl champions.
Yep.
Who knows? But at least, like when you schedule that homecoming opponent, sometimes it does end up being a team that is insulted by, you being picked for homecoming. And then also, is capable of disrupting you.
Chiefs lost last year in their opener against Detroit. That was the game where literally Mike Tirico said as they were going to the closing credits, like, this great win by the Lions. It may have an asterisk on it, though, because Kelsey didn't play in that game. Yeah. Remember that? I'm like, dude, you just called the game for 3 hours and told people it doesn't really count.
The asterisk,
yeah. What are you doing?
That's very, very true. Yeah, and it ignored all of the injuries the Lions might have had at the moment. Speaking of the Lions, that was one thing I was getting angry about in reverse yesterday was, 2 weeks ago, the Lions and Dan Campbell were just getting absolutely destroyed because how could Dan Campbell be so stupid to not take the points on a 45-yard field goal on 4th and 3?
Yep.
Because they could have tied it if you had just taken the points.
Yeah.
In that, not a word, I haven't heard a single word being said about Kyle Shanahan going for it on 4th and 3 for an even shorter field goal that would have tied this game because, they went for 4th and 3, they got it, and then scored a touchdown to go up in the game.
Right.
Yeah.
And by the way,
and yet somehow that's not the dumbest. I don't understand how it was the dumbest thing ever when Dan Campbell did it on a longer field goal, but it's not the dumbest thing ever when Kyle Shanahan. People wouldn't be that stupid that they're just allowing what happened on the play to affect the logic of the decision.
I'll add one more wrinkle to the Shanahan 4th and 3 decision to go for it. Yeah. They had the extra point blocked, and it would the field goal they would have kicked would have been from the exact same distance as an extra point. Where they would have taken the points.
Take the points.
It's
a guaranteed given.
Yeah.
So. And I say that because remember I was getting so agitated about the Dan Campbell stuff that I like Brandy had to intervene. Brandy had to have an intervention with me. She said, Seth, I think frankly I think you're a little bit more worked up over this than anybody else. But it was an injustice. Now we have a new injustice.
We have a new injustice. Well, that's what I wanted to ask you because we're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan here in just a second. He spoke for the first time. Not for the first time. He obviously did a post game after the Super Bowl, but they had their press conference. He and John Lynch had their kind of post-mortem press conference for the season yesterday, and we're going to hear from Shanahan in a second explaining the process. But as far as you're concerned, Seth, did your having to process the whole Dan Campbell reaction and Brandy's intervention help you with this Kyle Shanahan aftermath here? Or are you equally or are you equally angry that people are screaming that basically a coin flip decision is the dumbest thing he's ever done?
And it was favored by. I'm getting better with it. Like, I guess, you know what it is? Like, the natural reaction is, okay, if you make a decision and it goes wrong, the coach is going to get blamed for it. That's the natural sports fan reaction. But then, people, if you try to be more rational about it and you're trying to use the numbers or what have you, theoretically, people would be a little bit more even keeled about it, I suppose. But it's the super nerds themselves that are like the ones acting like they were personally offended by Kyle Shanahan's decision. That's what's bothering more than anything. Yeah. It's that people that try to act like they're so intelligent about it are being just as reactionary as anybody else. And that's what depresses me about humans.
About society, yes.
It makes me want to blow things up, frankly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's get to Kyle Shanahan. Here's Kyle Shanahan yesterday explaining his process heading into overtime and the decision that he made to take the ball.
We did say, and we told everyone as we were waiting for the coin toss, hey, review everyone with them, make sure they're sure before we go out. So we asked the position coach to do that, but no, I didn't cover it in a meeting on the Super Bowl week. I don't think that changes anything. We did it with our analytics department. We decided that going into the playoffs. I think you guys know how I've explained how I make decisions with that stuff in the past. I take all the information I can get, especially ones I haven't been in, and our analytics felt that was the best way to go. But as you guys know, I don't always just go with that. I take into account what they say, what they think is right, and then I go off my gut in the heat of battle. And I knew what they felt going into it. And when I think about that during the moments I have to make the decision, I think the type of game it was did match what they felt was the best way to do. It did seem more like a field goal game. And our defense had been out there for a real long time right before that. So I didn't feel at all to override that at the time.
Yeah, I think that's one thing. Man, there's so many angles to this thing. We're still talking about it on Wednesday. This is easily the Super Bowl aftermath story that's had the most legs since I've been covering Super Bowls. I think the thing he said at the end there, Seth, it felt like a field goal game. That does tend to get lost in the wash in all this, is that the Chiefs had one touchdown the entire night.
Yeah.
They had one touchdown the previous 6 quarters, if we're going back to halftime of the Ravens game. And that touchdown drive was a one-play drive that started inside the San Francisco red zone because of a botched punt return. So, yeah, I understand the fact that there's two sides to this thing, and I'm not here to say, boy, Kyle Shanahan, if he had just chosen to go second instead of taking the ball, man, he definitely would have won, or that taking it first. I'm not dying on a hill that, no, it was right to take it first. My point is there were so many different nuances to this thing that I just don't know how you can have the opinion that this definitively blew the Super Bowl for the 49ers.
No, and I think the one that people are skeptical of is that the defense needed rest. And I think this is one of those things where I've actually I tried to fact check myself and go into the analytics on it and see whether maybe it's overstated, and there in some respects they found that the defense needing rest is overstated based on some factors, but it's one of those things that on a game-by-game basis, it's just too hard to make a generalization about. The thing that's relevant in this 49ers game is that their four-man pass rush was what was working for them very, very, very well in the first half. They got when they only rushed 4 in the first half, the 49ers pressured the quarterback 45% of the time. And in the second half, after they started getting tired, it was like less than 20% of the time so they started blitzing more in the fourth quarter. And you saw it. They got hurt versus the blitz because you blitz Pat Mahomes, it hurts you bad. So I think the really relevant thing there is that your defense was tired, and it was tired in the worst way, which was your four-man pass rush wasn't able to contain and get to Pat Mahomes nearly as effectively. Yeah. He wanted to get back to that as much as possible. Obviously, it didn't end up working. It didn't end up being the relevant difference in the game. But that was the thinking, and that makes 100% total and perfect sense to me. The other thing is that people keep saying, they keep bringing this up to me, but what if the 49ers had scored a touchdown and then the Chiefs scored a touchdown, then the Chiefs could go for 2. Oh, no. You mean there might be one play that could decide the game? Okay, great. Yeah. Who the hell cares? Second, if you're going to let that situation dictate whether or not you go for it, that's one of 16 possible outcomes. Like the 49ers take the ball first. They can either punt, they can score 3, they can score 6, and then probably, kick the extra point. Yeah. They can turn the ball over. Right. Yeah, either on downs or on a turnover. Yep. And then the Chiefs have 4 different things that could happen. Yeah. So that's 16 different outcomes. You're letting one outcome out of 16 affect it. Yeah, I'm getting more and more angry that people are acting like it was a no-brainer decision that you take the ball second.
Yeah, the whole Chiefs can go for 2 thing has been frustrating to me because that's a coin flip. That's a 50-50 proposition. Yeah, okay, they can go for 2, and they might miss. They might not get it, and San Francisco wins. And
it is, and again, I cannot express to you how pissed off I get that 2 weeks ago people were acting like Dan Campbell was the dumbest person on earth for doing something that Kyle Shanahan would do 2 weeks later and receive praise and credit for being aggressive in the right moment just because it worked out. Yep. Like you can't go on pretending to be a galaxy brain while being just this stupid all the time. Everybody.
Well put, Seth. Well put. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Great to be with you guys. Appreciate you getting up with us. Question. Is Will Anderson the best personality in Houston sports right now? We've got nuggets of proof that may be the case. We've got
nuggets
coming up next.
Hey, Bayway Ram, is this the best place to get a Ram pickup in Houston? Of course it is.
banter.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're going to get to Will Anderson here in just a second. Seth and I were kind of going through during the break the decisions in Super Bowls that have been most scrutinized recently, because I can't remember. Well, at least until we had this conversation, I couldn't remember the last time we'd still been dissecting something that a coach did 3 days after the Super Bowl was over.
Yeah.
You brought up Pete Carroll at the end of the Super Bowl after the 2014 season. So the Super Bowl, I forget what number Super Bowl it was. It was the Malcolm Butler interception one, where everybody's like, you just run the football and you win the Super Bowl.
And over time, what has happened is very quietly and silently, people have realized, oh, actually, there were a lot of good reasons to throw the ball there, including the fact that the Seahawks and Marshawn Lynch had been horrendous in short yardage situations running the ball that year.
Yeah.
That just because Marshawn Lynch is big and strong and funny in commercials, that wasn't the go-to. So, but you know, Pete Carroll got called an absolute idiot for like 3 years afterwards.
He did, yeah.
I feel like this is what's going to happen 3 years from now. People will remember it as like, oh, yeah, I mean, it made sense. They won't say that until Shanahan wins a Super Bowl. After Shanahan wins a Super Bowl, they'll say, well, yeah, you know, it was controversial at the time, but it made sense because the defense was much more effective with fresh pass rush.
Yeah, ironically, probably the answer to our question, like when was the last time a coaching decision got this scrutinized, even 2 or 3 days after the game was over, was Kyle Shanahan. Here, right over there, right outside the window here at NRG Stadium when he was the OC for the Falcons, continuing to aggressively pass the football with them up by where a field goal and just running the ball probably wins you a Super Bowl.
That was what is now turned into, man, the dream team of guys who have reputations of chokers in big games, Dan Quinn and Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, man.
Because Dan Quinn's defenses did not hold up well into game-clinching situations. And he was, like, at any given time, I feel like I always have to remind people, yeah, you know, Dan Quinn was the head coach of that Falcons team. He could have got on the headset and said, Kyle, knock it the bleep off.
Yes.
You know, he's like, no, I'm going to take it. Go ahead and grab his play calling placard if he doesn't start running the ball.
Absolutely. All right, so the question is, Will Anderson the best personality in Houston sports right now? You love some Will Anderson, Seth, and appropriately so.
Well, I felt like In the Loop did a great job when they had him on the other day. And it just the entire interview, and especially towards the end when they just started kind of hanging out a little bit, he's just so real. Like, he's just so openly and plainly himself and loose about it that it's just really fun to listen to interviews with him. Even as he's like, usually if a guy is just constant positivity and talking about how much he loves the city and loves the team and all of that, it can start to wear on you a little bit because it feels a little bit contrived or something.
Not Will.
Not so with Will. My favorite answer was when they asked whether the number 51, which John and Landry had flat out told Will, like, this number's no good.
Gotta get it.
A few months ago. Yeah. They asked if the number had grown on him.
Yeah, it was the same. I just feel like it was the same like in college, like with 31. Like, I'm going to ask y'all a question. Which one is worse, 31 or 51?
I wanted 51.
You said, I'm not going to lie.
I was looking at I was like, Will needs to get like a single digit like number or something like that.
I wanted to, but then they would put me in the classification with linebackers and stuff like that.
He's already looking ahead to the franchise tag. Right?
No, I think that's just well, I was about to say that you're not allowed to if you're a defensive end, but Clowney was wearing what number was Clowney? Clowney was 6.
No. Well, Clowney with the Texans or
no, with the Ravens.
Oh, he was 24.
That's right, 24. Yeah. That's the worst number.
Yeah.
For an edge rusher. That was a weird number for an edge rusher.
There's got to be a reason for it, right?
I could see quarterbacks getting really PO'd about the rule change then. I thought Brady was kind of whining about it at first, but now I see how confusing it could be for quarterbacks.
See 24 coming off the edge?
See 24 and like kind of think defensive back or whatever. It changes. Like the big guys are obviously like the guys you worry first and foremost about in pass protection. But anyway, I feel like 31 would have a cachet to it just because it makes you look faster. But it would also maybe make you look smaller. I've never had an issue with 51. I think that's just fine.
I feel like Will's made 51 kind of cool. I see those 51 jerseys I got at NRG Stadium. I think 51. 51's grown on me. I didn't like it either for Will, but I think Will's made it kind of cool.
That was like 91 used to be a bad number until like defensive ends all started wearing 90s and defensive linemen in general started wearing more 90s. But then like Kevin Green and a couple other guys turned 91 from just a real crap number into something good.
And it
kind of became like the white defensive lineman number for a while.
You were repping, because
and I had no clue about that. That was the number they gave me when I was in college, and then I was lucky enough to have it up through the NFL.
Do you have more Will Anderson? I want more Will Anderson. Seth.
I do.
Okay.
The next one, this was Will Anderson. Again, we talked about how sometimes maybe guys sound like they're kissing up to the city when they're talking about Houston, or like they're forcing it. This is Will talking about the city of Houston.
I'm very comfortable, man. And
places to eat, places to do, things to do, that type thing.
Yeah, I just got to give a shout-out to the fans. Thank y'all so much, man. We appreciate all the love and support this year. But I love the city of Houston, man. Like, food, I ain't going to lie. When I first got there, I was like, "Wow, this is not going to be good." This is the heaviest I ever weighed when I first. I was like 260 when I first got there because I was eating out all the time on TikTok, trying to find different restaurants, eating smash burgers, turkey leg hut, breakfast.
See, you know it, man. You're in.
But I love Houston, man. It's phenomenal.
I don't know if he thinks the smash burger is native to Houston or not. But
we'll think it.
We'll let that go.
Let him think it.
Turkey leg hut.
He likes Houston. It's good.
I'll tell you what it is. It's the damn avocado, man. You're not going to get this much guacamole and or avocado-based foods elsewhere. I know you've read your articles about how the Gen Z and millennials love their avocado toast or what have you. That's largely bogus.
Yeah.
It's the guacamole in Houston and in Tex-Mex that you're not prepared for. It worked out for me because I was transitioning into being a nose tackle in the NFL. So like I put on 20 pounds easy. It was no big deal. Yeah. I don't think Will wants to weigh 315 pounds.
If you want some more good Will, we got one more from Will Anderson here. But Seth, just as long as we're talking about him and being in Houston, he was on a YouTube, a house hunting YouTube, and I don't know if it was the Realtors YouTube channel or it's some like Houston lifestyle channel. It popped up through the algorithm on my YouTube recommendations.
Yeah,
Will Anderson house hunting is fun. Him walking through like these deluxe condos that have all these bells and whistles that he's probably never had in his house before. He's so excited about everything.
What was he looking for? Was he looking for like a townhouse or a patio home?
The one that I saw, the first one he looked at was a condo. It looked like, I could tell when he was out on the balcony by the view, it was the high-rise across the street from where I live, at Kirby and Westheimer there. Those are for purchase.
You're right.
I live in one that's for rent. His is for purchase, and they're like 7-figure condos. Really nice. Then there was a townhome in there, like a 3-story townhome that he was looking at.
He's looking. It sounds like he's looking to stay inside the loop.
Yeah. Like a
townhome inside the loop can cost as much as a mansion out in up north or whatever.
It's an easy commute to
Montgomery
practice as
County.
well. You know.
Yeah. No, I'm all for guys staying inside the loop when they can.
Yep.
The suburban spread is death to team chemistry.
Yeah.
It's just too hard for guys to get to hang out with each other.
Yep.
Yeah. Speaking of townhomes, I saw one the other day. The sign said elevator included, and I thought that was nice because I'm tired of moving into townhouses and you find out like, oh, the owner took the elevator with him. Phew. They need to point out that the elevator is included in the house. Oh, they took the washer, the dryer, and the elevator. What the hell?
Is it normal for those townhomes to have an elevator?
No.
Yeah, okay.
No.
So that would be funny. We're going to leave the coffee table and the sectional, but we have to take the elevator with us. Sorry.
Tom Coughlin's house in Jacksonville Beach, in Atlantic Beach in Florida, the one that he built after he was done at the Giants.
Yeah.
They had an elevator. It was pretty badass.
Really?
Because a lot of times it's an elevator and it's like, oh, it's a little chair you strap into on the staircase. Like, no, he had like it felt like an old-time elevator with a little cage and everything. And yeah.
Did he have an attendant on there to hit the button for him? Like we do at NRG Stadium going to the press box?
He bullied me into being the attendant. He invited me to a party, and I was all excited. And that's how I found out about the elevator. That was my job for the night.
I know you're retired, and you can use work. How about being my elevator attendant? Yes!
Here's a 3XL tuxedo, you fat bastard. Now get in that elevator and squire people up and down.
Do you have more Will Anderson? I want more Will Anderson.
This is Will Anderson in the loop. They have a great rapport with Will Anderson.
Yeah.
This is Will Anderson talking about the frustration of not sacking Bryce Young in the Panthers game.
I was like, bro, what's happening? My coach was like, hey, we doing something wrong. We just looked up. He's like, bro, why is this happening to me? And I really wanted to sack Bryce so bad, man. But
you know he's going to tell you never sack me.
All the time.
Yeah.
You're never going to hear it. He's never going to let it die.
Yeah.
But many more to come.
Yeah.
It's especially tough getting teased by a 14-year-old. Like,
Yes.
He never sacked me. Shut up, virgin. That's what I would say.
Nerd.
Bryce Young's definitely a virgin, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. I don't even think his mustache and beard are real. I think they're pasted to his face. Pretty sure.
He might, maybe some. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what Will Anderson definitely wouldn't do, I don't think?
What?
Threaten to murder some offensive lineman's family? Like Jalen Carter's being accused of by John Feliciano of the 49ers?
Okay, this gets interesting because I might be on Jalen Carter's side on this one.
Okay.
Because
I feel like Feliciano might be your new Trevor Penning.
Yeah, so Feliciano's the right guard who got injured in the Super Bowl. And in sticking up for the right tackle on the final play where Brock Purdy got hit by Chris Jones and Chris Jones was completely unblocked, Feliciano was sticking up for the right tackle on social media. In doing so, sold out his replacement, that right guard.
Yeah.
And then later apologized by saying, "Bro, I was just hungover. I'm so sorry." So he did that, and then it comes out today or last night, I guess, that Jalen Carter has been. Jalen Carter claims, talking about John Feliciano says that Jalen Carter, the defensive tackle for the Eagles, he says, dude told me he was going to murder me and my kids would never see me again because I was laughing at him after getting a flag. I said, I believe you got a body. Talking about Jalen Carter's dead friend from the incident that he had less than a year ago.
Right.
Or no, about a year ago, right?
Yeah.
Right after the national championship
That's
game.
right.
Then he continued for weeks. So this Feliciano saying that Jalen Carter did this. He continued for weeks posting my fam and reaching out to my friends. If you dish it, you got to be able to take it. He talked about my kids. I made that reference. I lost a friend to an accident, too, so I understand why he was upset.
Jeez.
I did feel bad, thought about apologizing, until he started posting my kids on his IG, and I had to get the NFL involved.
Well, and the reason this became a thing yesterday, the Feliciano's tweeting about it, is because the headline, the initial headline seemed to paint him as the villain in the whole thing. That Jalen Carter told somebody that, because Feliciano became a big story after the Super Bowl because he threw his teammate under the bus. And Jalen Carter said, this Feliciano guy, he brought up my dead friend from the drag racing incident.
Yeah. So Feliciano doesn't deny that, though.
Right.
Feliciano doesn't deny that. He says, but then Jalen Carter got really, really mean. He got really mean afterwards. And I don't know. You know what? I'm inclined right now to believe that without doing further investigation, I don't trust Feliciano's version of the story because he's already proven that he's got no filters and he's got no couth when it comes to trash talk.
It sounds like Feliciano's crack at Jalen Carter was in response to Carter saying he's going to murder him and his kids. That's what the way I read the tweet, because I'll read it again. Dude told me he was going to murder me and my kids, would never see me again. Dude told me he was going to murder me, and my kids would never see me again 3 times. Okay, so he didn't threaten to murder his kids. He just dragged his kid. Jalen Carter, allegedly, dragged his kid. There's no punctuation in here. That's the big problem with all this.
I don't trust
Feliciano. Put a
Feliciano.
comma in.
I think Feliciano's a dirtbag offensive lineman, the way many of them are, 75%. is the statistic.
If I can,
and then he's
75% dirt.
He deserves every bit of harassment Jalen Carter gave him.
Not you, Wade Smith. Not you, Chris Myers. Any other offensive linemen that potentially listen to the show.
Felt like 75%.
You're in the 25% that aren't scumbags. Okay.
I'm prejudiced against offensive linemen the same way your great grandpa was against minorities, where you claimed that, like, well, this one's different.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he could have friends that were exceptions or whatever. That's how I am with offensive linemen. Like, oh, this one's different. He's not like the rest of them.
The general consensus.
Notice, and great grandfather's a little generous. I realize, everybody, but I'm trying to pretend here.
Right. The general consensus on the text page, Seth, to my question about what should I make for Valentine's dinner tonight, because I volunteered to make dinner tonight for Amy.
Yeah.
The overwhelming choices are some version of pasta or a beef tenderloin.
Oh.
Beef tenderloin sounds tricky.
Beef tenderloin sounds, unless they know you grill. So if you grill, then you can do that.
Yeah, that's true.
I would say if you want to make it look kind of fancy and like you definitely put some effort into it, but it's achievable and still homemade, I would go out and buy a cooked ham and then make chicken or make cordon bleu, like pasta, right? Is that right? Yeah, pasta, cheese, and ham.
Okay.
Is that cordon bleu?
Well, chicken cordon bleu has those things stuffed inside of a chicken. I know that.
Oh, yeah. No, that sounds too tricky.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the pasta. What's the pasta dish with cheese and ham?
I don't know.
Do that. Whatever it's called.
It sounds
Text
good.
in, everybody. 713-570.
Sounds very tasty. I need help, everybody. That's what we're saying.
Or just flat out pasta and some sauce.
Yeah. That may be what ends up happening.
But do this.
Yeah.
Again, to give the illusion of it being more homemade than it is. Get some sauce in a jar, but then heat it up in a pot.
Yeah, and leave the empty jar on the counter so it looks like I did a lot of work. Like leave the ingredients sitting out there.
Well, no. Don't leave the jar. Don't leave the jar on the counter. Get rid of the jar. Get some tomatoes chopped up.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And no, because that's it. And as far as like heating it up in the pot, that's one of the few things that's actually less messy to do in a pot than in a microwave. You gotta if you don't time it perfectly right with heating up sauce in the microwave, that's a long night of cleaning.
She listens to the show, so I'm screwed either way right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, give me some suggestions here on the text page. I appreciate everybody helping out.
Well, you could also, though, if you're because you grill, why don't you just grill up some steaks and then just roast some vegetables in the oven?
That I may do. That's on the list. That's on the list.
Yeah, put some asparagus, spray some oil on it, and put it in the oven.
There you go. Headlines. The Rockets' win on Monday night is being protested. That's in headlines, and we've got some college football playoff news as well. Headlines are next. I want to tell you, headline, West Point, Lincoln. The headline reads in a huge font, they've got the 2024.
details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
The suggestions are rolling in on what I should fix Amy for Valentine's Day. I think the one that really hit home with me and Seth, screw that. Grab a DiGiorno and a bottle of $2 Chuck and say, hey, baby, here's some pepperoni for you. And that may be what I do.
You know, one thing, that's where sometimes I worry that the romance is gone in my relationship just because Brandy has zero tolerance for my juvenile jokes like that anymore. Just because, they're not clever, whatever.
You've got the hotkeys to prove it. It's so good. I have a suggestion on my phone from Amy's mom who's listening right now. All caps, HEB has heart-shaped ribeyes if you want to just grill.
Ooh.
And then she says, then there's always her favorite Jack-in-the-Box tacos and egg rolls.
Yeah, she probably like that too.
Yeah.
If I came home to a 6-pack of hard-shelled tacos, give it to me.
She loves Jack-in-the-Box tacos.
You just earned yourself some loving, Brandy.
That's it.
Heart-shaped, I feel like a heart-shaped tenderloin, a little too much of a reminder that, you are eating a mammal that once lived and breathed.
That's the heart. I feel like it's a reminder that, this is the one time that you cook dinner for me a year. Valentine's Day.
When it's a heart-shaped tenderloin.
Yep.
I feel like it would be some kind of movie like where you just killed the cow and eat the heart all bloody and everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like where your head's at. Let's get to headlines here. The New York Knicks have filed a protest with the NBA to dispute the 105-103 loss to the Rockets on Monday night. The Knicks decided to file the protest yesterday evening, highlighting the NBA's last 2-minute report, in which the officials admitted they got a call wrong where a foul on Jalen Brunson on the Rockets. Aaron Holiday shooting a three at the buzzer. They called a foul, wasn't a foul. Holiday makes a couple free throws. The Rockets win the game. I was wondering this, Seth, how often is this successful? Have you ever heard of an instance where somebody files a protest for the outcome of a sporting event and it's actually like been upheld, like the protest has been upheld?
I do. I remember. It was, if I recall, it was December of 2007.
Okay.
Shaquille O'Neal was incorrectly ruled to have 6 fouls when he had only 5.
Okay.
The game was resumed March 8th, 2008, but neither team scored in the 51.9 seconds. To the best of my memory, that's how it went
really
down.
Good recall by you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's happened. Okay, so obviously I was reading that. Only 6 protests in league history have been upheld. The NBA has not often upheld protests in its history.
Yeah.
Okay, Sean, was this article on ESPN.com written by AI? Because listen to this. Supposedly it's by Adrian Wojnarowski, but this is the paragraph. It's just 2 sentences.
Yeah.
Only 6 protests in league history have been upheld. The NBA has not often upheld protests in its history. Only 6 times, according to ESPN Stats and Information.
So Wojnarowski, or some AI version of him, repeated it in back-to-back sentences?
He repeated it 3 times in 2 sentences.
Dude.
Only 6 protests in league history have been upheld. The NBA has not often upheld protests in its history. Only 6 times, according to ESPN Stats and Information Research.
Stop spoiling the draft for everybody by revealing 3 picks ahead of time, and get back to proper sentence structure and writing
Dude, I think
techniques.
he's having AI. That is a classic AI sentence.
Yeah.
Where that's when you're reading something that you Googled and you're like, oh,
Let's out him.
A robot
Seth,
wrote
let's out
this.
him. Let's screen grab this and post it and tag him and say, is Adrian Wojnarowski relying on AI for his articles?
He did go to St. Bonaventure, and we know at St. Bonaventure they don't always require you to actually even take college classes.
Oh.
You can go to welding school. Remember,
wow.
that was their scandal.
Yeah.
Was that one of their players had gone to welding school and they cited those. I feel like Adrian Wojnarowski has like 6 credits at Bonaventure, and then the rest is all welding school.
Yes.
And AI and getting checked out on AI.
On AI. All right, so we'll see what happens with this Rockets win over the Knicks. I'm optimistic that they're not going to overturn the result of that game. College football playoff and ESPN agree to a 6-year contract extension worth $1.3 billion per year. So I guess the NIL and the transfer portal being the doom of college football, and it's going to ruin everything. Yeah, $1.3 billion for the college football playoff from ESPN.
$1.3 billion
per year. Yep,
man,
that's a lot of
nice,
money.
Honestly, I honestly, the one thing that I think people are ignoring in a lot of the hand-wringing over NIL and transfer portal and everything else like that is we really don't have to act like we care about these kids anymore. We don't have to talk about how the injustice of the coaches getting paid and the players just being steered. Whatever. Everybody's on their own now. Yeah, let's go watch some football, and we don't have to try to act like we're amateur economists or something and describing the free market or anything like that. It's just we're good to go.
I'd love to know what percentage of college football players are making enough from NIL to where it's like a salary. You know what I mean? Where it's like a job for them. I would guess it's a very small percentage. I would guess
it's going to vary by schools, obviously.
Schools and position on the field. I'm guessing, quarterbacks, running backs, guys that touch the ball are getting a lot more.
And I think that's where the biggest, I'm guessing the biggest swing is like offensive linemen at big-time schools versus offensive linemen at Cornell.
Yeah.
Because those big-time schools, a lot of those kids are getting tens of thousands of dollars to go sign autographs at a place where you know for damn sure it doesn't make sense financially.
Right.
So So, but what percentage? It's a good question.
Yeah. Another college football playoff nugget: the board of managers of the college football playoff is expected. God, is there a board that sounds less prestigious than that? The college football playoff board of managers.
Sounds like Cam Newton made it up.
Yeah, mix the word executive in there. Make it sound super important. Anyways, they're expected to vote February 20th on a model that would include the 5 highest-ranked conference champions and then the next 7 highest-ranked teams in the 12-team playoff, which starts this fall. It was originally, before the Pac-12 crumbled to nothing, it was supposed to be 6 and 6. It was supposed to be 6 conference champions, so you'd have the Power 5 plus a group of 5. And then the 6 wild card, we'll call them wild card, the 6 next highest ranked non-champions. They're changing it to 5 and 7 because the Pac-12 is basically 2 teams right now. Washington State and Oregon State.
You know how Sports Illustrated is trying to capitalize on their brand name any way possible? Yeah. Like they're building that Sports Illustrated resort down in Texas City.
Yeah.
Which is I'm open to it. Sounds like a good idea, whatever. But they can't make it as a sports publication anymore, so they're just trying to use their brand for anything. I think the Pac-12 should do that. I think they should have the Pac-12 resort.
Oh,
yeah. There's a lot of alumni out there with fond memories of the Pac-12.
Yeah, man.
That they can,
Are they going to call it the Pac-2 this year? Is it
no? Since when has a conference had the actual number of
that's a good
teams
point.
in it?
Well, the Pac-12 is the one that kind of adhered to it. They were the Pac-8 and then the Pac-10. And then the Pac-12.
That's a good point.
Yeah. They're
how many are in the Big Ten now?
I don't even know anymore. It's so silly.
Is there a team that isn't in the Big Ten?
Yes, it's called the SEC. That's
the SEC division of the Big Ten.
Right. All right, so that's your headlines. All right, up next, here on Payne and Pendergast. I appreciate everybody continuing to send in suggestions of what I should cook for Amy for Valentine's Day. Carbonara. I don't know if we said on the air, Seth, the pasta dish you were grasping for the name of with the ham in it is carbonara. I don't know if we said that on the air or not.
Okay.
But that's what it is.
That's good stuff.
Carbonara.
I used to go to a place in Jacksonville. Well, I mean Ponte Vedra actually, but that was they made it was called Semolina's, and obviously they made a lot of pasta dishes, and that was the one. That was my go-to.
That was your go-to.
I could gain 7 pounds in an evening in that.
Sounds tasty.
All
right.
This is an old one. Never mind.
Okay. Heading into the 7 o'clock hour, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. We got a good question yesterday on the Utopia mailbag episode. If you could pick for Nick Caserio to get an A+ in the draft or in free agency this offseason, which one would you pick? He can only get an A+ in one. Which one would it be based on where the Texans are right now? That is next. But first, the Yellow Rose Distillery, yellowrosedistilling.com.
Fantasy Station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so a good question from a Utopia Football Podcast listener that I got to the mailbag yesterday. If you want to email that podcast, houmailbag@gmail.com.
Ooh,
yeah.
You have your own email address?
Yeah, I made it all by myself.
You got a vanity Gmail account? That's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. To go with the one that has my real name on it, too. I've got 2 of them. Good question, I thought, though. If you could pick for Nick Caserio, Seth, to have an A-plus offseason in either the draft or in free agency, which would it be? Which would you choose for if he can only knock the ball out of the park in one, the draft or in free agency?
If you had to trade all, if you were a way to trade dollars for picks or something to where all you had was draft picks, or if you could trade all those draft picks for cap space, then
just which one does he do the best? You know, like he's going to do both. He's going to draft players and he's going to sign players.
Yeah, but I like the
agency.
fantasy of only doing one.
Okay,
like if you could only do one, I would say the draft. 100%.
You would?
Like if you're gonna knock it out of the park, yeah. Like if you're gonna knock it out of the park, if you're gonna knock it out of the park in the draft, then that means you've got awesome players on cost-controlled contracts for 3 or 4 years. If you knock it out of the park in free agency, it's almost impossible to do it without still spending a good chunk of money and making it more difficult to operate. Like knocking it out in the park in the draft is always the more desirable. It's the difference between eating right and getting plenty of sleep versus drinking really strong coffee.
Yeah. I guess
the draft is coffee. This is like, all right, I don't feel awesome, but like, all right, can I spend some money and get some help from the outside to get me better?
I said free agency on the podcast, and I think it's probably the instant gratification element for me that I feel like, hey, this team is much closer to a Super Bowl now than we thought they would be going into 2024, than we thought they'd be a year ago or even 6-8 months ago. If you knock it out of the park in free agency, I think you're going to be better sooner. They got a lot of money to spend. That's the other thing. Like them knocking it out of the park in free agency is different than a team like, say, the Ravens, who have $7 million in cap space, knocking it out of the park in free agency. Like you knock it out of the park and you got $60-70 million to spend. It means you've probably done some Dior store shopping in that.
I guess, and you know this. I mean, you as well as anybody that cap space isn't as big as it seems like it is. So knocking it out of the park and for the Texans, who have 30 free agents, many of whom, 10 of whom were starters for at least half the season. It's a lot of replacing, so it turns into, all right, which one of these guys on one-year deals can be replaced for somebody who's better on a one-year deal? Yeah. Or is it just simply a matter of re-signing these guys? That's where I get a little bit. Maybe that's where I am. I'm answering more like, okay, what's more achievable? Is it achievable for the Texans to knock it out of the park in free agency, or is it achievable for them to knock it out of the park in the draft? They don't have the same draft picks that they had in previous years.
That's the other thing.
You don't have a second and eventually a third, number 3 overall pick,
right?
To draft guys that become rookie of the year.
That was that was part of my evaluation too, Seth. Is that if it were last year, I'd say, oh, my God, the draft. I mean, you've got the 2nd and the 12th picks. You've got to knock it out of the park in the draft. They're a better football team now with a ton of cap space, and their draft capital, while they've got the right amount of picks, it's just not as good as in recent years. So that's my feeling on it.
I get the whole thing about free agency versus the draft is, the instant gratification of free agency is nice, but I think you got to have respect for the fact that instant gratification, it's usually an instant gratification that lasts until September.
Yeah.
Because free agency signings, the majority of free agent signings are disappointments.
Yeah.
And the ones that you get most excited about tend to be the biggest disappointments.
Yep.
The majority of guys who sign 5-year contracts are gone before year 3 of their deal. Like it's just, or before they complete year 3 of their deal. It's astounding how bad the success rate is in free agency, but it's just so easy to get excited about because it's a big name, it's lots of bling, and April.
Right.
And then it evaporates in September.
Agree with everything you're saying. Under this scenario, you're guaranteed an A+ in all those free agency signings. You know what I mean? Like I'm telling you, you got them all right.
Well, no, because last year, Nick Cassera did a great job in free agency by my estimation last year, and people hated it. People despised it. People thought it was the dumbest thing ever. What are you doing? You're only signing these guys on 1 and 2 year contracts. Where Sheldon Rankins ended up being a really good signing. Devin Singletary ended up being a really good signing.
Oh, yeah.
And those aren't earth-shattering signings or anything. I mean, Dalton Schultz ends up being a great signing. I would love a tight end who's better than Dalton Schultz, but still retain Dalton Schultz on this roster.
Sure.
So, that's where I just don't. I've got a natural distrust of the free agency market.
No, I do too. But if you're telling me like I can get an A+ in it, and because I think back to Cincinnati a few years ago, when they made the Super Bowl, and Joe Burrow's in his second year. They got some young pieces, like the Texans, a really good quarterback in his second year with a lot of nice pieces. They crushed it in free agency. They got DJ Reader and Trey Hendrickson and Mike Hilton and some pieces on offense. Like they destroyed, and they end up going to the Super Bowl. I think that's if your answer is A+ in free agency, like if that's what you would prefer, then your example is the Bengals that made the Super Bowl in 2021. I agree wholeheartedly with your premise that. It feels like this is your premise, that you just build a healthier franchise if you get an A+ in the draft every year.
I'll tell you what, yeah. And like most of the really good teams in the league don't spend that much on free agency as a rule.
Yeah.
I think that one of our listeners brought up yesterday that the prime example in Texans history was in 2011 when instead of chasing Ndamukong Suh, was it 2010 or 2011? That was 2011. Right.
Into the Texans you're talking about?
Yeah.
You're talking about Nnamdi Asomugha.
Yeah. Nnamdi Asomugha.
Yeah.
And
it was 2011, by the way.
Ndamukong Suh, not Texans worthy.
No.
Nnamdi Asomugha was not Texans worthy either. He was the big name. And if the Texans were going to be a serious franchise, then you go out and get Nnamdi Asomugha because that's a serious football move. Nnamdi Asomugha ends up sucking. After free agency.
For the Eagles,
and meanwhile, the Texans, it was a dumb signing by the Eagles, too, because Nnamdi Asomugha just didn't fit what they did.
Yeah.
But the Texans get Jonathan Joseph and Danielle Manning for the same price.
Yeah.
And those guys ended up being very, very, very good for a very good defense.
Yes.
So that's knocking it out of the park in free agency. And look, that was one that people were disappointed about at first. Like, you're bringing in this old man, Wade Phillips. Who the hell's Jonathan Joseph? The Bengals suck.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to remember back. Were they disappointed? Was there disappointment in Wade Phillips being the DC?
I don't know. Probably there's.
There's always a faction that's disappointed in everything. I get that.
There's always skepticism about. At that point, people were upset because they felt like Gary Kubiak needed to be fired.
That's right.
That was the year that both. I mean, people kind of felt like the honeymoon period was way over, and that Gary Kubiak and Rick Smith needed to be gone. And like Rick Smith, to his credit, pulled off a coup in getting those two guys in free agency. And then also, I think, just finally saying, look, all right, enough's enough. We need an actual defensive coordinator in here. So I don't know about. I felt like my read on the time and my memory of it, now it's been 12 years, 13 years since then, is that a lot of Texans fans were at that moment where they weren't really happy with the fact that it seemed like the owner was making the decision to hire Wade Phillips and that they were kind of just propping up Gary Kubiak, who a lot of Texans fans wanted gone completely.
Yeah.
So it felt like they were just kind of putting gum on the hole in the dam.
Yeah.
And more so than actually fixing things. And they ended up being great moves. So that's my memory of it. Please tell me if you remember it differently.
Yeah.
Because obviously it's dicey when you start trying to gauge the opinion of a fan base.
For sure. Well, especially on something that happened 13 years ago. Text message, a lot of people agreeing with you that the draft, always the draft. Young talent means being good for a long, long time.
Yeah, and I guess I must have flipped my words earlier. The analogy I was trying to use was that the draft is like eating right and exercising, whereas the free agency is coffee.
Yeah.
And/or cocaine.
Yeah. The draft
John's a cokehead is what I've basically decided. Because
Yes,
he wants to win through free agency. He likes PEDs, he likes cocaine, and he likes fast cars.
I feel like life-wise, the Texans are in a position where cocaine might be the best thing for them to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The cocaine of free agency. Yeah. Pump that fist, Ben. Yeah. Ben's fired up. I got Ben, noted cokehead, fired up in there. I'm just kidding.
What's the next innovation in cheating? Like beyond PEDs or sign stealing or anything like that?
Oh, boy. Probably something
with
AI.
I think AI and play calling or something like that. Yeah. Which that's not going to be cheating, I guess. If you could, you know what it would be? It would be using that AI to diagnose tendencies and then sneaking little earpieces into every player on the field, which I'm kind of surprised. Like, it feels like you could slap in it's not like this is advanced technology or anything.
Like a tiny little earpiece?
Just a little. It doesn't even have to be tiny, as long as the cameras don't pick up on it,
Yeah.
Or you just put it in the helmet.
Dude,
okay. And because you've got somebody up in the booth telling a cornerback what play is coming,
I got you.
Kind of helps, you know?
No. If it were executed properly, I'm not denying that it would be a genius plan. There are 8 jillion cameras and 53 players. One of them is going to screw up.
No. I don't want the Texans to try it.
Yeah.
I don't want them to be the ones that get caught doing it, because they will get caught doing it.
Right.
Whichever team does it will get caught. But you got to think, though, right? At some point, we've had Bluetooth technology for quite some time now.
Yeah.
That somebody's had an earpiece in their headset, and so during a game, and they've had somebody from the booth telling them what might be coming.
Yep.
Even just for a cornerback to get a ball call. Usually when the ball's in the air on the sidelines, you're yelling ball, to get a guy to know when to turn. That could be a big deal. That's a game breaker.
Yeah. Being reminded on the text page, it was Wade that pulled for J.J. Watt to be drafted. Yeah, and that was roundly booed the night of the draft.
It was an unpopular offseason.
It was. Yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Somebody reminded me on here that it's Valentine's Day. If you missed it, I'm looking for suggestions on what to cook for dinner tonight for Valentine's Day. I stupidly volunteered to cook dinner. I suck at cooking. One person does say, no, it's not middle screen. What you should do for Valentine's Day is definitely not forget to take out the trash. I'm really good at that. That is a bug up the butt of a lot of spouses out there, is that the trash doesn't get taken out. I'm excellent at taking out the trash.
Well, you have a trash chute on your floor.
Yes, and I'm really good at using
the elements that go out there and to put it in the dumpster or anything like that.
Yeah, sorry, I have Patrick Mahomes as my quarterback. I'm really good at offense. Yeah,
that was one of my favorite things that's ever happened to me in my adult life. Was when we lived in a building that had a trash chute.
Yeah.
I felt, talk about the height of technology. That's all. For me, I don't care about AI. I don't care about earpieces in my helmet or anything like that. Just a tube that I could throw a bag of garbage into, and it would go down into a dumpster.
Yes.
And I could hear it clank.
It's the best.
It's very gratifying, clanky here when it hits the bottom.
You know what happens very rarely, and when it does happen, I get the bejesus scared out of me, is when I open up the trash chute, and trash from a floor above me comes cascading down, like someone dropped their trash on like the 35th floor, and it goes sailing past me as I'm throwing the trash in. Yeah. Very scary, Seth. Very scary when trash goes sailing past you like that. Payne and Pendergast with you.
Wait. It went past you as it was open?
As I open up the trash chute.
No, I didn't understand what you... Okay, yeah.
Somebody else's garbage is coming from a floor above mine and goes sailing past. I'm like,
could catch an edge or something like
man.
that. You got to have your ears open on that.
Got to have your head on a swivel, dude. Absolutely. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 713-572-4610 if you want to help me out here with some Valentine's Day cooking suggestions. Biggest questions in the NFL for media in 2024. And I think I'm changing my opinion on one of the biggest media topics in the NFL for the upcoming year. That is next. But first, I will never change my opinion about the Men's Tea Clinic. Never, never, never. They're awesome.
SportsRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I was, when Tom Brady signed his deal to go to Fox, I was not optimistic that he would be great. I'm certainly not optimistic he'd be worth the money that they're paying him, $30+ million a year. I know there's a lot more that goes into Brady being part of your company than just 3 hours on Sundays. He's a next-level celebrity, pop culture icon, the whole 9 yards. Richard Deitch of The Athletic has an article where he's got 5 media questions for the NFL in the upcoming offseason. And I think the one that the one he has as number one, Seth, I think is a huge question that people who watch the NFL on TV have is, how will Tom Brady fare as Fox's top NFL analyst? I've kind of changed my opinion just watching Brady on his podcast, getting a grasp for just how immersed in the game he is. And I think how immersed he is in preparing, period, which I think we all knew from him being a player. But it sounds like he is really, really, really taking this assignment seriously. Like, he's going to be on this big. I think Tom Brady put it. And I think there's another element, too, to where maybe I've been rooting against Brady because I just feel like Greg Olson's been so good. And he's handled being, sort of a lame duck A-team guy so well that it's almost like by the sheer nature of that dynamic, it feels like Olsen is pitted against Brady in some way.
He's the guy that's there. Versus, there's all kinds of reasons for you to be either rooting against Brady or just be skeptical of whether he's going to be good or not. Quarterbacks in general have not been great at being commentators, and I think a lot of times it's because almost maybe because they're too cerebral and they understand all of the things that go into what can go right and what can go wrong in a play, that they're very reluctant to criticize. They're very reluctant to say emphatically what went right or what went wrong. Talking to Nick Caserio at the Super Bowl actually made me feel like more intrigued by Brady because Caserio talked about Belichick and what he might be like as a color commentator, and he's just talked about how Belichick is he's able to see things in a football play that other people don't see.
Yeah,
it's one of the things that's why as far as the Patriots way and the combo of Brady and Belichick together, like you can't replicate it because so much of it's based on both the way Tom Brady sees the game and the way Bill Belichick see the game, and they see the game differently. So I think that Brady's going to be able to really give a lot of insight into exactly what's going on and do it in a relatable way that maybe I underestimated. And I think that he'll be appropriately critical without being a jerk or anything about it. I think he's because we've seen that edge in him. He gets frustrated sometimes when he talks about young quarterbacks throwing guys into danger and all this stuff. And maybe he's a little hypocritical in saying that, but I'm okay with that. Like, I want the actual, give me like how you actually feel about a play.
What I'm watching at the moment. I don't care that he did it as a player throwing guys into danger. Like, tell me what I'm looking at in the moment. Now, how does this make you feel about Brady? Because I'm with you. I think I've done I won't say a 180, but I've reversed course. I'm optimistic Brady's going to be really, really good at his job. Richard Deitch says Brady has been on an extended fact-finding mission about broadcasting for months now, and both Tony Romo and Jim Nantz recently told The Athletic that they speak with Brady often. Here's what Romo said of the conversations. Quote, "Just two buddies talking football. I'm excited for him. Tom will exhaust every resource to be as good at this as anybody. I think me and him have similar traits and that we're going to try and work as hard as humanly possible to be as good as we can be at anything that we care about. He's doing that. I think it was a genius decision by him to wait a year coming out and prepare himself. He's going to do a great job. I think he's going to be outstanding," end quote. I agree. I think he's going to be outstanding. The irony in those quotes, I think the very obvious one, Tony Romo comparing himself to Tom Brady when it comes to being a maniacal worker and preparer. I find that ironic. What I also find
so far from the it's so far from the truth.
Yeah, like we're exactly
the guy that used
same.
to show up out of shape to camp every year versus the guy who wrote a book about his fitness regimen.
It's like me going me and JJ Watt, we've been talking. We have a lot in common in terms of how we work out. We both work out every day. Same exact thing. The other thing that's ironic in here is Romo saying that Brady made a good decision to take a year away from the game before he took this job, because Romo's best year on the mic was his very first year, like
when
jumping,
he still had all the inside intel,
jumping right into it. Yeah. That's when he was at his absolute best. Romo was. So I find, but the whole thing about he's literally saying, I think me and Tom have similar traits that we're going to try and work as hard as humanly possible. What?
I don't think. Okay, the things that Brady won't do that Romo does. I think Brady won't misunderstand the rule book by a long shot. That's honestly like on a very nuts and bolts part of it. Like when you're watching a football broadcast, because I know a lot of people say, look, I don't care about the commentators, whatever. There are some very critical things that the commentators do that they're supposed to be better than everybody else at, and one of those is understand what's going on the football field, but especially with rules when there's specific situations. And Romo, my God, I'm kind of flabbergasted at times how little he knows about the NFL rulebook, and it's alarming. It's really alarming. And then his inability to grasp what Gene Steratore is saying is even more alarming. Brady's going to be 400 times better than Romo in that regard.
Romo just needs to be quiet when the rules are being explained. That's all.
Yeah.
That you're confusing people. People are trusting you that you know what you're talking about. And on some of these rules, you have no clue what you're talking about. I agree with that.
So what happens to Greg Olsen? Does he just get bucked down to the B crew or what?
It's a good question. That's Richard Deitch's number 2 question in this piece. Number 1, how will Brady do at Fox? I think Seth and I are both optimistic about that. There's no spot right now. Like it's a lot like our business. Hey, if you want to change stations, you got to wait for somebody, to get let go and the musical chairs start going. If you want to host over here. Similarly, if you want to be an A-chair color analyst for the NFL, you look around the landscape and you go, okay, well, is NBC doing anything with Collinsworth? Probably not. Is CBS doing anything with Romo? I mean, a lot of people wish they would, but he's signed to a long-term, very expensive deal.
He's got the Pujols deal.
Yep. Aikman is not going anywhere on Monday Night Football for Disney, for ESPN, ABC. Kirk Herbstreit, I think maybe Olsen's best chance, Seth. Oh, and then Fox, obviously, he's being replaced by Brady. Maybe his best chance to get an 8-chair would be if Kirk Herbstreit just feels like the grind is too much for him of doing NFL on Thursday and then having to be wherever College Game Day is on Saturday and then get on a plane and fly to wherever the primetime game is to do that night on ESPN.
So does he have like an out in his contract or something to where he could go work for another outlet? Or
Olsen you're talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know what his situation is. I'm not sure.
I mean, we're talking about him like he's a free agent or something. Like I don't. He's under contract. It's not like it's as simple as just, hey, I'm going to go work over here now.
Yeah, and I don't know how these contracts work, and I don't know if. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I think if I had to handicap what ends up happening, I bet he stays at Fox. He's on the number 2 team on Fox, and everybody complains that he's on the number 2 team on Fox as Romo continues to bungle the playbook and step all over Jim Nantz in important situations. That's my guess. That's what 2024 is going to look like, I think. Who will air, number 3, who will air the NFL's first Friday night game on opening weekend since 1970? Yeah, the NFL has a Friday night game. I don't know how many people know this, but the dream of Seth Payne, the Sao Paulo, Brazil game, is on Friday night.
Philadelphia versus some undeserving opponent will be playing in Brazil on a Friday night, and we'll have zero reason to get a sponsor to pay for us to go
to Brazil. It's a sad thing.
To do our pregame show from Brazil.
It's a sad thing. Did you see that the NFL is going to go to Madrid in 2025? Were you excited about that?
Fun one. Yeah. That needs to be a Texans one.
Because isn't Spanish easier to learn than Portuguese? Isn't that what
That's what Lopez said.
Yeah, I trust Lopez.
I don't know. Like, Lopez obviously already speaks Spanish, so he tried to learn Portuguese as a second or third language, however many languages he knows. He tried to learn Portuguese, and he said it was really, really hard. It's not. I always assumed that it was kind of similar to Spanish because of geography and whatnot. He said, no, not even close.
Yeah.
It's all different.
Yep.
But I don't know. Maybe me not actually speaking very much Spanish will actually help me then. Maybe it'll be easier for me to learn Portuguese.
You don't go in with any preconceived Spanish. You're just learning it from scratch.
Oh yeah, but as far as going to Madrid and learning Spanish, let's see, I first came to Houston in 2002, and I know at least like 40 Spanish words
Yeah.
by now.
How many
now
are-
it's just a matter of learning like 3,000 or 4,000 more by 2025.
Of
And
those-
I'll pretty much be fluent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Of the 40, how many are food?
Yeah.
36. So who will air the NFL's first Friday night game? I don't really care about that. That's a big question, I guess. Whoever does it, I hope they do a good job. His fourth question on here, Richard Deitch, definitely scratches me where I itch more than Seth, because I am into this new sports streaming service that ESPN and Fox and Warner Brothers have collabed on. But he's wondering how the NFL will react to these big three two of them are partners of the NFL. Warner Brothers, to my knowledge, is not.
There is
this combo
like,
streaming service they've put together.
So, yeah, it gets interesting because, when you first brought this up, I was like, all right, whatever. It's just another streaming thing I have to worry about. But the fact that ESPN and Fox, who are two major broadcasters in the NFL, are getting the... I'm sorry, I ate an almond. The fact that ESPN and Fox, I know better than to eat almonds during the show.
Yeah.
They get lodged in my throat.
It's okay.
So ESPN and Fox are both NFL broadcasters. Does this start to, for people that have cut the cord and realize like, oh man, now all of a sudden I'm signing up for all these different streaming services. I don't think this affects us because, I already on YouTube TV, I get my ESPN and Fox on YouTube TV. It's not like I'm buying those a la carte or anything.
No.
So I don't know if it affects me yet. But if they do start consolidating, some of the peacocks and whatnot into it, then maybe it makes a difference.
I think it affects the NFL maybe the least out of all the major sports because CBS and NBC are not part of this. Half of their Sunday games are on half of the Sunday afternoon games are on CBS. And some would argue the best game of the week is Sunday Night Football, which is on NBC. And they're not part of this combo service. Last one is, will Bill Belichick work this year as a TV analyst? I feel like it's almost a lock that he will, in some capacity. I don't know if he'll be a color analyst for a game or if he'll be the seventh body they plunk down on a studio show.
I'm thinking about that CBS studio show that's right now only got two guys locked down, right? It's JJ and who else?
And James Brown, the host.
And James Brown, that's it.
That's it.
There were already too many people there. It's interesting. I wonder if those guys, if JJ coming getting onto that studio show, those guys probably figured, all right, at least one of us is gone next year.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to see Belichick fighting for little tidbits of time to spit out a 15-second opinion on a pregame show.
Let me construct this particular studio show and tell me if, as studio shows go, if you would watch this. James Brown, the host, alongside J.J. Watt, Boomer Esiason, and Bill Belichick. So you've got a defensive player, a quarterback, and maybe the greatest head coach in the history of the game. And that's it. Just three guys and a host, not six guys.
I think I would like that. I think that for the most part, though, what the networks are looking for is something that's more high energy. Mm-hmm. And I know Belichick's got a different personality, but I don't see him being as effervescent as a lot of the guys on the pregame shows are.
Yeah.
And so I just don't know. I feel like that might be a nice post-game discussion or something.
Mm-hmm.
If Belichick's got any gonads, he'll start his own podcast. You hear me, Bill? Start a podcast. You don't have to work for the man any longer. You've earned it. Just start your own podcast and just have conversations with people you respect.
Not about football. That's the
no, make it about football.
No. Degree of difficulty.
No, because I'd like to hear him talk about football. Selfishly,
okay.
I think the audience, if he wants to do non-football stuff, he should do 80% football. So 4 shows of football and then 1 show of whatever.
Yeah,
and then that little,
I agree. I'm joking. Although seeing him do some non-football podcast would be an impressive degree of difficulty if it got off the ground.
He does love talking about the history of football and things like that.
Yeah.
He's also a big naval history buff, too.
Mm-hmm.
So
he's a buff.
Yeah. You could do a history podcast that includes football and the military.
There you go.
Which, a lot of times, people from the military love using football analogies, and people from football love using military analogies.
Then that podcast will be where it offends nobody to do that. That's the safe haven for people that like.
Yeah, where you're actually
can use military analogies without going. Why are you referring to it as war? It's not actual war.
So we got a 5-star. We got an admiral on the show, so just everybody shut up about the. We're going to talk about war a little bit.
We are in the season of redrafts right now. of last year. And I've got two big questions. How do Carolina Panther fans live with themselves? How do they survive? And two, is this the worst redraft scenario for Texans that you've ever seen? We've got this for you coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about soda weight loss. We talked about losing weight a little.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It is, it's so much nicer to be a Texan fan this offseason. Clicking on articles. You can't find an article that looks ahead to the offseason and the big storylines. You can't find one that doesn't have the Texans as one of the major players heading into the offseason. And obviously they need to get it right. But it's cool. Like clicking on power rankings. I've yet to click on a set of power rankings heading into 2024, where the experts who put them together have the Texans outside of the top 10. ESPN had them 9th. The Athletic had them 5th. NFL.com had them 7th yesterday. So this is a whole lot of fun. Conversely, Seth, when I look at these articles where they redo the 2023 draft, and obviously C.J. Stroud is the number one pick in all of them, I don't know how Panther fans do it, man. If I were a Panther fan, I would just quit watching football. These redrafts are basically just, I know it's not the intent, it's to taunt Panther fans, but I wouldn't even be able to click on these and see C.J. Stroud's face next to the logo for my team if I were a Panthers fan right now.
It's, I think that from what I've seen, Panthers fans have done their best to, blame Frank Reich and everything else, as well as Dave Tepper a bit, but you can only blame the owner for so long without genuinely, just wanting to leave this earth. So I think that they've talked themselves into it's going to be different this year. It's going to be different, and the guy that helped Baker Mayfield look a lot better while also having two really good receivers, but still might be able to do something for Bryce Young. Yeah.
That's interesting because you could say the same thing about his work. You're talking about Dave Canales, the OC, former OC for Tampa Bay, now the Panthers head coach. His other big notch on his bedpost is helping Geno Smith as the QB coach for Seattle.
Similarly had better wide receivers than the Panthers
DK
have right
Metcalf,
now.
Tyler Lockett. Yeah, they had some really good weapons. Noah Fant at tight end.
And I'm not trying to say like Dave Canales didn't have anything to do with it, but you can only be as good as you can only be as good an artist as the materials you have to work with. And right now in Carolina, they don't have a lot of materials with which to work, and they also don't have their draft pick.
That'll be interesting because you're right. They don't have their first overall pick. They don't have their second-round pick next year. I mean, there's still a lot of paying the piper to do for Carolina.
Yeah.
But just making a comparison here for the Texans, I do wonder, and I don't have Carolina's wide receiver depth chart in front of me, but, I mean, people were saying the same thing about the Texans last year, like, they're going to draft a young quarterback, but that poor guy's not going to have any weapons, and then Nico Collins blows up into a top 10 wide receiver, top 15 wide receiver. They drafted Tank Dell in the third round.
The guy that there's a big difference between Nico Collins and Adam Thielen.
Yes. Yes.
Nico Collins was a much often injured, but still with some unknown upside young wide receiver, whereas Adam Thielen is Adam Thielen at this stage. But Jonathan Mingo would be the other guy.
That's the one.
So Jonathan Mingo would be the guy that you wonder, all right, with a better system, with a better coach, everything else, is there a chance that Jonathan Mingo can be unlocked this year with Dave Canales?
Yeah, and what do they do? Do they draft a Tank Dell in the third round this year? Do they find somebody who can catch some balls for that?
They also have remember they had the DJ Chark too, who DJ Chark is one of those guys that he would have like a really nice catch versus the Texans here and there. And in my mind, he was always a guy who was just brushing up against the ceiling of being really good. Then you look at his stats and you're like, oh God, no.
Yeah.
No, he never was.
He's not good at all.
I went full Bill O'Brien on DJ Chark. Because he just had a couple of nice plays, not even performances, but a few nice plays against the Texans. I felt like there was more promise there than there was.
This redraft is, so they have C.J. Stroud first. This is Chris Trapasso of CBSSports.com has this. Dude, Will Levis to the Texans with the second overall pick. And this is a redraft, so this is knowing what we know now. He would have Will Levis. And he says, there are other rookies who had better debut seasons than Levis, but he absolutely flashed when healthy and plays the most vital position on the field. Do you think Will Levis is going to wind up being – what?
Okay, all right. So he has the Texans taking Will Levis.
With the second overall pick. Yeah, I reacted the same way you did.
I almost swore.
Yeah.
Based on what?
Well, I'll read it again. There are other rookies who had better debut seasons than Levis, but he absolutely flashed when healthy and plays the most vital position on the field.
He flashed when he was new. He flashed in that first game.
4 touchdown passes, Seth, against Atlanta.
Did he flash at any point after? And can I remind you of another thing, too? Flashed when healthy. This is the same damn excuse they were making for him last year.
Right.
It's like, oh, hey, look, sure, he didn't look like a really good quarterback his final year in college, but let's remember, when healthy, all right, like how many when healthies are you going to give to Will Levis?
Yeah.
Give the Texans Will Levis number 2 overall. Who is this? Who is this redrafter?
Chris Trapasso of CBSSports.com.
Will Levis.
Yeah. Will Levis 2 overall. I'm with you. I saw this, and I was horrified seeing Will Levis's stupid face next to the Texans logo. I was horrified. I'm glad this is a fantasy world that we're living in. I honestly, if it's a redraft and we know we have all the intel from this season of football to redo the draft, I would just take Will Anderson with the second pick and draft 12th. Find a quarterback 12th or do the trade up with Arizona to draft a quarterback.
Problem.
Yeah,
that's a problem. In this redraft, go ahead and go put everybody back to where they originally were slotted to draft. Yeah. I don't think the Texans are going to draft Will Levis with the intent of then trading up for Will Levis or Will Anderson at that point.
Right.
Not to mention the nightmare of having 2 Wills with your first and
got enough Derricks in your life picks. Already. Now you got a couple of Wills.
When healthy. Yeah. Will Levis only once. He twice had a passer rating over 100 last year.
How many games?
When
did he
healthy,
start?
He threw for over 300 yards just one time.
You can't use the number 2 overall pick in the draft on someone whose 2-sentence evaluation has the words "when healthy" in it. You can't.
Yeah.
I don't care the position. I don't care if it's
for
quarterback.
For a guy that's been injured in his last 2 football seasons.
Yeah. If the words "when healthy" are in an evaluation, you cannot take that player. These are the rules. And they're unflinchingly rigid. You cannot take a player whose evaluation includes the words "when healthy" with the 2nd overall pick. This Trapasso character has Will Anderson Jr., the most delightful athlete in Houston, going 9th overall to the Bears. Will lasting to the 9th overall pick. I would say that the Texans would probably have moved up from 12 to 9 to get him for sure if he's still sitting there. He's got Tank Dell going to the Texans with the 12th overall, the 12th overall pick, Seth. Trapasso does. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's better at least. Wait a second. So how'd they get the 12th pick?
They had it. Remember, that was a pick they traded up to get Will Anderson. Before the Texans were picking 2nd and 12th in the draft before the Will Anderson.
Okay,
trade.
Here they didn't. Oh, okay. I thought they didn't do the. Okay,
they didn't trade up in this.
They
scenario.
did not do the
they
trade up.
They just kept all the picks where they were.
I got you.
Yeah,
okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. So Tank Dell.
That's at least a little bit better now. Then.
How about a draft where the top 3 wide receivers taken in this redraft? None of them are first-round picks. There were 4 wide receivers taken in a row in the first round. There's 3 taken in the top 12 in a redraft, and I think this ties into the Texans in this draft. And I'll make this tie in just a second. But Puka Nacua goes 3rd. He was a 5th-round pick. Rashee Rice goes 6th to the Lions. He was not a first-round pick, I don't believe. And Tank Dell, who was a 3rd-round pick, goes 12th. So you got 3 redrafting this draft in a draft that had good wide receivers in it in the first round. The first 3 that this particular guy would take in a draft in the top 12, none of them were first-round picks. And this is supposed to be an even better wide receiver class this year, Seth.
Yeah.
That's why the Mike Evans crowd and the crowd, the Tyler Boyd crowd, or just the list of free agent wide receivers. I think, especially after listening to John Harris lay out this class of wide receivers from when he joined us from the Senior Bowl a couple of weeks ago, I think my guess is they're going to try to find another Tank Dell in the 3rd round for wide receiver in this draft.
If they're going to take a wide receiver somewhere in the top 3 rounds.
Yeah. And I don't mean 5'10", 165. I just mean a 3rd-round wide receiver.
Another really good young wide receiver.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense, especially when you're going to have to pay Nico Collins here very shortly.
Yep.
You've got 2 wide receivers that are just fine as a number 1 and number 2 receiver. You try to develop a 3rd guy, and then you don't want to think too far in advance or worry too much about it. There's not a lot of reason to sign a marquee free agent right now with the 2 wide receivers you have on your roster. If you're going to spend money in free agency, there's other guys. I don't mind, and I want to clarify, it's not like I'm opposed to the Texans spending big on a free agent or two. It's just that for me, it's not a must-have because usually it doesn't work out. So, like, I've been burned enough on big free agency signings over the years that I'm not, like, desperate for it. But I fully and 100% recognize that if the right guy is there, then, yeah, go for it. Or a few guys that are maybe higher ticket but not, like, the number one Chris Jones type. I'm way more excited about that. Like, if I had to pick, like, between, let's say, hypothetically, I could get the equivalent of a Jonathan Joseph and Danielle Manning, where you sign both those guys in the same year of free agency, versus a Chris Jones signing, I would still rather take the two guys over the one.
Definitely.
I think you just get way more bang for your buck out of those two guys than you do out of one Chris Jones. And Chris Jones still does. Chris Jones has a little bit of that quality with me where I'm not 100% slam dunk guaranteed that he's the same guy after he gets his big deal as he is before it.
And he's older. He's been banged up at times, too. Great point by a texter here. The Texans literally took the when healthy pick at number 3 when they took Derek Stingley Jr. That's true. And I would point out that over the course of the 2 seasons, granted it's trending way up right now. Stingley was awesome the second half of the season, but he's missed a ton of games. You know?
Yeah, we still got to see him make it through an entire season.
No question. Along those lines, you brought up Nico Collins, and look, if we saw a tweet come from Adam Schefter today saying the Texans signed Nico Collins to a 4-year, $110 million extension with $80 million guaranteed, I'd be like, cool, Nico was awesome. Would you pay Nico Collins a big deal like that right now, Seth, or do you need to see another largely healthy season from him before you pay him?
By right now, I guess I wouldn't mind seeing it before this season. I don't know. There's something about I do want the Texans to at least come off a little bit more like hard asses that aren't just like, hey man, everything's awesome. Here you go.
Yeah.
I'd rather have I'd like to make people kind of sweat for it a little bit. But if I think part of it too is I'm guessing the Texans would like to also see how the free agency shakes out for them before you commit to Nico Collins or what have you. Just see exactly what your cap situation is, so you can structure a deal with Nico if you extend him to be as tailored to your situation as possible.
In this redraft exercise, we got a lot of people texting in other redrafts they've seen on the internet with the Texans. One says the Texans Bleacher Report had them taking Anthony Richardson second in a redraft. I think you can make an argument to take Bryce Young still and put him in this ecosystem, and he's going to be way better than what he was in Carolina. I think it's a lock he would be way better. If you had to take one, Seth, with the second overall pick, redrafting, C.J. Stroud's gone. He's a Carolina Panther. You have to take a quarterback in this class with the number 2 overall pick. Who would you take?
Wait, which class? This class?
If we redrafted 2023, like exercise we've been going through, and Carolina takes C.J. Stroud, the Texans are on the clock at number 2, and the league has told you must take a quarterback with this pick. You can't take Will Anderson Jr. You've got to take Levis or Richardson. You take Richardson?
Yeah. No, and I would have said Anthony. You said this draft. I thought you meant this year.
Yeah.
Anthony Richardson. So just because of the upside. If I had to take a quarterback, it would be Anthony Richardson.
How would you feel about it?
I'd feel awful about it. I'd be very, very nervous. I was like, okay. I was at one point I was gung-ho, let's just go ahead and take Anthony Richardson. But it was kind of like when you're talking yourself into jumping off of a bridge because all your buddies are too scared to do it.
Right.
You don't actually feel great about it, but you just you want to believe that you feel great about it. That's where I was. Hey, by the way, everybody else too, to make you feel better about C.J. Stroud, just in case you're nervous. C.J. Stroud was in a suite with Kim Kardashian at the Super Bowl. A lot of people noticed this because somebody had tweeted out a photo of Kim Kardashian's suite and said, wow, this looks a lot sleepier than Taylor Swift's suite or the Kelsey suite.
Yeah.
And this is what the clarification you need to know. First of all, it was not Kim Kardashian's suite. It was Michael Rubin, the owner of Fanatics, who we all know by now does a lot with a few athletes, and C.J. Stroud is one of them.
Yep.
But one of the examples that they had for why it was why it looked like a boring suite was a couple of the Kardashians just kind of sitting boring, talking to each other. But then there's a still shot of a guy talking to C.J. Stroud who looked like he was asleep. He looked a little bit like Hannah did in that one shot where she looked kind of sleepy during the football game a couple years ago.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
I'm looking at
that
the
guy,
CJ one, yeah.
That guy he's described by Page 6 as hospitality whiz Will Macris.
Oh, okay.
And Will explained later that he had just closed his eyes for a second. He wasn't sleeping, but that he'd been partying for a long time. And, yeah, he was a little drowsy. I closed my eyes for a second, and they take the pick. It was a full-blown party. It was fun.
Yeah. If I could, if this still shot you're talking about is hysterical, because CJ is, staring at the guy as he's got his eyes closed, staring at him. And if I could, if this were hitting pause on a video and I could hit play, what would I want to happen? I would want CJ to pull out a marker and draw on the guy's face,
Well, what's funny is if that guy were a woman, or if that guy were like Kendall Jenner or something, then people would be roasting CJ for him being boring.
Yeah.
That's where, in this situation, the dude is getting roasted for being sleepy. Now, down in the corner, it was Kendall Jenner and Halle Bieber apparently were sitting together.
Okay.
And then Kim Kardashian was a little bit away.
Yep.
They weren't sitting close to CJ.
Okay.
And it wasn't CJ in Kim Kardashian's booth. So everybody can don't worry. This is not going to be a James Harden type situation where he gets lost in the wilderness for
we hope. This is just one still shot. He might have been chopping it up with the Kardashians up in the body of the suite up there where all the food is.
They might have been in the bathroom together by the fourth
We don't
quarter.
know.
Who knows?
We don't know.
With those sirens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just tempting young men into the rocky waters and
indeed
destroying their careers.
Yes, and in the process
CJ's
destroying
than that.
the Houston Texans. I think he is too. I hope he is. All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station each day at 8 a.m. We do the 8 at 8. We call it the Ocho. 8 stories to get your day going.
One.
Kyle Shanahan has explained the nuances of his decision to take the ball first in overtime in the Super Bowl on Sunday, a decision that has been largely criticized. I think a lot of results-based criticism going on. I think a lot of, that's my own take on it. I don't know how many people were standing on the table saying he was screwing up by doing that. But whatever the case, the Niners lost the Super Bowl. Here was Kyle Shanahan explaining not only the decision, but also there is the fact that there were a lot of Niners players that didn't realize there were different overtime rules when it came to possession in overtime.
We did say, and we told everyone as we were waiting for the coin toss, hey, review everyone with them, make sure they're sure before we go out. So we asked the position coach to do that, but I didn't cover it in a meeting on the Super Bowl week. I don't think that changes anything. We did it with our analytics department. We decided that going into the playoffs. I think you guys know how I've explained how I make decisions with that stuff in the past. I take all the information I can get, especially ones I haven't been in, and our analytics felt that was the best way to go. But as you guys know, I don't always just go with that. I take into account what they say, what they think is right, and then I go off my gut in the heat of battle, and I knew what they felt going into it. And when I think about that during the moments I have to make the decision, I think the type of game it was did match what they felt was the best way to do. It did seem more like a field goal game. And our defense had been out there for a real long time right before that. So I didn't feel at all to override that at the time.
Yeah, and the big part about that, where the defense had just been on the field for an 11-game series before, the 49ers just had a couple of closeout snaps. And the big part that makes it individual to the 49ers when we talk about the defense being tired is that in that game, you saw very clearly through the first part of the game, the 49ers were getting a really good rush with just 4 guys, and it was very effective. As those guys started to tire out, the 49ers had to blitz, and as we know, Pat Mahomes is very, very good against the blitz. It was not working as well. So I think that Kyle's justification would be that, man, our best chance at getting a good, viable pass rush that doesn't hurt us by having to blitz is to get these pass rushers as fresh as possible and hopefully go out there on a long offensive drive and get those guys' legs back. So I am 100% totally okay with his decision. And listen, everybody, too. I'm sorry that somehow you think that the analytics of like a generic chart from ESPN Analytics is better than like the actual analysts working for the 49ers that take into account everything about their team in this matchup is superior. It's just that's not always the case. There's differences in opinion among analysts as there are just human opinion.
Well, not just who they work for, but the moment in which they're working. Like, these guys are up in the booth in the game. Like Kyle Shanahan said it, we felt the way that game was playing. It was a field goal kind of game. And again, I'm glad he pointed that out, because it's not as though the Chiefs were just lighting the world up offensively. They had one touchdown in the game, and it was on a one-play drive inside the Niners that started inside the Niners' red zone.
The scenario that people keep bringing up to me, and they act like it's a trump card or something, is like, well, what if the 49ers scored a touchdown, and then the Chiefs come out and they score a touchdown? They have the option to go for two. Okay, two things. One, who the hell cares? Okay, great. Then you decided on that play. Two, that's 1 out of 16 possible scenarios in terms of how the drive ends between the 49ers and then the Chiefs. So, like, you're going to let that 1 out of 16th scenario be the determining factor for whether you get the ball first or second.
Yeah.
It's so bogus that, like, otherwise intelligent people on television are acting like this was the dumbest thing ever done. Right. And, like, to your point, Sean, I don't think they had a single strong opinion about it at the moment.
Yeah, I don't either.
Or thought about it at all. But now, because it didn't work out, it's the dumbest thing, apparently, that anybody's ever done.
Seth, rejoice. Astros pitchers and catchers report today. Baseball season is here. At least the way I look at it. We've got baseball in our lives. Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to the Astros spring training facility in West Palm Beach today. So we'll start to get some sound from the Astros. We'll start to get a feel on what Joe Espada is all about. I'm sure we'll hear plenty from Dana Brown. In fact, maybe later in the show we'll have some Dana Brown for you here. I was just thinking about this. Like, my biggest question or concern as the Astros, is the spring training is starting today. My biggest concern is the pair of Framber Valdez and Christian Javier. Framber Valdez, who is among the leaders on the odds board for the Cy Young in the American League, despite being very inconsistent during the second half of the second half of last season. And Christian Javier, who looked to have figured some things out in the postseason and then got shellacked in Game 7 of the ALCS. He didn't even last one inning in game, and he was bad, too, at various times. Those are, Verlander's your horse. That's probably a bit of a concern, too, just because he's, 40 now. But Javier and Framber Valdez trying to regain their 2022 form is my biggest concern with the team right now.
I know. Look, in Framber, I think the consistency was gone, but overall on the season, he's still very, very, very respectable. Just looking at the numbers, which with Framber don't tell the whole story whatsoever, given how consistent he had been the year before. But I think that I feel pretty confident about that. I think with Framber, over the course of the season, especially the changes in the pitch clock may have had more of an effect on a guy who had cultivated a more calm, cool, and collected demeanor.
Yeah.
But that had included taking some time off to rest and relax. When things started to go a little haywire 2 years ago, he was able to step off the mound, breathe through his eyelids, all that. He couldn't do that anymore. So I feel better about that. I think the Luis Garcia is an X factor that people kind of forget about, and the fact that he was gone. And then I guess the other part, whether it needs to become dramatic or not, is just whether Josh Hader becomes officially the closer versus Ryan Presley, and how all that plays out.
I mean, I think, I don't know if they label one of them the closer or the other. I think a lot of it's going to be situational because Hader's a lefty. So that gives If there's one thing I remember, Sean, though, about back when A.J. Hinch would get up in front of the media every day and say, we don't need a named closer, people will not let it die. People need a named closer. No matter how much the manager says they don't need a named closer, he'll be asked about it every damn day. It's going to be annoying as hell.
3.
Andre Johnson, Hall of Famer, meets with the media today. This is a very short bullet point just to let you guys know that you'll probably be hearing some Andre Johnson audio on the station later today. So Andre Johnson's first meeting with the Houston media since being named to the Pro Football Hall of Fame last week.
You know what? I bet Brandon Scott will be there. My submission for a question that Brandon Scott might ask is
what would it be?
I'd like to know how it was for Andre to have to kind of You almost had to go up there and sell yourself a little bit. You know, like it starts to be a little bit of a campaign, and that doesn't come natural to Andre. He's not a self-promoter or anything. Brandon can figure out how to phrase it better, but I'm just curious about that dynamic. Was it uncomfortable for him to have to be a little bit of a self-promoter in the last couple years?
Well, when he'd get asked to make a case, and one of the guys he's making a case against is his former college teammate, Reggie Wayne.
Yeah.
Like that adds to it, the uncomfortable level. But Andre Johnson meets with the media 11 a.m. today.
4.
The New York Knicks are protesting the Rockets' win over them on Monday night. If you recall, there was a controversial foul called on Jalen Brunson as he sailed past Aaron Holiday on a last-second three-point heave. And foul gets called. Holiday goes to the line, makes a couple free throws, wins the game. After the game was over, the lead official was interviewed for they do that pool report where the media gets a chance to ask about controversial calls in the game, and none was more controversial than this one. And the officials admitted they got it wrong. They couldn't overturn it because Tom Thibodeau, the coach of the Knicks, had no challenges left. So the result stood. But now the Knicks are filing a protest. Normally not successful. I don't think this one will be successful, but Seth, duly noted for the New York Knicks.
Yeah, only 6 protests in league history have been upheld, so it's not very common.
The last
happened
one
in 2007
was,
time.
2007 was the last time, so it's been a minute.
5.
ESPN, anybody who thinks that college football is dying, I have this headline for you. ESPN signs $1.3 billion per year deal with the college football playoff. 6 years, $1.3 billion with a B per year. So big money for the college football playoff from ESPN. I'm going to add one here.
6.
About the college football playoff. They plan on voting, Seth, the board of managers for the college football playoff. Plans on voting. I know, prestigious title. What are you? I'm on the board of managers. February 20th, which is a week from yesterday, they are going to vote on the new format of the 12-team playoff, which is expected to be top 5 conference champions and then the next 7 highest-ranked teams in the committee's final rank. So the committee will still be a very big part of our lives here.
So each conference champion will definitely make it, and then after that, it's just based on the rankings.
Yep,
Okay,
yep.
That seems fair enough.
Yeah,
not ever going to be completely. Now it does open the door for the SEC having. The SEC one year might have 4 people in the tournament, or the Big Ten could have 5 teams in the tournament.
Dude, if you were to if you were to blindly give me 3.5 as the number of SEC teams that make a 12-team college football playoff for the next 5 years, if I could bet over, in perpetuity, or at least for the next 5 years, over 3.5 on SEC teams, I feel like I'd make money. I feel like more often than not, they're going to have at least 4 teams in a 12-team playoff, the SEC.
Well, I mean, because now the Big Ten is incorporating. Okay, just take the. They're still going to use the college football rankings.
Yes, the committee rankings. Yes. Yeah.
Shoot, this popped up. Just the AP Top 25 popped up. Whatever.
They mirror each other.
Michigan, Washington, Texas, Georgia, Alabama. So you got 3 SEC already. Mm-hmm. Oregon. You're gonna have a whole boatload of Big Ten and SEC schools in this. This deal.
Those 7 of the 7 at-large teams, we'll call them. I would bet that I'd be shocked if fewer than 6 were Big Ten and SEC schools, considering the Pac-12 doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
7.
Justin Jefferson, Seth, one of the best wide receivers in football. He is up for a contract extension. He and Jamar Chase, both teammates at LSU, both first-round picks, both elite wide receivers, and they are both eligible for contract extensions. Justin Jefferson wants to know what the Vikings' plans are at quarterback before signing a contract extension, per a report. If Justin Jefferson remains in Minnesota, it appears Kirk Cousins might be as well. The star wide receiver reportedly wants to know what the team's plans are. He's been an advocate, Jefferson has, of the team keeping Kirk Cousins as his quarterback.
Yay,
so he likes Kirk Cousins. Well, Kirk is the guy who's thrown all these, he is the one who's thrown all these passes in these 100-catch seasons to Justin Jefferson.
The Vikings are, I feel like they're an NBA team that's caught in that mediocre range.
Purgatory.
Death to an NBA team. Yeah, where, oh boy, what do you do at quarterback? You've got this guy who's, looks pretty healthy. I mean, he was dancing before they introduced Will Anderson for Defensive Rookie of the Year, or was that before C.J. Stroud that they were doing?
No, that was Will Anderson.
Yeah. That was before Will Anderson.
Yeah.
And there they sit. They had that Cinderella season 2 years ago where they won a bunch of really, really close games. They fell back down to earth this year, but that included with an injury by Kirk Cousins. Yeah, I think you got to roll it back. You just got to. I don't know. Now Kirk Cousins is not. He's not nearly as nice a guy in contract negotiations as you think. He's very good at getting paid.
Yes.
So I don't think that it's necessarily that they'll figure something out before free agency begins.
I guess
this might be kind of a drawn out affair.
It could. I've seen rumblings of a hometown discount, but not from Kirk Cousins, from Nugget Hussies, as you would call them, putting it out there that there may be a hometown discount. Now he is coming off an Achilles tear, so there is that. That's
true. That might be the thing that gives him the dose of reality. Like, okay, I don't want to sit out here and do this forever.
Who do you trust more coming off an Achilles tear, Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins?
I'd say Kirk Cousins because Kirk's athleticism isn't as vital. You know, he's plenty athletic, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's as much of what makes him good, and he's also 5 years younger than Aaron Rodgers.
There's that.
And I also just, Aaron Rodgers he's always had kind of bags under his eyes naturally, like Vince Vaughn, but he's starting to look kind of haggard these last couple of years. He just looks tired all the time, and I just don't know. I don't know how that's going to fare. Some guys get into their late 30s or 40s and they start popping tendons, and you're like, it's time for you. That's how I feel about Aaron Rodgers.
There's been, I've seen, not rumors, but speculation or whatever, probably unfounded, but it's fun to think about, that the Texans might open the season in New York against Aaron Rodgers in one of those primetime games. You get C.J. Stroud on primetime and the return of Aaron Rodgers in primetime there, because they play at the Jets this year.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I'd like that a lot. And I think I would like the Jets to be relevant. I do think Robert Saleh is getting a whole lot of flack for winning 7 games with 3 different quarterbacks that nobody likes at all. I feel like that's you slip an Aaron Rodgers into that situation, and you're probably a winning football team.
Yeah,
like almost assuredly and definitively a winning football team.
They won 7 without him. Yeah, so, they were 7-10 without him. Last one. It turns out Eric Armstead, San Francisco 49ers defensive lineman, played through a knee injury during the postseason that he said on Tuesday is going to require surgery. Armstead told reporters he suffered a right meniscus injury initially in Week 13 in their win, the Niners win, over the Eagles, missing the final 5 regular season games, and then listed on the pre-Super Bowl injury report with foot and knee ailments. Said the knee's going to require surgery. Said his hope is to return healthy sometime around training camp. And John Lynch, the GM, also added that Javon Hargrave, defensive lineman, finished the season playing with a torn thumb ligament. Seth, of these 2 defensive lineman injuries, you as the former defensive lineman, which one is harder to play with? Some sort of meniscus ailment or a torn thumb ligament?
Oh, that's a good question. It depends on what your strength is with your hands.
Yeah.
The meniscus can swell a lot, and it's like it's not a matter of pain. It's just a matter of swelling, and if it swells up, your knee just shuts down and doesn't work properly, so probably the meniscus.
Yeah, I think the average fan would go, Sean, what are you talking? A knee, of course, but I think people underrate the hand fighting that goes on in the trenches down there. Doing that with a torn thumb ligament sounds terrible. Yeah.
Hey, right. Item nueve. It was this. What do you feel about Kyle Shanahan's flat brim cap?
I think
he's getting a little too old.
I think he's too old to wear a flat brim cap.
Yeah.
He's 44.
We noticed this at Radio Row. There was a guy who was like a really fit guy. He was probably in his 60s.
Yeah.
And he was wearing sneakers, jeans, a blazer, a hoodie under the blazer, and a flat brimmed cap. And I felt like, man, you know what? You got to get rid of one of those items. Like, you either got to replace the sneakers with dress shoes, or you got to get rid of the hoodie. Or you got to get rid of the flat brim cap. He looked like way too much like, hey, what's up, fellow teenagers?
It's an easy one for me. It's the hat. I like the hoodie under the sport coat, like a nice thin hoodie under a sport coat. I like that look. That's a good casual look. I like it a lot. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday here. Will Anderson. We need input from the audience here. Is Will Anderson the best personality in Houston sports right now? He was on Within the Loop on Radio Row, and I think there are several nuggets of proof that back that up. But if you've got other names, Send them in, 713-572-4610. That is next. I can tell you who else has a great personality. Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. Awesome dude, huge sports fan, and most importantly for me,
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We had a texter point out, I guess CJ was in multiple suites at the game on Sunday.
Sweet hopping.
Yeah, he was sweet hopping. Stroud was in a few suites at the Super Bowl. He was in the Raising Cane suite with Todd Graves as well. That's cool. Maybe we're more acutely tuned in with CJ because we cover him here. He's the quarterback of our football team. I think it'd be hard to find a bigger athlete who was the star of the show on Radio Row than CJ Stroud.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were going to go towards like the athletes in the suites because then, Shaq was there.
Yeah. No. LeBron was there. Yeah. No, I'm strictly on Radio Row.
Yeah, Radio Row. Oh, okay. Yeah, which other guys showed up? Like, like Chuck Liddell's not nearly as big anymore, but Chuck Liddell was kind of like one of the non-football or traditional sports guys that showed up that created a buzz.
Yeah. The Rock showed up.
The Rock.
That's pretty big.
Kind of a big deal.
Now, he only went, I think, to my knowledge, though, he only went on McAfee. I'm talking about guys that, like, bounced around to all the
They were going around and doing all the deals,
yeah.
Cam Newton was kind of created a stir, but he was there with his own podcast.
Yeah.
But Cam, you can't help but notice Cam.
Big
but
star.
amongst current athletes, I think, CJ by far was, the only quarterback who was creating a lot of buzz walking around because Bryce Young wasn't there.
No.
And Anthony Richardson wasn't there that I noticed. Will Levis not there. So
Will Levis. Yeah. Well, I don't know if he was on Radio Row, but I told you he showed up at the party that I was at on Friday.
Yeah,
he showed up in the cabana there, and I was about ready to walk over to him and give him a piece of my mind, but I didn't. I didn't. I feel like if I could connect with any quarterback who pops into a situation like that, Will Levis and I are from the same part of the country, so I've got that. I've got kind of an entryway into at least starting a conversation with him.
You could probably tell him, also if you just told him you were a social media agent or something like that, he'd be all about wanting to get to know you.
Marketing? Yeah, for sure. You know who's on Radio Row? Will Anderson. Seth, you posed this question, and I would put it to the listeners. Can you name somebody better right now, personality-wise, in Houston sports than Will Anderson? You picked your 3 favorite nuggets from the In the Loop interview with Will Anderson.
Yeah,
Jr.
In the Loop has a great rapport with him. Now they've had him a couple times.
Yep.
They're known critics of him having the number 51. So they asked if it had grown on him during the season.
Yeah, it was the same. I just feel like it was the same in college, with 31. I'm going to ask y'all a question. Which one is worse, 31 or 51?
I think wanted 51. You said, I'm not going to lie.
I was looking at I was like, Will needs to get a single digit number or something like that.
I wanted to, but then they would put me in the classification with linebackers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, see? I don't know how many people picked up on that, but I believe franchise tags for the linebackers are less than they are for edge rush. Edge rushers is a premium position.
Yeah.
Good job, Will Anderson. You don't want that designation.
Remember, Jadeveon Clowney had that issue where they classified him as a linebacker.
Yeah.
So, and the Texans actually did the solid thing, which was they split the difference. They said, okay, we'll give you the franchise tag or something like that, halfway between an edge rusher. They don't have edge rusher designation. They have defensive end and linebacker.
Yep. They made it right.
Where really okay, yeah, maybe I didn't think of that angle, Sean. That's a good angle.
Yeah,
I thought he just meant as far as the rules for who's allowed to wear what number.
Yeah. No, I think he knows already, man. That franchise tag. Now, hopefully, he never gets that. Hopefully, they lock him up. But yeah,
the thing there that I thought that just kind of that was the sound clip that made me think he's so real. You're getting the 100% actual Will Anderson personality was when he flipped it on those guys and just asked, let me ask you guys, not being sensitive about the number or anything, but he wanted their opinion.
Yeah, that was good.
I noticed CJ doing that a lot to guys on Radio Row. He did it to Pat McAfee. He started asking Pat McAfee questions. He did it to Micah Parsons, but I think it was because I think Micah Parsons' podcast needs to not be an hour long.
How long it is?
I got the feeling towards the end of the podcast that CJ had to start asking questions to keep the energy going. Micah looked like he was losing focus, as I would too, if I were doing a 1 hour long podcast as a young man.
Yeah, not all these guys are good at this.
I don't know if he's bad at it or not. It needs to not be an hour long.
Yeah.
But CJ would ask questions of people a lot.
I
think Shane Goon was the person that you and I thought of, and a couple listeners thought of. Like, might have a personality that rivals Will Anderson amongst current young Houston athletes.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of texts from people.
Yeah.
One says CJ's personality and sense of humor are up there. Check him out on Micah Parsons' podcast. You mentioned that. He did have good personality on there. I think Will, just based on sheer energy, is if we're ranking him. Someone says y'all are forgetting Dameon Pierce. I realize he was a non-factor last season.
Damn it.
And might not even make the team next year, but still.
You're right. As far as if we're basing it just on personality, then 100% Dameon Pierce.
Pierce might be number one.
The blend of current effectiveness, I don't want to say ability because I think Dameon still has plenty of ability. It's just got to be in the right scheme or when he figures this scheme out.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dameon still might be numero uno for total engaging personalities in interviews right now.
It is. It's cool to have a bunch of guys like this. You know who else would have probably been on a list like this? Or I'll put him on a list.
Ward.
Yes, Jimmy Ward. Exactly.
Yeah.
I thought
of that just as
Yeah, I think you got Will Anderson, Dameon Pierce, Jimmy Ward, and I'll throw CJ on there. And there's your Mount Rushmore of personality for the Houston Texans.
Well, another guy that is not a huge personality, but I've enjoyed listening to him when he does talk is Dalton Schultz.
Yes, I was going to say that too. Yes.
And I would credit the afternoon show had him on during Radio Row.
They did. Yep.
Yeah.
They did.
So the Drive did a good job with him, and they've done a good job with him before. And he's just he's not a huge personality, but he gives very thoughtful answers.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of this comes down to D'Amico just creating an environment where guys are comfortable being themselves. With O'Brien, O'Brien was a lot more like Belichick, where he just wanted everything under control and battened down all the time. To where guys, I've been on a team like that. I played for Tom Coughlin. You're kind of terrified every time you get in front of a microphone because you're going to get called into the office if you slip up and say anything that's not the company line. And that creates some boring-ass interviews.
It does.
Where CJ's just not that same type of iron-fisted dictator that some coaches are.
Well, yeah, and I think D'Amico sets that sort of tone. I can't remember if it was with us or when he was on briefly with McAfee, but Caserio addressed that, and that was something, I don't want to say it was jarring to hear, but hearing somebody who worked directly for Bill Belichick for 20 years say that we want our guys to come in and be authentic. We want them to be themselves, that they trust them when they get up in front of a microphone to say the right things. I think it's cool. I don't know if that's how Nick has always felt. The fact of the matter is this is the first year that the Texans have had players that do interviews that would resonate nationally. Since Nick has been here, let's call it what it is. This is the first year since Nick got here where they've had players that people outside of Houston care about, and so I think it was. I don't know if that's something that was a philosophy of Nick's those first 2 years, or if it's something where he and D'Amico, where D'Amico's kind of had an effect. And he goes, yeah, this isn't the worst thing in the world, guys having personality out there.
Yeah, and guys just maybe just being looser and having fun with it.
Yeah. Yep.
Instead of and there's not a right or a wrong way to do it. I just know that, because I played for Tom Coughlin, who shares a lot of traits with Bill Belichick, and a lot of it just comes down from the Parcells school of things, where it's almost like paranoia and fear are a couple of the things that help you keep your edge. And those guys flat out want guys. They want them to be stressed out all the time. That's just what at least I assume it's that way, because that's how every guy that plays in those. Ted Johnson and I have had the exact same emotional experiences playing for Belichick and Coughlin. It's like you get to the end of the season, and you're like, oh, holy crap, whoa! I didn't realize. That first week off. You're like, oh. I didn't realize how stressed out I was every single day going into the office. And it keeps guys focused,
Sure.
But there's other ways to do it too.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of guys that have had success doing it D'Amico's way. When I look at it objectively, now that I'm removed from all of it, all I can think is why, if you have the choice, why do it the miserable way? Yeah. I don't know. I guess
life is short, man.
Yeah. Belichick and Coughlin do have quite a few Super Bowls between them.
They do. It's worked. So, it's definitely worked. Here's another one from Will Anderson Jr. Texan fans, fear not. He loves the city of Houston.
I'm very comfortable, man. And
Places to eat, places to do, things to do, that type thing.
Yeah, I just got to give a shout out to the fans. Thank y'all so much, man. We appreciate all the love and support this year. But I love the city of Houston, man. Like food, I ain't gonna lie. When I first got there, I was like, "Wow, this is not gonna be good." This is the heaviest I ever weighed when I first. I was like 260 when I first got there because I was eating out all the time on TikTok, trying to find different restaurants, eating smash burgers, turkey leg hut, breakfast.
See, you know it, man. You're in.
But I love Houston, man. It's phenomenal.
Houston institution, smash burger. Yes.
I should have edited that one out.
That's all right.
So I think that the one part there that I was intrigued by was he said he was 260, and that was the heaviest he's been. Because at one point, he's been listed at 265 at points. I do feel like he has room to put good weight on his frame, because he's not fat at all. But I think he's always been a little bit more of a. For one, he was a linebacker, and played multiple different spots on the line, both as a defensive end and a little bit more of a stand-up guy at times. I think he's got a little bit more room to become a bit more like a Nick Bosa than where he is right now. But not that that's essential or something. But I feel he's strong, but he's not quite as strong as he could be.
Yeah,
there's times where I feel like his there could be a little bit more development.
Text messages here. Best personality among Houston sports figures: D'Amico, Will Anderson Jr., Jose Altuve, C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Sleeper picks due to foreign goofiness: Şengün and Boban.
Oh yeah, Boban. That's a good one.
Yeah, Boban's a good one.
You and I both saw that clip of Vanessa Richardson being harassed by Boban. She was trying to do a stand-up report.
Yes. Is it live? Is this live?
Off her head.
Yeah. She's like, yes, Boban, this is live. Yeah.
It wasn't harassment. I was joking, but they were having fun.
Yep.
Boban. Well, and this is the thing with the Astros and with the Rockets. I think there are a lot of the guys that have personalities. You don't get to see as much of it because if they're not supernatural English speakers. So, like, even with Altuve, who speaks English great and everything, but still, I don't think you could get the full dose of his personality when he's giving interviews. He's a little bit more careful.
Yeah.
With him, it's a lot more of like, oh, man, he's just so pure in so many ways. Like he's so devoid of ego for a guy who's so good at baseball.
Yes.
That he comes off as more of a good person than a huge personality.
Yep. Jonathan Grenard got a little vote here on the text
that's
page.
a good one.
Grenard's got a great personality.
You know who appreciates that? Guys who do a pregame show, which includes a player interview.
Yes.
Because every time Drew Doherty interviews John Grenard, it's like an 11-minute interview.
Yes.
And you and I just sit and talk to fans and eat barbecue during the interview.
He's an innings eater. That's what we call that.
Yeah,
Jonathan Grenard, for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, 713-572-4610 if you want to continue to weigh in on that. The Athletic Power Rankings are out. The NFL.com Power Rankings are out. We'll just tell you where the Texans are real quickly, but I think these rankings, particularly the ones in the Athletic, show how the pressure is squarely on Nick Caserio this offseason. The opportunity in front of the Texans will explain next.
Mokaram Law, you might be feeling
610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL.
Okay.
Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
That didn't take long. The joy and the hope of pitchers and catchers reporting today.
What happened?
Valentine's Day of all days. The joy of the Astros getting their spring training started today. 45 minutes ago, Will Kunkel of Fox 26 here in town tweets this. Justin Verlander tells me he is, quote, a couple weeks behind, end quote, in his throwing schedule due to some shoulder discomfort. The good news is he's thrown off the mound 3 times in his schedule. He says it's too far away to say opening day is in jeopardy. I don't even like the fact that opening day being in jeopardy is we don't know. I'd rather it be like, oh, no, I've had this before. I'll be good by March 4th.
You remember when he came back from his injury, it was that he wasn't going to be there for opening day, but it was all part of the plan that they had set in motion. Remember? It was like, oh, okay, we've got it all set up and lined up. So, yeah, I'm not going to be the opening day starter, but that's okay because that felt better than this does right here because there's more uncertainty around this.
Yeah. First of all, good job by Will Kunkel. Filling Mark Berman's shoes and breaking a little bit of news here. Those are tough shoes to fill over at Fox 26. The news-breaking shoes of a Mark Berman. So good job, Will Kunkel. This is a problem. Are there any pitchers in the Astros rotation right now that don't come with some degree of just angst when you talk about them? You don't feel
rock solid and cocky
on any of them. Yeah,
the way you did before, right? Yeah, you know what though, Sean? Good. I'm glad we got a reality check a little bit. I think we'd gotten a little too cocky for a little too long on just having astoundingly good pitching and depth, and like, oh no, we've got too many good starting pitchers. Okay. It's going to be a real pain in the butt. How are they going to do this?
So you'd rather make sure our egos are in check instead of winning a World Series. That's what I'm hearing you say right now.
I'd like to honestly.
That's more important.
No, I think that. The first dose was when you started to try to, when you realized you were going to have to talk yourself into Hunter Brown or J.P. France more so than maybe they'd earned because we were in Jalen Green mode on those guys for a long time where they'd get a couple good performances in a row and you're like, you see? They're awesome. That's all there is to it. It's going to be a hell of a first year for Espada in managing this part of it. If you honestly, I think the way you frame it is perfect. Look, I'll read down the names of the starting pitchers. There's not a single one that you can't talk yourself into, but there's not a single one that you can't also terrify yourself with.
Right, then I could see the wheels falling off on.
Verlander, experiencing discomfort, not sure if he's going to start.
Yep.
Framber Valdez went from the most consistent dude in all of the land to wildly inconsistent and frambering in the playoffs.
Yep.
Christian Javier, Jose Urquidy, Lance McCullers, Luis Garcia, Hunter Brown, J.P. France. The guy I might feel most rock solid about is Luis Garcia.
Yeah, but he's not back until the second half of the season.
I know, but I feel good about it.
You do?
Yes.
He's got to.
I feel like once he comes back, I'm not worried about his changing in motion or anything.
Okay, because you brought that up yesterday that he's got to, he only had 6 games to rock the baby last year.
Well, he only had 6 games
to get rid of rocking
the
baby.
Rid of it,
yeah.
But remember, that's not as big a deal because he only does that out of the windup. Like when he's pitching out of the stretch, he couldn't rock the baby.
Yeah.
So it's not like he was unaccustomed to not rocking the baby. So I'm not worried about that. And then it's just a matter of like a normal rehab. As long as I don't hear anything weird about him, I trust that he'll be just fine.
So Framber's probably the opening day starter, right?
Yeah.
Like barring injury. I mean, I guess Verlander might be if the shoulder thing isn't a big deal. But
Javier, the biggest thing is just, again, all right, is he cut out to be an everyday starter full time?
Yeah.
Because 2 years ago, they worked him into it. He didn't have to have that full load. Just exactly how do you use Christian Javier?
I'm anxious to see what Javier looks like body type wise. I think he was out of shape last year. Yes, I think he was,
so?
And I was not alone in thinking that. I think he looked heavy to me. Not portly, not gut hanging over the belt, but he just looked A little heavy.
I don't know. I have a hard time judging it. I know that people had that estimation. The thing with Javier, he's got a little bit of Lance Berkman in him, which is I feel like his face is fatter than his actual physique.
Yeah.
And like Matt Stafford, too. People judge him more harshly than they should.
Maybe, and maybe he's got that body and face type, but I think, like, you look at pictures of him from 2022 and 2023, and I think he just body-wise, forget about his face, body-wise, he looks a little heavier in 2023. So I think that's a big question mark for me, too. But, yeah, if you missed it, the news is from Will Kunkel of Fox 26, Justin Verlander, a couple weeks behind in his throwing schedule due to shoulder discomfort. As far as the Texans go, Nick Caserio, the Texans are fifth in the power rankings on The Athletic. I'm not going to do a deep dive on the power rankings. That wasn't the purpose of what I brought up. The reason I bring this up is that if the teams near the top of the power rankings, presumably those are the teams you expect the Texans to be competing with if they want to win a Super Bowl this year. The Texans have a very unique opportunity here, Seth. Most of the time, teams with the amount of cap space the Texans have are bad football teams. And if you look at, this is, again, according to The Athletic, these numbers are not exact, but they have the Chiefs number one in their power rankings. Chiefs actually have $24 million in cap space, which is a lot for a team with Pat Mahomes as your quarterback and a lot of good players on the team. But you look at most of the teams that are in the top 10, Niners, they're over the cap right now. Lions have a lot of space. Ravens are barely under the cap. The Packers are over the cap. They're sixth in these rankings. The Bills are $51 million over the cap.
Yeah, the Bills got issues. This is the first year that Josh Allen's contract kicks in big. He's over $40 million per year for the next 5 years or so.
The Browns are $19 million over the cap, and that actually sounds a little bit low given the fact that their quarterback is a $64 million hit this year.
And I was not gasping at the Browns. I was gasping at the team underneath them.
Dolphins,
I didn't realize the Dolphins were $52 million over the cap.
$52 million, yeah.
Over the cap.
Over the cap, yeah. Yep. Wow. Bengals have a lot of money to spend. They've got $59 million to spend. They're 10th on here. Cowboys are $19 million over the cap and have some major contract extensions to get done.
They've got one more year of Dak Prescott.
Which is a $59 million hit right now. So he's going to get an extension so he can spread that money out.
Except Dak, man. Dak's already established that he's not afraid to play the game. You know, like
go to free agency game?
Yeah. Or just not he's played hardball before. And I think he remembers when they paid everybody except him. You know, they paid Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah.
There's probably a part of Dak Prescott who I'm sure loves Ezekiel Elliott and they're good friends and everything. But on the business side of things, it's got to be like, you paid a damn running back who ended up getting fat and sucking instead of paying your quarterback. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna do you any favors.
Counterpoint, they did end up paying him that contract the year after his foot got turned around backwards in a football game.
Yeah, but it was like after he demonstrated how much leverage he had as their quarterback in doing that. I don't think he look. There's no way in hell he's looking at that and thinking like, oh wow, they were so nice to have paid me. They paid him because they had to pay him.
Yeah. They've got to pay CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons at some point too. Like they've got a lot of work to do for a team that's $20 million over the cap.
Micah Parsons' agent is David Mulligattis, so I'm sure it'll be
that'll go fine.
And Micah Parsons has just flat out openly talked about leaving the team. Done other weird things. Yeah.
So I guess my overall point with this is, and I think this is the offseason of Caserio. Like Nick Caserio is the most important person in the building for the next 2.5 months over there. From now through day 3 of the draft, if he gets this right, man, if he deploys this $57 million or $60 million or whatever the number ends up being, it'll probably end up being higher after they cut some guys, right? They cut Robert Woods. There's $5 million you can pick up. If he gets this right and he has a good draft, I don't expect him to hit home runs on all his picks. Man, in some ways it feels like a necessity given what their schedule looks like this year that they get this stuff right.
Well, I think if you think about the leap the Texans made from 2010 to 2011. It was a matter of a coaching change on defense and a few key free agency signings. JJ really wasn't a factor that year in a big way until the playoffs. It was a few key clutch moves in free agency and elsewhere that turned them into a completely different team.
Yep.
And these Texans are already a playoffs team. Can you ratchet it up to contender with a couple key moves. Yes, I think you can. It's just I don't want to undersell how hard it is to get those moves right in free agency.
Yep.
The thing that I get excited about is those clips we played yesterday from T.Y. Hilton, from the Zaire Franklin podcast.
Yeah, the Trenches podcast, yep.
Where, like, when T.Y. Hilton was talking about just how blown away he was by watching C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell.
Yes.
I got really excited.
Yeah.
Because it's, and they were joking about it on that podcast. There's a bunch of Colts and former Colts heaping praise on C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell, and it killed them to have to do it. But that they just have a connection in going off script. And T.Y. Hilton first started off gushing about them off script, but then talked about, and then they go on script, and it's just as scary.
Yep.
So you're getting that back. But with now this entire offseason of CJ being able to work with those guys, just like he did last offseason, except this year, those guys actually know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Like Tank and CJ especially. Yeah, they were forming a great relationship. They were learning about each other and everything. But they didn't even know what they didn't know at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Where now they've got a full season. Well, CJ's got a full season of experience, and Tank a whole lot of experience in knowing exactly what the obstacles are and how to work on them.
Yeah. And I think if you go back to training camp, like it wasn't even anything like they worked into, and by week 6 they had a connection immediately. CJ and Tank did. My expectation is they just hit the ground running again when training camp rolls around.
The cool thing about Tank was that there were times in camp where, I can't remember which defensive back it was, they would get pretty physical with Tank. And Tank, there were some times where, man, Tank was on the ground at the line of scrimmage. He really just worked his butt off to the point where that wasn't an issue. He learned all the tricks of the trade for being a smaller guy and how to get off the line against guys trying to press you, and it just was never really a talking point for the most part.
Yep. I got a couple texts from people, hey, where can I find that audio that you're talking about with T.Y. Hilton talking about Tank Dell and C.J. Stroud? How about we play it for you? If you missed it yesterday, we'll play it for you coming out of the break next. And also, an unlikely source or an unlikely person bailing me out of my take on the Kyle Shanahan decision in overtime of the Super Bowl. That is next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, we were talking in the previous segment about T.Y. Hilton and some of the things he had to say about the Texans. They are all these former Colts, man, between T.Y. Hilton, Pat McAfee. They're really nervous about having the Texans in the AFC South. Here was T.Y. Hilton on the Trenches podcast. He said he thinks C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell are a whole lot like him and Andrew Luck.
I'm going to tell you a receiver and a quarterback that reminds me of me in 12. It's still early, but I'm telling you right now, I'm going to make some of y'all mad, but it is what it is. I'm going to speak facts. They're a part of the city that I own, right? CJ and Tank Dell, bro.
So CJ and Tank Dell.
Yeah. That was you had to cut out a lot of that because there's a lot of swearing from Zaire Franklin and everyone.
Yeah, it was like five guys all talking at the same time.
It was mostly Zaire Franklin and E.J. Speed are the two current linebackers for the Colts who they knew where he was going with that and who he was going to name. And they're not happy about it. Zaire Franklin said we've shown C.J. Stroud too much love already.
Let me ask you this: what is it? Look, Nico Collins I get it, he played more games, but even when they were on the field together, Nico was having the better statistical year than Tank, or they were comparable, I guess. I don't know if one was significantly better than the other. They were both on pace for over 1,000 yards, and Nico wound up getting 1,300 yards because he was largely healthy. Tank broke his leg in Week 13. Why is it that it feels like CJ and Tank, that combo, is getting more love than the combo of CJ and Nico Collins?
Well, I think he answers it with his second.
Okay.
Because the off script stuff is what he's talking about.
Okay. Well, here's.
Bro, I was watching one of the games and CJ scrambled and just threw it to Tank.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Back right corner.
Yes, sir. Exactly just threw it to Tank. I say, I got on my phone. I tell my homeboy. I say, yo. That look like me and Luck, bro. Like, no cap. Like, that's different. And as I kept watching them, they kept going off script. And then when they get on script, like, it's just like, man, how are we going to start these two? And then Tank got hurt. And I was like, dang, they might struggle. But then Nico picked up. And I'm like, bro, if Nico could play like this with Tank, they gonna be a problem.
Yeah, I probably should have asked you that question after we played that clip. I was just thinking in the moment.
No, because I think that's the difference. Is that Tank is just that kind of player that's gonna be able to, like, with his wiggle and his speed and everything else, just be able to find those creases when things break down. Now, CJ did it with Nico too. I mean, look, you look to the Colts game where he was throwing back across, where CJ was under duress and threw what looked like a complete throwaway that ended up being a throw to Nico Collins. Like he can totally improvise with Nico too. I think it's just that with Tank, just like with T.Y. Hilton, there's a certain quickness there. Like honestly, the extreme version is Tyreek Hill with Pat Mahomes. Like, okay, all those times where Pat Mahomes would be rolling out to the side or breaking out of the pocket, and Tyreek Hill separates at that point when all of a sudden the defensive back gets caught looking back towards the quarterback or something. I think that's the element that Tank can have with CJ that just physiologically isn't going to be possible with Nico.
Which, if you could only keep one, who would it be, Nico Collins or Tank Dell? Like
if we took injuries out of the equation, of course Nico's been banged up too in his career.
Yeah. Yeah, take injuries out. Just purely stylistically, you can only keep one of these guys for C.J. Stroud long term. Who would it be?
I think Tank. Yeah.
Tank feels like more of a cheat code than Nico Collins does.
I think, like, I'm watching Brandon Ayuk, and Deebo Samuel was banged up in that game. And versus the Chiefs, that's not the best indicator because the Chiefs' pass defense is so good. But the big dudes get a lot of opportunities for run after the catch in this offense when it's executed properly. And I don't mean to say that you can find other big guys that can break tackles or get upfield, but I think that Nico's special traits aren't as special as Tank's special traits, and they're different special traits. Nico, it's about a combo of size and speed and strength. Or with Tank, it's just that extreme quickness and athleticism and married to really good route running. that just is a step beyond. Like I've told you before, it doesn't look physiologically possible for people to do what Tank Dell does with his body.
Yep.
If he were, and it helps that he's smaller there, but that's what makes you forget about his size. Is like, oh, okay, he's smaller, but he actually turns that into a strength because he can do things physiologically that other human beings simply can't. So yeah, I would say Tank.
Yeah. Both third-round picks, by the way, Nico Collins and Tank Dell. Texans deep receiver draft this year.
Like, think about watching Zay Flowers. Like, Zay Flowers had a good rookie year, but it wasn't anything spectacular or anything. And when you watch Zay Flowers, yeah, he does all those things. That little underneath, herky-jerky motion, can get open and find soft spots and all that. But he averaged like 11 yards per reception this year. He just isn't the same level of athlete that a Tank Dell is. And like that's the thing that's really, really cool about if he can stay healthy and stay with CJ for a long time, it's just going to get better in terms of that nonverbal communication like that Dalton Schultz has with CJ. You take that and then you add in surreal athleticism, and it could be really, really special.
I don't think I would trade Tank for any of the wide receivers that got picked in the first round of his draft class. There were 4 wide receivers that got picked in the first round of the 2023 draft, all right in a row from 20 to 23. And I may have this out of order, but it was Jackson Smith and Jigba. I wouldn't trade Tank for him. Jordan Addison had a good year. Wouldn't trade Tank for him. Quentin Johnston, he's closer to being a bust now for the Chargers than he is being a competent NFL wide receiver. And then Zay Flowers was the other one. And I wouldn't trade Tank for Zay Flowers. And I know there's going to be people going, well, how concerned are you about his ability to hold up physically? If he stays out of piles with gigantic people leaning on his leg, then I feel pretty good about it. His other injury where he missed a game was a concussion where he landed on his head on the turf in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Like these things happen.
Smaller people do suffer from head trauma more easily, at least if you go to combat sports. So I don't know. That's the only thing. Okay, he did have 2 notable injuries this year. Is that crazy or freakish? Like, no, and neither one of them were. Neither one of them were the kind of injury that make you fear for a guy long term.
Yeah.
Like a broken tibia, unless his broken tibia ended up being more complex than we know, then like it was like a Joe Theismann type thing or something, which it doesn't sound like it was. Then I wouldn't worry too much about it. I just do think, he's got to understand that he doesn't need to also be sticking his nose in where it doesn't need to be. One of the quotes from T.Y. Hilton on this podcast was about choosing your battles and knowing when to take hits. And T.Y. was saying, and I don't think it's necessarily the best strategy to follow, like to the letter. But T.Y. Hilton said that he would go weeks upon weeks without getting hit at all. Because the Colts they've got a long history of just diving before contact, which I never really liked that part of it. I thought it was one of the things that separated the Colts from the Patriots. I think the reason the Patriots were able to routinely destroy with the Colts was they were just genuinely a tougher football team.
Yeah.
Like, I thought that Tom Brady was a tougher quarterback because Brady would throw the ball away, Manning would throw the ball away and not get hit and, just chuck it and dive, do all those things, where Brady would throw the perfect pass while getting tattooed on the chest.
Yep.
There's a happy medium, I think, where Tank doesn't need to be, going off and freelancing on the goal line. Like, I don't think that was his responsibility to be blocking that dude on that goal line play. And he's just got to use a little bit more discretion about keeping himself out of harm's way.
Just showing that dog, Seth.
I know, yeah. No, we know that he's got dog.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to show that or prove that. He's got to recognize that he's a very, very tiny receiver jumping into the midst of very large men.
Yes.
And just stay the hell
we
out.
need Tank Dell to know. People out there, if you run into Tank Dell or if you hit him up on social media, remind him that we already know he's a dog. Okay?
You know what it is? It's like this, Sean. It's like when you're done playing competitive sports and you're trying to exercise, you've got this notion stuck in your head that, it's not real exercise unless you feel like you need to vomit or pass out or whatever. And then you start trying to do some distance type stuff, and they tell you like, oh no, you need to go at a conversational pace for an hour or two.
Okay.
the discipline it takes to stay in that conversational pace when like every fiber of everything you've ever learned was that, like, no, you need to be driving yourself until you want to puke. Like, it takes a lot of discipline.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of discipline to hold back and restrain yourself a little bit and stay in that nice conversational pace.
Yep.
And likewise, like, it takes a lot of discipline. It takes a lot of discipline to not get in fights. You know, when you're a young kid and you learn, like, okay, you know what? I can't be, especially this happens with athletes very early. Like, you're a college athlete, you can't be getting in fist fights. So, like, no matter what somebody says about you or your mother or anything else when you're out at a bar or whatever, you don't know. It takes a lot of discipline to not get in a fight. Tank Dell has to be disciplined enough to not be a tiny man throwing himself into a pile of 350-pounders.
Man, now I'm nervous that all the opponents are going to be talking to him and getting in his ear. Like, what, you don't block anymore, bro? You don't get in the you know what I mean? Like, just challenging his manhood.
I guess you learned, huh?
Yeah.
Guess you learned you're not tough enough. You're not man enough.
Exactly, yeah. Challenging his manhood. Payne and Pendergast.
I was out with my brother and, like, a pro rugby player one night, and I've never been more impressed by this dude's ability to, like, just completely ignore. We were like down at we were downtown. We were down by the convention center, going to their hotel and trying to find a bar along the way. And like 3 dudes just started in, like, walking behind us. And my brother, it was me, my brother, and this dude. And my brother and I got a little too much hair trigger in us. But this dude is this big Irish guy who's like 6'6", 4% body fat. Totally would have been a tight end or defensive end if he'd grown up in America.
He was the biggest one in the group for you guys.
And he just, like, basically grabbed both Dan and me, like, by the scruff of our necks, and was like, "Nope, mates, let's come on." Not doing it. And these guys are still yelling, and Dan and I are making a fit, and just
What started it? What's
alcohol?
Okay.
Yeah. Nothing started it. We didn't do a damn thing. It was 3 guys that just wanted to get in a fight.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if you guys were at a bar and one of you bumped into him or something like that.
But it was one of the it was one of those weirder things, like, where usually if I'm responsible for it at all, then I can pull myself out pretty easily.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, all right, okay. And I realize that I'm being an idiot. But yeah, it was the fact that it was just out of nowhere that for whatever reason triggered my brother and I.
Could you have taken him?
Either that or is because my brother and I were together, we want to be sure the other one knows that we're tougher than I'm tougher than him and he's tougher than me. Yeah.
There's 2 battles going on at the same time.
Yeah.
Could you guys have taken him?
Oh God, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
They're a bunch of little punks. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
No, it would have been ugly. No, my brother. my brother was like a world-class wrestler and, like, has the MMA just messing around experience too. I've seen. Now, my brother's really good about, like, every, I'll say, quote unquote fight I've ever seen my brother get in is basically him, like, toying with somebody until they get tired, like, without ever throwing a punch.
Yeah.
Like, he'll just, and he's done it to a lot of football players.
Yeah.
Like where he'll get them, they'll get pissed off and they start swinging everything. He just kind of wrestles them and grapples and stuff and toys with them until they get flat out tired, and then he makes a joke out of it and they go.
Does he stretch them when they're on the ground?
No, he makes fun of them.
Oh, okay.
and gives them, like, slaps their belly and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to see him be a little bit more violent.
But I was like, because he was the one who was beating me up my entire life. And then, because I kept wrestling him, like, even after I got bigger than him, he always the day I beat him wrestling was the day he stopped being a bully of an older brother to me, and all of a sudden he was my best friend.
Yeah,
like, he came home from college one day, and I'd gained a bunch of weight, and we got pissed off and wrestled each other, and I put him down pretty easily. Yeah, like, that was the best upbringing I could have had. Was, like, I had a brother that beat the crap out of me, but really knew what he was doing.
Yeah,
and I had to get better than that.
He was teammates with Kurt Angle, right?
Yeah. Well, they went to college together.
Right.
And then when Kurt Angle was training for the Olympics, my brother was a coach at Pitt, and I think that's where Kurt did a lot of his training before the Olympics was at Pitt. So my brother was a bigger guy, so he'd wrestle with him a lot. Yeah.
Won the gold medal with a broken neck, Kurt Angle.
Did he have a broken neck when he won the gold medal?
That's at least the fable that was told on WWE television.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll have to look it up in Wikipedia. I'm sure that'll be accurate.
That's
but that's what that was the story on Monday Night Raw, Seth. That was the story, is that Kurt Angle won the gold medal with a broken neck.
Yeah, Kurt Angle
96.
was. It was because they went to this small little college in Western PA, Clarion, Pennsylvania, which is one of these schools. It was like Division II for every sport except wrestling.
It was Alabama.
all these PSAC, these Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference schools, like Edinburgh and all those places. They're Division II for football and everything else, but wrestling, it's a big time sport there. So it's just like Kurt Angle is in this tiny little former mining town of Clarion, PA.
Someone texts in, who the hell would ever mess with you guys? They probably had a gun. LOL. That's
either that or it was like, no, honestly, we thought about it after. It was like, it's probably like a gang initiation or something.
Yeah.
Like it was, or they had a gun. It was weird. It was weird. But the guy, my main point was that this dude was so confident in himself and and so mature that it wasn't even a thought. There was no part. Everything was like water off a duck's back. And he said, from I think probably growing up in Ireland too, where I think there's more old school fist fighting still, where kids just can get in fights on the street corner and stuff, and there aren't weapons involved or anything. It probably was that much more important than when he was a stud rugby player, one of the best in the nation, that he probably really got it drilled into his head that you can't be messing with any of that stuff. So he's probably had a lot more opportunity to turn stuff down.
Kyle Shanahan spoke about his decision in overtime of the Super Bowl. You're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan, his explanation, which I think holds water, and holds water with one of the foremost analysts of NFL football as well. We'll put that one to bed. I think today is the last day that overtime of the Super Bowl is discussed. We will discuss it next. But first, Ruben Mendoza, GM of West Point, Lincoln.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Kyle Shanahan finally met with the media. My guess is today is the last day that we'll be hashing things out with the decision in the Super Bowl, although Kyle Shanahan's going to probably have to live with it all offseason. He's probably going to get asked about it quite a bit. Combine, draft, all that stuff, because it was a big topic. Choosing to take the ball in an overtime where both teams are guaranteed a possession. There's a lot of people that think Kyle Shanahan lost the Super Bowl with that decision. I don't feel that way. He did lose the Super Bowl, but I don't think that decision was the reason he lost. Here was Kyle Shanahan's explanation of the various things that went into the decision and how up to speed was his team on the new rules in overtime in the playoffs.
We did say, and we told everyone as we were waiting for the coin toss, hey, review everyone with them, make sure they're sure before we go out. So we asked the position coach to do that, but I didn't cover it in a meeting on the Super Bowl week. I don't think that changes anything. We did it with our analytics department. We decided that going into the playoffs. I think you guys know how I've explained how I make decisions with that stuff in the past. I take all the information I can get, especially ones I haven't been in, and our analytics felt that was the best way to go. But as you guys know, I don't always just go with that. I take into account what they say, what they think is right, and then I go off my gut in the heat of battle. And I knew what they felt going into it. And when I think about that during the moments I have to make the decision, I think the type of game it was did match what they felt was the best way to do. It did seem more like a field goal game. And our defense had been out there for a real long time right before that. So I didn't feel at all to override that at the time.
I think that the one thing about him saying that he consulted the analytics, people were skeptical of that at first, and I think part of it is just because there had been like maybe one or two analytics people anonymously in a Mike Sando column or wherever else say that they thought that you should take the ball second. Like Bill Barnwell for ESPN, he's a pretty analytical guy. And to be clear, like I don't trust – if you're not working for a team – I don't really trust your opinion on exactly what a team should have done because you don't have their specific information. You've got standard charts for what goes on, and that's why you see difference in opinion sometimes. The 49ers analytics people are tailoring all that information to their personnel and their matchup versus the Chiefs and all of that. So, I actually believe Kyle Shanahan that that's what the analytics people said. And I also do agree with his actual human reasons for wanting to give the defense a rest because their four-man pass rush was losing effectiveness. They were having to start to blitz more, and it wasn't effective. I think Kyle wanted to try to be able to use a four-man rush as much as possible, and that meant giving those guys a break after their 11-game series they'd just been on the field for.
If you were Shanahan, would you have chosen to take the ball first?
I think because of the defense, and I'm biased towards understanding what it's like for those pass rushers.
Sure.
I wasn't a pass rusher, but I know what those guys are going through.
The fatigue, yes.
Yeah, and the fatigue of, especially as honestly, I'm not even complaining about this because that's the way the game was being called. But the Chiefs tackles are really good at holding and not getting called for it, and that's like extra energy expended when you're trying to have a disciplined pass rush, but then also. Like those defensive ends, you think about if you could see the times that they pointed it out in the game where they almost just turn into bull rushers trying to compress the pocket and then get off the block depending on which way Pat Mahomes exits the pocket. Mm-hmm. That takes energy. Like that takes into more of a football pushing a sled type of grind. And then you got to try to get away from a guy who's getting away with holding you. Like that wears you down. So yeah, I think I would have. I think I would have chosen that route. I don't know if I would have factored in as heavily the chance to have the first sudden death possession like they had talked about. I think it'd be more based on giving the defense a break.
That was the thing that resonated the most with me out of any of the Shanahan arguments because that's what I was feeling during overtime. I was feeling like, okay, this is a game where we could very well get to the sudden death stage because neither team had been scoring anything largely other than field goals. It really was a field goal kind of game. So I thought, well, I say I thought. I know I came in on Monday and said, well, I thought once Mahomes got the ball, it was an inevitability he was going to get into the end zone. I guess I thought that there'd be a chance that the game would still be tied after that. I'll say this. In the moment, in watching those two teams go, I felt like as it was all playing out, I'm like, man, San Francisco, if they're able to hold the Chiefs to a field goal here, being the first team to get into a sudden death situation is a major, major advantage right now. That they're getting the first crack at all they have to do is get a field goal in that situation. So I guess maybe that argument resonated with me after the game because I was feeling it in the moment. In retrospect, I think one of the best arguments is the fact that you'd done a pretty good job of shutting down Kansas City all day long. They had one touchdown drive. It was a one-play drive after a fumbled punt. And I know it's Mahomes on the other side. There's that he's the greatest and this and that, and it ended up playing out that way. I just don't think it was as bad a decision as some people make it out to be. I think there's a lot of post. I don't know if confirmation bias is what I'm looking for here, but there are a lot of people screaming about how bad this decision was. Yeah. That I don't think we're screaming about how bad it was in the moment. That's my take.
The thing that Barnwell brought up that I thought was significant was that the 49ers 4-man pass rush was really effective early on. They through the first 3 quarters, they pressured Mahomes without blitzing on 46% of the dropbacks. So when they didn't blitz, they were pressuring him 46% of the time. In the fourth quarter and in overtime, it was 19%. So the pass rush, the 4-man pass rush just really, really dropped. Except then when they would blitz, Mahomes was 5 for 5 against the blitz, including that third down conversion to Jerick McKinnon on the final drive of the fourth quarter, and the throw to Rashee Rice at that time too, to convert. So that part of it is what made sense to me. The other part of the Kyle Shanahan criticism that I think is a little bit blown out of proportion was that the media managed to talk to a couple of guys, Justin Reed and one other Chiefs player, who talked about Chris Jones, how prepared they were, and they knew about the situation and all of that. Whereas Kyle Shanahan, and then they talked to a couple 49ers players who didn't know the situation. This is what you need to know and understand about that. Because at the time, when I'm hearing these guys talk about they didn't know it or they did know it, I was thinking about the various times in my life as a football player that something had been explained to me, and in one ear and out the other, especially when it came to game management stuff. Mecole Hardman, the person who won the game for the Kansas City Chiefs, did not know or realize that he had won the game for the Chiefs with that catch. That he was not familiar with the rules of overtime, and so I don't know. Do we fire Andy Reid now for not having him prepared? The way some of the 49ers players weren't prepared. I don't know.
Tiki Barber made a pretty passionate argument that I saw online about overtime. Why are we doing sudden death? Why don't we play? Yeah. Play a 10-minute period, and play a full period of football that is more like a real football game where you're managing the clock, you're trying to, as opposed to sudden death, which I would be cool with. And then if it's
I guess so then if there's a tie, then you
go on to another period of football. You play another 10 minutes or whatever. But as opposed to
But then why? Okay, but then it doesn't matter. What?
As opposed to the game ending on a field goal.
Okay.
You play another quarter of football.
Yeah. So if there's not, I guess the danger in that is that you do have there are ties. How many overtimes do you want to go to?
Well,
I guess.
Yeah. That's
you're gonna keep playing overtimes in a game of American contact football for 3 or 4
No,
overtimes?
You decided on a shootout with field goal kickers. That's what you do.
That's what America would really love.
It would be
Add
great.
Time element so he makes it more realistic right up until you make it unlike anything else in football.
It would be a poor way to decide a game, but it would be super entertaining.
I did realize there were still a lot of people that didn't understand that the clock running out on the quarter didn't really matter, and that was factoring in. Some people were arguing with me, and then all of a sudden realized oh wait, they didn't have to score before the end of the quarter.
That was the most misunderstood thing, I think. I forget about each team gets a possession. Forget about that. The fact that they basically were starting a new game. That's what the referee said to the guys out there for the coin toss, which means that if the Chiefs hadn't scored before the end of that overtime period, it would roll over to the second quarter.
Right.
Eventually there'd be a halftime. You know who I don't think knew that?
Well, yeah.
Real quick, Chris Fowler on the ESPN. Listen to Chris Fowler setting up the final play here.
Clock running inside 10 seconds. They have 2 timeouts. Can they win it right here? Mahomes on the move. Throws. Touchdown! Touchdown! Kansas City wins! Mecole Hardman!
Unbelievable.
I mean, he clearly thought that the time was going to run out on them, right?
Either that or it might have been. I wonder.
What else could it be?
Because leading up to that, I'd have to listen to him leading up to that. Like, was he, like, expressing extreme concern that they weren't using their timeouts with all that time left or not? That would be the part I'd wonder about, I guess. Yeah, it's one of these things where, you know, we're not nearly as intelligent. Even intelligent people aren't nearly as intelligent as we all would love to think that we are when you're confronted with something new. Like when you've kind of been conditioned to see certain cues and assume certain things, that when something is new, you realize, like, oh, wow, I'm operating on automatic way more than I realized. And so I give Chris Fowler a break on that one.
You do? I think he clearly didn't know the rules.
I'm feeling charitable.
I think he clearly didn't know the rules. And I love Chris Fowler. But
the rules, it was interesting, too. Early in the season, I was curious about exactly what would happen, like exactly what the execution was if they went after a second overtime period, and I couldn't find clarification. Now it's pretty clearly stated. Maybe I was just looking in the wrong place in the rule book, but in the rule book now it just says, you just keep playing quarters. There's no halftime or anything. You just keep playing. You keep adding quarters until there's a game.
That's interesting.
Decided.
So they don't, at the end of the second overtime period, there's not pressure to score.
No, you just have another overtime period.
That's interesting. Okay, well then then the referee was being a little he was lying a little bit then.
Did the referee say there would be a halftime?
Well, the referee just said it's as if we're starting a new game.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The games I know all have halftime. What about you? Have you ever seen a game without halftime?
If they were starting, Sean, did you get angry that they didn't reset the clock to 0-0 for the scoreboard? That it should have been, if we're starting a new game, it should be 0-0.
I didn't see that, but I would have gotten appropriately agitated had I seen that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Is there recruiting going on right now when it comes to number one wide receivers in the Houston Texans? We have that for you next.
Kirk Holmes is a third generation.
SportsRadio.com for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the Texans potentially going to go big game hunting for wide receiver help? Wide receiver Nico Collins, Tank Dell, really good this year. If you get C.J. Stroud even more weapons, what does the offense look like this coming season? Jamar Chase just finished up his third year. He is potentially due a big raise, big contract extension. He's been one of the best receivers in football since coming into the league in 2021. He was on the receiving end of a really, really nice C.J. Stroud highlight in the Pro Bowl flag football game. And this first bit of audio is from the flag football game, right, Seth? Yeah. So here's Jamar Chase. Is he inviting C.J. Stroud to come play with him?
Yeah, that play actually felt like the play with me and Joe actually scored against Houston the same exact way. So, C.J., I know you want to play with me, brother. Come on.
Okay.
I know you want to play with me, buddy. Come on. So now here's the thing. Jamar Chase is not a free agent, but he is entering the final year of his contract.
I'm assuming they gave him the fifth-year option, so yeah, whatever.
So he's a potential trade. Yeah. There's been speculation, and people are wondering whether C.J. Stroud maybe and he had been in cahoots, working behind the scenes, or maybe to exert some kind of pressure or leverage on the Cincinnati Bengals themselves. Mm-hmm. Kay Adams asked C.J. about this when we were at the Super Bowl last week.
C.J. or Jamar?
Jamar Chase. Good point, Sean.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, by the way, you were right about the halftime too.
Oh, thank you.
It is treated like a halftime.
Okay.
You want anything else? Anything else that you're right about?
I want to hear. I haven't heard this Jamar Chase clip yet. I want to hear that.
Yeah. Jamar. Kay Adams was talking to Jamar Chase.
Yeah, Jamar, do you want to clear up the C.J. Stroud thing? So basically, at the Pro Bowl, everyone freaked out because you said, "Come play with me." So what happened?
Nothing. That's just me being messy, man. I know you. I like messing with the crowd. I like messing with the teams, the fans. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot going on in the NFL, and we don't know. So
yeah.
I mean, CJ is young. I'm young. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean I'm gonna play with him now. You know what I'm saying? I don't plan on leaving Joe. So I mean, all that's gonna take care of itself.
It's just me being messy. That's all.
Yeah, you think? That would be. The price of poker to get Jamar Chase for the Houston Texans is too high for me. He's one of the top three receivers in football. We know what the price is for Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams. That was multiple high draft picks for both of those guys. Oh, and then you've got to give them $30 million a year.
Yeah, that's CJ is good enough, or excuse me, Nico is good enough, and Tank Dell is good enough that it's fair, especially because Nico is entering the final year of his contract. I think it's very fair to say, wait a second, how much do we need to spend on receivers when you might not be able to afford all three of these guys a couple years from now? And there's other holes on the roster. I think, and it's awesome to dream about having three stud wide receivers, but this year in the draft, there's a bounty of really, really promising prospects at wide receiver, and you've just got other areas you need to address, perhaps in free agency, that would be money better spent there. So yeah, I think if anything, if there is anything intentional going on between those two, maybe it's CJ helping out Jamar by being like, yeah, we'll just joke around about it a little bit and maybe put a little bit of pressure on the Bengals.
Force the price up. Yeah. Good for Jamar and good for everybody that opposes the Bengals because they have to use more money under the cap to keep Jamar Chase.
You know what? This is where the inaccurate story about CJ demanding that the Texans draft Tank Dell comes into play, though, because all it matters, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. The real story is that basically the Texans drafted CJ. Caserio was interested in Tank Dell already and said, hey, CJ, why don't you maybe call a few of these guys and ask who they've been talking to and what's going on. Maybe get a little intel on them.
Yeah.
And but somehow that got framed as CJ demanding that the Texans draft Tank Dell.
Walking into the war room, slamming his fist down on the table, yes.
Honestly, that was really the last little bit of very unfair criticism the Texans got that I can remember, where there were a lot of people like, oh, this franchise, Look at oh my gosh, they're letting the quarterback make the draft picks already. But whatever. So maybe all it takes is the Bengals thinking that CJ's got that kind of power, and maybe that gets Jamar Chase a nice payday.
Well, I mean, look, if we are to believe that CJ, we don't, but if we are to believe the story that he demanded Tank Dell and Jamar Chase have something in common. They are both first-team All-Pros, according to CJ Stroud.
I'm just going to name my players first. I got Devontae Adams at X, Tank Dell at my slot, my F, LT at left tackle, my guy from the Ravens, 70 at left guard. I got Humphrey at 53, Quinn Nelson at right guard. I got Lane Johnson at right tackle. Got Jahmyr Gibbs, I know you like that, at my running back. I got myself as quarterback, Travis Kelce as my tight end, and I have Jamar Chase as my Z. You like that?
It's not enough, but it's cool.
Okay.
That was CJ Stroud with Micah Parsons right there. That was the other voice you heard. Not enough.
It was one of the parts of the podcast where it just seemed like times where it was CJ's podcast, and he was dialed in and prepared and everything. I think CJ might end up having a podcast and doing a really good job of it.
Yeah, it sounds weird to say this. I don't think there's a lot of quarterbacks that would have gone on a podcast and listed who their first-team All-Pro unit would be, who their offense would be. I think there'd be a lot of quarterbacks that would feel like that, one, they don't want to elevate opponents of theirs. Two, they don't want to disrespect teammates of theirs.
Well, you know what? I've noticed this with CJ when he goes on these podcasts and when he's around other players especially, but also like other times where he's on some other people's things, he cuts it up pretty well. Like in a way that a lot of quarterbacks, sometimes I think quarterbacks almost like military people, correct me if I'm wrong or not, like some quarterbacks almost like military officers know that there's a certain amount of fraternization where you don't want to get too casual, like you don't want to be too much of one of the guys and cutting on each other and everything, because if somebody gets sensitive or something or whatever, it just can create complications. CJ has a way about him where he can do it without having to worry about that, I think, because he always cushions everything. If you ever watch him when he cuts on somebody, he's very quick to either like pull the person back out or give him a compliment or say that I'm just playing with you or whatever.
Yeah.
Like he's got a very good way of keeping it playful.
I'm guessing that CJ Stroud, in environments where you get into some heated sports debates, barroom debates, backyard barbecue, barbershop, whatever, I'm guessing he's pretty good in that environment. I'm guessing of all like the people who just argue off the cuff about things, CJ strikes me as somebody who's got like actual data or recall to back things up, plays that he thinks about. I bet he's really good debating other people.
Well, he's a genuine sports fan, too.
Yes.
Or at least a genuine football fan. And
almost a nerd,
fan. Yeah, like a sports nerd.
Yeah,
like a kid.
yeah.
Like you remember, I get overly flattered by guys that, or not flattered, overly impressed by guys who you can tell, man, this kid was paying attention when he was 10 years old. Like this guy's, he's got recall on various things, that's pretty. Who was like that was Charles James II.
Yes.
Because he grew up in Jacksonville.
Yep.
And it was funny, the first time I ever met him, he started reeling off the names of all, and not just like the guys you would know from Madden or anything, of all the guys from like the 99 Jaguars.
The Charles Jameses of the team.
Because it wasn't just the names. He was bringing up elements of like parts of the season and everything, and he would have been pretty damn young at that point. So like that was flattering a little bit. But I feel like the part about CJ that has learned how to play football by watching YouTube.
Yeah.
And that stuff. Or obviously, he's had good coaches along the way, but a lot of what he's learned about quarterbacking, he learned from YouTube. He told Drew Brees that he enjoyed the video Drew Brees did breaking down one of CJ's games earlier this year. That happened this last year during the Super Bowl. Apparently, he saw Drew Brees and complimented him on the video Drew Brees had done on his podcast.
I thought you did
breaking down CJ's stuff. And because CJ has talked about how he watched a lot of Drew Brees growing up to try to learn that quick, compact delivery.
Yep. There's so much good content coming off of Radio Row last week, man. Someone saying that on the Parsons podcast, CJ and Parsons were going at each other a little bit. You watched it. I didn't watch it. I only saw the clips.
I haven't watched the whole thing, but they were kind of going at each other about basketball. And at one point, TJ said, like, you're playing people out in the middle of nowhere in Pennsylvania, instead of
he's in SoCal.
They were cutting on each other a lot leading up to the All-Star basketball.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. They're for people wondering why. Those are the two NFL players, CJ and Micah Parsons, that are going to be playing in the Celebrity All-Star game this weekend.
I was looking at the YouTube channel, the YouTube comments feed, and I lost the comment. Somebody had mentioned that, asked the question, do we really know what we have with the offensive line, given that we really haven't seen much of it? At best, at any given point in the season, they had 60% of their starters out there.
Yeah.
And I think it's a fair point. I think that the fact that you had to rotate various guys in at guard and that Juice Scruggs really – like, I know this doesn't seem like a big difference, but, man, sometimes with some guys there's a huge difference between center and guard. I still feel pretty optimistic about Juice Scruggs at center.
Me too.
I feel pretty strongly that he's not meant to be a guard. And but I think likewise, like, Patterson showed promise at guard, and I think that's something. Between Kenyon Green and Patterson, there's some unknown that could be a positive heading into the season for the offensive line. So, yeah, I think we should be concerned about the offensive line, but I don't think we should be 100% pessimistic about it. I think there's still potential reason for optimism.
Yeah, hopefully it's the classic thing with this offense where, there's certain parts of it that take a year to get your legs under you, and plus, as you said, they've had so many different combinations along the offensive line this year too. Health can't be worse on the offensive line this year than it was for the Texans last season. John Lopez is here. Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
What is the for you? What is the DEFCON level for this Justin Verlander shoulder soreness that we heard about this morning?
1 is the highest, right?
1 is the most DEFCON-y DEFCON, yes.
Yeah, because I always get them backward. 5.
Yeah.
5.
So you're low level.
Oh, you're not concerned
at
all.
You're not super concerned.
No, I am.
It's basically like we've signed a Treese Petey with everybody.
Well, here's the reason.
Treese Petey?
Treese Petey.
Same thing.
I like Treese Petey. I like Treese Petey, and I like Foonsped. Those are my 2 favorite Seth Payne words.
When they say, well, Lance McCullers is on schedule, that's a DEFCON 1.
Okay.
Because we know.
Okay. Right.
And yet the opposite, when they say the opposite about Verlander, it's a DEFCON 5. Verlander doesn't need training camp.
Okay. Well,
this is 41 year whatever he is, old Verlander saying, I'm going to go at my pace. I know my body. Nobody studies pitching, knows his body, technique, delivery, all the everything about his pitching better than Justin Verlander. This is and I would do it too. I'm not passing judgment.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and pass on spring training this year, boys.
I don't know. I think that's a very Zach Greinke approach to things.
Well.
Whereas Verlander said he's behind schedule, though. Like Greinke, once he realized he didn't actually have to report when pitchers and catchers report, he was like, well, I'm never coming back
See you in 2
until I
weeks.
have to. Yeah.
No, but I think he's he's more polished about it. Like when you lay the foundation of I'm not, quite ready, it gives you the out on spring training.
Right.
So that's just me.
I'd give it a DEFCON 3.
Really?
Yeah, I'm kind of middle of the road on it, too. It's not a 1, but it's not nothing.
What's the over-under, Sean, on what DEFCON we're at in the nation right now?
Oh, do you know? Have you looked it up?
It's pretty easy to find.
Okay, I'm going to say 3.
I'm going to say 3.
3, yeah. You're guessing. John and I are both guessing 3, so.
Yeah.
The current DEFCON level is 3. You guys did what any good mediocre student would do. You chose C.
Took the middle.
And there you go.
That's what you do on Family Feud also when it's one of the fast money questions. They go, on a scale of 1 to 10.
5.
You either say 1, 10, or 5. Yeah. Always. Yeah. On Family Feud. Little advice in case you ever wind up on Family Feud. Hey, what do you do for Valentine's Day? Do you go out to eat?
We're going to the fishing show. Hand to God. We talked about it yesterday. I'm taking my wife to the fishing show.
Is she excited?
That is, after all, the gift that keeps on giving.
That's true.
You can get rods, reels, gear, all that stuff.
Get you out of the house for most of the year so you can go fish.
No, she's going with me.
No, I know, but
they have a nice concession stand there.
Okay. Yeah. Should we buy her a hot dog?
I actually cleared it with her. I have to do a Q&A/seminar with the Bite Me podcast.
Okay.
We're doing that today at 5:30. And she says, you know what? Because she's just kind of gotten into fishing.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah. She goes, I'll go. So I'm sure she's going to buy all kinds of lady fishing stuff.
I know Landry's staying at home because they've got a baby. You're not going to pay for a babysitter on a Wednesday night.
No, we're going to Hibachi, man. We're going to take the baby.
Bringing the baby with you?
Baby
Okay.
like the scene. So
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
How old is she now?
She's almost 6 months.
Oh, she's been
6
clamoring
months.
to go to a hibachi.
Does she does she, like, when she gets out in restaurants, does that an age, or is she taking notice of people around her and everything?
Yeah, she loves it. She likes the vibes,
Yeah.
man.
Good.
Yeah.
She's
Vibe
either
killer.
going to love or hate. No in between the noise
Yeah.
at a hibachi.
At a hibachi, yeah.
She likes noise.
Yeah.
She likes
That's
noise.
good. Yeah, it's probably good to get her out around that, and like when she's young and still, like you get to some things with kids. It's weird. Like if you get them at a certain age, it freaks them out and they're not ready for it. It's good. That's probably a good thing.
All right, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing.
I know very little about infants.
You're
so,
listening to KILT. Well, you and I are both far removed from that.
Did you throw her in the pool yet, Landry?
Not yet. Not yet. That's next week.
Just put a floaty around her torso and throw her in there.
It's got to be at least 70.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, yeah.
You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Antibodies and a Dr. Sears to you.
And a happy Valentine's Day to
Was
everybody.
it Sears?
Too often.
Spock.
Yeah,
Spock.
Yeah, Dr.
Yeah.
Spock, right. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. We are out of time. They start now.
Man, I got to calm down, dude.
Dude, that was awesome. Go to my Twitter, everybody. Go to my Twitter. Landry Locker was having it out with the HOA.
Yeah.
And I caught it on video.
Yeah.
I caught it on video. He was gesturing with his hands and
I mean, it was actually pretty sad, bro.
I heard the tail end of it. The first part of it, you were in another studio, but I was videotaping. Second part, I heard, but that doesn't make sense.
It didn't. And she couldn't explain. I told her, I said, look, I'm really I'm actually disappointed at how bad you are at explaining this.
I'm not mad.
I said, I'm actually really disappointed in how bad you are at explaining this. Like, I'm actually really, really disappointed.
I'll be honest with you, this all isn't adding up to me.
Man.
None of it makes any sense.
It was embarrassing. So
that was Landry.
Yeah, it was embarrassing. So I whatever.
He threw a whatever at
Now
me.
what are they? I don't know where we go
Whatever,
now from
dude.
here. I'm probably gonna get evicted.
Yeah. She's not going to do anything.
No, she should be ashamed of herself, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know how she can look in the mirror. She should honestly be freaking ashamed of herself.
Explain to the listeners real quick for those
You
who
gonna
were
get a
not
random
here
ticket.
yesterday.
Man, y'all don't care. It's Valentine's
Just real
Day.
quick,
we got
real quick.
less than 4 weeks of free agency. We don't need to worry about
Basically,
this.
they want you to have passes for your guests at your own home.
So basically, they're having you register an app to where you register people to stay there. You have to do it every other 3 days. She already knows everyone that's registered, and you have to register as a resident, but you can also get towed for parking in a visitor spot in your own parking place. And it's creating all these problems. And she was real direct. This is not difficult. It's easy to download the app. And I'm like, woman. It's not about downloading the app, man. It's the fact that now I have to register every 3 days, or if my mom wants to stay for 7 days, she has to register. And the other thing is, I don't think it makes. She said I've had many people complain, and I say I think you're just saying many to make it sound like more.
Yeah.
And so as we're further along in the conversation, she goes, "Well, I've actually had 50 or 60 people already register for the thing." I'm like, "Oh, so you can give specific numbers, but it's many when you're talking about the problem."
Yeah.
So let's get to the bottom of this many. How many is many? And she goes, yada, yada. And I go, all right, let's just at least meet in the middle here. The rule is the rule. We're going to figure this out. We're going to get this done. The rule is the rule, okay? I got you. The rule is the rule.
Yeah.
Can you at least admit, and I think this is where you came in, can you at least admit and meet me in the middle, ma'am, that having me register on an app and telling me that if I park in the visitor spot anyway, y'all can tow me makes no rational sense.
She didn't say that.
She was stumbling around
The only thing, I heard the tail end of it, and then I heard, I guess that's it. Then whatever, you said goodbye. I just wish you would have said, and have a happy Valentine's.
No, I don't wish that for her. So she couldn't explain that.
Yeah.
So you're having me register, but you can tow my car. This is basically just 5 or 6 of your comrades, this board that you speak of, that just want to have the right to be able to tow someone whenever they want. And I said, and honestly, you should not be able to sleep at night towing someone and cost them $300. She's like, well, we've had residents park in them. I'm like, well, if my grass is too long, I get a note in the mail.
Yeah.
Did you directly tell the resident that was the problem? She's like, I'm like, So we can at least admit that you wanting me to register is weird because you're saying I can't park in the guest parking. That's weird, right?
Right.
Like you're literally and I go, and you're just stooping around on the app anyways. And she goes, what do you mean I'm stooping in the app? I'm like, you just told me that I wasn't registered, so obviously you're just nosing around and you can see it. She's like, no, I'm not. I'm like, well, I mean,
you just did.
Yeah, you just did. Basically, this is what happens, and this is why I'll be fine because I'm not breaking the rules. And I'm sure there's just a specific person that they want to be able to do. But basically, what these people want to do, and what they want to be able to say is, we can tow anyone whenever the hell we want.
Yeah.
Whether it's a resident, whether it's a non-resident, we can tow anyone whenever the hell. That's what they're basically doing. They're basically just giving themselves power. They're not solving any problems.
Well, I want to know what the problem ever was.
Here's what she tried to say. I think the problem is that sometimes the guest parking's full.
Okay.
Which happens. I mean, it's a community, and sometimes the guest parking is full. And I apologize to people for having to listen to this. This is
awesome.
This was just I did not anticipate this happening. So she couldn't explain the garbage. I have to register, but you can tow me. Just admit you want to be able to tow whoever.
Yeah.
You're not going to tow me. I mean, it's fine, but I just told her, I said, it's not about that. It's about the fact that lack of rational thinking.
Yes.
That is being displayed by the people making these decisions. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me I got to register, but I can't park there, and you can tow me. So what am I registering for?
Yeah.
What's the deal? Oh, I got to get my guest to register. And then she says there's like rules and people knew the rules when they moved in and all that like that. And I go, yeah, that's hall monitor talk, but okay. So then she says this. She tells this story, and this is where it was funny. And you were even laughing at this. She says that the other day we had some lady come in, and her 76-year-old mom had to park way far away because all of the guest spots were filled by residents. And I was like, hold on just a second.
She knew the resident's car?
There's like 20 guest spots around the thing.
Yeah.
And you knew for a fact that all 20 of those spots were filled by residents? Well, she lives in the neighborhood, so she knows every car. Okay, lady. Okay, now we're just making stuff up. But the bottom line is, and the reality is, they just want to be able to tow people whenever they can. Six people want to be able to walk around and say, I can tow you, I can tow you, I can tow you. That's fine. Don't have me register for an app and then say you're
not going to
tow me.
register. Bottom line, you're not going to register.
I'm not going to register for an app when she can't explain to me why I'm registering for the app. You already have my parking information. You have my life story. And now you're sitting there and telling me that I got to register for an app, but I can be towed? Like, how did you heard her trying to make sense of that?
Oh yeah.
You heard her trying to make sense of that. Mm-hmm. And I was actually very disappointed because when you use terms like mini, it's like when a jackass if a jackass like me came on the radio right now, and I started it off. I said Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Many people are saying that C.J. Stroud's gonna suck in year 2.
Many people, huh?
Maybe I saw one person on the internet say it, but you say many to make it seem more important. Many residents have complained, and she's saying
people are saying
yes, and that's basically what she's doing. But then 50 or 60 people have already registered. Oh, so you can give specifics.
Yeah, you do have numbers.
Okay, so when it's actually a decent amount of people that have done it, you can give the numbers. Okay, but it's many when it's that. Like, come on, lady. And some 70-year-old had to go park because every single spot was residents. Go knock on their door. Yeah. Tell the resident, hey,
my 76-year-old whatever.
You know what happened the first day I got there?
What's up?
Hey, there's weeds on the side. Y'all got to figure this out. Okay, I got you. There you go. It's in my thing. Let's go figure it out. Hey, boom, register. Resident, hey, you can't be parking in guest parking, please. There you go. Oh, well, they didn't do it. Okay, so now I got to register for an app, and every 3 days I got to get this going. Give me a damn break, ma'am. I get that it's a hard job.
Come on, Donna.
No, but don't say that.
Come on, Donna.
Come on. But I get that it's a hard job, but my thing is this, man. Like, when people are making tough decisions like this, like there's a lot of stuff like in Odyssey or something like that where they'll make a decision. I'll say, this makes no sense. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
But they can explain it to me in like a rational term.
On why,
Yeah, and explain the why a little bit. That was just that was a bad look.
I'm glad you got that out.
I am too.
That was awesome.
Let's get some love going here.
Get some love going.
The best bromances / romances in Houston. Number 1, Cal and Hannah McNair. Side by side through the toughest of times. And now it almost feels like they're thriving. Cal and Hannah McNair, how do you think they're spending Valentine's Day?
Oh, they do it big. They do it big. You know, I sometimes I feel like the closer and longer you've been, the closer you are and the longer you've been together, the less priority you put on Valentine's. But I think Cal and Hannah, I mean, they still got it going. They're going to do it big, right? I think at home. Do it big at home.
What does that mean?
Like, have a nice dinner. Maybe somebody caters it, that kind of thing. Okay. Or maybe Cal's going to cook. He's a good cook.
Okay. Maybe Cal's going to cook. Okay.
Yeah.
Next one, and this is a bromance.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a romance. CJ Stroud and Tank Dell. Loved him at the draft. Put him on his dream team. Tank Dell, CJ Stroud. That is a bromance like no other.
That is a burgeoning bromance. They're still in the honeymoon phase, and it's only going to get stronger. I like that one. I do. Bromance.
Next one. It's a romance.
It's a romance.
They might be spending a little bit more time together.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Verlander and Kate Upton.
Yeah.
Justin Verlander, man, he can't throw a baseball right now.
Yeah, I want to get to that in a little bit, and obviously Adam Spillane is going to be joining us, but I have maybe what's a little different take on that, but I mean that's one that has staying power. I mean they are legit, man. That's a great, and they're gonna do whatever they want this February. They might go on a vacation because they're gonna have some time.
Next one. Mm-hmm. This one's deep, bro. This one goes back.
Row?
This one goes back a long time, man.
Mm-hmm.
Long time.
Mm-hmm.
John McClain and Amy Adams Stank.
Oh man, he sent her something, right? Not like lovey-dovey, but hey, have a great Valentine's.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day, Amy.
What's the Happy Valentine's Day? Like, who do you wish Happy Valentine's Day to? Is it just the lover? Like, what is that?
No. Your significant other, and then kids and grandkids for sure, especially the girls. Kid, like I sent little Valentine's notes to both my granddaughters, and one's 15 months, and the other one is not even a month. Yeah, kids and grandkids. That person you're really close to, that it's always going to be a friendship, but as a woman. That person that you really, really like that's a woman. You got to be pretty liberal with the Valentine.
Do y'all do it around the office?
No.
Not really.
Apparently, it's a big deal around here.
What do you mean?
Everybody wearing pink and red.
Seems like everyone's here today.
Yeah, it's Wednesday. It's the only day to show up.
Oh yeah, it is Wednesday.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be food or something. So
yeah.
Okay.
Wednesday and food. It's going to be people that work here to show up for a change.
Okay.
Might be some people that never worked here show up.
That's right. I used to work here. I know they got food. I'll sit through that meeting for a little bit. Well, part of it here, though, is our big boss is really into holidays.
Oh, she is.
She's really into
She wearing
holidays.
a full-blown pink outfit
Pink
today, man.
jumpsuit, or don't they call them jumpsuit? Something like that? Not jumpsuit. Anyway, pantsuit. Pink pantsuit. Yeah, she's into the holidays, so that's going to trickle down.
By the way, Fab and Fit Foods brought me some meal prep
today.
Yeah, right as I was
Nice.
trying to recharge, Fab and Fit Foods.
Nice.
Got a whole bag.
Salute.
Got a whole bag, dude.
How about that?
Shout out to him, man. My guy.
Figgy was all over the internet yesterday with that Lane's, man. That was good stuff.
The what?
Yeah. Lanes.
Lane's
Oh
chicken?
yeah.
Yeah.
Figgy was doing his thing.
Yeah.
With that. Next one, and this is Figgy's favorite one. Romances here on Valentine's Day in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Drea Michelle and Jalen Green, allegedly.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's Figgy's go-to.
Allegedly.
Right there. Yeah.
I don't know about that one.
I think they're a real couple.
Okay, well, that's Figgy's favorite.
I don't know what kind of staying power that one might have. How long is that relationship going to last?
Well, I mean, I think at least 18 years from what I'm hearing on the internet. At least another 18 years and 18 and a half years or something like that.
Man.
That's what I hear. I don't know.
All right.
Know whether that's true or not.
Is her and their son cool? Or her son and him cool?
I don't know. Aren't they the same
They
age?
were out the same age, yeah.
I don't know.
Golly.
Yeah, no idea.
That's awkward.
Shout out to him. Happy Valentine's Day to him.
Mm-hmm.
I think the happiest Valentine's Day, though, goes to Michael Jordan's son, Marcus.
Oh, thank goodness.
I mean, he dodged a bullet
Thank
because Larissa Pippen, the ex-wife of Scotty, who was banging rappers, allegedly, while she was still with him. She hung out with the Kardashians quite often. She's on the show quite often. She somehow got her mitts on Marcus Jordan. They were doing podcasts. They were planning stories on TMZ. It was just awful. Well, apparently they split, and she says she needs to focus on her mental health. Can we quit using mental health?
I need to focus on me.
Lady, just stop. Like, there's people who really are dealing with it. You're a joke. Mason Cameron got a hold of this story, though.
They did.
And they got a PSA for all you dudes out there that might be solo on Valentine's Day. You need to avoid Mrs. Pippen at all costs. This is Mason Cameron reacting to the news that the son of Michael Jordan has split up with his teammate's ex-wife.
Somebody got to tell you the truth. You're not Lori Harvey. My goodness. And for all of the Pippins, I know that's your mom's, listen. But sometimes we find out about our parents and we don't like what we find out. I found out things about my parents I may not like, but they're still my parents. Stop embarrassing your children, allegedly.
Like me today, man. I only got 5 words to say, man. So the people, don't be the next sucker.
It's lollipop season, pause.
Because she'll find another one.
Yeah.
All I got to say is,
her mental health.
You young she praying on y'all. Don't be the next sucker. Period. It's that 5 one. Don't be
Get
the
that
next
t-shirt.
sucker. Yeah.
I need that on my hoodie.
Yeah.
Don't be the next sucker.
Don't be the.
He said it's lollipop season.
Now, I know you broke up with a girl on Valentine's Day.
Yeah, that was in 7th grade, though.
But
6th
you
or
did.
7th.
How many people are good? What do you think the percentage is of people that have been waiting out Valentine's to break up after?
I mean, it's not.
That's a big thing.
I think a lot of people try to get ahead of it. They start the argument in January.
It's really like on the calendar, it's really the date where you got to evaluate your relationship. Like even more so than Christmas or Thanksgiving. Like Christmas, Thanksgiving is going to happen, but if you're willing to celebrate your love with someone, it's a bleep or get off the pot situation.
I think Figgy's onto something. I think you kind of lay the groundwork in January.
You start that argument around January 25th, somewhere around there.
But then February, you don't do it the day after. Like 16th, 17th, you're like, this didn't work. We need to talk. This isn't working out. 713-572-4610. Are you planning to break up after Valentine's Day?
You got to do it before, right?
I think it's after. I think you don't want to be a total,
Nah, people try to get ahead of the game, man. Because ain't no point in paying all that money and spending all that time if you know you're going to break up.
I guess it depends on how long you've been with her.
They're not great purchases either, if we're being honest.
Or him.
Like you're buying her chocolate, and then you're buying her freaking roses.
Yeah.
I mean, those.
But you got to get you have to.
No, I get it. I did it, but I mean, it's gone in 5 days, and it's chocolate. And the other thing about the chocolate for me, Valentine's candy. This is the thing that really bothers me about it. Brother, 24 hours from now, it's 50% off, man.
Might be 80% off, man.
Like for real, like the best
I'll
time.
get it tomorrow, baby.
Yeah.
The best day to buy candy is February 15th because all this stuff that's up there is 50% off.
Then
like
you're
that's
a
the
real
problem.
slime ball.
So you're sitting there buying this like $25 chocolates and it's going to be $12.50.
Yeah.
If you're a last second guy, it's going to be $12.50 the next day.
But then you're a total slime ball.
Yeah, I know, but still. But I mean, like not everyone can just throw the plastic down and they don't know when they don't know when payday is like you, John. Like some people are like, man, I'm paying this. Like, what are we doing here? Not everyone's credit card is black, man.
I'm not saying I don't have a black card.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's platinum. No.
Coming up next, we saw a reunion on Sunday. Could we see a similar-ish reunion with the Houston Texans? Plus, the OG presents The Roses Are Red 610 Showdown next.
All right.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio.
So we saw Hardman score the touchdown for the Chiefs to win it. He was on the team before. They got rid of him. Then they brought him back. And good moment for him. I'm going to throw two names your way.
Mm-hmm.
Possible Texans reunions. You tell me if you're down for either one.
DJ Reader.
Okay, DJ Reader and Jadeveon Clowney was who I was going to say. Would you be up for a reunion with either one of these guys?
Absolutely, DJ Reader. I don't know if the baggage would be too much.
I don't know that Clowney has baggage.
I don't know either. That's to say, I literally don't know if the baggage would be too much, if there is any, with Jadeveon Clowney. I think the expectations are lower, right? Like, you don't expect him to be...
He's coming off a hell of a season. He's coming off a hell of a season in Baltimore.
And you don't expect him to be what, at one point, we all expected him to be.
Yeah.
Right?
And you need someone to replace Jerry Hughes. Clowney's a one-year deal cat. I mean, he's going one-year deals probably for the rest of his career.
Make 25 years out of that.
Yeah. I would be very open to Clowney. I don't know what Reader... I mean, you have a few bodies there. Does he, how does Malik Collins play with him? Obviously, he's one of the best run stoppers in the league. The Clowney thing, I'm a lot more open to now than I would have been even, a few months ago. The Clowney's the one that intrigues me.
If there's not the baggage there and it just keeps continuing to haunt him, publicly is what I'm saying. I know they'll have their own expectations in the building. Then I'm with you. Both of those guys, though, are not real high on my overall list. I think DJ Reader would be good, probably my preference. But I think at this point, I think there are bigger fish to fry that the Texans can get. But Reader would probably be the preference.
Yeah, I lean more towards Clowney. I lean more towards Clowney. I think it would be... if you're telling me that Jadeveon Clowney replaces Jerry Hughes, I don't know, it's going to be like $10 million, $8 million. I don't know what the Clowney price is.
Yeah,
I would be good with that. Someone on the text line 281. What if they brought back DeAndre Hopkins? No thanks. I would be okay with like Mike Evans 2 years. I'm good on Nuke Hopkins. I'm okay on that.
Yeah, I think you have to aim higher. That sounds weird, I know. But I think you have to aim higher.
Someone asked if Reader's healthy. It was an upper body injury. He should be set to go before camp. So we'll see how that goes. John Lopez, roses are red.
Yeah, man.
Violets are blue. The Sports Radio 610 edition.
Yeah. Let's go through some of our favorite Valentines here. Roses are red. Violets are blue. CJ does it all. And gets God to bless you. Figure you like this one. Roses are red. Landry likes food. Have you remembered to subscribe to the Locker Room on YouTube?
You should. You should. Dropping at noon, by the way.
Yes. Oh, are they?
Mike Evans.
All right.
Sign or decline.
At noon.
Sign or decline.
Okay.
Sign or decline.
Well,
new series.
I'm sitting right here.
Yeah.
Roses are red.
I'm gonna switch to that.
Biggie and I are sitting right here. Roses are red. Violets are blue. Amy Adam wishes she were Hannah and could cook burgers like Cal too. I didn't like that one.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I love this one.
Okay. Yeah, you need to bounce back.
Here, this is a bounce back. You ready? You sure you're ready?
I'm always ready.
Roses are red. Violets have pigment. Sean Pendergast asks Nick if he can stay another segment.
One segment?
Nick Casario, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
Three.
Roses are red, violets are yellow. That Landry Locker is one strange fellow.
Good one, John.
Roses are red. Ron the Show smokes beef. He likes the Texans, but they sure ain't the Chiefs. Roses are red, and so are balloons. B.O.B.'s gone. He was a buffoon.
Okay.
Roses are red, and some are brown. Remember Jack Easterby? He was that clown.
Yes, he was. The POS, person of service.
Roses are red. Figgy's Sounders go hard. Except when he decides to give me the race card.
Race car!
Those are good. Roses are red. Seth should not be ignored. Except maybe when he's distracted by the text board. I got one more.
Oh, by the way, texters have updated us yet again.
Roses are red. T. Mill is his name. He's H-Town true unless there's a golf game. He wasn't listening. He's sitting right over there. Oh, boy. See, it's Valentine.
Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. There is love in the air. We are less than 4 weeks away from free agency. Texans will be signing players one step at a time for me. This is good. This is, 1 foot in front of the other. Free agency plays out, then it's draft time. I love this, man. Living month to month right now. It's not like a whole cluster of draft and all that. Living month to month right now. I'm sitting back. I'm loving, absolutely loving being able to sit back and just enjoy the action from far.
We've all lived month to month before, but this is a good kind. This is the good kind of living a month to month. Free agency, man, all about it. I said it yesterday. I actually care more about it than the draft this year. It's not to say I don't care about the draft, but we're in a good place right now, and I think there's going to be a lot of movement with free agency this year. You can just you can even see it like in San Francisco. There are players that you kind of feel, wow, those guys want to get out. Kansas City has a bunch of players. Cincinnati. I guess they're going to tag T. Higgins. Well, what does that do with some of the other guys, that are out there? Are they going to, at least that's the report. So I think there's going to be a lot of movement in free agency. It's going to be hot and heavy. You heard it here first. Hot and heavy free agency all over the league.
Yeah, and I think the first step is that franchise tag. When that franchise tag date drops, do Saquon Barkley or Josh Jacobs get franchise tagged? We saw it didn't go well for them last year. They did not enjoy that.
Yeah.
So if they don't get franchised, then you can cross your fingers and hope that the Texans can get in on the Saquon sweepstakes. If you so desire to have Saquon Barkley potentially with the Texans. I think he could have a Christian McCaffrey-like impact with the Texans. Motivated, if healthy. Same questions you had about Christian McCaffrey, but that's what you got to look at. I find it hard to believe the Titans are going to, or the Giants are going to franchise tag him.
Yeah, and you can only franchise tag one player. So it's relevant to free agency, big time. Like I mentioned, I saw a report about T. Higgins. They're leaning toward tagging him.
Good luck with that.
Well, that leaves DJ Reader out there.
I don't know if I like DJ Reader.
Well, he's not my number one. I'll give you some of my free agent targets later, but I mean he's there, and he might be available.
Justin Verlander, he's not available right now. Is it time to adjust what we may or may not expect from Justin Verlander at age 40? The Astros, they're reporting. They're starting to throw baseballs, except JV. We'll talk to Baseball Spo during his weekly visit. Coming up next. First, though, I want to tell you about Texans turf.
Radio 610.
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want?
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo. Baseball.
Before we talk to the great Baseball Spo, let's hear from Justin Verlander. This was Justin Verlander yesterday. Pitchers and catchers have reported. Here was Justin Verlander talking about where he's at right now heading into the season.
I'm a little bit behind schedule right now. Had a little hiccup early on that's resolved itself, but I have to be really cautious with how I'm building up. I guess my body doesn't respond the same at 40 as it does at 25, so I shut it down and picked the ball back up. My shoulder didn't feel so great, so kind of had to take a step back, really be diligent about my build-up. I've always been somebody who luckily could just pick up a ball and start throwing it, and this time wasn't quite as easy, so had to slow down a little bit, and I've always liked to give myself as much rest as possible, so my timeline is always a little tight. Having to slow things down a little bit and put me a little bit behind. You know, I'm a couple weeks behind.
All right, there you go. So he's a couple weeks behind. Baseball Spo, how should that make us feel?
Sucks being old, man. It sucks being
It
old.
sure does. Hell.
This is, you always have this in spring training where there are one or two guys who are a little behind just because the arm is so fragile.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of what you're dealing with. It doesn't sound like this is like a McCullers situation from last year. He is throwing, like I think he played catch today. So it's not like he's doing anything. He's just kind of ramping up a little slower than I think he would have anticipated. And he made kind of the interesting explanation because this is a guy who he'll take a little more time off than usual than most pitchers will at the end of a season just because, and so that kind of shortens the timeline that he has to get ready. And so, you adjust as you get older, and in the future, I'm sure that he might have to adjust his calendar a little bit, but it's not, I mean, he's not, JP France is dealing with the same thing. So, I mean, obviously Verlander is a little more important on the scale than JP France is at this point, but this is stuff that tends to happen.
You also got him at Adam Spillane with this Baseball Spo, Justin Verlander getting off to a slow start. You also got him at a discount. So, I mean,
sort of. You gave up your two best prospects, basically.
Well, I don't care about those guys. That's for you baseball America nerds to worry about. I'm talking about the guy, like the guy himself, the guy that's going to win you a World Series, not some guy who's going to be taking buses around town and playing in front of 10 people for 3 years or whatever the hell it is. Justin Verlander.
Gilbert might be in the big leagues this year. He might break camp with the Mets.
But Justin Verlander,
I know what you're saying.
You got him at a good price. It's not like you paid him the $40 million or whatever you're going to.
No, you're not. But he's still.
What do we expect from him, though?
Well, I mean, he's still supposed to be your opening day starter. Like, you brought him back to be your opening day starter and to be the headliner for your rotation, and that's probably asking a little bit too. Like, he's not going to win a Cy Young ever again. Like, let's just be honest. He's not. What he did in 2022, where he finished the season with an ERA below 2, that was an anomaly. Like, he is going to be closer to the guy who pitched with the Mets and Astros last year, where the ERA is probably going to be in the 3s. Maybe you get lucky and it's in the low 2s, but you need him just because he was your game 1 starter in both postseason series. He is supposed to be your opening day starter when this season starts against the Yankees. Like, that's your guy who's supposed to go up against the opposing team's ace, and if he can't do it, then that hurts the team overall.
See, my thing with Verlander, and maybe I'm just oversimplifying it, but this doesn't worry me in the least bit. At his age, knowing his body, being such a student of the game, sorry for the cliche, but I mean, knowing exactly what it takes to ramp up, to pitch it at a certain level, I think this is as simple as a 40-whatever-year-old saying, yeah, I can take a break at spring training. Trust me, I'll be right.
No, it is. In all honesty, it is, but when you get to 40, that stuff tends to creep up a little more than when you were 30.
Yeah.
And so you have some...
But this isn't like,
it's not going to... Again, this isn't like a McCullers situation where he's not... Like, he just had to take the foot off the gas just a little bit when it comes to the ramp up, and that sort of stuff happens. It is very, very common for pitchers to have to deal with that. It's just a matter... Like, he missed the first part of last season. He missed the first month of last season. Again, that sort of stuff happens when you get old.
Yeah.
You just have to deal with it.
What about Framber Valdez? What are we expecting from him? We're gonna get our old Framber back?
They better. Again,
that's a must now, right?
Well, I mean, the starting pitching is going to be important. Like, I get they upgraded the bullpen obviously with Hader, and once you get to the 7th inning, they are going to be basically they're playing 6-inning games with the starting pitchers. But if Verlander is compromised in any sense, like, you don't want to have to overwork those guys. And so the one thing that you saw last year is that the starting pitchers, before Verlander came back and after, they weren't going deep into games. Framber was the one guy who could, at least for the first half. So they need him to be able to pile up innings once again to save that bullpen. Because again, you don't want to have to rely on Hader, Presley, and Abreu night after night after night after night. You don't want to have to use them 4 out of 7 games every single week.
Yeah, the thing about the playing 6-inning games deal that's interesting to me is, yes, if you're winning or if it's a tied game, 1-run game, whatever, that's why starting pitching is by far more important than anything else right now.
Well, that's what gets you to the postseason.
Because if you're losing, you're not going to use those guys or use them just sporadically.
Yeah, if you're down 5-1 after 4 innings every single night, guess what? The back end of the bullpen guys are going to chill. They're not going to do a whole lot. So, yeah, they need to. The starting pitching obviously is going to be important. You figure, you have 2 all-stars, the top 2 spots. Verlander and Framber are all-stars, and recently. After that, there's some question marks that come in there. That's why you really need those top 2 guys to be healthy and be good.
Adam Spillane with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The Hader thing really kind of saved, I wouldn't say it saved the season, but I mean, if you didn't have that, I would be kind of terrified of. Yeah. I mean, right now you got a 7, 8, 9. You're set up perfectly to where you can overcome this type of thing. Just how much of a pivotal move was that for the Astros when it comes to how you look at them as a team that can win the whole effing thing again?
Well, it gives them an elite guy, and championships are won by elite guys, and that's what he is. And again, he deepens the bullpen just because you look last year. Okay, you had Presley and Abreu, but then after that, it started to get a little iffy. And it's iffy once you get past the top 3 this year, just because they've lost Maton, they're going to lose Stanek, they've lost Naris. Those are big guys in that bullpen. And so there's more competition this year in the bullpen than there has been in the past. I mean, you've got probably 4 jobs that are wide open right now at this point. I mean, you've got Hader, Presley, Abreu, and Montero. Those are locks. Those guys are going to be on the roster opening day. But the 4 guys after that, those are wide open. And so to have the headliner at the back end of the bullpen like Hader, who's as good as he is and pitching and has pitched as well as he's pitched, and he's been incredibly durable over the course of his career. Yeah, that was a huge move because they didn't do anything else really in the offseason before that point.
Who's on roster watch? Anybody?
As in terms of not making it?
Players, no, yeah, in terms of not making it.
I don't think there's anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, I think when you look at position players, they've got 11 of 13 jobs that are basically spoken for, with the 9 starters plus Dubon and Caratini coming off the bench. So then you've got the 2 guys that would round out the bench. I don't think that anybody of the 11 is in danger of not making the team or being DFA'd or something like that. When it comes to the pitchers, again, it's kind of the same thing where I don't think somebody like Jose Urquidy, could he be on watch? I don't think so, especially now with Verlander and JP France being a little questionable for at least at this point of spring training. So I don't think there's anybody really in danger of that. Forrest Whitley, I guess, is kind of the interesting guy to watch, but he's not they're not going to DFA him, or they're not going to DFA him if he doesn't make the team coming out of spring training. But obviously, this is a make or break year for him. Again, for the 8th year in a row.
So Alex Bregman's days numbered, 10 years, $300 million, gone?
Most likely, yeah. I don't.
So when do we need to start saying goodbye?
Whenever they are eliminated from either playoff contention or the playoffs, or at the parade. Or at the parade.
Bye bye break.
Yeah. In all likelihood, listen, if they know what it's. The Altuve contract is completely separate from the Bregman contract, just because they are in very different stages of their career. And it's not like they gave Altuve. I've seen some people say, well, they gave Altuve gave them a hometown discount. No, he didn't.
Yeah.
He'll be making $25 million, he'll be making, I think, $30 million when he's 37, 38 years old. That's not a discount, but that's what Bregman is going to be looking for. Yeah. He wants to make that big money when you get to 36, 37, 38 years old. That's why all these guys are signing long-term contracts. They don't want to have to go into free agency in their mid-30s because the money's not going to be there. So if you want to get Bregman done, if you want to get him signed, you are probably going to have to go to at least 8 years, and there's no reason to think the Astros are going to do that.
Oh, by the way, the Astros have a new manager. I mean,
yes.
we've kind of buried the.
He is on top of the world right now.
I mean, it's just going to be business as usual. There's not going to be.
He basically ran spring training anyways last year. He did the schedule.
Oh, wow. Shots fired at Dusty.
No, that was well known. He basically made the schedule when it came to spring training, and I don't think that's going to change.
What was Dusty weekend at Bernie's? Good Lord, shots fired.
Dusty worried about the games.
Shots fired.
But that's like I don't think there's a whole lot. I mean, obviously he's got to make decisions now, and he's in a much bigger decision-making role than he has been in the past. But when you look at just like the clubhouse and that overall thing, it's pretty much the same.
Spo, sorry about talking bad about minor league baseball. I know you're a minor league.
I mean,
guy.
it was.
Hey, my bad, man.
I mean, if Drew Gilbert breaks camp with the Mets and has a really good, and the Ryan Clifford kid is really good too, and if when we're here in July talking about the trade deadline and how they need to upgrade this and upgrade that, we're going to go back to that Verlander trade and say, you know what?
Mark that figure.
Sure would be nice to have those two prospects that they traded in the Verlander deal, even though they're not paying him anything.
Yeah, I apologize. Spo, we appreciate you, my friend.
See y'all later.
The great Adam Spillane, and it is time for some baseball. Coming up at noon, I got a game for Figgy and Lopez, man. I'm excited for this one. It is the local dating profile game show. So I have dating profiles, fake dating profiles for a bunch of the athletes in town. I'm going to read through them. You guys got to guess who I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we got that at noon because there's a lot of love in the air on Valentine's Day. But coming up next, the C.J. Stroud Dream Offense started out as like an extreme hypothetical, but it perhaps told us a lot about what the Texans need as free agency approaches. That's next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton. exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, the C.J. Stroud dream team. He was with Micah Parsons. They got the same agent. They got the same business guy. And he laid out his dream offense. 2 Houston Texans were on this dream offense. This might be telling us perhaps the answer to our question of the day here as free agency approaches the sign or decline Mike Evans. But here's C.J. Stroud's dream offense with Micah Parsons on Bleacher Report.
Devontae Adams at X, Tank Dell at my slot, my F, LT at left tackle, my guy from the Ravens, 70 at left guard. I got Humphrey at 53, Quinn Nelson at right guard. I got Lane Johnson at right tackle. Got Jahmyr Gibbs, I know you like that, at my running back. I got myself as quarterback, Travis Kelce as my tight end, and I have Jamar Chase as my Z. You like that?
It's not enough, but it's cool.
Okay.
Man, he gave that a lot of thought. You can tell.
You notice he said Tank Dell. You notice he said
Laramie
Tunsil. Didn't say Nico, man.
Did not say Nico.
Did not say Nico. Now, I'm not trying to make a ton of that. I'm just saying, Devontae Adams, Mike Evans are kind of in the same class. Maybe CJ told us a little something in this hypothetical.
I think he was answering it as honestly as he could, and I think he thinks that highly of Tank Dell. I also think he thinks that highly of Laramie Tunsil. I don't think it's like I don't like Nico Collins as much as come on, man. I mean, look, we're talking about Devontae Adams and Mike Evans here. That's like, what do you want me to say? That kind of thing. But it was interesting that his offensive line was he knew exactly what type of players he needed, and it was not exactly.
What do you think he needs? You thought he was going to put Titus on there?
No, I didn't think that. I don't think anybody would have thought that. But I thought it was interesting that he knows that offensive line, when you get those kind of guys in front of you, things can happen. Like good things can happen.
I've seen all these mock drafts, and I don't know what I equate this to. I think it's a number of things. Like I don't think that very many of these mockers are studying offensive lines, and they shouldn't. I don't blame you.
Some do diligently.
No, some do. I mean, and then like you get to the elite, like the Jordan Reeds, the Mel Kipers, all that. Like those are the guys that are going to really know what's going on with the O-line. But I've seen a couple of mocks, like just when I'm browsing through and check it out, and some of them have the Texans taking like a tackle. Like the one I saw yesterday had the Texans taking a guard, and it's like, damn. I mean, look, if it's necessary, it's necessary, but. I'm just going to say this right now. I'm going to say 2 things. First of all, if you have to use a first-round pick on an offensive lineman, then that tells me that your return on investment in that area is bad. Mm-hmm. It's really, really bad. Now, we already know that Kenyon Green he is never going to justify being selected where he got selected over who he got selected by. But if you're willing to do that, and let's say the Texans do decide to go, you can't miss. Like, I know that the draft is a crapshoot. I know probably over 50% of the guys at every position are misses, but you can't miss on if they do decide to go guard. And I saw the Kansas guard was the last one that I saw them taking. You can't miss on two guards in the first round in a 3-year stretch. I know you hit on the quarterback. I know looks like you hit on the corner. Looks like you hit on the edge guy, which is very important. But, man, in order to maximize what we thought and what I still think we consider a hell of a job by Nick Caserio getting back the draft equity he got, you cannot miss on a guard.
First of all, they're not going to take an offensive lineman, period, in the first round.
I agree.
They're not going to do it.
I agree.
For no other reason than, it would be cool if they did, because that would mean that they're making really big decisions about Titus Howard and Kenyon Green. But there's no way, but for no other reason than you don't want that extra year. I guess that having that 5th year of control again for another guy, I guess you could maybe say that's a benefit. But boy, you draft another lineman in the first round, that just isn't going to happen. Not with the guys they have up front already and what they're paying them.
Yeah, you can't do it.
Yeah,
you can't do it. I mean, I do wonder, how are they approaching that interior? I think they feel good about certain spots, but are they going to approach this as, man, we're going to get Kenyon Green back, and maybe Kenyon Green's going to be some sort of savage beast? Are they approaching this as, boy, we got to get someone better than Kenyon Green, whether that means shopping at the bottom for free agents, whether that means that you think, Juice Scruggs and Patterson, I do wonder how they're looking at Kenyon Green behind closed doors.
Yes, and I think part of it is because they got production out of Dieter, they got production out of Scruggs, they got production out of Patterson. They feel like they more than got by on the interior offensive line. So scratch the interior offensive line unless it's a later round pick. Tackle is the thing, and that's the question. With Titus Howard, is he going to be able to thrive all of a sudden at right tackle, even though we haven't seen much of that lately at all? I think they're okay collectively with the interior offensive line.
All right, it's time for the game. This one's a big one. Sign or decline? Mike Evans here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Landry Larker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Sign or decline? Galveston's finest, 10 straight 1,000-yard seasons, a Super Bowl champion, a guy who likes to go to Rockets games, a guy who would be great in that locker room, but a guy that might be expensive. Mike Evans. J-Lo and Figgy, loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Sign or decline?
Cop-out time. I need more information. I
Sit on the fence.
No, I'm not going to sit. I need some more information. What's it? What are we signing here? What's the number? What's the year?
All right. What if it's the 4 years? The 4 years, 80 millish.
4 years?
4 years.
Decline.
Okay. What if it's 2? What if it's 2 years, 55 mil?
Sign him at 2 years. It's worth it. You got the money and it's worth it. Figgy?
At 4 years, I would say sign.
Oh wow, you want Mike Evans at all costs?
I would like to see CJ Stroud and Mike Evans.
You on the Xbox or the PS?
Hey man, you threw it out there, man.
No, I'm asking. What are you on?
You threw it out there.
What are you working with?
I don't think it's a possibility.
What's your gamer tag, man?
At the Figgy Fig.
Yeah, let me get that gamer tag there.
No, I would like to see CJ and Mike Evans, man.
Okay. Yeah,
I think that would be special.
It would be tight.
So you?
2 years, man.
Yeah, 2 years.
2 years, and we can go even heavier. But the one thing I will say, when you really start breaking this down, and we'll get to Chris Jones tomorrow. Chris Jones tomorrow, sign or decline. Here's the thing. When you start looking at these like deals that you're going to have to pay, I think you do have to factor in that for another year, Nico's on his rookie deal. For another 3 years, Tank Dell's on his rookie deal. And for another 2, 3, whatever, C.J. Stroud, you're going to have to pay eventually. But C.J. Stroud's on his rookie deal. So you're not really investing much at the skill position. And I go back to Daniel Jones making $40 million. Like, that's market value. So typically that's how you have to fill stuff. So do you fill that void on defense? Do you fill that void there? Because we talk about the cap space right now. CJ's going to be on his rookie deal for at least 2 more years. So if you have to front load something like a Mike Evans or
Bonuses,
something like that, all that.
Yeah.
Hey.
That's why I said 2 years, because even though they're going to probably sign C.J. Stroud after not this coming season but the next season, that money will still not count against the cap until 2026. So if you get Mike Evans for 2 years, you're still okay with that money. And here's the other part. You're not just signing one free agent. You're not just signing, okay, we got Mike Evans 2 years, that's our free agent. No, I think you're going to be in the market at running back. You're going to be in the market at interior
it's not all or nothing.
Line.
It's not all or nothing.
You're going to be in the market at safety. So you can't just say 4 years, Mike Evans, boom, we're done. No, 2 years. That helps you with C.J. Stroud's contract, and it helps you get the other guys signed as well, other positions.
Okay. I can get down with it. I mean, it's not as crazy as it sounds because of that situation. And that's the, you suffered the consequences of the BOB era for a while, and now you're in this situation where you're kind of reaping the benefits of having a young team, sprinkling in draft picks. I also don't think Mike Evans is going to, like, if you're even in the ballpark, I think you're there. Like, I think you're there. I don't think this is going to be like some sort of hard bargaining where you're going to have to match the, I don't know, name a squad.
Whatever, but see,
because the other teams that he would want to go, you think Mike Evans wants to win right now?
Of course.
Like, he don't want to go, like, you don't think Mike Evans wants to go to the Giants, right?
He's not going to go to the Giants for 4 years versus and whatever guarantee versus 2 or 3 years here and a smaller guarantee.
So when you start looking at like the teams that are contenders and you see it, like they can't afford it.
Not many.
Yeah, I mean they can't.
The Texans are one of the few.
I mean they're probably having like the 2-year conversations too.
Exactly.
So I think the Texans are in like that same level of appeal.
Mm-hmm.
Now, from the Tampa Bay perspective, I know that it basically seemed like a foregone conclusion he's gone. I was talking to someone yesterday about this, and they were like, well, Baker Mayfield might go. Who cares? I mean, they had a nice, like, overachieving season this year. You're telling, like, is that really what you want to do?
Yeah, no.
I mean, God bless Baker for maximizing what he's got. I hope he gets paid, but that's not what you want to do.
Well, here's another factor as well. And look, everybody wants money. Like, you want to get paid. You want to make the most while you can make the most. So I get that. But I was looking at his career earnings.
110 mil.
$110 million.
No state income tax.
He's made $110 million.
With no state income tax.
So you think,
and the other thing is he's not Deshaun. He's not like spending a lot. I don't think Mike he likes nice things, but Mike Evans isn't like spending a lot of money.
No, and so what I'm saying is you're telling me, well, that extra $5 million, in New York with the Giants looks a lot better than playing for the Houston Texans where there's no state income tax. No. He's made $110 million. If that becomes $150 million, let's say, versus $155-60 million, I don't think that's a deal breaker.
Now, do you think they even want Mike Evans?
Who doesn't? Yes.
Well,
yes,
no, but they might look at other receivers and say, okay, there's some second tier guys. There's Gabe Davis. Maybe we could overpay Gabe Davis. Like even overpaying Gabe Davis, like 4 years is no problem. He's 25.
Yeah.
So you overpay Gabe Davis, bring him in. Still not going to cost as much as Mike Evans. Battle tested. 27 touchdowns, I think, in 4 years. He's from the South. He probably doesn't like freezing his ass off in Buffalo. Last time he walked off the field in Buffalo, fans were giving him a hard time. Probably got a sour taste in his mouth there. Like maybe you're paying top value for a guy like Gabe Davis, and then there's some other guys that you can fill in. But the Mike Evans thing is interesting. The one thing I think the Texans do need to do, whether it's in the draft, whether you have to make the top 3 of your wide receiver core better. Mm-hmm. If that means getting a guy like Gabe Davis that you think can maybe be the 2, 3, anywhere from 1 to 3, you do it. If it's getting a Mike Evans who's immediately your number 1, you do it. If it means drafting someone at the end of the draft that can be your clear 3 or in the second round, you do it. Because they cannot be in a situation where they're a Nico Collins or Tank Dell injury away from, a Noah Brown who you can't really depend on either, or a Xavier Hutchinson or a John Mechie. Mm-hmm. CJ Stroud deserves better than that. You got to put better weapons around him.
I also think they're at a point where you got to have projections when it comes to the draft, but at the wide receiver position, you don't want to be projecting. Yeah, like I think this and I think that, or scouts say this, I believe that. You want surefire things to complement Nico Collins and Tank Dell. Surefire things like Mike Evans. I mean, the guy, he mentioned him by name as his dream team wide receiver. So you want guys like that or other guys that maybe have a little better system fit, whatever they believe, and maybe a little bit cheaper as well.
Now, does CJ go up to them and say, man, I got to have this?
Nah, I don't think so.
I got to have this.
I don't think he's that guy. I mean, maybe eventually he'll have that kind of confidence and pull. But I think if they ask, like if they say, hey, man, Gabe Davis this or Mike Evans that, then he'll give his opinion. But no, I don't think he's going to be demanding anything.
And we're not to the point where Nico Collins or Tank Dell is going to have any problem if they decide to bring Mike Evans.
Heck no, they're going to be doing backflips. Have that guy, that helps them. Imagine Nico Collins with Mike Evans on the other side. Yeah, give me that.
So we're good there.
Yeah, we're good there. And Tank's going to be happy no matter what. He's got that position locked up.
Yeah, and man, if you can just move Tank and he's like your third, I'd be onto something, man.
Yeah, you are onto something.
I'd be onto something.
You absolutely are.
Time to get a little bit greedy. It is Valentine's Day here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. What do you think Nick Caserio is doing for Valentine's Day? He's got daughters. You think I bet he's like helping his daughters with like their Valentine's box or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. That's the fun part, man. Just wait till your girl gets into school. That's a lot of fun to help them do all that stuff. It is.
Can we crawl first?
You want to be able to go through her terrible twos first? No, it's a lot of fun. I think Nick Caserio, like he's such a thinker, he's going to make sure everybody gets exactly the attention and the things that they want. He's going to be, he's all about it. Yeah, for D'Amico too. D'Amico, absolutely. Did he have his baby?
I'm over that.
You're over that.
Yeah, I mean he's not going to know the sex. I can't really get down.
No, I'm saying it was due. Like he might have already had it.
Yeah, I can't get down with that.
Yeah, but that's weird because I like it like that.
Yeah, he's doing the mystery thing. I can't do that.
Yeah, of course.
You got it. I support you either way, D'Amico, but just don't really do it for me, man. Surprise me.
Did you
say when your wife says she's going to get Chinese? Surprise me. Not we're having a baby. All right, let's go get surprised at the hospital.
You have to. All three of mine were great surprises.
No.
The middle one was supposed to be a girl, ended up being a boy.
No.
Yeah.
I remember that was a Home Improvement episode. Mark was sad.
Mm-hmm.
He was supposed to be a girl. The mom wanted a girl.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's rough, man.
It's not rough. It's fun.
It's a rough life.
It's fun.
So you're telling me if your mom told you that she wanted you to be a girl, you would be okay with it?
Sure. It's not like she didn't love me. Yeah. My middle son, we never wanted to know, but people thought it was going to be a girl. And back then, the sonograms were, you could kind of guess when you saw it. So everybody was assuming it was a girl. It wasn't. It was a boy. Couldn't have been happier. Couldn't have been happier. What?
What time is this fishing show today?
5:30. We'll be on stage.
God.
We're going to be on stage.
Did you record your seminar?
Yeah, we do it every year. It's badass. Like it's
who's the H here? You or Scott?
I on the seminars, on the podcast I participate more. On the seminars, I really just leave it up.
So you're just a hype man? You're
I'm the hype man, kind of the.
You're like a less charismatic Flavor Flav?
I'm better than Flavor Flav.
He's Chuck D.
I'm kind of like
you, the Steve Harvey of the Kings of Comedy.
That's exactly what it is. I'm Steve Harvey. I'm Steve Harvey.
Oh please!
Like on the
come on,
the host.
But come on,
yeah. On the podcast,
he ain't talking that much.
No,
oh man,
dude, I got him rolling. It's standing room only.
He's like Manny Fresh without doing the beats. And Scott Knowles, Lil Wayne, Carter One.
I leave it to the captains because they're, obviously they professionals.
Fresh.
And I just kind of organize and direct.
So do you go introduce him?
They get up on stage with me. Yeah, I introduce them.
No, but you're basically, hey guys.
Yeah.
Here's Captain Scott Knowles.
So how do you start off?
Yeah, how you starting off?
I usually just say, hey man, thanks for coming.
How everybody doing?
Thanks for coming. You see us you hear us on the podcast, you see us on YouTube. This is going to be totally open to you guys. Questions and answers. We're not going to have any topics. It's totally up to you. This is Captain Scott Knoll.
You didn't prepare.
This is Captain Scott Knoll.
This guy.
He's been guiding in the Galveston Bay and Port O'Connor areas for more than 25 years. Here's Captain Dean Thomas down on the lower coast. You know him. He's hilarious. Down in Aransas Pass, Rockport, and, of course, Caleb McCumber. Caleb McCumber is one of the best trout fishermen on the planet. East Matagorda Bay. What's
your source for
fishes
that?
In Louisiana.
What's your source for him being one of the best?
So now,
trout guys.
Speaking of mouths, you want to wrap your mouth around some of this sausage right here.
Let's go. Q&A. It's going to be fun. And then, I'm taking my wife. So I guess we're going to have Valentine's Day. I think she's going to spend a lot of money. Because, she's kind of gotten into the little nearshore, offshore fishing.
Okay.
Just in the last year. So I think she's going to get all kinds of girly.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Coming up, Lopez says one of the biggest faces in football is done, and he's going to prove it next.
We knew it was. And Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
John Lopez says there is a prominent person in football that is clearly done. We'll hear the case in a sec. It's going to be a bilingual case, by the way. But talking about the reunion of McCall Hardman and the Kansas City Chiefs and a potential reunion of Jadeveon Clowney or DJ Reader and the Houston Texans. Are we down with that? Are we down with that type of reunion?
Not my first choice, but I would absolutely be down with it. Absolutely be down with it. I mean, he is blossomed. He was good here, and then for some reason, wound up in Cincinnati and really blossomed. No, and he's still pretty young. He's and at that position, yeah, I'd be good with that. Not my first choice, but a solid choice.
I'm down with Clowney. If it's a Jerry Hughes replacement, DeMeco Ryans coaching him and stuff like that, he had a hell of a year with the Baltimore Ravens. If you can get Clowney opposite there, you could sign me up for that. Speaking of Hardman, Tony Romo, he got a lot of criticism for stepping all over Jim Nantz, although Jim Nantz wasn't awesome, if we're being honest with ourselves. You've done a little bit of I don't know if it's investigating or what, but you seem to believe that Tony Romo could be heading out, or at least should be heading out.
I think he's done. He signed that contract in 2020. Now, has he? I don't know if he's gotten an extension or not.
I hope not.
It was a 5-year contract, which means 2024 would be his last year as analyst for CBS. And I was actually, and you were kind of giving me a hard time for that. I was pulling for the guy. I figured he had 2 weeks to prepare. He'd heard all the comments, commentary, and people saying that he and Jim Nantz don't get along and all that stuff. So he wasn't ignorant to it all. So I figured I was pulling for him. He's going to do good. And as I said on Monday, he almost pulled it off, but he just couldn't help himself. And then the final call, this is going into the annals of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
This is can you imagine the Texans win their first Super Bowl? Well, let me tell you about this play call and blah, blah, blah. I mean, after an ending like that, it was awful. So I said, okay, what did everybody else do? Kevin Harlan, and keep in mind, this is radio where you have to be a little more descriptive. Kevin Harlan and the analyst, and I don't even remember who the analyst was, played that perfectly.
Back on Mahomes, 4-man front, receiver motion, low snap. He runs and he throws, caught, touchdown. It's caught. Hardman caught the ball. The Chiefs have won. The Chiefs have won. The entire bench empties, chasing Mahomes in the end zone. Their third Super Bowl in 5 years. The Chiefs are back-to-back Super Bowl champions. It is a dynasty. The Chiefs have won Super Bowl 58, 25-22 in overtime.
Elite. You didn't even hear
He's
the
a beast,
analyst.
dude.
You didn't even hear the analyst.
Yeah.
He's letting it breathe.
His beast.
And then, as opposed to what Tony Romo, and we all heard Romo, you know how you know it's time to leave? You know it's time to leave?
How's that?
Nickelodeon does a better job.
8 seconds left in overtime. Mahomes, touchdown!
There's slime on the field.
Wins back-to-back Super Bowls. It's McCall Hardman. Wow.
It's an hero.
The slime.
SpongeBob. That's SpongeBob.
Did it again.
I mean, he's letting us sit a little bit.
Makes its way to Bikini Bottom, and the Chiefs have done it once again.
That is Noah Eagle.
Noah Eagle and SpongeBob was better than Tony Romo.
SpongeBob was talking over
Nate
the call.
Burleson.
Yeah.
He was talking over the call.
SpongeBob is better than Tony Romo. That's all you need to know. How about a little Espanol?
Okay.
Because, by the way, I told you guys yesterday when I sent this to you, and the Spanish speakers will pick up on everything he says.
Like me, yeah.
Like you.
See?
This was an elite Spanish call.
It was excelente.
Yeah.
First and goal. Acá está Pat Mahomes. El movimiento. Mahomes. Él la quiere.
años San Francisco pierde el Super Bowl. Apareció otra vez el mejor del mundo, Patrick Mahomes. No fue Kelsey, no fue Isaiah Pacheco, otra vez un héroe desconocido. Kansas City, campeón del Super Bowl 58.
Esa fue una broadcast de elites. Me encantó la energía a la passion.
Yeah, you did that pretty well. But he's like everything. He includes everything in there. And like it wasn't Kelsey, it wasn't Pacheco, it was another unknown. The greatest quarterback in history has done it again. 3 Super Bowl losses for the. I mean, just perfect. And Tony Romo got beat by SpongeBob. I don't know what they're saying in Korea, but even when you just hear how they paused and let the thing, sit and everybody enjoy the moment, it was better than Romo.
Patrick Mahomes. 미콜 하드먼. 어쩌면 우리는 역사상 최고의 선수와 NFL 역사상 최고의 팀을 목격했는지도 모르겠습니다. 캔자스시티 칩스 5년 동안 3번째 우승, 2년 연속 슈퍼볼. 패트릭 마홈스 전설의 반열에 올라갑니다.
Okay, get your Korean English.
I might have to
translator.
roll with Tony on this.
What's that? Get your Korean English translator going.
Elito Bang Song Eo Si Yo Nan Win Ino Hiwa Yeo Leong Eo Yo Aese Bonita.
I agree.
That was an elite broadcast.
It was an elite broadcast.
I love the passion and energy. If all you can't speak languages,
and then
like me,
and then I found this, and here's the saddest part about Romo and why I think he's got to be gone. After I was pulling for him, like I said, Joey from the internet,
Joey Molinaro,
yeah. I heard this call, and I'm thinking Romo could have actually said these exact things. None of us would have been surprised if Tony Romo actually did this.
And Kelsey and Mahomes and Reed, and they're the 3 best friends that anyone can have, and they will never, ever, 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 ever leave each other. Hangover. You see that one, Jim? Oh, and Mahomes just slings that thing like it's dice at a crab stable. Oh, choo, 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 choo. Throwing them a lot better than I did this week. There's Travis's soon-to-be wife.
No, you said it, Tony.
I don't know. Go. Hey, that'd be some love story.
Right you are, Tony.
And now half the country saying, yay, yay, it's a Swift Bowl, Mom. And the other half might be breaking their TV, Jim. No, and Mahomes loves play action, but he hates Sidman. The hangover again. I can't help myself. And San Francisco's roster, they're sitting with a full house. You love their hand, but Mahomes may be the house, Jim. And the house, they say, the house always wins. He does.
That's right, Tony.
Ooh, and now San Francisco, they got the ball back. It's going to be big. I don't want to say that it's going to be the game, but this is going to be very, very important to see how they respond, what they do here. Once they get it back, it's going to be huge.
10 minutes left to go in quarter number 1 here in Super Bowl 58.
And somebody said, why do you guys have it in for Tony? I just said I was pulling for him.
I don't have it in for him at all.
I was pulling for him.
I don't watch the game for Tony Romo. I watch the game because there's football going on. I don't know why you're looking at Taylor Swift or Tony Romo. It's a football game on.
I'm watching the
I don't know why
lines.
you guys talking about that. Who cares? Nobody cares about Tony Romo or Taylor Swift. It's football.
Or Tony Romo and Taylor Swift.
What's wrong with you guys?
I'm watching the trenches. Yeah. You guys follow the ball. I'm watching the trenches.
I don't care about who's calling the game. I just care that there's a game on.
But
okay?
it does affect millions and millions of people. It affects him if he's just not doing his job.
I don't care.
Yeah, well.
I don't know why you have such a bleat for Romo. Someone's describing like.
Yeah. Yeah, that. Let's move on. Let's move on from this.
Let's move on from Tony Romo. I don't know why you care about the broadcast of the game. Shout out to 5231. Thanks for listening.
Yeah.
I watch the football game because it's men colliding, okay? I like manly stuff, all right?
I don't want to see no Taylor Swift.
I want to see the quarterback's hands firmly under the center's balls, and I want to see those helmets colliding, okay? I don't give a damn about Tony Romo. Move on.
We should all be men like that.
Move on.
Yeah. Move on, guys.
Go get me a can of snuff.
Yeah.
Coming up, the hits are lit. Kyle Shanahan facing that music, as is a receiver who's been rumored to be on his way out. Plus, Justin Verlander, he ain't throwing a baseball yet. Panic time or not. Next.
He's
Peak Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Kyle Shanahan faces the music. He's getting a lot of criticism. John Lopez said he choked. This is what Kyle Shanahan had to say about the notion or the perception that the 49ers can't win the big game.
I mean, you'd love to fix perception because I would love to win one for what I know about football and stuff. And I know if I fix perception, that means I did everything I wanted to do, which isn't fix perception. It's win a damn Super Bowl. But I also know, like, when you say big games, like, we've got to win a bunch of big games to get to Super Bowls. We've won a lot of big games here. We've won a lot of big games to get into playoffs. The fact that we keep getting there shows you guys how much we've been win games or big games, and I think you guys are aware of that. You know, these 2 Super Bowls have been tough, losing to Kansas City. But to think that if we win that means I can win a big game. No, that means our team won the Super Bowl. And that's what I understand. You guys can have any narrative you want, but like the success or the failure, it comes down to one game. And I hope that I can be a part of a team that wins a game at the end of the year. But to say that the Niners can't win a big game would be an extremely inaccurate statement.
I actually don't disagree with anything he said. I mean, they did win a lot of games. I think they're capable. I think he's a hell of a coach. Well, that has not changed. The problem is the overtime thing, you know, that and he talked about that as well, and said that he, you know, even on the sideline before regulation and overtime, he told all the position coaches to go over it with everybody, et cetera, et cetera. That's cool, and maybe that's what happened. I'll take him for his word. The problem wasn't even that they didn't know. It's a big problem in San Francisco. It's a big talking point that they didn't really know the rules, the overtime rules. In fact, I saw somebody, a Niners, I don't know if it was a blogger or whatever, podcaster, say, could you imagine if they scored a touchdown on their first drive and the Niners started celebrating?
That would be bad.
I mean, and they go, no, wait, hold on. They get the ball too. So that, I mean, you know, but it's really not even that to me. It's the whole that he took the ball first, which goes against everything you should do against
third possession. That's what he wanted, man.
Okay. Let's
what
talk
he
about the
wanted.
third possession.
He wanted the third possession.
Yeah.
That's what he said. It's Kyle Shanahan. No, I mean, like, yeah, they can't win the big game. But a big game, I don't like. They've obviously won a lot of big games.
He's right.
But the big game is.
Chiefs got their number.
But if someone's saying he can't win the big game, I think it's just the
they
Super
know what
Bowl.
you're talking about.
Yeah, the big game, not a big game.
Yeah, they know what you're talking about. Nah, that's fine.
It's the difference between A and the.
A lot when it comes to the NFL.
Yeah, the description. No, and I think that it might be kind of lost in translation there.
Yeah. No, that part fine, but that's not even where I have the biggest gripe.
There's been a lot of drama with Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk, just 3 catches in the big game. A lot of social media posts, a lot of speculation about his status. This was Brandon Ayuk facing the media amidst all of this uncertainty about his future as he heads into a year, by the way, in which he's under contract with the 49ers.
Brandon, there's been some stuff on social media. Is there a certain message that you want to get out there as you kind of enter this offseason and there might be contract talks?
A certain message? No.
Is your hope to remain with the 49ers moving forward?
If that's the right move, yeah.
What would that right move look like?
Being a champion.
And what are you going to remember most about this particular roster this past season?
Just guys that came in to work to be champions every single day.
The hardest questions last year you have experienced?
That's all I got.
Man, I feel bad for him, man. I mean, it's hard to lose a Super Bowl, and you know, there's been a couple of 49ers that have shown some vulnerability. John Feliciano, I guess he blamed a teammate for missing a chip block on a play or whatever.
He drunk texted.
Yeah, and then he said he apologized for being hungover and being a quote bitch. Yeah. That's a good apology, man.
Great apology.
That's a great apology right there.
That's about as strong an apology you can get.
Yeah, I mean, like, can you? I forgive you.
Yeah.
You blame me for that? No, I forgive you, man. I apologize.
Yeah.
Apology accepted, sir.
Everybody was hurting, man.
If everybody would just apologize like that.
Yeah. That's a great apology. That's about as strong as you. What did he say exactly again?
He said, quote, "I'm sorry, bro. I woke up hungover and being a bitch. In trying to have one's back, I hurt you. It's effed up, and I apologize."
I'm going to use that.
Let's go have some beers,
I'm
man.
going to use that next time.
Let's go have some beers,
That's a
man.
big-time apology right there, as opposed to those, I'm sorry if it hurt your feelings.
I'm sorry if I offended you.
Yeah.
Like, you might not understand what I said, but I'm sorry if I offended you.
Yeah, that's not an apology.
Playing the hits here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Other wide receiver news as we approach free agency. The Bengals, per The Athletic, are going to tag T. Higgins. Are they leaning in that direction? I think it's funny when Jeremy Fowler puts out but they could tag T. Higgins. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, or could not.
Yeah, thanks, bud.
Mm-hmm.
Glad you got the hair gel on at least.
Yeah.
Justin Jefferson wants to know Minnesota's quarterback situation before he commits long-term to them. So,
Good. I would too.
Justin Jefferson. So let's say that Minnesota doesn't get it right, and then this time next year, Justin Jefferson wants to get that bread.
I don't disrespect that
That's
at
going to cost
all.
like a first, second, third.
Yeah. I mean, he should. He's
What
that
if the Texans
good.
trade a first, second, fifth for Justin Jefferson next year?
Well, God, I'd hate to have to cross that bridge. That's a lot.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Be like $30 mils.
Mm-hmm.
He's good, though.
And then you're paying him.
Pretty
Yeah.
good ball player.
He's all right.
I think he's good.
Yeah,
I think he's all right.
He can make a couple catches here and there.
Yeah, he's nice.
I wouldn't be in the same. I respect that.
Like, you don't want to pay Nico next year, so you're like, we'll trade for Jefferson.
We'll go ahead and get that Justin Jefferson cat.
We'll get him here.
Yeah.
How about that?
Golly. Next year, huh?
Just saying, they got to get their quarterback situation right.
Yeah.
The Kirk Cousins thing is gone. They're going to be in a weird spot.
Mm-hmm.
NFL draft approaching. Chicago, they are weighing whether they should keep Justin Fields or whether they should draft Caleb Williams or someone else. A lot of people saying they should trade. A lot of people saying that they should draft Caleb Williams.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I just got to go with Caleb Williams because I think at the very least with Caleb Williams, here's my thing. I don't think Justin Fields is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think Justin Fields is elite. I think there's a chance that Caleb Williams could be elite. So at the very least, I think even in the worst case scenario, I think Caleb Williams is going to be close to what Justin Fields is. So if you can have him for 3 or 4 years on his rookie deal instead of having to invest in Justin Fields after this year, that's the direction I would go.
Yeah, the way I would put it is I have not given up on Justin Fields, but I think you should give up on him being an elite quarterback. He might be really good. He might be a guy that can carry a team a long way. Certainly, multifaceted player, but is he ever going to be elite? You probably have that answer, whereas you don't have that answer if you're projecting it with Caleb Williams. It's that old thing.
He is going to be a pain in the butt.
You don't want him to become Trevor Lawrence.
You want to talk about Hollywood. Caleb Williams is going to be.
Oh, he's going to be a pain in the ass.
Oh, man.
But you also don't want Justin
Might hold out next year.
You don't want Justin Fields to become.
I'm allowed to pay you. Oh, well.
To become Trevor Lawrence. What if Justin Fields has pretty good, but not quite there? You don't want that. Keep churning.
Yeah, I would go Caleb. I like Drake May, though. There's some polarizing opinions on Drake May.
I've seen it all over the place. Like number 1 overall.
I don't think Daniels makes it.
I like him.
Oh, okay.
But
he better not play like that.
I like him a lot, but I don't know if he's top 3 like some people have.
Man.
Yeah.
If he's going to play the way he plays, like it's one thing for Cam Newton, but man, he's going to be like jumping into SEC linebacker. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot there to kind of unpack.
If Jaden Daniels plays in the NFL like he played at LSU, he's gonna have 2 forms of transportation. Whatever car he buys with his signing bonus and the cart. You cannot do what he does. That is
not consistently.
Dude, go look at like the highlights.
He can throw, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
well then throw, but don't be doing all that extra stuff that you're doing.
I
man.
like him.
He wants all the smoke. Hey, I respect your heart, but my God, man, you are crazy.
Yeah, he's the most fascinating one of all the quarterbacks.
College football, ESPN and the College Football Playoff are in an agreement on a 6-year, $7.8 billion extension.
That's a bargain.
I don't know if it is or not. It seems like a lot of money. I don't know if it is.
It's an awful lot of money.
You got the 12-teamer. Is it going to be weird not watching the SEC on CBS?
Well, yeah, but that doesn't really. I mean, it doesn't really change my appreciation of it.
I'm just
by
saying,
any stretch.
No, it's going to be great. It's on ABC now, right?
Yeah. But all I'm saying is
ABC, ESPN. No, it's going to be cool.
$1 billion a year.
So does that mean Gary Danielson's going to have to call Big Ten football?
Yeah, they're good. They talked about that.
Ugh.
Yeah, the old Purdue act. Didn't he go to Purdue?
How is Gary Danielson so great? He doesn't get the credit he deserves.
He pulls it off,
but he doesn't get the credit he deserves.
No, he doesn't. He's not mentioned with all the top ones. I think
he's really good.
I think he's really good.
He's the man.
Yeah, I really do. But I don't know. It doesn't sound right, but 6 years of a 12-team, keep in mind.
Yeah.
A 12-team college football playoff for $7.8 billion?
Be wild.
That's a bargain.
Bargain?
Yes, it is.
Justin Verlander. Pitchers and catchers have reported to spring training. Here's Justin Verlander talking about how he's feeling.
I'm a little bit behind schedule right now. Had a little hiccup early on that's resolved itself, but I have to be really cautious with how I'm building up. I guess my body doesn't respond the same at 40 as it does at 25, so I shut it down and picked the ball back up. My shoulder didn't feel so great, so kind of had to take a step back, really be diligent about my build-up. I've always been somebody who luckily could just pick up a ball and start throwing it, and this time wasn't quite as easy, so had to slow down a little bit, and I've always liked to give myself as much rest as possible, so my timeline is always a little tight. Having to slow things down a little bit and put me a little bit behind. I'm a couple weeks behind.
Figgy, why are you laughing at me, man? I said pitchers and catchers report. What's your deal?
That's
you sound excited, man.
Sitting there giggling, man.
That's the
Sound
same.
excited.
That's the same.
I'm ready to get the countdown clock going.
That's the same texter that wanted us to get past all the Taylor Swift discussion.
By the way, they have already announced that Josh Hader is going to be the closer. So Ryan Presley, hey, we're not even going to play with you, bro.
Yeah,
I like that.
Nice setup, man.
Get it out of the way.
Well, what about his intro music?
Yeah, what about his intro? You can't do that in the 8th.
I think you can. With
no,
him. I think you can.
No. Me and Figgy are very emphatic on this.
I don't know.
No.
No more Johnny Cash.
No.
I think you can.
No.
Nah.
Here in this city.
No.
You can.
No. That is not going to happen.
No, I think
8th inning.
I think you can.
No, I think every player should have a wrestling intro
or something.
No, I think wrestling intros should be part of baseball.
It makes it better.
But no, you cannot play the Johnny Cash and turn the lights off.
I think you can. Hey, here's the thing about Justin Verlander, and the boys asked me about this morning, Sean and Seth. Like DEFCON 1 means high alert, the world is about to end. DEFCON 5 is everything's cool, don't worry about it. On a DEFCON 5 to 1 scale.
What are we doing right now? Why don't we just say scale 1 to 10?
I'm just telling you what they asked me.
You have to explain DEFCON to me. Just say on a scale of 1 to 10, how concerned are you?
On a scale of 5.
Dump all that.
I'm just saying what Sean and Seth asked.
Why did they do that?
Well, they did.
On a scale of 1 DEFCON to 3. Now, let me explain this to you. On a scale of 1 to 10, how worried are you?
Okay.
Don't do what they do.
5 being nothing to worry about.
You want to do what Sean and Seth do?
I'm changing it.
All right, continue.
5 being nothing to worry about.
Hold on, a texter. No, I was trying to do what they do. Now go ahead.
One.
By the way, texters have updated us yet again.
1 being the world is about to end. I'm at a 5 with Verlander. It doesn't bother me the least.
I don't
bit.
expect much, so I'm fine. Like I'm in cruise control right in the middle.
Old.
He's 40. You got him for cheap.
He's been through enough spring trainings.
Whatever.
No one knows how to prepare for a season more than Justin Verlander. This is just his way of saying, you know what, I'm going to take a break this year until it's time to ramp up. That's all it is.
Shout out to Joe Espada for just getting it done. He just went and met with Presley and figured it out.
Good for him.
Nice. Very, very nice. Coming up next, it is Valentine's Day, and we have a game to play. The H-Town Dating Profile game show featuring some of your favorite athletes. Next.
All right, guys. La Michoacan.
Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, it's time to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Shout out to all the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Hope you're having a good Valentine's Day. If you are not, you might do what many folks do and hit the dating apps. Now, in order to hit the dating app, you got to have a dating profile. I have with me 10 dating profiles for Houston's local athletes. I want you and Figgy.
I got a guess.
I got bullet points for each one.
All right.
I want you and Figgy to guess.
Oh, man, this is not going to end
which
well.
lonely athlete is looking for love on Valentine's Day. Ready?
I guess.
Number one. Mm-hmm. She swiped right, and she found this. About me. I'm used to being around women, so I will treat you like a princess.
Will Anderson.
Correct.
You got a lot of sisters.
Correct. 5 sisters.
Yep.
Yes. 1-0 Figgy.
More about Will Anderson. My body of work as a man is even better when you get into the advanced stats. And I might change my number soon. So text me quickly.
Yeah. He is
Will Anderson.
Going to change his digits.
Figgy, 1. Lopez, nothing. Play along, loopholes.
Yes.
Lonely lad number 2.
Okay.
Sorry, but you can't wear heels on the date.
Oh, hold on. Can't wear. Oh, that's Tank Dell.
Incorrect.
Oh, I got because he was short.
Next clues. I've been accused of being a cheater, but I am a faithful companion.
Figgy, you got anything?
I don't know.
Accused of being a cheater, but I'm a faithful companion. Loopholes are getting this?
Yes.
Cheater.
My favorite animal is a goat.
These are Texans?
No, they don't have to be Texans.
Oh, I was thinking Texans.
They don't have to be Texans.
Oh.
A lot of them are going to be Texans.
Oh, okay.
Jose Altuve.
There you go.
Yeah.
Can't wear heels.
See,
been
that's
accused
why I
of being
went
a
with Tank
cheater.
Dell. Okay.
Been accused of being a cheater.
Okay, so Houston athlete.
Yeah, most of them are Texans, though.
Okay.
Next one. Next lonely lad here on the In the Loop Valentine's Day dating profile game show, which Figgy's up 2-0.
Yeah.
I grew up in a wild place, but don't consider myself wild. I grew up in a wild place, but I don't consider myself wild.
Oh, man. What's his name? Oh, man.
Grew up in Las Vegas?
Don't ask me to go to Whataburger, in and out all day.
Oh. Hold on, I got this. I got this.
I'm happy. I'm always happy and upbeat, even when my back is against the wall.
Christian Harris.
No. Brevin Jordan. Grew up in Las Vegas.
I knew it.
Likes In and Out. Told us on the show.
Yeah.
So no one gets that point. Next one. I'm just trying to prove I'm elite. This is in his About Me section.
Okay, just trying to prove I'm elite.
Laramie Tunsil.
Incorrect. The internet has a lot to say. ...
Titus Howard.
No.
Who?
Final piece on the About Me. A nail salon is the perfect date.
Jalen Green. Golly.
The ideal first date section, a nail salon. You know how they have the perfect first date?
Let's meet at a nail salon.
Perfect first date. All right, next one.
Do you want color? Yes.
Next one. In the Loop. Dating profile. Game show here on Sports Radio 610. I'm not down to conversate. I'm just about that action. Perfect food? Cajun.
Biggie?
I'm not always emotionally present. but I'm one of the best boos in the world when I'm there. Not down to conversate, just about that action. Favorite food, Cajun. Not always emotionally present, but when I'm there, I'm one of the best. Derek Stingley.
Oh, okay,
Cajun.
okay,
Yeah,
I got you. Okay.
Yeah, not always there, but when I'm there, I'm the best.
Okay.
I should have got
Doesn't talk much, just about that action.
The Cajun food threw me off.
I should have got that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, next one. I prefer tall women because I had someone short yelling at me for a long time.
Prefer tall women. I don't know what this is.
I'm very coachable and can end up in the right spot.
I don't know.
My faith matches my first name.
Why are we not good at this?
All right, so prefer tall women because I had someone small yelling at me for a long time. I'm very coachable and can end up in the right spot, and my faith matches my first name.
This is good. These are good, hard clues. Or hard for me. Is it a Texan?
Yeah. This one's so easy.
After you say the name, it'll probably be easy.
I prefer tall women because I had someone small yelling at me for a long time.
Oh, it's got to be a Nick Saban guy. I'm going to say...
My faith matches
Christian
my first
Harris.
name. There you go, Christian Harris.
See, that's a combo. That's a combo.
Yeah, y'all both get that. my faith matches my first name because Nick Saban's short.
The first name was throwing me off.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like Tank.
All right. Next one. Now, someone said Mechie, and that would have been logical after the first one. Next one. All right. You'll have to cover the bill because I can't cover.
Oh, my gosh. Jalen Petrie.
Yep.
I was going to say Denzel Perryman.
Final Jalen Petrie. I don't always tackle the task, but it's not for a lack of effort, and my bosses at work love me. Next profile. Music taste. In the music taste section.
Okay.
Snoop Dogg or Nipsey Hussle?
Snoop Dogg or Nipsey. Is that CJ Stroud?
Yep.
Yeah.
Where were you at on that one, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very religious and give all the glory to God. I like Houston, but I'm more of a West Coast guy.
Yeah.
Next one. Final one. Here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I'm never late. I'd much rather get there early. I'm never late. I'd much rather get there early.
This is Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
Got a target on my back.
Got a target on my back.
I have expensive taste and can afford it, and I have a target on my back.
Yeah.
So there you go. It's the Texans dating show.
That was great.
You're on In the Loop.
Those were
Sports
not
Radio
easy.
610.
Well, they weren't for me anyway. Those were not easy clues by any stretch.
Mike Evans, sign or decline?
Again, for me, are we talking 2 years or 4 years? If we're talking 2 years, sign. Sign. Guys made $110 million. No income tax in Texas. If a team from out of another state that does have income taxes gives them 4 years, I'm not sure how big the bonus is going to be. You can give him you can front end a bonus here on a 2-year deal. I mean, you can give him $40 million. And then all of a sudden he's got $150 million in the bank and has a better chance to play at home and maybe win. The Texans right now, the good thing they have going for them with the free agency is how many true contending teams in the NFL have the cap space that the Texans have. Like it's really not a long list. Not a long list at all.
So does Mike Evans put you over the top is really the question.
I don't know how he couldn't.
And I think you can still sign a running back.
Oh, for sure. I think I think my thing is you can't just say Mike Evans, boom, done. That's our free agency, and then a bunch of little guys that not little guys, but
Wouldn't even be able to fill a roster.
The guys that can fill the roster. Look, here's the thing. Here's the list of teams. I'll just run through it real quick. How many teams have at least $50 million of cap space. Commanders, not a contender. Titans, not a contender. Texans, that's in order. Patriots, not a contender. Colts, whatever, not a contender.
They got to sign Pittman.
Yeah, not a contender. And then Bengals and Lions.
Bengals got to sign Higgins.
And they're going to tag him, it seems like. And then the Lions. So the Lions are in a good spot.
Yeah.
Bengals are in a decent spot. The Texans are in the best spot among teams that you can say are contenders. That's why Mike Evans and then maybe a defensive tackle, an inside presence, elsewhere, running back. Like if you can get Mike Evans and Josh Jacobs, who's not going to consider this team a contending team?
Yeah, and then you have a good draft.
Yeah.
You get the one-year guys just accordingly there.
Mm-hmm.
Good with that.
That's why I always say smart big money, not willy-nilly, not just spend for the sake of spending, but you have it. You're one of few teams that can be attractive, not just with your quarterback, but with the ability to contend in 2024.
Get it done, man.
You're in a good spot.
13's open, too.
Texans are in a really good spot.
Tank changed that jersey number last year. 13's open.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right? Yeah. What number do you think Will Anderson's going to go to?
I think he's changing for sure.
I think he's changing.
He needs to change.
Damian Pierce has 31, which was his college number.
Yeah, he can't have the single digit. I meant like lower. I said single when we talked to him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think he's just going to have to look at what's available. He either needs to go in the 9s or he needs to go lower. He needs to go as low as possible or he needs to go in the 9s. The 51 just doesn't work.
You mean like 90-something?
Yeah.
He's not doing that.
Okay, well, either go 90-something or go low.
Yeah.
Get rid of 51.
I don't know if he was talking about it on air or off, and I don't think he would mind me saying that. I just got the impression that the 90s don't do much for him because he's a sleeker player. He's a faster player. So I think he's going to be in the 30s or single digits. But he can't do single digits because then he would be a linebacker.
Yeah, and they classify you and all that.
Yeah,
money,
so I'm thinking
whatever.
in the 30s.
Heard Sean and Seth talking about that today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, get in the 30s.
Mm-hmm.
Back there. 31. Hell, Pierce, change your number. You need to change the scenery, sir.
Maybe.
Yeah, or even if you're here, just change the number, man.
Maybe.
Yeah, just change your jersey
Change
number.
the karma.
Change the vibe.
Yeah, shake it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Get it done. Change it.
Yeah.
Let's get it going. Let's eat. Time to roll. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 16. Going back to the dating show thing, 214 said Altuve's married. Oh, damn. He's going to get in trouble with his wife for having that dating profile.
Man, our bad. Our bad.
Shouldn't even be on the app.
He was on Bumble, man.
What is this?
Oh, I forgot to delete it.
What is this?
I forgot to delete it.
Well, you were on it yesterday.
It's a social media app, right?
Pictures from a month ago.
You were on it yesterday.
I thought it was a social media app.
I want to ask our young loophole, 713-572-4610. We're married in this room, but are you swiping on Valentine's Day? Like all the Bumble users, all that, whatever you're using, are you swiping on Valentine's Day? Because I think it might go well for you. Just go have a good time. They just want to get out of the house.
I could see where that would work.
I could see where it would be nice for you.
Yeah.
Boom.
You know,
that action.
Hey, you ain't got no Valentine either? Hey, let's link up.
Yeah, let's go.
Man.
Hey, meet me at Kirby Ice House.
You know what I find really, really sad? And I know this is going to alienate some people.
Oh,
but,
God,
but
here he
that's
goes.
Okay.
No, I don't want to hear this.
No, I'm going to say
you seem to piss off listeners, John.
I do not. Listeners love me.
You seem to piss off listeners.
Because I'm honest and I'm likable.
All right, go ahead.
How do you feel when somebody's posting on their social media, whether it's Insta, whatever, TikTok, that they're going out to Valentine's dinner with themselves?
It's sad.
It's sad.
It's sad. I've seen some local media types do this where it's like, just sitting here single on Valentine's Day. I think someone who covers a squad last year when something was going on, they took a picture of a mascot and said, here's my mascot because I'm single.
Yeah. How is she doing?
Who are you talking about?
I don't know.
No idea. I said I want to talk about the dude, man.
Oh, really? I thought it was. I was
she?
thinking of somebody else. No, and I look. I think it's kind of like not a cry for
You don't have
help.
to apologize for being single.
Yes.
Like, you don't have to apologize for being single. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Like 55, 60% of these weasels who are married, like in their 20s and stuff. I'm not talking about you if you're listening right now. Maybe I am. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen. You are. They're going to be divorced pretty soon.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Just enjoy yourself.
And a lot of married people can't do what single people can do.
Yeah, don't sit here and count your clock.
It's
and
just
be
one
sad
day.
about it. Do your thing.
It's just one day.
Man. It's not even a fun day.
And it's actually
Sucks.
It's not even that I'm mad at those people. It's insincere when they say having a date with myself on Valentine's, loving it. You know, that's kind of sad. What I'm really sad about is that Valentine's Day does this to us. Makes us feel like
don't
you're
feel bad.
you're worthless if you're single.
No, you're straight.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it makes everyone feel that way.
That it does, just in a general sense.
John Lopez telling on himself why he got married so early.
No.
713 says, swiping all day. The lonely girls are looking hard today.
Okay, there's that too. Yeah. Good luck. I'm swiping, bro.
832 says it's a big reach for attention when it comes to the single thing.
I just
What about the Valentine's Day?
Oh God, I was just about to say.
I'm hanging out with my girlfriends for Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. They would all. Here's the thing about that.
And they all put the picture up of them toasting with their.
Well, here's the thing about that. Again,
the male hater rally.
Just being honest. No, they would all rather not be there.
No, okay, it's like
they would all rather not be there.
What's the movie? I don't think I'm dating myself with this movie. What is that movie with Tom Cruise? Where, come on, it's one of his best. The agent movie. What's it called?
Mission Impossible.
No, the agent, like sports agent.
Oh, Jerry Maguire.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Where there's that male haters club that gathers around.
That's exactly what.
And they're all so jealous that Renee Zellweger's with Tom Cruise.
Yes.
They had the weekly male haters club.
Yeah, and he walks in and they all look at him like they want to kill him. It's Galentine's. Yeah, you would rather not be there.
If y'all had a man, y'all would be with y'all man.
Yeah, exactly.
But the worst, but I would rather be in that territory where you're doing that than I think the no man's land is the one who tries to turn chicken salad into chicken-ish, and you try to have some sort of escape on Valentine's Day, where it's man, I really got to crank it up. It's like, dude, y'all ain't gonna be together in a month. You're making this awkward for yourself, sir. Did you hit the grocery store yesterday and grab the flowers?
No, I ordered them. I did the romantic thing. I ordered them and sent them to her office.
Damn, bro.
Damn right.
It's extra $40.
I'm a veteran, man.
Extra. That's an extra. Who knows how much?
Yeah.
The other thing is the candy on Valentine's Day. I don't mind making a purchase. The flowers, the price of the flowers is going to be the price of the flowers.
Mm-hmm.
But that candy's going to be 50% off tomorrow, man.
Well, you can give it to your side chick.
You go get you some candy tomorrow.
Isn't tomorrow Side Chick Day?
I don't know what tomorrow is.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Is National Side Chick Day tomorrow?
Yeah.
I think so.
That's what they call it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They get the 50% off candy.
Oh, yeah, that's what the text line's saying.
Hey, sorry, I was working yesterday on Valentine's Day, so we can hang out today.
We didn't do anything. I was just working.
Man, you're buying these damn M&Ms. The markup's already there, and you wait one day.
Mm-hmm.
You can go get those M&Ms for the same price.
There you go.
That's tough, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's real tough. Someone says, do like T-Mill and send to orbit. What does that mean?
The mascot?
Yeah, I don't know what it means.
I seen on Twitter his brother, I guess his wife sent orbit to his job or something like that. So the mascot game. Yeah.
That's a lot.
Hey,
Boy,
you got me beat.
I would be. I would be very, very disappointed.
I would get cussed out.
Don't overdo it on Valentine.
Hey, if you send me Orbit, I'm going to say, how much did that cost? And I wish you would have just given me a gift card.
Just give me the money.
I wish you would have just given me a Visa gift card instead of paying a couple $100 to send Orbit.
Yes.
Who wants Orbit? What's horny about Orbit coming to some people are just weird.
What's horny?
The Milners are so weird. Tyler won't even watch the Texans play a game so he can go golf with some stranger.
Yeah.
And then his brother on Valentine's Day has Orbit coming to his damn thing. Their sports identity is so out of touch. Their instincts are insane.
The Milners are weird.
What are we doing here? Shout out to Sterling. Shout out to Sterling.
Yeah, some people like that type of stuff. Some people have them at their weddings.
But don't overdo it, man.
$300.
Don't do that.
Yeah, give me the money.
Hey, come here. Yeah, you. Yeah, you.
Walking
Come
by
here.
in the hallway.
Come here.
Yes.
Tyler Milner walking in right now.
You walked by at the wrong time.
What is this?
Oh, you got yourself some voodoo.
All right, he's got him some cookies. He's got him some cookies.
Got a little crumble cookie.
Crumble?
action.
Oh,
yeah.
For what?
Yeah, I guess Valentine's Day.
Dude, who sent Orbit? What is this we're hearing about sending Orbit?
Yeah, I sent Orbit.
You sent Orbit?
Oh,
I
you
sent
did
Orbit
that.
to my
What
wife.
does that got to do with Valentine's Day?
Nothing really. Except my wife loves Orbit. But yeah, I didn't know that Orbit was also visiting my little brother. Apparently, my brother's wife ordered Orbit to go visit him.
So how much does it cost to send Orbit? I'm getting in your pockets.
It's like $3 somewhere around there.
Dude, why are you doing that?
All right.
Because Megan loves Orbit.
Oh my God.
It made her day.
This is
her office.
You're
got
making
to
it
hang out
for
with
her
Orbit.
birthday. Then this is Valentine's
Yeah, you're making
Day.
everybody look bad.
I mean, that's how it was marketed.
But if you want to send Orbit, do it on her birthday. Valentine's Day makes no sense.
So I've priced that. I priced like a year or two ago. I priced Orbit coming to the house for Megan's birthday a lot more expensive than this Valentine's Day deal they were running. Yeah.
You know, I wrote a Valentine's Day poem for you.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
Well, I need to hear this.
Roses are red. T. Mill is his name. He's H-Town true unless there's a golf game.
Oh, get the hell out of here.
Lunchtime confessions coming up next.
What's better than one award-winning Texan? Weekly Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
If these Mad Dog bottles are not gone by tomorrow, I'm throwing them away.
Thank you. It's tacky.
Figgy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Season's over, man.
Yeah.
They should have.
And if you're gonna do it, if you're gonna do a drinking bit, drink. Yeah, I mean that's
they're not
a
gone by
couple
tomorrow. I'm just
sips.
saying.
Yeah, that's pretty rough, man.
If they're not gone by tomorrow, they will not be here when we start our show.
Yeah, that's almost like a kid that hadn't hit puberty yet grabbing his dad's Playboy. It's like, okay, like, good job. Oh,
what are you gonna do?
Yeah,
What are you
good
gonna
for you.
do?
You're cool.
Yeah.
Like, drink the damn Mad Dog if you're gonna do the bit. If you're gonna do the bit, do the bit. What
That's
are you
enough,
doing,
man.
What is that?
That's enough. Makes me sick walking, looking at those things.
Need to call it First Beer Monday.
Ain't nobody open the blue one.
Yeah,
Is it still closed?
I mean, what are you
It
doing?
look-
Yeah, it's you don't
The
deserve.
red one ain't got nothing.
If you're not gonna drink the whole thing, it's not. It's you don't need to do the bit.
They're going. They're
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah. Thank
Just
you.
saying.
They got to share one or
Appreciate
something.
you, man.
Just saying.
God, put a nipple on it or something.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So yesterday I watched the most popular show on Netflix right now and the most popular movie. And I know there's a lot of loopholes that have recommended it, and I've seen the reviews and stuff. It was called Lover, Stalker, Killer. It's like an hour and a half ish.
And worth my time?
All right, let me just say
It's a
this.
movie or like a doc?
It's like a documentary. Let me say this. Okay. First of all, my confession, it was dumb for me to start it after 12 o'clock.
Oh, yes,
Shouldn't
it
have
was.
done that.
Yes, it was.
But my other confession, if you don't know what's going on in this thing 15 minutes in, then I question your judgment.
Oh, it's one of those.
For me personally, it was blatantly obvious 15 minutes in where this was going, what direction this was heading.
Yeah.
Now, I saw that there was
Those are very disappointing.
well, a lot of people weren't disappointed by it.
Yeah.
So I don't want to skew you in any direction, but for me personally, 15 minutes in, it was abundantly clear what was going on
Yeah.
here. It's still entertaining. It's still good. There's still a lot more to it than that. But yeah, Lover, Stalker, Killer.
Yeah, I hate those. I can't remember the name of one, but I had one recently where it was a documentary. I'm like, okay, well, I know what's going to happen here. Should have just changed. You never changed.
ain't like it?
You never changed the channel. You're like, okay, maybe I'm wrong.
No, I liked it. I watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
It was still good, but it was
But
like
the title gave it away.
Yeah.
No, it really didn't. But it was. I mean,
Yeah.
just
I'll
check it out. Yeah, check it out.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't think your HOA lady is going to do a dang thing about your complaining to her with the parking situation. If you were listening yesterday, you heard at this time, you heard us talking about the nonsense going on in your neighborhood. I think, because I overheard some of the conversation, I think you're the safest one in that neighborhood.
No, and I think they're just doing it because they want to tow people.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, she has no. I mean, she was.
But like you came at her pretty good, but fair.
Yeah.
I mean, you weren't cursing.
No, I was just asking facts.
Yeah.
She
But
couldn't give
it was pretty
facts.
good. I think she's embarrassed. They have one person in mind that they want to tow, and that's why they made the whole thing happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's five board members. They just all want it. They all have the same opinion. If one has it, they all agree with it. There's no pushback. There's no logic. But yeah, I mean,
you got nothing to worry about.
Trust me, I know that.
Yeah.
But it's not about me. It's just about the logic that's being displayed or lack of by people in charge. I got to register for an app, but I can get towed. Lady, how does that make sense?
Even if you're registered, what you're saying.
And then I said, so I have to register someone for 3 days, and then she's like, yeah, if they're going to stay longer, you just ask us.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, so I got to ask Donna if my mom can stay for a week for Thanksgiving. Oh, please, Donna, hopefully, please, can my mom spend the night?
Come on, Donna.
That's what I said. Can my mom spend the night, please?
Come on, Donna. And let's say you ask Figgy out to your house for dinner. Figgy, just let me know 3 days in advance. Because
Figgy, I got to register your car, man.
Or sometimes stuff happens. What if I get kicked out of my house or something? I got to crash a Landry house.
Oh, you just have to ask permission from Donna.
Sorry, Figgy, you can't do it because you got to register your car, man.
And then she tried to tell a story. This was what really got me upset. And this is where I was just like, come on, lady. Because I said, look, this is all I want. I just want you to be honest with yourself and admit that.
Oh, I heard this part.
I just want you to literally admit, this is all I'm asking, that it makes no sense for me to register if I can just get towed for parking in a visitor spot. This is a neighborhood, by the way. This isn't like an apartment complex.
Yeah. She changed the subject.
And then she changed the subject and told a story where she was like, well, there was a 75-year-old woman who had to park far away because there were residents parked in every guest spot. And I said, okay, there's like different sections. So you're telling me that she knew the cars of every single spot? Just tell them directly.
And how about the people at the house, let her in and go park her car for her?
Yeah. But they just really just want to be able to tow cars. And I told her that too. I said, man, I don't know how you sleep at night towing someone's car. I don't give a damn. Like $300 towing?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
But then it's many people have complained.
Oh, many people.
And I said, oh, many people, how many is many?
Yeah.
And then she said, well, it's interesting you say it's hard with the app because 50 to 60 people have already registered. I said, oh, so you can get specific when it's a decent amount, but there's many when it's clearly not very many. Yeah. How many is many? She's like, I've only gotten a few emails. I'm like, yeah, because people are just listening to y'all. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
So come on, man. Mm-hmm. All right, next. All right, so I have a wish for the Texans to start the season.
All right.
And I will accept nothing other than this wish. I want to face this team.
You're demanding it.
At this destination. Anything else will leave me unsatisfied. I'll tell you that at 1.
Trying to think.
I'll tell you that at 1.
Okay, I'll think about it a little
1
bit.
o'clock.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I'll think about it.
People are saying my apartment does the same. This is a
neighborhood. If I'm paying for a house, man, I should not have to sign up for a damn app.
I'm not registering
for my mom to come visit.
I'm not registering for nothing. Does this app?
I'm paying for this house, man.
I asked her. I said, "Does the app have cookies?" She's like, I'm like, okay, so you're getting our personal information. She's like, well, I see you haven't registered. I was like, oh, so you're just stooping around.
Yeah.
You're just stooping around so that every time I register, you're just going to see. She's like, well, I'm not doing that. I'm like, you just said you were, ma'am.
Kind of lost in the whole spring training thing with the Astros is Dana Brown said Lance McCullers Jr. and Luis Garcia are on track for return to the active roster the second half of 2024.
I don't listen to Dana Brown when it comes to these things.
Lies.
Yeah, I don't listen to him anymore.
My confession is, even if you've been told that, you shouldn't even say it with their track record, with especially McCullers. Like, I don't believe you. Let me put it that way. Not lies. I don't believe you. I shouldn't believe you, and no one should believe you. Right? Lance McCullers, he's on track. Okay. We've heard that multiple times. He's on track. Sure. Sure.
I kind of feel like this is an old man activity. I want you to let me know if you do this or not.
Okay.
Man, I'm going to eat hibachi tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at the menu like 3 times, just acting
Everybody
like I have to decide. Are you a look ahead at the menu?
Everyone does that these days. That used to be like, remember you back in the day you would take home you got like a restaurant, so you'd get a take home menu with it.
Yeah.
So you can look at it for next time. That's the old days.
Did you know that Benihana, you know that Steve Aoki's dad who founded it?
Mm-hmm. We talked about that
the DJ?
once. Yeah.
Because there's even like where if you get chicken or steak, it's called Rocky's Choice, and it was Rocky Aoki.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so it still lives on.
Dude, I don't go to a restaurant ever, hardly, when I'm not looking at the menu first. Because it's right there.
We usually go to the Instagram.
Yeah, it's in your hands,
Pull up the Instagram.
Man. I go to Google Maps, check on the menu. You can even see the prices, all that stuff. Yeah, that's not an old man thing at all. Not even close.
It's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop. Coming up, the unnecessary and necessary breakups on Valentine's Day for the teams around town. Should the Astros break up with Alex Bregman? Should the Texans be breaking up with Jonathan Grenard. We'll cuss and discuss next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
Jose Altuve was the humble superstar. He's never about max money. He's never about max glory. He always defers to his teammates. Jose Altuve is that guy, and he just gave the Astros a discount in exchange for, I'm going to play here the rest of my career.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Are you tired of restless nights? Look no further. Texas Mattress Makers, Houston's best mattress store, is here to guarantee you the sleep of your dreams. With over 3 million satisfied Houstonians, we pride ourselves on delivering top-notch quality mattresses, locally made and locally owned. Say goodbye to middleman markups and corporate hassles. Our President's Day sale is happening now, offering up
Restrictions apply. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so necessary or unnecessary breakup here on Valentine's Day. The Texans and Jonathan Grenard, necessary or unnecessary breakup?
Ooh, that's the best one. That might be the best one. Unnecessary.
Oh, you want to sign Grenard?
Well, see, that's. I think if you can get him, Nah, you know what? I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to say necessary because I don't think you can get him at a price. I think he's at that place in his career where he's going to have to cash in.
I think the market might speak to him, and I think Jonathan Grenard, you might be able to get him at an affordable price.
That's a big ask.
He's never had a fully healthy season. His best year was clearly a contract year. I think there could be. I think he could try to test the market, and it might end up being a benefit to him.
I hope you're right. I just don't think. I just don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to. Like this is a true once in a lifetime opportunity for him to cash in a way that he would maybe he never even thought he would cash. 12.5 sacks gets you paid, man.
We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens. I think it's necessary. Let's move on. Yeah. Let's try to find someone that D'Amico can sprinkle some dust on, and let's address other areas.
Yeah.
Necessary or unnecessary? Alex Bregman. Couldn't even bring myself to say that.
I think it is necessary, but it sure does. It just feels weird, man. It feels weird.
We've seen him grow up, man.
Yeah, and not only that, but like he is he's not as beloved, I suppose, as Altuve.
Yeah.
But he's beloved, and he's been integral, younger. Why isn't he the priority? Here's one of the things on Bregman real quick. The whole thing about as long as I'm an owner, the window's always going to be open, that Jim Crane said last week or week before. That's just PR. That way they can lowball Bregman comparative to what he's going to be offered. And they can say, look, we tried, we made an offer.
Is Bregman worth 10 years, $300 million? I mean, is someone going to give him that?
I don't know about 10 years, 300.
That's what they're talking about. They're talking about him seeking 10, 300.
Yeah, I saw that. But that's also Scott Boras, because Scott Boras is his agent. Like 6-7 years at that same 300 rate, I think I'm a little confused why the Astros wouldn't do that.
Necessary or unnecessary breakup on Valentine's Day here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Texans and Dalton Schultz.
Unnecessary. Sign him. You can get him for a year. Just keep doing this. Keep piling on those 1-year contracts.
Maybe 2.
Maybe 2 if you really feel frisky.
I don't know. He is at the top of the tight end market, though.
It's a weak market. But I think he loves it
good
here.
For him.
And it's very good for him. And I think he likes it here. And I think you still bring another tight end. And he would be perfect for a young tight end coming in. He'd be perfect for him.
So bring him back.
Bring him back.
Devin Singletary, necessary or unnecessary breakup?
Unnecessary, but I want to know the details.
You want to know what the other options are?
Yeah. I want to know what the details are. But I think
he's not a starting running back. We know that.
Pay him as such and bring in a starting running back, right?
Oh, I mean, pay him like the complimentary back that he can be, and he's a really good one here.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not when you look at the decisions you're going to have to make. Like it's not. I don't see any team in the NFL that is saying, "Man, we bring in Devin Singletary. We're going to start him at running back." I don't think that exists.
No, it's not going to happen. Now he is going to have suitors because he had a really good year.
Yeah, but in a similar role,
and he would have a similar role for another squad. Yeah.
Get done with that.
Bring him back.
Bring him back. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Grenard thing is interesting. I do wonder what they're gonna do, how they're gonna approach that. We're gonna see them perhaps starting to sign their own guys. Gonna see franchise tag, all that. The running back thing is really what I'm just like, man, please Saquon.
I think wide receiver, running back, interior defensive line, D tackle, whatever you want to call it. And I think safeties should be on the board. I really do. I think there's some good safeties out there that can maybe take you to another level, and who knows, how you're going to be there. But definitely start with wide receiver and running back, and then go from there.
C.J. Stroud laid out his dream team. No Nico Collins on that dream team, man.
Don't act like it's an insult.
This was Nico Collins with Micah Parsons laying out his perfect NFL squad.
Devontae Adams at X, Tank Dell at my slot, my F, LT at left tackle, my guy from the Ravens, 70 at left guard. I got Humphrey at 53, Quinn Nelson at right guard. I got Lane Johnson at right tackle. Got Jahmyr Gibbs. I know you like that. At my running back. I got myself as quarterback. Travis Kelce as my tight end. And I have Jamar Chase as my Z. You like that?
It's not enough, but it's cool.
Okay.
What does Micah Parsons say? Not enough for what?
Not enough for what? Yeah.
Maybe he put out his dream defense or something?
You got Chase on there, that's for sure.
Yeah, that ain't happening. That ain't happening.
And Jahmyr Gibbs, big fan of Gibbs as well. And his 2 Texans were Tank and Laremy Tunsil. It's good.
Where's Titus Howard and Nico Collins?
Well, they're sitting behind Lane Johnson and who was the other? Quentin Nelson. I think that's a good trade-off.
Nah, Nico's behind.
Oh, Nico. I thought you said
Nico's behind
yeah,
Chase.
Yeah, behind Chase. Yeah. Or Adams. That's a good list that he's got there. And it's impressive that he just can't quit Tank Dell. They're a combo.
Nah, they're a bromance. They're one of the biggest bromances in town.
Yeah.
Shout out to them. Tomorrow, John Lopez is going to name names. He's been throwing this smart big money thing out there.
You like that, don't you?
No. But he's going to actually name names tomorrow with this smart big money thing that he's throwing out there.
Not willy-nilly. Not just wasting money.
Smart big money.
There are players. There are players that would fit perfectly with the Texans.
We'll get them.
Hell, I'll even give you options. I'll let you choose.
Oh, I get options?
Yeah, I'll give you options.
Okay. We'll do that tomorrow right here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610 after a little Valentine's Day action. Figgy, what are you and the wife doing for Valentine's Day?
We chilling. We actually celebrated this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
This past weekend.
Wait a minute. You can't celebrate Valentine's Day early?
Man, she got a rough job right now, man. So by the time she get home, she be out of it. So
I get it if your birthday's like on a Tuesday. Hey, we're going to celebrate Saturday.
A lot of people celebrated like this
Valentine's
weekend.
Day?
Yeah.
No way.
We working people, man. We got stuff to do.
Oh, of course. Nobody else is.
It was the only free weekend I had in a long time, so. Yeah,
I don't know about it. I mean, I get birthday, anniversary. Hey, our anniversary's on a Tuesday. We're going to go to such and such Saturday night.
Man, my old lady be tired after work, man. She driving all the way from Baytown.
Yeah.
We be trying to chill, man.
So what'd y'all do?
But it's still Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
What'd y'all do?
That's cool. We chilled at the house. I got her a gift. We had some grown people time. We had a good time, man.
You didn't have to tell me all that.
I mean, if I would have said we chilled at home, then you would have been like, "Oh, why you chilling at home?"
No, I mean, damn, dude, that's too much information.
So if I would have said we chilled at home, then what?
I would have said okay.
No, you would have been like, "Oh,
No.
you ain't go nowhere."
I don't need to know about y'all like that, man.
I said grown people time, man.
What
I kind of like that. I've never heard him say that before.
Yeah. I know I was sitting right here across from a kid.
I mean, I didn't know that's where we were going.
Landry over here.
I wouldn't have asked if that's where we're going to go. Man.
I mean, we ain't going to hibachi like you.
Yeah.
That's a regular Tuesday for us. We got to look at the menu.
Grown people time.
Grown people time.
What are you ordering? Probably the
steak and shrimp.
Kids rice.
The combination.
Kids rice. One kid's rice, please.
Yeah.
You feel cheated when you go to hibachi, though, sometimes when you order shrimp, though. Don't you?
It's good, though,
No,
man.
I'm actually lucky because my wife don't eat seafood. So they always give her shrimp, and she just slide the shrimp over to me.
I just always...
So I get a little extra.
Maybe I'm petty, but... Like, when I go to hibachi and I get shrimp, I feel pissed that they're giving everyone else shrimp samples. It's like I made the commitment to the shrimp, and now you're cooking 2 extra shrimp per person. That's not. You're not doing that with this dude's steak. I would love to try what he got.
Give me a little steak sample.
Yeah, this guy just ordered the filet.
Yeah.
I would love to try his filet.
Yeah.
But I ordered the shrimp, and you're minimizing my shrimp because you're giving everybody else 2 shrimp.
Shrimp on a hibachi is good, man.
Yeah, but man, they take away the special feeling of it because everybody's getting a taste of it.
Best value for a hibachi is Shogun. You ever been to Shogun?
Have not.
Shogun,
They're all over the
solid,
place.
man.
Solid, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really
All
good
over the
value.
place.
Solid.
Really good value.
Coming up, I have a wish. This is how I want the Texans to open the season, and I think I can sell you on it.
Okay.
Next.
He's in. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
This is where I want the Texans to open the season, and there's not even a close second. Anything else, I will be disappointed.
That much.
I want to open the season in New York against the Jets. No, I'm serious. I want to be in New York against the Jets, avenge last year's ugly loss, have as healthy of a team as possible, and I want to see this capping where the Jets are saying that Aaron Rodgers, 40 years old off a torn Achilles, was tearing up their defense. I want to face the Jets. Big stage, Aaron Rodgers hype, place where you got whooped up on last year. Get it over with early. No cold weather. I want the Jets.
That's not a good one to start with.
I want
Biggie, do you believe
the
this?
Jets.
Of all the options out there, like the Jets to start?
Yes.
I don't care about Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Hope he makes it through the first quarter. I mean, that might be the only intrigue. Is he going to, make it through the entire game? I was actually looking at the schedule because of what we were talking about yesterday, all the things. This is going to be the toughest schedule they've had in a long time. I started counting primetime games, like what would be a primetime game.
Give me the Jets.
Jets on opening night would be one.
Give me the Jets.
Jets on opening night would be one.
The Jets. Please.
Texans are playing on Thanksgiving in Dallas, right?
Please give me the Jets. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the Jets.
That's the one that jumped out to me. Why? It's not that big a deal.
Because, man, it's that weather last year was awful.
Well, that part is true.
I don't want them to have to play in that weather. I think this Aaron Rodgers stuff is getting over-romanticized. I want the Jets. Open the season. Let's go. How about some Sunday night, Monday night football type of joint? Yeah. Aaron Rodgers versus C.J. Stroud.
I think there's other options there. But, I get your point, I guess. It just wouldn't be my top option. I mean, they've talked about the Texans opening the entire season up at Kansas City. They've been one of the three options, I guess, that I saw.
On Thursday?
On Thursday. That would be sweet.
It's a big advantage because you get to sometimes the Super Bowl champ is vulnerable in week one, plus you get to play Thursday, which really isn't playing Thursday.
Yeah.
So you're playing a Thursday night game, but it's not like you're playing 4 days later. And then you get the long rest right after.
You get two.
It's an advantage.
At least two during the season of long rest.
I'm always amused by the because last year with the Ravens, my whole thing was you're playing the Ravens at the perfect time.
Yeah.
Like you're playing the Ravens week one. It's a new offense, blah, blah, blah. They're going to be gelling later in the season, and you don't want to face them. And you'll get some people who will say, why would you want to face Baltimore? Baltimore's a really good team. Look, I didn't say I want to draw 32 teams in a hat and hope that I take Baltimore. Like, the opponents are already set.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to have to go to Kansas City no matter what. So the question is, would you rather have Kansas City week 1 or would you rather have Kansas City week 13?
Yeah.
Week 14?
Yeah, I think that'd be awesome to just highlighting C.J. Stroud versus Patrick Mahomes. Your entire offseason would be preparing for the Chiefs, so you'd have plenty of time there. You get the extra off week, in essence, like you just mentioned. Now, I think that'd be good. Look, we've got plenty of time. It comes out in late April, early May, the schedule. We got plenty of time to discuss this. But I was looking at it. I was thinking Cowboys on Thanksgiving. And
Do you want Thanksgiving?
I would love it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Against the Cowboys.
Would you go?
I don't know if I'd go, maybe.
Let me tell you something, sir.
Mm-hmm.
That Thanksgiving spread at the Cowboys press box will be the best Thanksgiving meal you've ever had. I've had it.
Yeah.
It is off the charts.
Yeah. If I go, I'd probably just go.
They got the turkey. They got the prime rib. They got, multiple desserts, multiple pies.
Mm-hmm.
They got perhaps the best mac and cheese in the game.
Really?
Oh, God, yes. Oh, God, yes.
Man.
Yeah. Mashed
If I
potatoes,
go, I'd
gravy.
probably go as a fan and just fry turkey in the parking lot.
Okay, Hardo.
It's not a hardo. It's called being a good tailgater. Being a real good tailgater. So
I don't know if you got it like that, though.
Dude, I've been doing it for 30 years.
Nah, but I don't think you got it. You've been doing it at your house. I don't think you got it I don't think you can travel.
I've done it.
And fry a good turkey.
I did a Texas A&M game fried turkey.
Okay.
Probably when you were in high school.
Okay.
Cowboy?
Yeah, but I doubt the taste was there.
Oh, get out of here.
I don't think you got it like that. But I like your confidence.
It's not confidence if you back it up.
Okay.
Yeah. Or it's not cocky if you back
this
it up.
guy?
No, come on.
I'm going to go to the game and fry a turkey in the parking lot.
Damn right I will. You damn right I will.
First of all, you never do that.
I've done it.
No, but not now. Like at this stage in your life,
Landry,
you're telling Lopez. All right, commit to it then right now.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be Thanksgiving.
Okay, but if the Texans play on Thanksgiving against the Cowboys, commit to going and frying a turkey in the parking lot.
I've fried turkeys every year.
I'm not saying what you did. I'm telling you commit.
I have to carry that stuff every year.
Mark this. As a matter of fact, put it in the November folder.
Yeah.
Commit right now, Hardo.
Hardo? It's not Hardo. It's not cocky. I can fry the hell. I fry 2 or 3 turkeys a year.
Okay, but so Lopez.
I got neighbors coming up to me saying, hey, buying a turkey is, hey, can you fry this for me?
That's different.
How is it different?
That's different than saying, hey, I'm going to travel 3.5 hours up 45.
You put it in the back of your truck.
I'm going to go fry a turkey in the parking lot.
Yes, this is the easiest thing ever. Now, if I was to say I'm going to...
Okay, so commit.
Well, okay, this is what I'll commit to. If the family wants to go and it's on Thanksgiving, well, I can't...
Of course they're not going to want to do that.
Why not?
Because they want to hang out with their fam, relax.
Right. In Dallas, watching the Texans beat the hell out of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, you know how many turkeys I've fried over the years?
Like this, Lopez.
Probably in the hundreds.
Lopez. Okay, I'm not saying you can't fry a turkey. I know that. But how hardo do you have to be to act like you're going to go in the parking lot and fry a turkey on Thanksgiving from Houston to Dallas?
It's easy.
And you know the other thing?
It's easy. You have one little steel burner and a can of propane.
All right, here's the other thing.
That's it.
Here's the other thing.
Put it in the back of my truck.
Here's the other thing about you. And I do mean you. And I mean you people.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Nothing goes harder than Lopez family holidays. The Lopez family holidays
This is true.
are some of the most bonding, like magical,
elite
things ever. And y'all are always at the house.
Yeah.
And you're telling me you're just going to tell the family, hey, I'm going to Jerry World. I'm going to fry me a turkey in the parking lot.
We've done it.
All right, commit.
No, I'm saying we've done exactly that.
Yeah, at College Station.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
So?
Are you willing to leave your family to go?
They
fry a
go
turkey
with
in the
me.
parking lot?
They
Okay.
go with me.
So you're gonna
Because you
get
got
all
a
the
big
grandkids
family
and
now,
everything?
man.
Yeah.
You got
What
the
is that supposed to
grandkids and
mean?
all that stuff.
Yeah.
So you're gonna go. So you're gonna. Hey, grandbabies, let's go fry a turkey in the parking lot.
If they want to go, I'm in. I've done it hundreds of times. Literally hundreds.
It's gonna be hard for them now because they got other families too.
A piece of cake, man. A piece of cake.
Look, I know you're the barbecue guy, and I know you got your sauce, and I appreciate the hat you got me as well.
Yeah.
But you don't have to push it too far.
How is it pushing it? I don't think you understand how easy it is. You get a couple of gallons of peanut oil, a steel burner, and a bottle and a can of propane. That's like easier than barbecuing on the road. Like it's easier to do that than if I were to say I'm going to cook a brisket at my tailgate. It's easier to fry a turkey than to cook ribs, chicken, or brisket in a tailgate. It takes less stuff. It's more straightforward. No, it's easier to do what I'm saying than what I often do, and I've done as recently as this past season. Go and cook 2 chickens and 4 racks of ribs. That's what I did on my last tailgate.
But you did. But the whole path to that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the sticks here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. The whole path to that conversation, you did what Figgy hates most.
And that is?
You literally just did it, but you did it in a different form.
How's that?
Figgy when we start talking about the best food ever, what is your pet peeve whenever it happens?
The best food is the one I make.
Yeah. Oh, I'm telling you how great the food is. By the way, they estimated the plate. I think it's like $75 a plate, like in the press box in Cowboys. I'm laying down the food for food, like how good the food is. And Lopez goes, I'll probably just fry a turkey in the parking lot.
Yeah, that's not one-upping them. That's not one-upping them. What I'm saying is I probably won't even go to the press box, so I'll probably fry a turkey.
Where's the best steakhouse in town, Figgy? Where's the best steakhouse in town?
Your house?
I make it. I make the best steak.
I did not do that.
Where can I get some good barbecue?
I don't want to mess with the press
My
box.
barbecue is the best. The best barbecue is you making it at home.
But I didn't do that. You said press box, and I didn't doubt you. I'm just not going to mess with the press box. If I go, I'm going to go as a fan.
No, you go eat and leave.
I'm going to go as a fan.
No, you go eat and leave.
Just go as a fan.
You eat and walk out.
Nah.
Just take the grub. Take Jerry's grub.
I like
and
chilling, man.
Walk out. But that's why I think you should just stay at the house, man.
Why?
Relax.
Chill in the in the parking lot.
Relax. Watch the game.
Well, I'll be watching the game. That's for sure.
Get it going. On the text line, I guess my man card is revoked. Okay.
Why is that?
I guess because I don't want to fry a turkey in a parking lot. That's fine. I guess I'm good there.
Yeah.
Man, then you got to carve it. Then you got to... Yeah, it doesn't sound fun to me.
Yeah, it's...
Man card or not.
It's really not that difficult. If you know what you're doing, just go through the steps.
How long does it take?
3.5 minutes a pound. So you get usually those turkey fryers, you can't get bigger than about a 13-pound turkey. See, this tells you how many turkeys I fried. I can tell you exactly what to do. And then you get the big jug of peanut oil, but you also have to get the smaller plastic bottle of peanut oil because the big jug, that's where they try to get you. They try to make you buy 2 big jugs. Just buy 1 big jug and 1 regular size one. That's enough peanut oil. First thing you do is cook a rack of ribs in the peanut oil. And that's not necessarily for anything but hors d'oeuvres because the rack of ribs is going to, all the fat and juices from the ribs is going to season the peanut oil. Then you take the ribs out, let people munch on those as an appetizer. Then you put your first turkey in, and you go about 3.5 minutes a pound, no more than about a 13-pound turkey. Then you let it come out, let it rest for about 45 minutes. Should just fall apart.
So how long does this
take? Pull
take?
it back out. 3.5 minutes of a 13-pound turkey. What is that, about 36 minutes, 38 minutes, something like that per turkey? I usually do 2 or 3. But the key thing, people, before you fry your turkey, throw a rack or a couple of racks of ribs into the oil, and that's going to season it beautifully. Take that, Landry Locker. I could do it in my sleep.
Somebody on the YouTube chat said, what do you do with the oil?
You save it. I save it for usually about a month or 2 later.
So you just take it to the house?
No. Put it back in the jug. I got a funnel. I got a kitchen funnel. Put it back in the jug.
So how long is this process?
It's, like I said, it's a couple hours at the most.
So you're going to leave here at... The game's probably at 3. It's a 3:30
I'll
kick?
probably go spend at my sister's house the night before.
Okay.
Yeah. But what do you do with the oil? That's a great question. So, you put the oil back in the jug. It's not going to be as much.
Can't you just walk up to the press box and get a fresh
This
turkey?
is better, and it's easier because I'm making it. And what you do is you put the oil back after it cools down back in the jug. And then about a month or 2 later, get some fish and fry the fish in that oil, Figgy.
Okay.
Ooh, baby.
Okay.
That is some good stuff.
That's a lot, man.
That is some good stuff.
So what's up with the sides?
Let somebody else worry about all that stuff. The guys, the girls, whomever else comes, bring something. If you come, you better bring something. What's your best side you make?
I don't know.
Figgy, what's the best side you make?
Probably the best one I made was that brisket mac and cheese.
Ooh.
That was legit, man.
Ooh. Okay, so Figgy's bringing the brisket mac and cheese. I got the turkeys on lockdown. Yeah.
I'm good. I'm going upstairs. I'm going up to the press box.
And the rib appetizers.
No, I'm going to the press box.
All right, well, you can't come back down.
That's fine.
You can't have any.
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm up there. I'm walking around Jerry World getting some stadium styles and stuff. I'm chilling. I'm good.
Lopez is on YouTube. Lopez will probably fry a turkey in the parking lot while his wife is shopping. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. What's your best side? You got to have one.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I don't really have a good side.
You don't have a go-to?
Not really. We make sides. It's pretty basic.
So you're basic?
Make some rice. Make some pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not.
Why you sound like that saying it? You just it's pretty basic.
Because I just feel bad for Lopez for wanting to fry a turkey in the parking lot when he can go get
It's easy.
elite free meal
I just
upstairs.
gave you like the entire.
You're stressing me out, bro.
I gave you.
You know how bad you're gonna smell in the game?
I don't care. It's football, Landry.
The hell's that
mean? It's a
mean?
stadium. You're supposed to smell like your tailgate.
Terrible, man.
You ever been to it? You know what it smells like in a tailgate in the parking lot. Enough said they're in. Marty, shout out to Marty.
Yeah.
Tell me your best side, Marty. I got the turkeys locked up.
Marty be making some suspect stuff though sometimes.
What?
Some of his food pics on Facebook, if we're being honest, he doesn't always hit.
Wow.
Yeah.
So next time he brings barbecue, it's Figgy and me. It's Figgy and you. We got more Figgy. We got more.
Sometimes he hits, but sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he'll put something up. I'll be like, man.
Yeah.
Damn, when did McDonald's start selling beans?
Couple of our listeners didn't know about that rib trick. That rib trick is key, man.
Figgy, you know Marty doesn't always hit on that.
I don't see his food pictures on social media.
Oh, okay. Let me try to look for some real quick.
On YouTube.
Don't do that.
On
man.
YouTube, get T Mill's legendary mac and cheese. And we're gonna have to go with Figgies on this one.
Let me see.
We're gonna have to go with Figgies on this one.
Look at this. Here's one.
Mm-hmm.
He said the start of something good. What are we starting here?
Is that corn? What is that?
I don't know. What are we starting?
Is that cream?
I don't know.
corn?
What are we starting?
Is that coleslaw or cream corn?
I don't know. Like, what are we starting here? I don't know. Let's see.
Oh, Figgy, you got to bring that popper dip too,
That
man.
steak looks good. I mean, come on, bro. That's Wolfcan chili on chips.
He's gonna destroy you. He cut the onions too big. I will say that.
Yeah. I mean, how did that make the cut?
You got to chop them.
How did you press send on that one?
You got to just chop them a little
All
smaller.
right, that's a
than
good meal. That's a solid meal.
that. Yeah.
Treating the wifey.
Mm-hmm.
What else we got here with Marty? All right. Let's see.
What are you doing?
Spaghetti night. That looks good.
Let me see.
He did good on spaghetti.
Oh yeah, that looks good.
Yeah,
Little
spaghetti's good.
mozzarella on top.
Yeah, he did a good job with the
Yeah.
spaghetti.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What are we doing here?
Oh wow,
Come on, bro.
dude, that one is.
That breakfast. Like, what are we doing here, bro? How'd that make the cut? Let's see what we got here. What do we got? That chicken looks good. That's good. That's good color.
Is that chicken?
Why y'all doing this to my
No,
man Marty, man?
that was a legit question.
It's our man too.
That was a legit question.
All right, here you go. There's chicken.
That's chicken.
That's chicken.
Yeah, that's chicken.
See, that looks delicious. That
Yeah.
deserved to make the cut.
Mhm. What is that? Come to the tailgate. Bring a side, Marty. Bring a side.
You know what? Actually, Marty, we got the chips. You got the chips, okay? We need sodas.
We need ice.
We need soda. Hey, can you get some tea, some Red Diamond tea? Bring about 4 Red Diamond teas and 5 bags of ice, please. See, that's good. That's a casserole right there. I'm telling you, man. He always puts it up. That's
That's
start.
good.
Yeah, that's the start
Yeah.
of a casserole.
Bring that.
Yeah.
Bring that casserole. I got everything else.
There you go. He's got a tomahawk steak right there. That looks great.
All right.
I mean, what is this? I mean, I guess that's ziti.
Oh, that's good.
Looks all right.
No, that looks good.
I mean, it kind of makes me feel like I'm at the front of the line of the Cece's buffet
Oh,
when I'm
wow.
throwing some pasta on. But
Oh, wow. Dang.
he's gonna kill me.
He is going to kill you.
This is Ken Carman talking about the backup quarterback situation in Cleveland, and this is sad that the Deshaun Watson situation is such to where the possibility of bringing back Joe Flacco, even as a backup, is not even something he wants to entertain.
My intention is to play Deshaun Watson all 17 games.
I mean, at this point, we can't take his health as if it's going to be 100% guaranteed.
But we're also looking for quarterbacks that can help out, and we know we ain't getting Joe Flacco.
Whoever
back.
the backup quarterback is, they got to actually consider themselves to be like, hey, we're good, but you're going to play a game.
What's the reason I say that Joe Flacco ain't coming back? You might not know this. I say there's no chance you can bring him back. The fan base, they got Joe Flacco jerseys. The second if Deshaun Watson goes out there and has a bad pass or has a bad game or a bad quarter, there's going to be people out there yelling. There are going to be people yelling anyway, but if they got 15 standing on the sidelines there, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Now, if I put it over to Mitch Trubisky, well, if Mitch Trubisky doesn't see the field, then he's just a local guy who's a backup quarterback for the Browns. But I think enough time has passed to where it wouldn't be this hero's welcome if he were to be signed by the Browns as a backup quarterback. He's a good athlete. I bet he could run the offense. You can take care of him.
He got benched for Mason Rudolph.
So
the Steelers trash is going to be our treasurer all of a sudden?
I didn't say our treasurer. I said our backup. That's what I said.
I need our backup to be our treasurer.
I said our backup's backup. You got DTR
I need our backup to be our treasurer because you're going to actually play.
Okay, well, I have a veteran presence, and you're not bringing back Joe Flacco.
Man, that's crazy.
This is the problem.
But Flacco's not even. I don't think he's going to be a starter anywhere. Like, he would be your backup.
But this is the problem in Cleveland.
That's rough, man.
Like, you got a $230 million quarterback, and they sitting there talking about the backup.
Yeah, well, the other part
and
of
they don't even want the best backup because they're anticipating
they're
anticipating that Watson's going to suck.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The other part of this that's sad, and this is the problem in Cleveland. They are assuming there's going to be boos and calls for Flacco.
If they brought in the best damn backup possible for CJ Stroud, would that impact you at all?
None. Zero.
It shouldn't even
Flacco,
matter, man.
They could bring Flacco in. Like, let's name him by name, and I'd be like, cool. That's a great guy to have.
Bring whoever you want.
And if he took this team to the brink, if Stroud was out or for whatever reason, I don't even want to say the I word. As soon as he's back, it's CJ, baby. It's CJ. But in Cleveland, they're anticipating boos and calls for Flacco.
If Flacco came here, would we be worried?
None.
On the text line 832, as we wrap up around the NFL, how long do you deep fry the ribs?
3.5 minutes a pound.
Okay, 3.5 minutes a pound.
Ribs or turkey?
Oh, the ribs.
Yeah, ribs.
Oh, the ribs.
The rib trick.
The ribs is about I would say I didn't go by pound, but I would say probably about 10 or 12 minutes at the most.
Okay.
Probably 10.
There you go.
Yeah.
10, 12.
Yeah.
There you go. John Lopez, Landry Locker, Figgy Fig with you. What side's Marty bringing?
I hope that one that looked good, that corn casserole.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Shout out to Marty. Shout out to Nuff
You're not eating any more of his food.
Oh, he's pissed.
Going to be banned from the tailgate.
I'm not getting anything.
Or at least for a week.
From Marty. You can talk to me
banned for a week.
Coming up, internet goes nuts. A QB in the division has people going crazy, and his name is not CJ Stroud.
So the weight loss plan has been just so good for me. People still.
Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Anthony Richardson, he's throwing a football. He's doing so barefoot. Threw it yesterday. Kind of looked like that gif of that guy throwing it sidearm or whatever, like the bad movie actor where he's like throwing the ball.
Yeah.
But
Rico,
it had,
Uncle Rico?
Yeah, it had the internet going nuts. People excited about AR-15 and what he can do in Indianapolis. He is throwing a football 5-6 months before camp begins.
All right. Okay. Like, none of that stuff. You never really know what they show you, what they don't, but good for him.
I got the internet going nuts.
So this was making the rounds this morning. 30 years ago today. 30 years ago today. And what my big takeaway from this was when I clicked on it was, number one, man, can you imagine if social media was active back then? And number two, Sports Center used to be so much better than it is now.
But the Temple coach spotted Calipari giving officials some grief near the locker room after the game. Calipari was on the Zebras throughout the game, but his post-game conversation with the officials set Cheney off.
And you send your kids out there pushing and shoving. The guys did a hell of a job. You had the best officiating you could ever get here. And for you to ride them, I want to be a part of that. I just got my ass blasted for giving them hell down in West Virginia. And here you get a hell of a job right here today. Good job. 3 class guys. And you pick them out here and single them out. You can't get that. You got to never threaten the guys. Shut up, guys. You can't never threaten the guys. I'm killing you.
I'm killing you.
You remember that. When I see you, I'm going to kick your
You think
ass.
John Chaney can beat someone up?
Yeah, back then he could.
I don't know, man. Looked kind of like Beetlejuice from Howard Stern.
He looked a little bit like that, but he was ticked off.
Yeah, he seemed mean.
He was ticked off.
On a piece of Calipari.
At Calipari, yeah. But, man, Sports Center, I was just looking at it.
Sports Center was awesome. You had to get up to watch it. It was must watch.
So much better than it is now. So
Must
much
watch,
better.
man.
Yeah. That was Tirico. Had a higher pitched voice.
Tirico, Dan Patrick, Keith Olbermann.
All those guys.
Kenny Mayne, Trey Wingo, Linda Cohn.
Yeah, you got the whole roster, man.
Chris Berman.
Of course. I saw him in Vegas.
Yeah, he doesn't tailor his suits.
Obviously.
He doesn't tailor his suits. Then, like, when even the analysts, like, why did I was watching an interview the other day with Trent Dilfer. He kind of explained why he left. But Trent Dilfer was the man, dude.
Yeah.
Remember Trent Dilfer back in the day?
He was really good. Well, he did. He had landed on his feet all right. He's doing all those quarterback stuff.
Yeah, Hodge. Nice fight, Merrill Hodge.
Yeah. He is not a fan of Caleb Williams, by the way.
We'll talk about that tomorrow. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Well, he also wasn't a fan of Bryce Young. He said CJ was the guy last year. So.
Yeah. And Johnny. Remember Johnny?
Got a little bit of credibility.
Yeah.
Merrill Hodge.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Legler.
Tim Legler as well.
Back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when PTI first came on? Man.
Big time.
Nice.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Michael Jordan's son has broken up with Larsa Pippen. Thank God. That was getting out of control. Mason Cameron on It Is What It Is say that he dodged a bullet.
Somebody got to tell you the truth. You're not Lori Harvey. My goodness. And for all of the Pippins, I know that's your mom's. Listen, but sometimes we find out about our parents and we don't like what we find out. I found out things about my parents I may not like, but they're still my parents. Stop embarrassing your children. Allegedly.
Like me today, man. I only got 5 words to say, man. So the people, don't be the next sucker.
It's lollipop season. Pause.
Because she'll find another one.
Yeah.
All I got to say is
her mental health.
You young she praying on y'all. Don't be the next sucker. Period. It's that 5 word. Don't be
Get
the
that
next
t-shirt.
sucker. Yeah.
I need that on my hoodie.
Yeah.
Don't be the next sucker.
He had her taken. He had. All right. She said she needed to pause the relationship. Here's the story from this girl is awful, man. I don't know how he's letting this happen. You're Michael Jordan's son, dude. It says Larissa Pippen and Marcus Jordan are calling timeout on their relationship, and the split comes after some issues cropped up between them, ones they are hoping to smooth out. Sources with direct knowledge, a.k.a. they told you,
yes,
like they do every other story, say Larissa and Marcus recently put a pause on dating while they worked through a bump in the road, with her coming to the conclusion over the weekend that they needed to call things off, at least for the time being anyway. Her and Marcus were first spotted together, blah, blah, blah. They started going 100 miles per hour. Now it's all coming to a halt. She wants to focus on her mental health and blah, 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 blah.
Get out while you can. Get out while you can. And by the way, they broke up before Valentine's Day. See, Figgy?
Okay.
Yeah, they did that. He did the pre-Valentine's Day breakup rather than wait 2 days.
She did,
and rather than wait 2 days after.
She had him around her finger, man.
Yeah, I think, that's not the only thing. So get out while you can.
I got the internet going nuts.
The Chiefs are having their parade today, and I saw. Tell me if you see what I saw. They're really drunk in Kansas City. But this is
the guy laying in the middle of the road.
Well, that I saw, but this is Travis Kelce kissing Nick Wright. I watched this video to the end. Like, Nick, first of all, is wasted too, but he's kissing him. Did you see him kiss him on the cheek?
Yeah, that's cool.
Cool?
He's really just trying to
yeah. They are wasted. Can't wait for a football parade, man. This is. They are wasted in Kansas City. I don't know if it's going to get that bad. But good for them, man. I mean, you
deserve it, man.
You deserve everything that you do.
Everything y'all do in that parade, enjoy it, man.
And I can't wait to hear some of these speeches that are going to be made.
You already know that. Like, Travis Kelce doesn't have very many bags. Is he going to make people cry?
No, he's not going to.
He's going to say you got to fight for your right to party.
Yeah,
he's going to ramble. He's going to say they doubted us.
Yeah.
He's going to say, yeah, what are they saying now? And then we're going for 3.
We're going for 3.
That's it.
I got the internet going nuts.
So the Rockets right now, they're kind of in a rebuild. And in Dallas, up 45, you would think that they're in a good spot. However, nobody wants to play there. There's a report that Kyle Kuzma turned down a trade to go there. He would have rather stayed in Washington. Mm-hmm. And then Spencer Dinwiddie, did you hear this?
Yeah, I heard it.
He was asked about why he would have rather gone to the Lakers instead of the Mavericks. Apparently Dallas sucks.
The two situations kind of felt like this, right? Let's say you were a kid and you got your ass whooped by the bully. Dallas would have been like your mama being like, it's okay, baby, don't worry about it. Lakers are like, your dad, you better go out there and fight till you win. You feel me? I just felt like that was what I needed at the time. That's how I felt about it.
What is the deal?
What does that mean?
Basically they're soft,
salty,
right?
Man. I mean,
they're soft,
that's
right?
what he said.
Yeah.
That's what the man said right there. It's pretty messed up, man.
And that was the other one that I saw. Who else was saying something about
Windhorst?
Oh, yeah, Windhorst. Yeah.
Yeah, Windhorst was saying
Dallas is kind of soft, right?
With Luka and Kyrie, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I think they are.
Got a couple Roseanne sons then, huh?
I guess Kyrie's I thought they were kind of trying to flip the switch a little bit.
I got the internet going nuts.
This is one where I don't buy into the internet going nuts over this. Justin Verlander, and you've heard the audio here, talking about he's, he didn't say setback, he said hiccup. I'm telling you, people, just breathe easy. There is nothing wrong with Justin Verlander. He wants to avoid as much of spring training as he can. If you're worried about anybody, worry about the other pitchers, how Fromber's going to respond, and if McCullers is ever going to play. Justin Verlander is going to be just fine. He's 41 years old.
What do you mean just fine? What's just fine
He's
mean?
nothing. He's just going at his own pace. He's just going.
What are you saying?
Like, people are like going over the top because he said it himself. I had a hiccup, and so he's not ready to start.
So you think he's going to be good?
Yes.
How good?
Well, I thought Spillane had a good point earlier when he joined us.
Sounds so surprised. He's our baseball guy.
Of all people, Spillane. No. He's not going to be a Cy Young winner, but he's going to be your ace. He's going to be your guy. He has to be your guy.
You sure?
Yes.
So you feel confident in saying that?
Yes, I do.
I don't.
Really?
I think he misses at least 2 months.
2 months would be an issue.
Yeah, I think look, man, we've seen this way too many times. He's 40, dude. He's 41.
So 2 months to begin the season?
No, I think over the course of the season, over the course of the season, like he's going to have stretches where he has to miss like 4 starts, or they have to slow him down, or something like that. Dude, he's old. I mean, I'm not saying that bad. It's hard, man.
Like, no, but what I'm saying is, in terms of prepping for the season, this isn't like he had a setback.
Nah, they go at their own pace.
He knows his body, and he knows how to get ready better than anybody else.
At that point, you go in your own speed.
Yeah, but if he misses
Roger
2
Clemens
months,
used to be heavy, and then you look at him a week later, it's like, damn, that dude's in shape. He's ready to throw.
Yeah. No, but don't overthink that. If he misses 2 months, they're in trouble because their starting pitching is going to be more key than ever.
You think he's making 30 starts this year?
What did he make last? 35 is about what people make, right? Usually.
Sure.
Boy, 30 is a good number. I'm going to say 28. Because some of the times that he sits out might be for rest or skipping a spot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Skipping a spot in the rotation.
I mean, I think the hater thing lowers the blow a little bit. But I just don't. I don't expect a ton from him, and they're not paying him too much. Last year he had 27 starts. Year before that he had 27, 28. Last time he had over 30 starts was 2019.
Yeah, so I said 28. I'm going to stick with that.
I'll take the under.
Under 28?
He's old, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's old. Look at him. He's old.
No, you're not wrong.
Shout out to Billy Madison. Or wait, that was Happy Gilmore, right? Nah, Big Daddy. Damn. All those Adam Sandler movies.
I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah, all those.
Oh, Lord, I was talking about the parade.
Yeah.
Isaiah Pacheco brought an actual goat to the parade.
Get your own bit,
all right,
dude.
man.
He brought an actual goat.
He did what Kevin Hart did at the comedy show. He stole that.
Oh, he did?
That was on Netflix. Kevin Hart brought a goat for Chris Rock, a live goat.
I don't remember that.
On the stage, yeah.
Yeah.
It's your own bit, Pacheco. Coming up next, Valentine's games.
It's your own bit.
Lopez has Valentine's poems, and I have Houston Texans and other athlete dating profiles. A very loving time on In the Loop next.
Area 45 with Bajani and 3333.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, ending the show with a little bit of love. Shout out to Jordan and Kevin. John Lopez, 610 poems, and then I have Bumble profiles.
Oh, wow.
For some of your favorite athletes around town. Take it away, J-Lo.
End it with a little love here, with maybe a little twist on the traditional Valentine's ditty, if you will, with some of our little ditty. You've heard of that.
Ditty got canceled, sir.
Not that ditty.
Oh, okay.
The little ditty. Okay. Roses are red, violets are blue. CJ does it all and gets God to bless you. Roses are red. Landry likes food. Have you remembered to subscribe to the Locker Room on YouTube? Yeah, got to do it. Got to do it every day. Roses are red, violets are blue. Amy Adams wishes she were Hannah and could cook like Cal, too. Roses are red, violets have pigment. Sean Pendergast asks Nick if he can stay another segment.
Or two.
Nick Casario, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
Yeah. We want to have you longer than Jay-Z on Breakfast Club.
Roses are red. Ron the Show smokes beef. He likes the Texans, but they sure ain't the Chiefs.
It's fair.
Roses are red and so are balloons. B.O.B.'s gone. He was a buffoon.
This is a fact. Football idiot.
Another one. Still in my B.O.B. era here. Roses are red and some are brown. Remember Jack Easterby? He was a clown.
No doubt.
I'm giving them their due here. Roses are red. Figgy's Sounders go hard. Except when he decides to hit me with the race card.
Race card!
Like that. Roses are red. Seth should not be ignored. Except maybe when he's distracted by the text board. Roses are red. T. Mill is his name. He is H-Town true. Unless there's a golf game.
With a stranger. With a stranger.
With a stranger. Happy Valentine's Day, man.
Don't say that to me, weirdo. What? I feel really uncomfortable.
Man, Landry looked so uncomfortable.
Yeah,
when
what
you
was
said
that?
What's wrong with that?
What is that?
I'm not saying you and me. I'm saying I hope you have a happy Valentine's Day.
Stop.
Figgy, happy Valentine's Day.
Man. Happy Valentine's Day,
Thank
man.
you, Figgy.
Okay. Weird, man.
That's not weird.
What the hell's wrong with
I
you?
want you to have a happy Valentine's Day with your sweetie, with your girl.
Hey, let's just move on quickly. Dating profiles for your local athletes. Will Anderson, about me, used to being around women, so will treat you like a princess. My body of work as a man is even better when you get the advanced stats. And text me quickly because I may change my number soon.
He is going to change his number. 5 sisters, right?
5 sisters.
Yeah.
Jose Altuve, about me, interested in. Sorry you can't wear high heels.
Why's that?
Personality, type of lover. I've been accused of being a cheater, but it's not true. Favorite animals? Goats. Brevin Jordan, about me. I grew up in a wild place, but I don't consider myself wild. Favorite first date? Don't ask me to go to Whataburger. We're going to In-N-Out.
He told us. I should have known that one.
More about me. I'm always happy and upbeat, even when my back is against the wall. How he almost got
true.
cut.
Yeah, this is true.
Jalen Green of the Houston Rockets.
Oh, boy.
About me. I'm just trying to prove I'm elite. The internet has a lot to say. Perfect first date for Jalen Green? A nail salon. Derek Stingley, about me. Not down to conversate, just about that action.
Nail salon first date, huh?
I mean, am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
Favorite food, Cajun.
All right.
LSU.
All right.
Not always emotionally present, but one of the best booze you can have when I'm there. Christian Harris. Woman must be tall because I had someone small yelling at me for a long time.
Okay.
Talking about Nick Saban.
Shout out to Nick Saban.
I'm very coachable and can end up in the right spot. Remember the interception?
Yeah.
That moment. Religion, my faith matches my name.
Christian.
So there you go. Christian Harris. Jalen Petrie.
All right.
Ideal first date. Doesn't matter where we go, but you'll have to cover the bill because I can't cover. Personality. I don't always tackle the task, but it's not for a lack of effort.
Tackle? See what you did there.
My bosses at work love me. CJ Stroud, music taste. Some Snoop Dogg or some Nipsey Hussle.
All right.
Religion, God over everything. Perfect location. I like Houston, but I'm more of a West Coast guy. We got to be honest.
He doesn't hide it.
He doesn't hide it.
Yeah.
Laramie Tunsil.
All right.
Habits. Pet peeves. Pet peeves. I hate girls who are late because I always like to get there early.
Or do you? Or do you?
I have expensive taste but can afford it, and I've got a target on my back. Those are your dating profiles. Right
So the first thing you put is like about me on all these. I've never been on a dating app ever, obviously.
Yeah.
Like I've never even opened one.
Yeah.
Like, so those are all legit things that you do. Like for
you put about me and all that, perfect first date, that type of crap. Yeah.
That's a bunch of crap.
I think you answer all those questions.
But isn't that just like
well, the number one red flag for a dating app, I'll tell you in a sec, but first on the text line, 713, they have a poem.
Oh, good.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I'm a loophole, and if you're listening, you are too.
Dang right.
There you go.
That's great.
It's a good job right there.
That's great. Figgy, you ever been on a dating? I have no idea.
Figgy,
nah.
Or seen it. I'm sure. Yeah.
Nah, I seen a couple coworkers had some. I didn't know how it go.
Yeah. So what happens?
The number one.
Do you swipe right if you like?
You swipe right if you like. You swipe left if you don't. Okay. The number one red flag for like if you're reading a girl's profile.
Yeah.
100%. This is like.
I'm curious.
It doesn't matter if she looks like.
Yeah.
Freaking.
Yeah.
The hottest girl in the world, and she has everything in common with you. If she says one thing,
wow.
You have to completely just ignore her and avoid her like the plague.
Well, you got our attention.
Weaknesses. I just care too much. I just love too hard.
Well, that's like a job. Yeah, that's like a job.
But they put that.
Yeah, that's dumb. That's dumb. Like some of the things you said, like perfect first date, they're gonna lie. You know, like long walk on the beach. I mean,
no, they'll say something like real basic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the girl will always try to sound like more like down to earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes they'll put like the ideal first date, and it's like traveling. That's another red flag. Yeah. Traveling. That just means she likes bread.
Yeah.
Like for all the single folks out there, if she says she likes traveling,
when she puts traveling, she's a gold digger.
When she I ain't saying she a gold digger, but
yeah,
she like traveling just means they like
they want to be.
Yeah.
They want some green.
Yeah. I just care.
Now we all know, you know, you're obviously happily married, kid, been out of the game for a long time, but you at one point you were in the game, right? In that. So. What's the hit rate on this? I'm very fascinated.
What do you mean by hit rate?
Like where it's actually sincere, like the person wasn't lying, the picture was true.
You mean like catfishing?
Like, well, just like you actually got what you paid for, so to speak.
The catfishing rate is pretty high. I mean, like as far as like the dated pictures,
yeah,
it's pretty high.
Like how many times did you say, okay, that's exactly like I saw, whether it was her likes or first date, what she looked like, whatever.
Sometimes it just kind of depends on that.
See, I'm thinking like 15%.
No, it's higher than that.
It's higher than that?
Yeah, it's higher than that. It's not an uncommon thing. I would say probably the majority of couples now meet on these things.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
That's absolutely nuts.
There's nothing to be ashamed about.
No, I'm not passing judgment. It's just nuts.
No, and it's a good screening,
It used to be ashamed that I met somebody off of MySpace.
Yeah, it's a good screening.
Yeah.
I didn't even want to tell nobody that.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I just can't even relate. I'm just fascinated by this dating apps, man. We're talking about Valentine's and all this stuff. I've never been in that game. I mean, I like to keep up with everything and all the apps and all the data and all the new stuff to technology. Dating apps, I got no clue.
Is that Velvet? Is that what we're rocking there?
No, that's Terry.
That's Terry Cloth.
Yeah, that's
baby.
Terry.
Okay.
What is that, Velvet?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I didn't have that. You had that right off the bat.
Oh, yeah, I know my stuff,
school,
man. I know my stuff.
Old
Got
school.
that Terry Cloth shirt working.
Clint's in the spirit.
I it feels nice. Got me a couple of them, man. I got a Terry Cloth kick last year and bought me a couple of them. And
they're comfortable.
I was thumbing through there this morning, and that pink really stood out to me. I figured having 3 girls in the house, it would be greatly appreciated.
Especially
so
today.
I threw it on, and it still fits. I said, "What the hell? Let's rock it." That's it. Speaking of dating apps, when did they become dating apps? Right? I mean, was MySpace a dating app? I know you're talking about the swipe left, swipe right.
I don't think it was. I don't think it was. I was on MySpace.
So your dating apps. I would say.
I know you were on Black Planet.
I would say there's just as much quote unquote dating
Black
going
Planet's
on.
got all the hoes and all the freaks.
Yes, I think you're right. On social media,
I'm just saying social media in general, man. I mean, the DM world of
no, that I buy.
I mean, of Instagram and Facebook and all that. Now, it may not be as like I ended when, which one was the swipe left, swipe right?
That was like Tinder and Bumble, I think. Yeah.
Tinder. It was Tinder. That's when, like, some of my buddies, right after I got out of the game, were still in that Tinder. Now, that took it a little bit. That, to me, when I looked at that one, I was like, boy, I hope, at the time, if I ever have a daughter, I hope she ain't on that damn thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that was
That's
if I
free for all of disaster. Bumble cleaned up a little bit. Bumble cleaned
because
up
they had to hit on you,
that
right?
was
Because the
all
girls had
after
to to approach the guy.
That came all after me.
I have no knowledge.
The
of this.
Tinder thing, when it got me, so I got one buddy that used it. I don't know if he ever had any success, but he used it openly.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I think I swiped about 20 one night just for him, swiping for him, see if he could have any luck. When I saw, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lock Dog, maybe you don't know, but anyway. There was literally a map, like a GPS attached to it, where you could walk in and Tinder would tell you, like, this person is 1 mile away from you.
Hell no.
So you could narrow it down to, like, really whoever's in the same bar as you are.
Oh, no.
And you could tell this chick without the fear of rejection, you could say, hey, I'm interested in a little something.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
And they would get it across the room. Like once I was like, holy cow!
No way.
I'll tell you.
No way.
I'd have been a lot worse than I already was. Holy cow!
Travis Kelce might be jumping back on that here in a bit. If they don't get him off this stage,
he's out of control.
Oh God! If they don't get him off the stage. I mean,
would you relax?
He may lose.
I'm
just saying he may lose.
You're worried about him losing Taylor because he's acting a fool.
Taylor's parents have never seen. Taylor's parents have never seen any of Taylor's boyfriends as hammered as he is.
He is hammered.
My in-laws.
Did you see him kiss Nick Wright?
Yes. I'm 15 years with my wife. They have never, ever seen me that drunk. I mean, he tried to get the words to that Garth Brooks.
I got friends in lower places.
He almost fell down 2 or 3 times. Mahomes, who is drunk, had to save him and grab the mic. Like I mean it.
It's bad.
They've got to get him off of that thing.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That is, man. I like that. I like that little number, man.
I knew you'd like it,
man. I didn't touch it 3 or 4 times.
I got a blue one too. The color of Lock Dog shirt right there. I got a blue one.
Very festive of you.
I got a greenish blue. Actually, terry cloth suit, boys. Whoa. Short. No polo short suit, like a set. You know what I mean? Not a. Even though a suit would.
I want to see what this looks like because you said that earlier. I want to see.
Lopez may not like it. You?
I'm not saying I want to like.
Lopez may not like it, dude. I was a child of the '80s.
I know. I'm talking about the terry cloth short and shirts.
I wish y'all could see. Because he came in. Tyler, I said, "Is that cashmere? What is that?"
The material caught me off guard.
It stopped us all in our tracks as soon as we saw him.
The suit, the matching shorts with the shirt though. Right, I'm gonna tell you.
I want to see that.
Look, hell, I'll just put it out there. Ain't too many white cats pulling that off.
Go ahead.
Just being honest with you. I mean, just saying, and so.
I mean, Clint, Tyler, I've told you, Clint is one of the. I think there are under 60 unicorns.
60, one of 60.
Under 60 in this country.
Endangered species.
They are, and that is the unicorn. That is.
So y'all should take good care of me.
That is the white guy that can take and pull the white girl who has only dated black men. I think there are under 60, and that's the hardest one. The white girl who is only dating black guys. You know they're out there. You know them out there listening. to be the white guy to pull her back, you got to have something special. I think Clint is one of 60 in this country.
I appreciate that.
Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Another. Channing Tatum.
It's a hell of an honor.
Bill Clinton.
There was a time in Bill Clinton. There was a time in my life. There was a time in my life, Ron, where I mean, if you made that statement on radio, we'd put it to test. But them days have come and
we
gone.
Can't do that now. We can't do that now. I'm just saying there are only a few. Maybe there are some. There are some that you out there might know of. You might know someone. You may know some guy that does it. They're I think under 60, and Clint is one of them. And you probably can pull off that full outfit.
Oh, there's no doubt.
I want to see it. That material, the
color
What
mutes
kind of
it a
blue
bit.
is it?
The other shirt like this is a blue that's kind of bright like this one, but the short shirt suit is more of a green. It's more of a darker sage
I
green.
want to see that.
Yeah, it's clean.
I got to see that number.
It's clean. Throw it on some white slides. All white slides.
What kind of shoes you gonna wear them? I like that.
Well,
That's
I got funky nails, so it's got to be some kind of closed-toed shoe. So I just rock probably more than likely some all white ones, a brand new pair of all white ones, or you can always get your white tennis shoe that you wear with a suit that's a little bit nicer, a little different cut than a Nike.
Yeah.
That would go well with it as well.
Yeah, I got to see this number.
Special occasion. The problem for me with that is when do you wear it?
It feels like you got to go to Miami or something.
It's got to be vacation. Miami,
if we
Cabo.
had a beach party in Vegas, that might have been it.
Yes, that would have been
an
it.
opportunity there.
Absolutely. It's got to be some kind of or something. I mean, the city of Houston is big enough where you pull something like that off. But the thing is it's got to be like a brunch event or something like that. Like it ain't something you can rock to an evening event or something. It's got to be
day party.
It's got to be the day party. Now we may be able to wear it into a night party, after the day.
It's 5 o'clock now. We slide in.
Let's turn this into a midnight joint. I might be able to do that, but can't start there with it. So that's the problem is when.
Yeah.
Not if. It's when.
You're waiting for it. Mm-hmm. The drive is live. Clint, you hear him. Tyler's in here. And we've got to get to a lot of things to get to. And one, with in honor of Andre Johnson going to the Hall of Fame, let's look at another Hall of Famer to be. And folks, clearly we're at a place, Tyler and Clint, that J.J. Watt is clearly dug in. He is completely dug in on this hair. I don't know if we sat here and we watched it with Pat McAfee, and we knew he was going to go on Pat McAfee. We talked about it Monday.
Justin James, you son of a bitch.
What's he going to do? Tyler, could you describe the hairstyle that he's been running with and he was running with on Super Bowl Sunday?
Oh, the hairstyle for JJ has been vintage 90s, early 2000s white guy messy hair look.
Boy band.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Let me put it to you like this. For all the old heads out there,
y'all
remember L.A. Looks? Y'all remember the gel that came in all these bright colors with the clear packaging? You can see the bubbles in the gel. Had the old soap, soap dispenser pump on the top of it. L.A. Looks, y'all remember that? You just throw it in your hair, man. I mean, your hair didn't move. You could do whatever when it dried, it was over.
It seemed like something different than activator. I used a little bit when I was a
Man,
little S-curl.
I ain't never put no S-curl or activator in this Auburn.
But that's the look that's.
I don't even know what that is.
That L.A. Looks, boy.
I don't know what L.A. Looks.
You could make your hair do firm hold. Nowadays they say medium, light hold, medium hold, firm hold. This was extra firm hold.
Extreme hold.
Extreme hold, right across the bottom. L.A. Looks was the deal back in the day, son. When I had that flat top, game over.
Every hair in its proper place.
Well, JJ got it. JJ's bringing it back.
JJ's on Pat McAfee, and he is not standing down.
He must have bought some stock, too.
It is clear
bringing
to me.
L.A. Looks back.
It is clear to me, fellas, he is going to lean into this now. I think we're at a point now where he knows it. I think he knows he needs to change it. I think he knows he should change it, and he wants to go back to the other style of hair. But he is not. Us, the public, aren't going to shame him and push him into changing his hair back.
No,
so now he's dug in.
I'm gonna tell you,
and I think he's going to do this for about 6 months.
No, I'm gonna tell you,
he's going to do it for about 6 months.
Look, Ron. One of the best things about you, probably the best thing about you, is you married a fabulous woman.
It really did.
You married a woman that loves you so much that when she saw you on TV and that hair wasn't just right, that receding hairline was starting to show up. She said, "Hey, baby, it's time."
Yeah.
You know, if J.J. Watt married right, what's her name? Kalia, I believe is her name. Is that right? The soccer player.
I don't have it, but yeah, no.
Soccer player. If he married right, she's gonna say, "Baby, I love you with all my heart," and I'm gonna tell you, I think you're the sexiest man alive. But we got to do something with that hair, man. We got to do something a little different.
No, I think he's dug in. I think he feels
that's why it's going to take her to change it.
Because I think he feels like he's got to be the one to make the decision.
I'll give you this.
He's got to be the one to make the decision.
On the CBS desk, I thought the tips were frosted. I ain't kidding you. When I first looked at it, I thought the tips were frosted. On Pat McAfee, at least looks all the sandy blonde color it is.
I was coming from the side. I thought he changed it. And Tyler said, no, man, it's still the same.
Here's what JJ's going to do. It's just a subtle change,
He's
right?
6 months, man.
For some reason, the fade is it's super low. Like the fade.
Yeah,
the fade stops like halfway up his dome, right? And he's got a big head, like a tall head. So what he's got to do is he's got to take that fade up higher. That fade's got to go up about twice as high as it is right now. And then all he's got to do is change product in the top. That's it. Subtle move. Just change the product. You ain't got to. Don't touch the top with the scissors.
Clint, he's not changing
anything. The fade's got to
anything.
come up 2 inches.
No. JJ's in.
And you need a matte finish. You need a matte finish product in your hair. Not L.A. looks. I'm just telling you.
Tyler, he has committed to this.
You said it best. He's dug in.
He's dug in. He's committed to this, and he is not going to come off of it.
Did I tell you?
LeBron is committed to continuing with this ridiculous hair that he has on his head. He wants to shave it. I know he does. You think Savannah had told him? That's why I'm telling you, the JJ. Savannah, it's him. He's dug in. He's going to be the one that makes the decision. And JJ is going to be the one. He came in proud on McAfee today. I'm getting this thing in. I'm going to put this LA
looks, man.
And I'm going to run it, and I'm going to go with it. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to get it even harder and frozen and better than it was on Sunday. Y'all want to see it. Y'all want to see a messy hair. I'm going to give you a messy hair that won't move. He's going to do this. He is dug the hell in.
That's JJ good hair, too, man. He's got that sandy blonde. It's not thick. It's not too thick. It's not thin. He's not losing it. I bet he could do anything he wants with it, man.
He can. He's got versatility,
we're going LA looks.
And now he's dug in.
Look, I told you guys about this serious business, by the way. I told you guys about my website I wanted to start about 15 years ago. Right? I wanted to have an online consulting firm, essentially, for men. Like, stuff like this. Like, hey, JJ, now you're catching hell, man. You can hit me up. It's discreet. I won't tell anybody. And we'll fix this problem real quick. Don't overcorrect, but we'll just there's certain things dudes shouldn't do. Right? There's certain things that certain dudes that are taller or shorter or bigger or like there's certain things guys just shouldn't do. And I feel like this deal with JJ would be a huge business opportunity for my website had I ever started it.
It would be. It's going to take somebody like Andre to text him. You don't have to do this. You can stand down. You don't have to do this. It's going to take somebody because he's dug in. He's going to do this for at least 3 to 6 months. Till he feels like he made the decision. But he's dug the hell in. It is. I mean, he might. You know what? You're right. Clint, he might frost those tips. He may say, "You're all right. You want to call me boy band? I'll take it to boy band." I know.
Well, he ain't got to take him far. Let me tell you, that Uber ain't gonna cost much.
I know. I get silly when I get dug in. All right, a lot to get to, as we said, man. JJ, come on, man. Just stop. But pitchers and catchers, they reported today. First time we're hearing from many people, and I love this, man. And I'm telling you, boy, if you got an issue with this, listen, I'm not going to kill you for it because I can understand maybe potentially why you do. But I love just the decision, just the reasoning and the decision of doing this. But this is Joe Espada. One of the big questions about what he is going to have decisions on. One is this center field stuff, and the other is they just signed Josh Hader. They got Hader. They got Ryan Presley, who has been this team's closer and has helped them win a championship in that role, and Brian Abreu, who was this team's best reliever last year. All three of them jokers have closer stuff and closer ability or have been closers. And the decision on what they're going to do, here is Joe Espada as he met with Ryan Presley and Josh Hader, and this was the conversation.
Yesterday in my office, and when both pitchers are available, Hader will pitch the ninth inning.
How did that meeting go for?
It went well. I think both guys want the best for this team. I think the ultimate goal is to hold that trophy at the end of the year, and both guys were on board.
All right, and then he goes on to discuss why he feels more comfortable with Hader in the ninth.
That's, Hader has done it, and Presley, they're both being so successful. I think I feel more comfortable, giving Hader that opportunity since he has shown his ability to do it, but same as Presley. This is just not, Presley's not going to pitch the ninth inning. Presley is as successful as Josh Hader's been in that closer role. So right now, Hader will pitch the ninth inning when both guys are available.
All right, listen. I know Tyler, you love you some Ryan Presley. You have gone to bat for Ryan Presley. Clint, I know you're a big fan, and you trust Ryan Presley. Fans out there, trust Ryan Presley, love Ryan Presley. Are you good with this decision from the first-year manager, Joe Espada?
Absolutely. I'm good with everything about this, and I'm more than good. I absolutely love it. I love Joe Espada staring the camera in the face and answering the question. I love what he had to say in terms of bringing both of those guys into the office, sitting them down together and talking to them together about the decision and letting them both know that Hader's got the ninth. When they're both available, Hader's got the ninth and Presley's got the eighth. I love the message about the response from both of those guys of, hey, man, they were both good with, they just want to win ball games. What's not to love about everything you just heard and saw, if you saw the video of Joe Espada, what's not to absolutely love about all of it, Ron? My only concern with this is Hader's walkout music.
What's this?
I don't know.
Oh,
he changed it.
I bet he changes it again.
I'm hoping he changes it again when he gets here. I know we're gonna get some kind of Latin, some kind of international, a little something in the seventh from Abreu. We're gonna get what you hear in the background right now from Ryan Presley, and then bing, Hader's got to top that thing off with something juicy. That's my only concern about this. I'm gonna tell you, this is the first time for me now. I mean, I know a lot of people want to throw, a lot of these Astro historians are going to throw the great setup guys and the closers at me. Okay, it's fine, whatever. I mean, I was 12, right, or I didn't live here at the time. Okay. For me, this is the first time that I legitimately will buy a ticket to be in Minute Maid Park in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. One run lead, and in the top of the 7th rolling around.
Yeah.
And you got Abreu, Presley, and Hader. You're fixing it. I mean, that's got legs, man. That's going to be worth the price of the ticket to get in and see down the stretch once they get rolling.
Yeah, what I love is Joe just made the decision right away.
Absolutely.
And said, this is it. And I'm on
this is the
first big move I got to make. All right, these guys are vets. And listen, this is what we're going to do.
Yep.
All right? And that to me more than, like, for me, I said I want Hader. I want Hader in the ninth. That's what I would feel most comfortable with, Hader in the ninth. But even if he'd have said Presley, I just like the thought of the conviction to do it right now, to say, hey, guys, this is the call. This ain't going to be some sort of string-through competition throughout. I want guys to know their roles. I want guys to know what they're going to do. I'm not going to give you you've said this before in sports. I hate fake opportunities and fake competition.
Hate it.
I'm not going to give you a little fake competition, Ryan Presley. I want you to pitch in the 7th or the 8th. All right? I want to pitch somewhere else. I want Hader in the 9th, and we'll see how it goes when they're both healthy. And I'm sure when Hader's been maybe overused, Presley or Abreu will go in that 9th inning spot. But it will be Ryan Presley pitching in the 7th or the 8th, with Abreu, and then Hader has the ball. I think that's a big thing for you in your first year as a manager to say, all right, big decision, I'm going to nip it in the bud. Right now, there's no more questions about who the closer is.
Yeah.
We know who the closer is.
Yeah.
And, it's not some crazy move or decision because Josh Hader is probably the most talented of the group and been the most dominant in his time. So just the mere fact that he came in and made that big decision day one, and he's talking about it. He made it before.
You avoid like right there, like his delivery wasn't perfect in that second piece of audio. I mean, you could tell that he had said, I feel better giving Hader the opportunity. Oh, but Presley's had just as much success, and he kind of went back and forth. If you don't sit down with those two guys individually and together and discuss everything that you're now discussing with the media, then that right there could turn into a problem. Presley could be like, well, wait a minute, I don't mind pitching the eighth, but damn, I've done just as much as Hader's done. But because you sat down with him like a true pro and you communicated what the hell was going on, it's highly unlikely that guys are going to get caught up on whatever you did or didn't say to the media. And so, look, I love everything about what Joe Espada has had to say about this particular situation and a couple of other situations, which we'll get to in the rest of the show. But this is big time. I like what I'm seeing from Joe early on in this Astros era of Espada at the helm.
Yeah, it should be. To me, you're off to a great start.
Mm-hmm.
This is the new manager, and one of the questions of this.
Well, that'll go a long way, Ryan.
Yeah,
that goes.
He handled it like a man. He treated him like men and set it down. This is what we're gonna do.
That's it, and that will. The rest of the team will notice that. Guys that weren't involved in that conversation will notice that and respect that, and it goes a long way in any kind of business that you're doing. Definitely big leagues.
All right, a lot going on there. Some news coming out of the NFL. I got to get your thoughts on that, Clint. And it wasn't all good news coming out of the first day as pitchers and catchers report. One of the big guns and most important pieces could have some question about opening day. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. I tell y'all about this every day, dang near, man. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept that we all take for granted way too often. So here's the deal. If you're
Every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. The Chiefs had their parade today, and a awful situation happening shortly after the parade. Shots were fired west of Union Station.
we were there for the draft. Clint, we went into that building a lot. A lot of stuff was happening right there. Near the garage, multiple people are stuck. I've got a lot of people I know down there. My mom just told me 10 people have been shot, at least at this point. They've taken 2 people into custody for further investigation, so prayers are out there. One of my best friends who's down there finally got a hold of him. He said it happened right next to him and saw people shot right next to him where it went down. So this is a very, very serious situation. I saw James Palmer from who used to work here, works for NFL Network, said they've been told to get under the stage and stuff like that. Sorry.
You're good.
So so that's a very, very serious situation happening there, and I think they have it potentially under control. But there are some people who have been hit, and we'll keep you updated on that. And quite frankly, I'm still trying to keep myself updated.
You need to get it together now.
Understandable, man.
Yeah,
Understandable.
you got to get it together. But you got your in-laws, your partner, and your mom so far. Everybody's everybody got out. Everybody's safe, and but man, for those that which I don't even know that we know the depth of this thing yet. But for those that have been impacted directly and as family members, man, prayers up for them, and hope nobody got hurt getting out of there. Well, I'm sure when something like that happens, there's some rushing to get up out of there, and barricades are everywhere. So we'll keep you updated on what comes out, man.
You got hundreds of thousands of people down there with that stuff and running and trampling. So that is something we will keep you updated with. All right. Also, news out of the NFL. I just wanted to throw this across to you. Steve Wilks, the defensive coordinator for the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan company, they have fired him after the game. They have fired him, and I know they had some struggles towards the end of the year.
Wow, dude!
And their 2 playoff games against the Packers and the Lions, but they definitely weren't the reason in the Super Bowl. I mean, they played pretty well, and obviously Mahomes and them at the end had a drive and they won the game at the end. But they played really, really well, and overall this season they were one of the top defenses, especially scoring defenses in the league, top 5 in the league, and they're firing Steve Wilks. I ain't gonna lie to you, Steve Wilks, that's somebody who has to, in his I believe he has to believe he's got a raw deal. He's the one that got hired for the Cardinals and got fired 1 year after they drafted Josh Rosen 10th in his one season. He coached 1 season. Then he took over as the interim coach in Carolina, and they had a really good run the second half, and they let him go and hired Frank Wright to fire him in the midseason. And then he goes to San Francisco. They go to the Super Bowl. The defense is top 5 in scoring defense, and he gets fired 2 days after the Super Bowl. That is a wild situation. I'm really surprised by that.
Yeah, look, I'm surprised to hear it. I mean, anytime a Super Bowl team parts ways with a coordinator, I mean, you were good enough to get there. But to your point, I don't know Steve Wilks personally. I don't know how he handles people, how he works with people, what kind of leader he is. I have no idea personally. So, I got to believe that the way that the season ended, as you mentioned, they got the doors blown off of them by a couple of teams, and then had to come back from a couple of rough stretches there in the playoffs, as well as allowed Pat Mahomes and company late in the game to keep scoring there late. Those are just things I think defensively that stick out. I don't know that they're reasons to fire anybody, but they're definitely part of what happened down the stretch here. And so Kyle Shanahan decided he needed to move on. I mean, he's had a couple of good ones now. Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans. I don't know what exactly he's looking for. Maybe Wilks just wasn't a great fit for what they are and who they are in San Francisco. So we'll see how that ends up. But it is strange to see a team that made a run all the way to the Super Bowl and is good enough on both sides of the football to get there, start replacing coaches by choice.
By choice, yeah.
It's crazy. You mentioned the Chiefs, Ron. You mentioned the Chiefs not losing. In fact, they're probably going to end up adding back Eric Bieniemy, so the coaching staff in Kansas City is actually going to get better. And then you look at San Francisco. You know, the only guy they're going to lose. The only guy they're going to lose is the defensive coordinator,
and they're by choice. Yeah,
and that's by choice. And so you got both Super Bowl contenders. The only guy leaving that staff would be. I mean, I guess there was one guy. What the assistant general manager went to Washington.
Yep.
So they did lose him, but
but see, that's the deal with him. They get poached.
Yeah.
Because they get poached from that system. They get poached. They get offensive guys. Like the Texans, how many guys they take from? They took DeMeco and Bobby.
Yeah.
Right, last year, and they got to replace that. Mike McDaniel went the year before that. I'm sure he took some guys as well. So they're a team that got poached there. So it is a wild situation. Wild situation, and they let him go after after getting to the Super Bowl. I get it. I mean, I get it. They was giving up 30 a game or something. That's an interesting decision to be made there. All right, coming up, we'll get to this situation with Verlander. Justin Verlander, he spoke, and there could be some concerns about potentially if he's able to start the season. So we will go and let you hear what Justin Verlander had to say. We'll let you hear that coming up next right here live.
– 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 100. 101. 102. 103. 104. 105. 106. 107. 108. 109. 110. 111. 112. 113. 114. 115. 116. 117. 118. 119.
you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I see people texting in and tweeting in. I know people have texted and tweeted you, Tyler. Have you heard about the parade? I see that on the text line. Yes, in the Chiefs parade today, there was a shooting, and the information out from the Kansas City Police Department is there is a shooting at the parade today. 2 people have been detained. 2 armed suspects have been detained for further questioning. There have been some struck. I've got personally a lot of people there, and I've talked to a lot of people who were there, and multiple people were struck. 11 were struck, the latest I've heard, and when we get more concrete things, we'll report that too. But a terrible, terrible situation at the parade in Kansas City. As shots were fired and multiple people were hit, and a very, 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 very sad situation that is the potential of becoming tragic. We'll let you know the latest that is happening there as that story develops. All right, Clint, here in Houston, the Astros are in West Palm Beach. We talked about the good thing from the pitching rotation when it comes to the bullpen, and at least good news to us with the thought that Joe Espada, the manager, made the decision and said, "Yo, here we go. This is how it's going to be," and Josh Hader is going to be our closer. Ryan Presley is going to pitch 7th or 8th with Abreu, but our closer is going to be Josh Hader. Not as good of news right now on day one as pitchers report today with Justin Verlander. And I would say right now, Justin Verlander would be the number 1 starter. Would you say that he would be the ace? If you had to say, all right, we're starting opening day right now, we're starting game 1 of a series, it would be Verlander, right? That's how it would be right now from what we know. There could be some concern of Verlander potentially not being there. Here is him speaking about kind of a slow start. He may be behind right now with an injury to his shoulder.
I'm a little bit behind schedule right now. I had a little hiccup early on that's resolved itself, but I have to be really cautious with how I'm building up. I guess my body doesn't respond the same at 40 as it does at 25. So, I'm a couple weeks behind. So I think all that thought going into those conversations will play into that. So, that all makes sense to me.
All right, and then this is him speaking more directly to the shoulder and how the rest of this spring training into the start of the season could go.
Just when I first started playing catch, I usually shut it down for a while, and this time when I shut it down and picked the ball back up, my shoulder didn't feel so great. So kind of had to take a step back and just kind of really be diligent about my build-up. I've always been somebody who luckily could just pick up a ball and start throwing it, and this time wasn't quite as easy, so had to slow down a little bit. And I've always liked to give myself as much rest as possible, so my timeline is always a little tight. I think the rest is important, but so with the tight timeline, having to slow things down a little bit, put me a little bit behind.
Any concerns for opening day or anything like that?
It's too far down the road to tell. It just depends on how the build-up goes from here.
All right, Clint, depends on how the build-up goes from here. He is a couple of weeks behind, shoulder not feeling great. What's your level of concern right now with Verlander?
I think my only concern is the one of which he's getting up there in age. He's a little bit older, so he himself just said, "Hey, my body doesn't respond the same at 40 plus as it did earlier in my career." And so I think anytime Verlander has a quote unquote hiccup or has any kind of issue that requires rehab, I think as an Astros fan, you go, what does this mean? How long is it going to be? So my only concern is really just he's having to go through this, and is his body going to respond well enough once again when he's upwards of 40 years old. That's really the only concern. In terms of being ahead or behind schedule, I really don't. Whatever. I mean, it's opening day, not opening day. I would rather him be fully healthy and him be telling us his body's responding like he's 25 and he's going to be the opening day starter. Sure, I would rather that. But really, for me, I could care less about opening day. I could care less about it being a week ahead or a week behind. At the end of the day, I just need Justin Verlander to do whatever he needs to do to get his 41-year-old ass back out there.
Yeah.
Ultimately, that's where I'm at. The days of having the assistance of steroids in Major League Baseball as you get older, I think those days are over. So the aging factor is obviously more of a reality today than maybe it's ever been. And so
that's the big part, right?
Yeah.
It's his age in recovering, right?
Yeah.
Like, to me, like if Verlander's not ready for the start of the season, I mean, that's fine.
Yep.
Like we talked about it yesterday, it's not great. There's some questions there. You can fill the void, but for me, you don't want him to rush or anything. Like, for me, I would take extra time. 41 years old. We're talking shoulder.
Yeah.
How much we need him? Like, all right, let's. Like, I would get to shut this thing kind of down a little bit so we don't make this thing worse. But you got to take in point of his age, Clint.
Well, it's the advantage that the Astros have, and we've talked about it multiple times. The surplus of starting arms that while we look at several of them and say, well, they're inexperienced, maybe they're not ready yet. When it comes playoff time, they're not ready. I think that can be true, but two things can be true, right? That can be true as well as you've got plenty of guys that can chew through some innings in the regular season, and they're good enough to where a top-tier team like the Astros shouldn't dig a huge hole the first third of the season if they don't have Verlander full go, if they don't have Lance McCullers, if they don't have Framber Valdez that we've seen of the last 2 years, if they don't have the most consistent Christian Javier. They've got enough arms, starting caliber arms with regular season starting experience that they should be fine weathering the storms of a couple of injuries, waiting on a couple of guys to get back. That's an advantage that I think the Astros have. And unfortunately, we may end up having to see it in spring training if Verlander can't go, and right out of the gate if Verlander's not necessarily ready. I'd rather not tap into that so early, but it is an advantage that they have. Like
when you heard Verlander, did Verlander sound concerned to you?
Not at all.
He didn't.
I don't worry about Verlander, man. I don't even at 41. I just don't worry about Verlander. I mean, if JV's one of those guys that if when the good Lord says, hey, man, you're done, when Father Time catches up with him and he just flat ass can't go no more, I think it's going to happen. It happens to everybody, right? But in terms of Justin Verlander taking care of his body, in terms of Justin Verlander staying on track with his rehab and giving his all to rehab and giving his all to getting back and being prepared and being in shape and being strong and those are all things that I don't have any concerns about. It's simply at some point in time, Father Time's going to jump on his back and tell him it's time to retire, and that part concerns me when a guy's 41. But you talk about a true professional in every sense of the word as it pertains to being prepared and ready to help this team win ball games. I think Verlander's that guy.
Yeah, Verlander to me he wasn't commit to opening day. There wasn't a lot, I'll be good. He didn't lance it. Lance would make it sound, oh, guys, man, I'm good. I'm good. Here was Dana Brown, the general manager, when he was asked about Justin Verlander's potentially being back or being behind in a couple of weeks.
No, I mean, just some shoulder inflammation. I think he's going to be fine. He's actually playing catch still. So at the end of the day, some of these guys, when they get ramped up, they feel a little soreness or whatever it is. And I think he's going to be fine. I'm not concerned at all.
Oh, hell there, Dana.
It's nothing to worry about, man.
Dana,
my man Justin up here talking about, boy. We'll see about opening day.
What do you call it when somebody's a 180 from the other person? Like, what do you call that? Obviously, the exact opposite. But isn't there a word for that? This person's
juxtaposed opinion, juxtaposition, you know what I'm saying.
Boy, that's. I mean, if you're struggling with it, I'm damn sure going to struggle with it.
Juxtaposed.
But you got it. That Dana appears to be the juxtaposition of Ron Hughley.
A little bit for me, it felt like Dana and Verlander talked to two different people in terms of where they are. Like Dana, shoulder inflammation.
There's inflammation,
They'll be fine, man. Some of these guys, Verlander, hey man, not feeling so great. That's what he said. You think you'll be ready for spring training? Well, you never know, man. It's tight schedule, deadline. You just never know. So we'll
Dana's
just have to see
there.
how the ramp up. My man Dana's hell, man, he's fine.
Rub some dirt on it.
Dana ain't got no worries, man.
Hey, he's good. Can I be honest?
I think I know where you're fixing to go with this, and I couldn't agree more.
I love it when you're honest.
Man, I don't know where I am with Dana right now, man.
I feel the same.
I just, I want to like Dana. And listen, it's not personal. I like Dana. Dana gotta do a little something for me to win me over a little bit more right now. Like Dana, I feel like Dana,
he's legit.
I feel like Dana oversteps himself a little bit. In my opinion, personally, I feel like Dana moves past the general manager stuff. Like Dana goes into real conversation about what's happening on the field. Like he's already told the media today that Montero he wants to see in the 6th inning. Oh, yeah. All right. Okay.
It costs to be good.
Interesting. I felt like at times he added fuel to fires that didn't need to be added to between him and Dusty last year. I felt like, especially his first time being hired, that, there were stories that were made, and it was like he wanted the world to know that he and Dusty weren't on the same page. Like, it seemed like he went out of his way to do it. Now, like for me, like I want Joe Espada to tell me that Jake Myers is going to get the role in center.
Yeah.
Not the general manager.
I agree with you. Like I need Dana to pump the brakes a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, because here's the deal: is like whether it's pouring gas on the fire, like with Dusty Baker last year, which I firmly believe that whether he knowingly did it or not, he was definitely putting backing Dusty into a corner.
At some point, it was knowing.
Either way, I don't want to pin that on him. I'm just saying like it was not healthy. I don't think for he and Dusty Baker's relationship, and like the stuff with. Hell, he did it with Diaz, and so now, which is Espada, I think, is cool with that, obviously, because Diaz is the guy. But now Jake Myers, now Montero, like that's all fine and dandy. But when it comes down to it, if the manager decides sooner than the general manager would prefer the decision to be made that Jake ain't the center fielder, and that's not how we're going to handle center field, or Montero's not the 6th inning guy, and that's not how now he's got to answer the question, and the question isn't, hey man, what's up with Montero? Hey, man, what went into that decision? The question is, hey, man, your general manager said he'd like to see Montero in the 6th. How come Montero's not seeing the 6th? And now you're pitted against your GM. So, I for the record, I am very aware of, like, in the media today, a lot of folks like to pick things out and pit general managers and coaches against each other and create these hot takes and make these situations out of nothing. I don't feel like I'm doing that. Like, I feel like that is very real and very simple to understand of like now Joe Espada is put in a position to where if Montero's not pitching the 6th, if Jake Myers isn't your everyday center fielder, then there's an additional layer to the questioning that includes a general manager that he could probably do without.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe it's like I said, maybe I'm doing too much. And I will admit I have been I've had my time of doing a little too damn much. But I just something about Dana, right? Like he love it, boy. He won't like Dana. It feel like sometimes Dana wants you to know that I'm
in charge.
This
yeah,
thing.
I'm running this thing.
There's almost
I get the feel of it.
It's almost like a cocky, like hold his nose up a little bit,
and like Dusty would tell him to kiss his ass. But I don't know if Joe is going to do that. We'll see that.
Dusty was from a different generation.
I would imagine that he'll lean into this even more than he did before. So we'll see, man. Hopefully it all works out and they do their thing. All right, coming up, we'll keep you updated on a awful situation. Give you the latest happening in Kansas City at the parade, and some big news as we finally got to hear from the first Houston Texan to be in the Hall of Fame. Andre Johnson spoke today. You don't want to miss what he had to say. That's coming up next.
All right, ladies, fellas, it's Valentine's Day. If you hadn't bought anything yet, I'm going to give you the scoop. Academy Sports and Outdoors. I got locations all over the city. If you're hearing this, there's one right around the corner from wherever you're at right now. If you haven't bought your significant other or, hell, anybody in your life that special Valentine's Day gift, guess what? Academy Sports and Outdoors has a wide range of gifts for any and everybody under the sun, and they're all at prices that you're going to love. If Valentine's Day's wrapped up for you, guess what February, March, and April are? Rodeo. We're talking about March Madness. We're talking about spring break. We're talking about crawfish season. The weather's getting nicer. Golfing, cooking out with your friends. Guess what? If you need anything under that umbrella that I just mentioned, you can get it at Academy Sports and Outdoors. And the odds are they've got multiple options, right, and whatever it is that you're looking for. So the key is, if you're in need, Academy Sports has options. Academy Sports is right around the corner. Academy.
800-462-3333. Once again, 800-462-3333.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, welcome back here to The Drive on what was supposed to – this is the number one story happening in sports right now, and on a day that was supposed to be a celebration in Kansas City, celebrating the Chiefs' back-to-back championship has now ended in tragedy at this point right now. Shots were fired. This is coming from the Kansas City Police Department. Shots were fired west of Union Station near the garage, and multiple people were struck. We took 2 armed people into custody for more investigation. This report from Marcus Officer of Fox 4 Kansas City: 1 person has died and at least 9 people are hurt in the shooting in Kansas City, in downtown Kansas City. Also, reports that there were, and this just awful, kids were a part of the 9 that were shot. Also reports coming out. So a awful situation. As I said, I'll be completely honest with you. And like me, I've been kind of freaking out a little bit the last half hour. My mother was down there. My in-laws were down there. All of my best friends were down there. A lot of family were there. I've been able to connect with almost everybody, and in particular, Tyler and Clint, one of my best friends, Josh. You know Josh. Josh said he was sitting right next to it and watched two individuals. So good to terrible situation, and still a lot of people are checking on people, seeing if people are safe, but just an awful situation, Clint. And we were talking about it during the break. Obviously, here in Houston, the Astros have had celebrations and parades 2 times, and hopefully there will be more parades here. And when situations occur like this, there's going to be some sort of an adjustment or a plan, or attempt at a plan put in place. But fellas, what do you do for a parade like this? Like if we think back to the parade we did when they won, we were parked up in front of the I forgot that liquor store or whatever. We did our show live. Specs, right? And there were people all over the place, up and down the place. I mean, you're not checking for. I mean, you're not going to be able to check for weapons. What is the response to trying to prevent something like this from happening? I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, look, I don't know the specifics of this particular situation. I mean, what caused it? Who was it? What was the motivation behind it? The what, why, wins, kind of deal. House. We have no idea. But I mean, I just generally speaking, violence in our country. There's several things we can do. I mean, there's a lot of things that we can do in our country to at least minimize. You can't make it all go away, but you can damn sure minimize these types of situations. And there's several things in our country that you can do differently. Several things that they can do differently to hopefully at least minimize these kind of situations. And unfortunately, it as of late, we've been going the wrong direction in our country and allowing useless acts of violence like this to happen more and more often. So I don't know what the answer for this one right here is, Ron, but
I mean, the only answer is stop having them, and I don't think that is going to be. I hope that's not the case. That you,
look,
you just can't have stupid.
I'll be honest with you, Ron. For the first time in my life, in my life, and I grew up around some violence, not in the streets or anything like that. But I mean, I grew up around some violence and around some different gang activities and folks that carried guns and fighting and all that kind of jive. But I mean, think it was Christmas last year. Like I run to everybody knows I do my shopping late. I run to the Galleria to grab something for the wife or whatever, and I literally, like, vividly remember walking up to the Galleria thinking about, man, what would I do? How am I going to get out of here? What am I going to do if something goes down? Keeping my head on a swivel of what's going on around me and what kind of cats are either following me or in the same vicinity, and that's just the world that we live in right now. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do is my ass going to avoid as often as I can. Now we can't if we're working down there. We got to go make a living. But I'm going to avoid the bigger crowds.
And now all of these cities, and Houston obviously is one of them. With the amount of sports teams that it has, they're going to look at this situation and try to figure out what it is, how to respond, and what it is to do. Like I am certain that police departments all across the country are now trying to figure out what are we doing, like how do we handle this?
Yeah.
How do we handle this when you see a situation so it doesn't prevent? And as we said, you've got the Rockets and the Texans and the Astros and all these teams here, and the Astros have won multiple championships here of late, and they've had these situations. And now you look because they were all there, right? All of KCPD, they had military, police. They had staff there. It's just. It's an outside situation.
Yeah, and there's so many people there that these kind of cats blend in. But again, I mean,
they may have to have them in stadiums,
right? Yeah,
where you.
I mean, is this just two cats that is it some kind of gang deal? Is it some kind of somebody was drunk and happens to be somebody that packs a gun and bumped into somebody and had an argument, bang bang? Or was it targeted? I mean, we don't know anything about what it was yet, and so, to minimize it or to not minimize this, but to try to decide or try to figure out what could or couldn't be done at this point, I don't know. I don't have the answer.
No, we don't. But there'll be a lot of conversations in these cities, including Houston, about what it is. To try to do what your best you can to stop or prevent situations like this. So we'll keep you updated on the latest on that situation. Multiple shots fired, reports of at least 10 injured, reports also of fatalities there as well. We'll keep you updated on that as we get more information.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right. Last week, on the same day on NFL Honors, we found out not only did the Texans have their two rookies, C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, win Defensive Rookie of the Year and Offensive Rookie of the Year, they also had their first player to go into the Hall of Fame, to go into Canton, and that is Andre Johnson. Andre Johnson becomes the first Houston Texan to go in. After 2 years, his third year, he was able to get into the Hall. Here is what Andre Johnson had to say about what it means to be the first Texan to go into the Hall.
It means a lot. I don't think this was only just for me. I think this was for the whole city of Houston. It's for the organization. Just hearing people talk about, grown men telling me that they were crying, having people to tell you, like, God gave us a superhero here in Houston. Those are things that you don't even realize, how people look up to you or you playing a game can affect the city. So I'm still trying to take it all in, but it's been a great experience so far.
All right, that's Andre Johnson, man. And, this means a lot to people. I think I cannot wait to see it, Clint, because I think Canton, when they get to Canton, there's going to be a lot of Houston people out there.
Absolutely.
There's going to be a lot of people well represented out there in Houston. One of our Aaron, who works very, very hard alongside with our GM, Sarah, she bought her tickets and her stuff to Canton before they announced Andre getting in. Like, she's going to Canton right off.
Maybe we should go. Maybe we should go.
I thought Tyler was going to make it.
Oh, I plan on going to that.
Are you thinking about going?
Yeah, for sure.
I know Brandon Scott said he was going to that. How many of y'all, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, how many people are thinking or definitely making the trip to Canton to see. This is the first one. Right? This is the first one, right? Like there are other organizations that, all right, man, we got about 10, 15 guys in.
Yeah.
This is your first one. I wonder how many people are going to make the trip down there.
First one, it's a guy that has stayed connected to the program in a very visible way, very vocal way, good and bad. It's a guy that, man, if you don't like Andre Johnson, I just got to question what the hell you're made out of, man. I mean, he is a pro's pro, the way he played the game, the way he is off the field, the way he handles the media. The humility, the sincerity that in which he speaks. I mean, he's just one of a kind, man. And so, there's so many reasons why the hype around this for the city of Houston is going to be bigger than your normal. Hey, Joe Blow goes into the Hall of Fame. Are the fans going to show up? No, I think this will be a big one, man. No question.
No, it will be, and well deserved for him. And let's see that, man. People are emotional. He said grown men crying. He said people really came up to him, talking to him about how big of a deal this was for him. I've seen multiple people now text in, "Yeah, I'm going. Damn it, I'm going." You're right, boy. Have you ever been to Canton?
I have not.
That is a bucket list. That is a real bucket list move for me. They say the Hall. Who was it that just said they were sending? Oh, I talked to a guy who covers in Chicago, Lawrence. He was like, hell, I got in there and I just started looking and reading stuff, and hell, I just started crying. I was sitting there crying and emotional. Like, I don't even know what happened to myself. But that is a cool trip. Hell, the Texans might play in that Hall of Fame game. You never know. They generally pull a player that a team is associated with. You don't think any Colts fans are going to go down there and be in there taken down? Andre,
see if he's going in as a Colt. See if he's got any Colt attire on.
Any guys? Do you think somebody out there has a Colts Andre Johnson jersey? I want to see that damn thing.
I want to see that too.
I want to see the Colts Andre Johnson jersey.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I do. I want to see if that one exists. Does that one? So I dare somebody to come out there. I bet Reggie Walker to take that damn thing off. Oh, Reg or old Larry and Stafford, take that damn thing off. Take that damn jersey off. Take that 80 off. Shout out to Cortland Finnegan, who I think should get invited. That would be a nice invitation to have him there in Canton to come and support Andre.
I think he should introduce him.
You think they're over that?
I heard Andre actually talking about it the other day.
Did he talk about it? They shake up like they good, like they get over that.
No, Andre said he doesn't see why he'd ever want to be in a conversation with that guy.
Yeah,
if they were to cross paths.
I couldn't tell when I heard it though. I couldn't tell it because Andre seems like a guy that wouldn't really find a reason to be in a conversation with any of us.
Yes, yeah,
anybody.
He looks
right?
like he could hold a good grudge.
Well, yeah, he could, or just not give a rip. He just don't care to come speak to your ass. I mean, it don't matter whether he and he got you on the field or not. Like he's got a real smooth, easy way of not giving a rip. It seems.
Yeah. So that is the latest there. Andre Johnson going in. We got to hear from the soon-to-be Hall of Famer, and the first one for the Texans.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, Astros spring training. It started. Pitchers and catchers reported today, and the manager, Joe Espada, Clint, he talked about the expectations of Houston. He comes right off the bat, talking about what the hell he sees expectation-wise for his Astros.
I think expectations here are to win a championship, and I know that those things are not going to change. And my relationship with them continues to be the same. We're going to communicate. I'm going to be transparent how I see things and their roles on this team. So that really helps me transition into this new role.
Now, expectations championship. I'm glad he ain't downplaying it. That's what it is. I tell you what. I think Joe is a big piece, especially if this team is able to get into the postseason like I think we all expect they do. He's a big piece in change when you go from Dusty Baker, Hall of Fame manager, to Joe Espada, a first-year manager. it's a big change. But Clint, early stages, I really like what I'm hearing from Joe Espada, including his big move today announcing Josh Hader's going to be our closer. I really love and like what I'm hearing so far from Joe Espada.
Well, Joe Espada's been around a lot of the greats.
Yep.
And he's seen a lot of greats become great and be great on the biggest stages. And he's been in this organization long enough to understand what makes it special. Again, he's been in the game long enough to understand, when and how to get out of the way and keep this train on the tracks. And obviously, he's a leader of men with the way that he handled the Josh Hader and Ryan Presley situation. Obviously, he's very, very aware of what the hell's going on by a ton of his comments today, along with the Josh Hader, Ryan Presley situation. I don't know. I'm stoked about the Espada era of the Astros.
I love what I'm hearing from him. thus far.
Yeah, man. And again, it's spring training. It's his first go round. Maybe as the season gets closer and or we even get into the season, maybe he is, let's say, less transparent than he is right now. But right now in training camp, from our perspective, both fans and media, man, after one day, it sure seems like he's going to be very friendly, if you will, to us as the media, and very transparent to those in the fan base.
Yeah.
Which I greatly appreciate from both.
That we talked about that big mood. Here is Josh Hader. Josh Hader, who speaks about the news of becoming the Astros closer.
Yeah, I think ultimately in the game of baseball, roles are very important. We have routines as baseball players, and when you're able to get into that routine and knowing exactly what you have to accomplish, it makes the whole outcome of baseball games better. You perform better because you know what you have to do to accomplish that.
All right, there you go. Hey, you want to know his roles, and I think a lot of, especially in the bullpen, guys love to know their roles. All right, coming up, here we go as we continue on the drive. For you right now, as the Texans, the offseason is here. The Super Bowl is over. The offseason is here for the Texans, and they're going to make a run to try to get past where they were last year. What for you right now, and we'll discuss this on the other side, is your greatest fear of the offseason? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here.
Your favorite workout mix on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue here live on The Drive. Clint Stoerner and Tyler Milner. By the way, happy Valentine's today. Happy Valentine's today. How you feeling? Big night tonight?
Happy Valentine's Day to my beautiful bride.
Tyler, you already done
Lauren Stoerner.
Happy Valentine's Day to all the ladies out there.
That's right.
Happy Valentine's Day to my two beautiful daughters as well. After Tyler puts on his creepy voice.
Happy Valentine's Day,
there
ladies.
You go. You already jumped this thing off, huh?
Yeah, man.
You already sent Orbit to the wife.
Sent Orbit and his big old green self over to Megan's office. Yes, sir.
Clint, do you believe this? Do you believe him when he says that he had no idea that his brother was doing the same thing on Valentine's Day?
No.
Why would I? I have no reason to lie about that.
It was your brother's wife, wasn't it?
Yeah, he didn't do it. My brother's wife got Orbit to visit him. Yeah. He sent me a picture, and I was like, well, damn, look at that. Orbit's making the rounds to all my family today.
Had you and her never talked this over?
No.
I think she stole either you stole her idea or you stole her idea.
It is a hell of a coincidence.
That's the ticket. You stole her idea.
Stealing here.
You stole her idea and you don't want to fess up to it. Yes, you did.
Not true. I saw the Orbit Valentine's Day thing on an Instagram ad
and she probably sent it to you.
Nope.
She probably tagged you in it.
She didn't.
She probably mentioned it. You probably heard her mention it at the wedding.
No.
Or the baby showers, whatever the hell it was.
It's a hell of a coincidence. What time was this? Because there's only one Orbit.
Did you see the photos?
Well, I saw them, but I don't remember.
First of all, there can be more. There's probably more than one Orbit.
You think there's multiple Orbits?
I mean,
I don't think they're using more than one.
I think they're using. What time?
Because I got the picture from my brother that he was at his office at about, I don't know, it was like 9:30, 10 a.m. And then about 10:30 a.m., and I know my brother's office in Houston is near Megan's. About 10:30 a.m., Megan's coworker texted me and said, hey, the Astros just called me and they're on their way. So I think Orbit was at my brother's office, and then he just hopped in a car and went on over to Megan's.
Let me tell you what if this is in high demand, which obviously it is, two people in the same family got it, so I got to imagine the rest of Houston is in love with it.
Toro's doing it too.
I think the Texans and the Astros should invest in multiple Orbits and Toros.
And that would be smart logistics-wise.
Because I was going to say, like, what time was yours?
I think Orbit got to Megan at about 10:30, maybe 11 a.m.
And what time did he get to your brother?
9:30, 10.
That's too close, man. It's got to be multiple.
And I think they spent about 10, 15 minutes with you.
I'm with you.
In your office.
I'll tell you that. Did you see the videos?
I didn't see the video. I saw the photo.
Let me tell you this, Tyler. I saw the video. He sent us both. You just must have thumbed
I just
on
looked
by.
I thumbed through.
I saw the video. And I'm going to tell you, Tyler, I think them other gals, and I'm being nice calling them gals, by the way.
I had a full load of them yesterday that you could use.
That's right. I think them other gals, I think they ought to pony up a couple dollars. Like so. you didn't send Orbit over there so her whole damn office could take pictures of the Orbit and get giddy because Orbit's in the building.
Did you said that goes with it, right? Like they get to
at least they can send you a bottle of wine.
Or is it a little too much?
No, it does go. Like the whole office obviously gets to see the big green guy come in Orbit, but I think you're onto something, Clint, because I paid for this whole deal.
300 buckaroos.
And it looks like in the background there's a bunch of females getting some free
they're
photos.
Lined up. Hell, they're lined up. I saw one of them before your video ended, jumped in a picture with your wife.
Well,
like
that was
orbit.
Well, that was her friend that was like my helper to coordinate with the Astros people as they came to her office.
That's okay. She needs to stay out of the picture. You didn't buy it for her. She did you a favor.
She coordinates.
She did you a favor. She did you a favor.
And the favor he does is a picture with Orbit. Come on, man.
Look, if I buy my wife Orbit for Valentine's Day, and the picture gets returned to me with her friend in it, and the entry as well, her friend helped me coordinate. I don't care. It's Valentine's Day. I sent this to my wife.
But what if there's
I didn't
one
send it
photo-
to you and you. I asked you to do me a favor. I didn't ask. I didn't include you in the deal. I asked you to do me a favor.
I had to have a point of contact on site, though.
But I know
I don't blame you for that. Great job. She needs to stay out of your picture.
I know I saw one though. There's a personal between Megan and Orbit.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, and him kissing her hand.
You just
Which,
want
watch
nobody
it,
else
buddy.
to. You want nobody else to have the enjoyment of Orbit.
I want Tyler to get his due money. I want him to get it. He paid for 15 minutes, an intimate 15-minute interaction with Orbit and his wife.
Not too intimate.
His wife's entire office. Like you don't get to all enjoy.
How many
Tyler's
gift?
people
enjoyed it? How many people?
I mean, she works in a big ass office.
They were scrambling. It's like Orbit kicked an ant bed. They were all scrambling around there trying to get in the picture.
It's 10 minutes of action. I think the gift is to Megan, and Megan gets to kind of deal with it how she wants to. And if she's good with those people taking,
what? That's fine. Megan, your coworkers, just the least bit of common decency, they would pile a little bit of money and buy Tyler a bottle of bourbon.
You would you just keep sitting? Would you if Toro or whatever, you're in an office and Toro or Orbit came in?
I mean, we had Toro and cheerleaders down here and I didn't get no pictures.
But it was a gift. If Megan brought a gift here for Tyler for Toro, you wouldn't go in there and talk to Toro, get a photo?
If Toro walked in this building right now to take a picture with Tyler in that building, no. I would talk to, like if he came in here or we kind of cross paths, I'd talk to him. I wouldn't get out of here, run in there
and get a photo.
And while Tyler's trying to take a picture, jump on his other hip and try to get in the picture. No, I wouldn't. No, absolutely not.
Time to pay up, bitches.
Yeah. Whoa.
All right, now
that was Tyler.
Well, that's for all the men and women in the office, not just the women.
Yeah, but Clint, you know what? You get him started. Now they're bitches. Now once you get
or the bourbon idea was solid. I'll take a nice bottle of bourbon.
No, stop it.
There were 10 people jumping in them pictures. I mean, that would be a very Tyler.
Let Orbit spread his love.
I mean, y'all know I got that maroon money, but I don't have deep pockets, son, because I'm just throwing it around to everybody.
Well, sure
you
pay up.
You not only made as Clint would say, bride happy, you made her whole office happy, which then helps her.
Which should in turn make you happy.
Yeah, I guess she does manage those fools.
Like she's going to.
Tyler's such a nice guy.
Them, and now tonight, she is.
Booty.
She's gonna put a little bit more effort into it.
You
Look
think
what you did to her office.
You think Orbit's gonna get you a little Valentine's Day?
I hope so.
Well, he was
gonna Valentine's Day nanny.
He was gonna get some Valentine's Day nanny. Now it might be more effort into the nanny.
Oh, I bet Orbit would have a blast with my kids. They'd have a good time.
I didn't say anything about Orbit being around there.
Well, because
100% on Clint's side from the text line. Get her ass out of there. Stop it, guys.
That's it. I mean, Look,
think you're onto something.
I didn't buy flowers for everybody. I bought them for my wife.
Oh, that's a good point. If I would have sent her flowers, she going to be dishing flowers out to the whole office?
We're going to be picking petals off the dozen? No.
Hell no.
I mean, I just think the right thing to do is to take care of Tyler on the back end of this, office people.
Get your own Orbit.
No, you're being hateful. I'm just suggesting that you buy my man a bottle of bourbon.
No, but you walked him down that line, and you knew.
No, I convinced him that he needed a little payback. He's the one that went to itches and paying them back and forcing, like, strong-arming people. I just said
you convinced me.
I mean.
No. You know. I'm just saying. You know, he takes it over the edge.
I feel like I talked him into a nice bottle of bourbon, and with a 3-second hot mic in there, he ruined it for himself.
Oh man, I mean, hell, it's the 21st century. Y'all can Venmo me. I'll give you my Venmo and my Zelle, my PayPal. Make it happen.
I don't think that tone is suitable for what we're going after here.
Text line coming in as we said.
Take it from a bad tone guy.
Yeah. Text line as we roll through. I wonder what the single guys are doing for Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day is great for single guys.
I don't remember what I used to do 15, 16 years ago. I was in a relationship right into another
barrel. Fish in a barrel.
You can take an advantage, right?
Oh my
God!
If you're here alone, I know you're single or unhappy.
It's been a minute. Coming up, your greatest fear of the offseason for the Texans. I see someone said that they don't buy Chris Jones and Mike Evans. Okay, well that's steep. I'm not even sure if they could pull that off. But
that'd turn you on, wouldn't it?
That would do it. What's your greatest fear? We'll get into it. That's coming up next, right here live on.
shows. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the latest update here is we have it on ESPN. How big this is. ESPN has just stopped their own coverage, and they've turned it over to the local ABC affiliate in Kansas City. And what they've done this about the last hour or so, or 40 minutes, Tyler. They've just completely turned this over. The latest they have here, 10 people shot, 3 in critical condition, 1 dead, is reporting here. If you are just jumping in, there was a shooting at the parade, at the Chiefs parade today, and numbers they're thinking about. There were somewhere between 300,000 to 500,000 people there, and this just a horrible incident, horrible situation. They have arrested 2 people in custody, and that is the latest happening in Kansas City. With that, we'll give you an update, any updates moving forward. All right, Clint, Tyler, we see some people here. What's your greatest fear? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, hello, we appreciate you. You can chime in that way. What's your greatest fear?
What do y'all think about my shirt?
Of the offseason?
How y'all feel about my Valentine shirt,
I don't think they can really see like the material like we can. Like what they can feel that material. If they were
soft. They can see that thing.
If they were in person,
it is soft, boy.
If they were in person, it would really take it up a notch.
I was wondering why my wife kept rubbing on me this morning before I came in.
You know what?
She couldn't keep her hands off of me in the kitchen. I was like, "Hey, your mother's here. My mother-in-law's here. Our youngest is here. Would you relax a little bit?" No, I mean, I thought it was me, but really, you're telling me it's a shirt.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that shirt. It stopped. It sure stopped me in my tracks.
It's soft and it's pink.
I said, what's that material?
Love that.
It is. It is lovely.
What do you love,
What is
Tyler?
it called?
That it's soft and pink?
It's terry cloth, man.
Terry
the
cloth.
old towels were made out of this. Towels were made out of this, actually. This is obviously a little more expensive than a towel because it is.
Did you have
is
terry
soft.
cloth?
Yeah.
You had that? Mm-hmm. Because when you came in, you were like, what material is? I had to really, when you said made with the towels and stuff, really, that's what made me, oh, okay, now I remember that. I didn't just have terry cloth. But John Lopez did. Lopez immediately.
I bet Teresa had it.
Oh,
I bet Teresa knows exactly.
Easy. She probably got it.
I bet old senior may have had some terry cloth on when he.
Hey, let's calm down.
when Teresa found old senior, right. I bet he may have had some terry cloth on, man. I'm just telling you.
What he
may have had something on. I don't know if he's a velvet guy or a terry cloth, but I bet he owns some terry cloth.
Man. My dad did the same things your dad drove.
I guarantee you, Big Earn had some terry cloth now. I guarantee you. There ain't no doubt about it.
I did drink Bud Ice and smoke Newport.
In terry cloth.
Inside.
No shirt on half the time.
All right. Yeah. No shirt underneath it, but just a button-up terry cloth with just open shirt.
I mean, my dad would chain smoke in an 8-foot ceiling closed living room with two boys sitting on the couch next to him.
All right. So what's your for you? Your fear for the Texans in this offseason. By the time we start to get to training camp, this didn't happen or this occurred. What's your greatest fear?
Ron, look, I hate to keep beating a dead horse and being repetitive here, but for me, my biggest fear is they don't go after big fish in this year at free agency. I am really concerned. Not concerned is not the right word, but I'm chomping at the bit to see what happens. And it's not – I'm torn here, right? Because you look at DeMeco Ryans, and he had guys like Bosa. He had some interior defensive linemen there. A couple of those guys he developed. But some of the guys they developed and then paid them big money or brought them in. And so – Armstead they brought in from Philly, right? What didn't he come in? Who was the cat that went from Philly to Hargrave? There you go.
They drafted him.
So obviously there, DeMeco is in the position of like, hey man, we'll go get some studs when the timing's right. But then on the flip side of that, outside of the Randy Moss move in New England, if you look at it, I just don't know how much Nick Caserio believes in going out and buying players. And so I really don't know I can't get a gauge on what the hell they're going to do or what their approach is going to do. But I just firmly believe that the Houston Texans, they are in a position from a complete roster standpoint, from a foundation, from a culture, from a quarterback, from the pillars that you build around on both sides of the football. Like, you're in position to absolutely skyrocket. Like, to put yourself in a position where you run into Baltimore, damn it. I don't know if you're going to win the game, but it's going to be a dogfight. It's going to be a game, right? You run into Kansas City. I don't know if you're going to win, but it's going to be a dogfight. Like, they're in position, if they just go get 2 or 3 dudes, game-changing type dudes, they're in position to be that team. And I'll be honest, I don't think they are even remotely close if they just go with the
status quo.
Hey, we're gonna get running back by committee here, man. We're good with the receivers we got, man. We're gonna run this thing back with the D linemen that we got, man. We're good. I just, they're good, but they need to take that next step. And I think the only way they take that next step, or the quickest way they take that next step, is with a couple of big time game changing type, momentum swinging type players. And so my biggest fear is that they either don't go after those guys or they completely whiff and miss on those guys and end up having to go with their second and third choices. That's my biggest fear. Really, it's my only fear, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube or Twitch, what is your greatest fear? Someone texted in, my biggest fear is if we miss in the draft, they have to spend that cap over a lot of empty spots. We have a lot of cap space, but we also have a lot of guys that are on one-year deals. That is true. My biggest fear is Bill O'Brien negotiating my money. Well, he's not going to be negotiating any of the money or the contracts. I think we're in a similar space, Clint, because my biggest fear is listen, I know this, and just from the time around Nick Caserio, whether I've agreed with it or disagreed with it, I believe Nick Caserio has a plan and has plans. And I think he had some plans, and maybe he had to move off of some of those plans. But since he's been here, I believe there has been a plan. And I believe even when they got D'Amico and they kind of started this thing, there was a plan there as well on how they wanted to move in this. My fear is that they just keep going on to what the plan was and not potentially move off of the plan, which I think would have changed. If it is like
with the success, changed because of the success.
Yes, because I would think, all right, hey, here we are. We're starting over year one. Let's just build this thing up. Let's build this thing up. We got the quarterback. We got the defensive player. Let's build this thing up. I hope that their thought is, to hell with this. We've got the most important thing you want to have, and that is a quarterback on a rookie deal that we believe is that dude already. And that's what they have in C.J. Stroud. So to me, whatever the plan was should shift to let's go. Like that, let's go. Like the next 2 years, to me, are probably the best opportunities to put the best teams around C.J. Stroud, because whenever C.J. Stroud comes up, if he continues to do what we believe he is going to be the highest paid quarterback in the game. And as we know, the last 2 years and this year, the first time we've ever had the quarterback be the biggest cap hit in the league, win a championship. Generally, that doesn't happen. When they have such a high number, it is hard to build around him. So these next couple of years are going to be the best ways to add to him. And I hope they move to the plan, and the plan is new. That's my greatest fear, is that they just continue maybe slowly building that up. And I hope that they, kind of like what you said there, I hope that they are aggressive and moving things in this offseason. Yeah. Now, I don't think that means to just go, all right, to hell with it. We're going to pay Mike Evans. We're going to pay Chris Jones. No, I mean aggressive moves to really add to this team, and not just say, all right, we're gonna make small moves and build through the draft and things like that. No, I think you got to do something.
Yeah, Look, we're on the exact same page. I mean, when it's all said and done, when you hire DeMeco Ryans, you draft your quarterback, you draft Will Anderson, you think, okay, these are the two pillars. It's probably going to take a couple of years for this thing to take off. And instead, you go win 10 you win the division and win 10 ball games and a playoff game in the first year.
And he missed 2 games, and you feel like you left some on the ground.
I mean, you got to have your head in the sand if you don't shift gears and change the plan, or at least skip forward in the game plan. So we'll see what the approach is. But when it's all said and done, and my quote unquote concern is more from my belief in the Texans and how good I believe they can be, and what I hope that they're able to do next year. They're right there on the fringe, man. If they get the right couple of dudes and those dudes fit in, and look, they got to stay healthy. The stars got to align. There's a lot that goes into it. But damn, these Texans next year could be a force to reckon with, and I'm talking about they could be a force to reckon with as it pertains to some of the big boys in the league. You can look up and you can be talked about in the same breath as Kansas City, San Francisco, Detroit, Baltimore after what they did to you. You can be on their radar and where Lamar Jackson in Baltimore goes, damn, we caught Houston, instead of hell yeah, we caught the break this week. I mean, you can be that. You just got to get the right guys. And as a fan, I firmly believe that, and I want to see it. I want to pull for it. I want to be here for it. So my quote-unquote concern may stem from the fandom, but damn it, that's where I'm at.
Someone texted in, my fear is that CJ takes a step back. I mean, not in the offseason. Not in the offseason. Now, I know, Clint, you scared the hell out of yourself with that he could take a step back in that offseason if he's still up there kicking it. If him being in that box with those Kardashians,
those Kardashians can
turn into a little bit to a little hanging out.
He can slide back real quick. Now, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. The offense better figure something out now. Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people are excited right now about Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and C.J. Stroud and what they were able to do, as you should be, right? But there's tape out there now.
Yeah.
And the inability to run the football and having to lean on C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick so heavily, that ain't gonna last. The schedule's going to get better, significantly better. They're going to have film on you. They're going to have film on Bobby. Like, it's the odds are, if you don't get better, significantly better, particularly in a run game, there's a good chance they're going to backslide. I mean, that season that Nico Collins had, if you're expecting 1,400 from Nico Collins next year,
we'll know if he's a number one receiver if he can replicate that.
Oh, good. You damn
That's
right. Yeah. And we'll know where Tank Dell sits if he can go out there and be on pace, even if he gets injured, to give you 1,000.
Yeah.
I mean, C.J. Stroud replicating what he did this year. I mean, hell, he was in the MVP hunt for the week 13.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's
you're right. That's not automatic. But
I mean, it's going to be tough not to take a little bit of a step back for at least one of those guys. You just hope the offense as a whole gets better and the offense takes a step forward. So we'll see, how all that unfolds. But man, got to go get them dudes, man.
What you got it for?
I'm bringing this to y'all, man. I'm always bringing y'all the audio that makes me football horny.
You're getting me football horny, as Clint would say.
That's right, Patrick. I say it all the time. You're free to use it. Well, we got the Astros cranking up, and I got a little something that's going to give you one of them baseball boners. We'll have that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we get to that boner, I got to tell you about advanced hair. Here's
5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, since the old Football Horny clip of the day of the week,
it's done, huh?
Since it got such a great... No, hell no, it ain't done. Are you kidding me?
It's done for the season.
I know you're having a hard time supporting it, Ron. I know you're having a hard time reporting it, Ron. Not reporting, supporting it, Ron. I know. I feel the hesitation in your voice when we get to talk about Football Horny.
I said the football season's over. You had to get a move.
Well, no, football's year round now. We could still have.
You're right. We
could still have some serious Football Horny audio for the people.
That's right.
Boner alert.
And I'll keep my eye on it. But for now,
well, you're always on the hunt.
Yes, I'm always on the hunt, and I just got to be honest with the people. When something turns me on, it turns me on. And it's baseball season in H-Town. The pitchers and catchers have reported to spring training. Joe Espada, the new manager of the Astros, has spoke to the media. And while we got to move on from football season, and Football Horny is put on the shelf, the baseball boner. The baseball boner
there
is born.
Let it jump out.
The baseball boner is born, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Espada, pretty excited about him as a manager. I love the hire, in-house guy. A lot of experience. Everything we knew about Joe Espada as a potential manager until today was as an assistant coach and hearing from people talking about, well, he will be this or he will be that or we got – well, today – rubber meets the road.
Eats it.
And we start hearing from Joe Espada. And I'm going to tell you, y'all all know, maybe like when that perfume hits your nose, you know, when maybe there's a slight brush. There's a slight brush of the groin area or something. Just a little not quite swing. Just a little brush, you know. You know when that happens, fellas?
I'll go for it.
This first piece of audio is that initial brush. Right? It's really good. It gets your mind in the right place. It gets you to thinking. Maybe gets your blood to flowing a bit. Here is Joe Espada, and he's talking about the biggest question with the Astros right now. You signed Josh Hader to a huge contract this offseason, a couple of weeks ago, and he is a top closer in the game. You've got Ryan Presley, who has been the best closer in the playoffs over the last handful of years. That's for damn sure. He's been your closer, a guy you just tried and true, you believe in him. Now you got two closers on your hands, right? Well, Joe Espada, welcome to the Astros. Welcome to being a big league manager. What is your plan with Josh Hader and Ryan Presley in the 2024 season?
This conversation has been going on for a few days. I was waiting. I had individual meetings with them, but I wanted to have them both in the office because this is a team, and I will ultimately make that decision. But I want them to let me know how they feel, so there is no transparency. Again, it's extremely important for us to keep this team united.
So many layers right there. So many layers of how my man handled this situation, Ron. The fact that he met with both Ryan Presley and Josh Hader, both individually, first of all, and then he meets with them together, both of them at the same time, and has a clear plan of what's going to happen with the closing position. Here is Joe Espada talking about exactly what his plan is for the closer this year.
Yesterday in my office, and when both pitchers are available, Hader will pitch the ninth inning.
How did that meeting go for?
It went well. I think both guys want the best for this team. I think the ultimate goal is to hold that trophy at the end of the year, and both guys were on board.
Baseball boner, ladies and gentlemen. Your manager, Joe Espada, think about how he handled this right here. Think about how he handled it. Individual meetings to see how each player felt. A meeting with both players in the room to let them know, hey, this is my decision, and here is how we are going to handle the closer. When everybody's available, Josh Hader, you're getting the 9th. Ryan Presley, you're getting the 8th. There's no gray area. There's no wondering. There's no, hey man, I don't know what the hearing things through the media. No, sir. There is a clear, concise message that's been discussed and communicated to both players, and this is the way that as a pro, this is how you handle that situation. This is the kind of thing that I think Joe Espada is going to end up being a great manager because he handles things this way right here. He's going to be a great leader of men because he handles things like this, like he handled this. A great manager of people and of a clubhouse because he handles things the way he just handled it.
Like if you just take away the actual decision and just how he went about doing it, like that's the big part in terms of the leadership part and what the manager's going to do. Because it's going to come time in the 9th or the 8th inning or the 7th inning, he's going to have to make a decision on a pitch hitter or where he's going in the bullpen, or if he's going to have to take, a starter out. And damn it, I've got my conviction, and I know I'm going to make the plan. I'm not going to fool around with it, and I'm going to go and make a decision. One thing that I hate and I dislike is, all right, man, we're going to do this like fake competition. I already know what the decision is going to be. I know what it's going to be, but I'm going to put forth some competition, and especially like with veterans. I'm going to do this. No, he said, look, man, we're going to make this. This is not going to be a story moving forward. There ain't going to be no questions about it anymore after this. This is one of the biggest things that people have questions for. Who is it? Is it going to be Abreu? Is it going to be Presley? Is it going to be Hader? Nah, we're going to come right in here, and we're going to knock it out right now. And now the rest of the way, everybody knows their role.
Yep.
Everybody knows what they're doing, and now you got time to deal with it.
Right, Ron, it's a perfect example of why being proactive and not reactive and communicating well is important, right? Because Joe Espada, he goes on in his comments, and he kind of stumbles through some things with Hader and Presley, saying Josh Hader has had this much success, but Presley's had a lot of success too, and he gets lost and ultimately just ends up saying, "Hey, man, here's the deal. We're going with Hader in the 9th and Presley in the 8th, right?" Had he not had the conversations individually and together that he had already had with the two athletes, with Josh Hader and Ryan Presley, they very well, really not Hader, but Presley very easily could have heard this audio and been like, well, wait a minute now. I'm cool with pitching the 8th, but damn, you can't go up there and stumble through the fact, the success that I've had as a closer in this game. I've been your guy. I've been loyal to the Astros. I've been a big part of the success around here. You can't. But because he was proactive and because he communicated it, he goes up there. They already knew. That's it. They already knew. And here's the other thing, Ron, is like that messaging doesn't ring hollow to the rest of the team. Like the rest of this baseball team absolutely 100% respects Joe Espada because he has now set the standard of how he's going to deal with things in his clubhouse, right? And I don't know how Dusty before did it. I don't know how A.J. Hinch did it. I have no idea. I don't know that those two guys were as transparent, like legitimately transparent with the media as Joe Espada appears to be, at least for today. Right? So I don't know how those guys handled it. But the fact that you've got a manager that is like, hey, it's a tough decision, it's a tough conversation, but I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna nip it in the bud. We're gonna go to training camp, and we're gonna keep on keeping on and win a bunch of ball games around here. I just absolutely love that part of it. And the other part of it, at the very end of that first cut that Tyler played, the very end of it, he said he talked about how important it is to keep the unity. how important it is to keep this clubhouse chemistry, how important it is to keep these guys together. And the way he handled this thing, Ron, is going to go a long way in terms of that. Like the quickest way to splinter a locker room or a clubhouse, if you will, is to not communicate with your star players and have those guys at odds. And then, hell, good luck keeping that clubhouse together. But the fact that, one, he's aware of the chemistry and the togetherness and the unity, if you will, and then, two, the fact that he's willing to speak directly to that and say, I'm aware of the unity. I'm aware that we need to keep that together. I'm aware that we're here to win championships. Like, it was just a grand slam for Joe Espada. I know I'm going off on a tangent here off of a couple of audio clips, but I'm telling you, it is good, man.
You know what else I loved about it?
What's that?
I totally agree with the decision. That's another part that makes this go along. I totally agree with the decision to have Josh Hader as the back end guy. I think he should be the closer. I think it's a great decision, and if it were me, that's where I would go to, is Josh Hader as the closer and probably Presley in the 8th. I'll be honest with you, I'd probably put Abreu in the 8th, but it doesn't matter. But at the back end, I love the decision of Hader. You go and get 5 years, $95 million. You do that because he is your closer, and he is the one you want the ball to be in his hands at the end of the game.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Now, I think to your point about Abreu. Now, Abreu might have the stuff and maybe the youth, and maybe there's a conversation to be had about him in the 8th. That would have been a tougher conversation to have. I don't know if I'm Ryan Presley if I'm down with that. Hader,
now
you
look,
bring
damn it! Now, all right, damn it! I'll do the. But the 7th,
I'll step down for the big lefty that you just paid $100 million. But the youngster that's up and coming, no, you're gonna leave his ass in the 7th, and I'm gonna get that 8th.
That to me will be interesting to watch how Espada does that.
Right?
Does he mix and match? Is it automatically Abreu in the 7th?
Yeah.
And Presley in the 8th, or is it just by feel?
Baseball boner, ladies and gentlemen.
It is, BB.
Good gosh, I'm stoked about Espada. I love the transparency in any sport, any coach, any player that speaks to the media. I love and it's not obviously in our business. I love it because we get to play it and talk about it. But I just, because to me it just oozes confidence. It just oozes that, hey man, I'm an open book, man. You want to see how I'm handling things? I'm confident in what the hell I'm doing. I'm confident in what we're doing. Open door, report on it, talk about it, say whatever you want. Here's who we are, and here's how we go about our business. I love it in every sense of the phrase, man. Joe Espada is going to be fun to cover if he continues this.
Boner alert.
Digging.
Blue 80, easy, white 90.
Boys, I don't know if y'all been following this, but Twitter for the 49ers has been an absolute mess after the Super Bowl. First of all,
they were a mess.
A lot of the videos and the quotes coming out of the San Francisco locker room, and now the guys were mic'd up on the sideline. Hell, it's coming off the sideline, right, Ron? It's they're piling on, really, the 49ers, but really Kyle Shanahan in terms of this overtime rule thing. So that one is circulating, and it's a mess. But I don't know. Have y'all seen this dispute or this back and forth between the two on Twitter, legitimately on Twitter, between the starting right guard for the 49ers, Feliciano, who went out like early in the third quarter, and the backup right guard, Spencer Buford, that came in and ultimately apparently was the guy that went the wrong way on that third down in overtime and let Chris Jones through.
Right through.
Have y'all seen this?
I hadn't seen them go at it.
So apparently Feliciano was hungover and in a bad mood when he got up Monday morning, and somebody was commenting on basically, hey, I don't know how in the hell you let Chris Jones, of all people, come through. And maybe you should have cut blocky. Maybe you should have did this. Well,
touched him, yeah.
Feliciano said, well, there ain't no reason to quick cut anybody if the right guard would have done what he was supposed to do.
Oh, boy.
Well, Spencer Buford, the right guard that had come in the game that made the mistake.
Well, I can't wait to hear. What's the comeback? Because, I mean, he's accurate. I can't wait. What is the comeback this Spencer?
Well, I was just going to say he responded, but I do have it somewhere in here. He says, sheesh, I opened my app to this. Get well soon, bro. Because remember, he got
there
injured.
You go. That's okay.
So he says that, right? So you think end of story.
Right,
and it gets my attention because I'm like, damn, that's a starting right guard and a backup right guard in the same meeting room. These dudes supposed to be tied at the hip. These dudes supposed to be brothers. The hell's going on here? Well, in fairness, Feliciano did come back and say, hey, look, I was hungover. I was mad. I shouldn't have done it. My bad. He publicly apologized to him for what that's worth, right? Well, what's big Jalen Carter? So Jalen Carter, he retweets something that's a report on this incident, these two guards going back and forth. And he accuses Feliciano of trash-talking him about the car accident that he had that killed one of his teammates and one of the staff members at Georgia. Remember that whole deal?
Yeah.
So he comes out, Jalen Carter tweets this. He says, buddy, he talked trash about my partner that died in a car accident, right? Feliciano then comes back on Twitter at Jalen Carter, and he says, first of all, you threatened my entire family, including my kids. And I responded by saying, well, you already got one body. Basically saying that was the trash talk. This is all going on right.
That's a serious trash.
This is all going on. Like it's got real deep, didn't it? It's one of those.
Jerry.
Hey, like y'all need to bow.
Jerry.
Y'all need to bow out of this thing, man. The 49ers, it just keeps getting worse and worse for this damn crew on social media now.
Lord.
I mean, it's wild, man. This back and forth with these guards and now D tackles.
Now
and
Jalen Carter decided to take a step in here,
threatening families and talking about guys that got killed in a car accident. It's getting deep, man.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Losing is no fun, boys and girls.
No, it is not. It absolutely is not. All right, speaking of the 49ers and losing not being fun, interesting news coming out of the NFL, which is really kind of baffling at this point. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Our Vision Home.
information, in-depth analysis, and behind-the-scenes interviews you won't get anywhere else. All on Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You talked about this damn 49ers being a mess. They went ahead. I'm serious. I'm caught off guard by this. They went ahead and fired their defensive coordinator, Steve Wilks. I didn't see that one. I don't even understand. Like, people are just calling Steve Wilks the scapegoat. The scapegoat. I'm not sure, but they are firing Steve Wilks. They're top 4, top 5 in scoring defense. And I mean, they had some struggles late in the season. Right? It comes out today, Clint, that Hargrave is playing with a torn ligament in his thumb. And Armstead, who was dominant at times in that Super Bowl, he had missed week 13 into the rest of the regular season and came back. He's a huge piece to their team. He had a meniscus issue in his knee. Yet those guys down there were some struggles towards the end of the year, and in the playoff, like that first half with the Lions, I'm guessing he wanted to fire Steve right there after that first half against the Lions, but then they pulled it together. But in that Super Bowl, man, they played really, really well defensively. Before,
gave up 19 points in regulation to Pat Mahomes.
1 touchdown. Right, and the touchdown that they gave up, Clint, to get there was because the punter and the up man muffed it, and they got him set up 16 yards away. So that is surprising to me, Clint and Tyler, that they said, "Yeah, man, we out. We out on Steve Wilks. We out. Go ahead."
Yeah, look, the only thing that I could even think in this situation is, clearly it was not there was some butting of the heads, if you will, between him and Kyle Shanahan. And Kyle Shanahan came out and said, "Look, at the end of the day, it just wasn't a good fit." And that may be just coach speak and, hey, let's move on. But it also could be very, very real. If you're talking about a guy that's had a lot of success.
Yeah, he had Robert Saleh, then followed by D'Amico.
So. Well, no, I'm talking about Wilks as well, though. But to your point, so is Kyle Shanahan. There's a certain way that he wants things done. There's maybe a certain kind of communicator that he wants, and maybe Steve Wilks didn't bring that to the table. Obviously, it wasn't because of production. I mean, you're talking about in terms of scoring defense, they were the best in the regular season, middle of the pack in the playoffs, best run defense in the game, and so I mean, I don't think it was for overall performance. Now, as you said, you can say down the stretch against some of the better teams, they really struggled. You can say late in the game versus the Chiefs that the way that Pat Mahomes was able to go up and down the field a couple of times may have hurt him there, but ultimately, I don't think there's anything on film or anything production-wise that Wilks' defense did that leads you to him not coming back as a defensive coordinator, former head coach, that for a team that just went to the damn Super Bowl. Like, it has to be something inside the coach's locker room of, hey, it's just not a good fit in this locker room, which that happens.
Yeah,
but it must be really bad if you're splitting ways with a defensive coordinator that had this kind of success.
I tell you, boy, Rex Ryan is knocking down the doors to try to get to that, and that's a gig right there you want to get to.
Yeah.
But you'll say this often, right? I would assume they got a plan. I would assume there's somebody they're eyeing that they wanted.
It would be hard to fire, especially after having to hire a defensive coordinator 3 straight years, or I guess 2 straight years. They went from Saleh to D'Amico, and then D'Amico was he the coordinator 2 years or 1 year? 2 years, and then so 2 of the last 3 years they've had to hire a defensive coordinator. Now here they are again. I would think that there would be, if you're going to do that, make that move, that you've got a plan. Somebody either came available or somebody in your system all of a sudden now is ready and has the confidence to do it. So, yeah, I would think they have a plan and we'd hear something pretty quick.
Yeah. From the text line, Show, I bet you think that Taylor and Pat and Travis got another person fired. It's Ron, by the way, not Show.
We'll keep an eye on that, Ronnie.
Are we really going to keep this up, man? I mean, we're going to keep this it's Ron, not Show. Are we going to keep this Ron thing up?
It's been going on for a solid 4 or 5 months now.
It's been longer than that.
What?
But
it's Ron. We know you as Show.
It's Ron. I told you it's over. I think people are starting to accept it and understand it.
No.
I'm seeing it now. People have it may take some while. Look, I'm proud of you. You've been able to make the move. It was really touch and go there for about the first month.
It was
or
tough.
Two.
I committed.
You've done a good job. I see people. It's like Show is dead, guys.
I respect your commitment to your bet that you lost. I really do. I love that you stuck to it.
It's just real.
But dude, that's your name. We know you by. We got to move past this at some point.
I'm just over the it's Ron stuff.
We get texts every damn show.
I don't
bring Show back.
I don't agree with that. I don't see those texts.
This program used to be called Clint Stoerner and the Show.
I'll tell you this, Tyler. You wouldn't know this because you're not out with us. It's, I'd say, on average, 5 people per live broadcast. I
believe it.
I have to listen to this guy answer a question that starts with, first of all, it's Ron.
Oh, my God.
And then he answers a question. I mean,
you're just being J.J. Watt at this point, leaning into his hair.
Hey, don't.
You're just being J.J. Watt at this point.
That's not.
You're dug in, hanging on to Ron.
F you on that comp. No, that's not. No, I almost said it too. No, the hell. No, don't
just
call me
like
J.J.
he showed up with that gel today.
I'm not LA
I think he just likes the attention. I think he just likes the attention.
No, that's probably true.
See, text line, Ron is way better. Show was never good.
That's literally how I know you.
For every one person that likes Ron over Show, there are 5 people.
I'm skipping the others. Yeah.
Dude, in my phone, you are put in as Show Hughley. It doesn't even say Ron.
So you haven't moved? Listen, it's over. It's out of my control.
It isn't.
It is.
It's your name. We can decide right here, right now, to bring the show back as who you are. We can do that. We have that power.
I don't know that we do.
You do, Ron. The show, Hughley.
It's not. It's first off, it's Ron. And you have been one of the real habitual ones who refuse it.
It's because that's what I call you.
I'd say it's
over.
I'd say it's 80-20. I know what's your real name. I know what's your dad's name. I know what's your little man's name. I get it, man. But I'm going to say it's 80-20. People prefer Show.
From the text line, Ron is a loser. Show is tolerable. Your mother.
I disagree with that now. At least Ron pays his bets. I mean, that's a good. I'm glad he brought that up. Ron has done a tremendous job of making up for Show, and righting a bunch of Show's wrongs. Now it's Ron's job is done. Ron's job is done. I feel like we need more Show to screw things up so Ron can return down the road and fix it.
I'm with you. And you know what? I've decided I'm not going to call you anything but Ronald until you decide to bring your actual name, Show, back. I'm just going to call you Ronald.
Why? Why do you have to be
Because this is ridiculous.
Why do you? It's not ridiculous. It's a bet is a bet, and it's over. All right? The people have accepted it. The people are turning it. Right? Like, there are some people, maybe a few, couple.
80%?
No, I wouldn't say 80%, that a few. Like this text line, people say, I'm used to it. I see at least one person.
You forced it on us for a damn year now.
You got to bring it back, bro. It's your name.
It's dead. It's out of my hands. It's over.
If someone asks me about you, I don't say, "Oh yeah, Ron was saying." I say, "Yeah,
Ron.
Earlier today was Show."
They say Ron. Like I've had people really come through and say, "Hey man, Ron, I got it, Ron now." And I'm like, appreciate it.
It's just not right.
I have just general conversations.
My trainer, by the way, stands in the same space that you two are. He's ridiculous.
That's because Red's a smart man.
I mean, it's over, guys. It's done. I'm not. It's and really, even if I wanted to, it's out of my hand.
Whatever you say, Ronald.
coming up behind us. Somebody who respects it. Brandon Scott, he'll be with us with his Rockets report, who calls me Ron and respects me as that. Guys, it's over. It's out of my control.
I don't know about that, Ronald.
It's Ron. It's not Ronald or Show. Stop it.
Look here. Ronald doesn't know what he wants to be called. I think we should force the show back on him. I think we should. But that's for another day. I got to tell
but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in, Clint, Tyler, and Ron here with you as we return with The Drive, the Rockets Report. It's Wednesday, 4:40, so we hear from our guy, Brandon Scott, a respectful gentleman, Brandon Scott, who is here with us to talk about these Houston Rockets as he joins us every Wednesday. He does. Y'all done a podcast lately, H-Town Hoops? I think I thought I saw you put that out. I think I retweeted that yesterday.
Just dropped one last night.
There you go.
So you should have gotten that in your feed either last night or this morning, wherever you get your podcast. Me and Adam Spillane chopping it up about the Rockets, who, better to be lucky than good the other night. And we'll talk about this in that game against the Knicks. Talk about that, the Core 6, the trade deadline. Bunch of stuff, man. So check that out.
There you go. Go ahead and listen to that. H-Town Hoops, wherever you find your podcasts, Odyssey, wherever you do that. Coming up, guys. There's no need for a petition or for Tyler to create any kind of a poll about Ron or show. There's no need for that.
I think I might need to make a poll, Ronald.
You damn sure don't want to see it.
I don't need to.
Because Ron is going to lose.
I've been calling you Ron the whole time.
I appreciate that, man. That's what I said. Respectful man.
But I did that even when he preferred to be and when he was being called the show.
So you were being disrespectful from jump, and then he changed.
Yep. So I am just now on the right side of history, but I was always calling the man Ron.
Well, I mean, I don't call him disrespect.
Mama name is Ron. I'm gonna call him Ron.
I ain't gonna disrespect by the call name. But you are refusal. You're now. Clint, you have been respectful.
I'll call you whatever the hell you want me to call you, but you just need to figure it out, man.
I haven't figured out.
No, you don't. You don't have your real name back, Ronald.
Anyway, speaking of,
you created a mess storm. I mean, you created it. You need to clean it up.
It's cleaned. Just some people just need to accept it. All right. Any concern that the Knicks are going to win this protest? Because they protested this game. I just find it interesting. They protest the game. The officials after the game came out and said they made a mistake and made the wrong call. So is there in any way that something happens with this 105-103 win for the Rockets?
Not at all. No concern that anything is going to come of it. I think it's extremely rare that these things ever get overturned. The thing about it is that it's more symbolic than anything. Like, could you imagine, man, if I was a Knicks fan, I would be so mad. Could you imagine being a Knicks fan? Or if you're a Rockets fan and this happened the other way around, Madison Square Garden, Dante DiVincenzo goes up for a prayer at the end of the game, and let's say Jalen Green just kind of sidesteps him a little bit and they call a foul, and that's how they win the game. Like, if that was your team, you would be really mad. I think between the two things that you said, the fact that the referees admitted that they were wrong after the game, and then just the protest itself is more symbolic than anything. Just saying, hey, we are ticked off about this. We know that this was wrong. And if anything, it's going to reflect on the officials, like their report card and their overall evaluation and all that kind of thing. Because, like, that was a bad miss. It just worked out for the Rockets.
Why they admit it? Like that's the point.
I mean, that's how.
Do they have a choice?
They do those pool reports, and
I mean, do they have a choice?
Could they have worded it better with? Man, we missed that call.
I don't know. There's any other way to say it.
Yeah, no. I mean,
hell, we all saw it.
I look, for better or worse, we know this, Ron, that they are transparent. The NBA is very transparent in terms of, especially after their history, they try to be as transparent as possible lately, at least, about why calls go the way they do, and try to be as transparent as they can about when calls go wrong. So, like, they are unique in that way to the league, to most of the leagues that we follow.
Well, look, I mean, that game obviously ended in a dramatic fashion, if you will. But that game in itself was a pretty damn good game for the Rockets.
Yeah, well, it's a good win.
I watched a good chunk. I watched a good chunk of that game, and I mean, hell, they led early to midway on by a good chunk. Now, New York made a run late, but I mean, that was a pretty impressive run by the Rockets.
Well, it's a good win because the Knicks are a good team, and we're not used to saying that. Like the the Rockets historically had dominated the matchup against the Knicks. Not as much lately because the Knicks are a lot better, and especially this year, that's a good win period to beat a team like that. But I would say the game itself, it was kind of a mix. Like they had a really good first half. All they really let happen was Dante DiVincenzo getting off, but they were really good defensively. Trailed off a little bit with their rebounding and their defense in the second half, and were able to hold on, especially with that lucky break. But I would say, like, the big deal of it is that you beat a good team and you snap the 4-game losing streak. Like, we're going to talk about this. Like, they are no longer in the position that they were early on to the midpoint, leading up to the midpoint of the year before all of these injuries started to take hold, where it looked like they were kind of firm in that play-in, sort of competition. Whereas right now they kind of are on the outside looking in and look like one of the worst teams of the mix.
Yeah. So should I back off of that? Because Clint, I told you this when we came in. I said my expectations is that they are at least in the play-in. I'm just saying. They're 25 and 29. It's going.
Nah, come on, man.
It's going kind of rough.
No.
Like, should I back off the expectations? 3 games back.
No.
So you
come on, man. Look, what are we about here, man? Setting expectations and holding standards, like being sort of demanding here on. Nah, hell no. Don't
back off the expectations, but do I need to? Because I was very confident that they would be able to do this.
The reality of it is they are not one of the. They do not feel like one of the top 10 teams in the Western Conference. But when you look at it, the thing that benefits them more than anything, I think, is the playing field. I think earlier in the year you would have said, hey, they're in the mix for the play-in tournament because of the improvements that they've made, because of how they look sort of in a vacuum. Now you would say that they're in the mix for the play-in tournament because of the field. Hey, because somebody got to be one of the top 10 seeds, and the parity from top down.
Yeah.
You look at the teams at the top and then look at the teams at the bottom. They're all sort of wrestling for the same position. So I think it's still a realistic thing, something that they can still do. You just don't feel as good about it based off of what they're doing.
What of the young guys? Who gives you hope, man? Who gives you hope in a sense of boy, this thing has got a real chance to, and I'm not talking about just to rebuild and be a part of a rebuild, and like the young guys that have got a real chance to stand out and be difference makers on this team for a while.
Yeah, I think the question about whether you have a young guy who is a superstar or can be the best player on a championship team, like, that's still an open question, and if you're being honest about it right now, it feels like the answer is probably no. But if there's anybody who is, it would be Alperen Sengun. But I would say on the optimistic side, all of them, and Jalen Green is his own conversation.
You know how I feel about Alfie. We've had these back and forths about this, because if he's going to be a 1, it's got to look like the cat in Denver.
Yeah, but I think 5 of the 6 for sure you can say you at the very least like that you got what either you expected or more than what you expected, right? If you go from Alperen Sengun to Jabari Smith, like Jabari Smith Jr. is kind of an underrated story right now because all of the attention is on Jalen Green and Alperen Sengun, them being eligible for contract extensions after the end of the year. Ime Udoka in his first year. Like, we're not really talking a lot about sophomore Jabari Smith Jr. And it's not like he's setting the world on fire, but he's a better basketball player than he was as a rookie. So you feel good about that. Tari Eason you feel good about, except he's missed 20-plus games now, and so you don't love that. There's some question about when exactly are you going to see him again. But when he plays, like, you would love to have, like, an ideal basketball team is a superstar, an all-star who's a borderline superstar, and then 10 Tari Easons on your team. Like that's a championship squad to me. So like, you like that. The rookies have been promising, even if you know what their weaknesses are and where they need to sort of work at, you still like what they offer you. You feel like there's something to work with there. So you feel good about your young core for the most part. Like I said, Jalen Green is kind of his own conversation, but even he is supremely talented, you would have to admit, even if he's inconsistent at times.
Yeah, we talked about it. Like, you posed that question to me. Now, when did you know Jokic could be a number 1 on a team?
Yeah,
as a championship team. I guess when he became it.
Yeah, when he showed he could.
And it was way after year 3.
And Sengun has a lot of his skills. And he would be the comp, but just to me, a poor man's version. And the size is different, man. That dude is like, Joker takes Anthony Davis and backs him down like he is nothing. I don't know that Alfie will have that size. And speaking of, go ahead.
Well, he just mentioned Jabari Smith Jr. That's the one to me that really stands out. I haven't watched him as much as y'all, but every time I turn the TV on and he's on the floor, other than Şengün, obviously, but other than him, it just super active, long. I mean, it plays hard.
Plays both ends.
I mean, plays on both ends. To me, he jumps off the screen for more reasons than just he's explosive. You know, I mean, look, Jalen Green jumps off, obviously, from time to time. But Jabari's the one to me that I'm like, I could get real excited about this dude.
He's just got to be consistent more, especially offensively to me. But he's in the second year.
I think the big issue with Jabari is you thought the shot was going to be a little bit better and a little bit more consistent than it has been, but a lot of it has to do with confidence and being aggressive. And
that's the word for him.
And that is the thing I would say I've noticed about him that's different, you know, let's say year to year. I think as opposed to last year as a rookie to now, he seems to be a lot more confident and sure of himself. So I like that about his game.
If he had Cam Whitmore's confidence, we got a shot.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But also, I think another difference, though, between, like, Cam Whitmore is way more explosive than Jabari is. And also, like, and Clint, you'll appreciate this, Jabari is a little light in the ass still, right? Like, he put on a little bit of muscle, but like, he still needs to get a lot more lower body strength, upper body strength. Like, he just needs to be bigger and play bigger. But on the offensive end, it does seem like he's realized that he can get his shot up over just about anybody.
But I get the feel that even if Cam Whitmore was light in the ass,
I feel
Cam Whitmore would still be getting shots up.
He still thinks he's the biggest guy in the room, don't he?
Like, it's a mindset.
Yeah.
Cam's kind of got that mindset. That's the thing for me is consistency, and more consistency with Jabari on being aggressive. Like, that's the feel to me. All right, every single Wednesday right here, our guy Brandon Scott will join us for his Rockets report. And you can catch H-Town Hoops as they put a podcast out every week, him and Adam Spolane. And you can catch all his work on sportsradio610.com. And, of course, he holds us down from a digital perspective right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll talk to you next week, big dog.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. All right. That's a damn shame that Landry didn't realize that you had cut your hair for about 3 months.
It had been like 3 months. He's like, did you cut your hair?
Cut your hair 3 months. He said about 5 months ago.
Yeah, about good. Yeah, I was like, it didn't damn near grew back.
Yeah. All right, we'll keep you updated on the biggest story happening in sports with the tragedy in Kansas City at the parade. The Chiefs have made a statement. We'll let you hear that coming up. And there is some news on a very, very important piece for the Houston Astros. We'll let you hear what he has to say himself. It could be a slow start, and maybe opening day is in question for this player. We'll discuss that.
It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
Hey, it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. And we have the latest for you. The latest is a terrible situation in Kansas City where it was supposed to be a day in which they were celebrating in Kansas City, and it has turned into tragedy. We'll give you the absolute latest if you're just getting in your cars right now. It has been the top story in sports. As we said earlier, ESPN is completely, at one point for about 30 minutes to an hour, just went to the local ABC affiliate in Kansas City and just gave that coverage on their air. And there was a shooting at the parade. One thing that has been issued out, that all of the players, coaches, and staff are accounted for and safe. And the Chiefs made a statement. We are truly saddened by the senseless act of violence that occurred outside of Union Station at the conclusion of today's parade and rally. Our hearts go out to the victims, their families, and all of Kansas City. We are in close communication with the mayor's office as well as the Kansas City Police Department. At this time, we have confirmed that all our players, coaches, staff, and their families are safe and accounted for. We thank the local law enforcement officers for first responders on the scene to assist. And with that, the latest numbers that we are hearing, Clint, is 1 dead and up to 15 injured after the shooting at the parade. Now, some of that could be gunshots, some of that could be injuries from trampling or something like that, but up to 5 injured. And as Tyler just threw this in, Children's Mercy, which is basically like the number one children's pediatric.
It'd be like Texas Children's here.
Texas Children's, yes. Is treating 12 patients from the rally. 11 are children. 9 have gunshot wounds, according to the Lisa Augustine, senior manager media relations at Children's Mercy in Kansas City. So just
special place in hell for those individuals, my friend.
Absolutely awful. With that, 2 individuals have been taken into custody, and they were armed when they took them into custody. But that is the latest that we're hearing there. A very, very sad situation. And I could say from a personal story, as most of you know, I'm from Kansas City. And when this first came out, there were I knew damn near everybody I knew was going to this parade. My mother, my in-laws, many, many friends. All my friends were all Texan. They were sending me pictures throughout. Were there, and I know people who were very, very close to where the shooting occurred and saw some things that are going to be tough to get out of their brains and their minds. But good for me and my situation that most of them, thank God, have been I've been able to talk to, and they are safe and been able to make it home. But very, very sad for these individuals. And Clint, the toughest thing, it clearly appears that most of them are kids that have been hit. And I know for you, for me, we have kids. Tyler, who has a nephew and young and thinks of those things. And any of you there listening can understand how you can put yourself in that situation to understand how what tough that is. We're praying for all of those families and the people who are around that may have trauma from that.
Yeah, look, I couldn't imagine, man. It obviously magnifies it times 10 when you've got 9 of the gunshot wounds that are being treated are children. That just, to me, it changes the entire dynamic of what's going on. There's some real evil in this world, man. There's some real careless individuals in this world, and I mean, it's damn near to the point where you don't want to go anywhere there's a crowd because anything can happen. Now, look, we have no idea what kind of incident this was. If anybody was targeted, was this just a drunk individual that packs heat that pulled a gun? Was it gang related? Was it teenagers? Was somebody specifically targeted? We have no idea. So unfortunately, this thing's going to be blown out of proportion on all the different ways to communicate, social media. Things are going to be taken out of context before we ever get the context that's real, that matters. That's unfortunate. So, It's just unfortunate where we are as a country right now, man, and things like this happening way too often. And like you said, man, when it involves kids, it cuts the deepest.
Yeah, it does. And I think the big thing from this, and we've talked a little bit about it on and off air, but the big thing from this is, like, you know, this is obviously going to be something that I think a lot of cities, a lot of teams are going to look at when it comes to parades. We know many times we react to things like this, and I'm curious. From the three of us, you two. I mean, the Astros have had parades here. They've won championships the last couple of years. The Texans, we're hoping they get to experience that. And people out there listening on the drive, like, has your thought changed on attending parades or attending events like this?
I would avoid crowds. Now, we work the parades if they happen, obviously.
So
we do
you
live
probably wouldn't
shows.
go no matter, even if we didn't work.
I'm damn sure not taking my kids down there. I'll tell you that much. That's where I'm at. I mean, it's one thing for me to put myself in harm's way or potential harm's way with work and my personal, you know, decisions, but I wouldn't take my kids and my family down there. That's for damn sure. It's just, look, I mean, this isn't about a parade. It's not about sports, and I mean, this is about just where we are. You know, again, as a country I mean, there's several things that can be done, not to stop what just happened, but there's several things that we can do as a country that can damn sure minimize the number of incidences like this that we have, and to me that's the big key here is to figure out a way, and because there's several of them now. This ain't just one. Boy, you change this and all of a sudden this kind of thing stops. There's several things that need to be tightened down and need to change, and in hopes of you know, again, minimizing the number of times that this happens throughout a year, and at big events like this where it can be huge numbers and things of that nature. So
you'd have thought of, like, you wouldn't take your girls down. See, Tyler, I've never thought about that. Like, Tyler, for me, and I mean, it kind of hit home. I was
very much so.
I texted Courtney, like, Clint, I'm not to say I haven't thought about that. Like, hey, man, it's about a bunch of drunk people, but in my mind, like, my whole family would have been down there.
That's scary, man.
Like I would have taken my 3, my 6, and my 10-year-old down. Like,
yeah,
and they would have everybody at school, they would have been
safe to do.
You know what I mean? That, and now I'm not gonna lie, I would think twice about that. Mm-hmm. I would think twice, because this is a scenario right now, and I don't know what cities are going to do moving forward. Like, you know, let's say the Astros win the World Series, which is very, very, very likely that could happen. And they win the World Series, I guarantee you they are looking at this and are going to try to do something.
There'll be some adjustments made, sure.
Adjustments, but overall, Clint, in this situation, what can be done? Right? This isn't going into a building. This is like, you know, we can think of tragedies that then, you know, elicited changes on things, but one is there's 300,000 to 500,000 people out there that you can't, you know. I mean,
as long as sports are around and championships are won, there's going to be parades. There's going to be Christmas parades. There's going to be Thanksgiving Day parades.
Not even just sports.
I mean, that kind of stuff is going to happen, Ron. But we've just created this sense of security for people in our world to do things, you know, just like this, and I'm not even talking about the actual shooting. I'm talking about carrying the weapons down there and pulling them and getting into confrontations and things of that nature. Like we've created this I guess comfort in doing those things and you know, committing crimes and not holding people accountable and I mean, we've created a country where boy, there's a lot higher % chance of things like this happening more often because of the way that our country is right now. Yeah. You ain't never going to be able to stop all of it. I mean, there's evil in this world.
I hear you.
There's crazy in this world, and bad things are going to happen. But man, when we've created this environment where I mean, people just run amok, boy, it's woo.
Yep.
It's nasty.
That is the latest there in Kansas City. 15 up to 15 injured, 12 patients taken to Children's Mercy Hospital, the top children's hospital in Kansas City. 11 are children, 9 have gunshot wounds. The other part of that, you were there, Children's Mercy is right off the hill. So it's the closest hospital. Luckily, they're downtown.
So
and
you wonder if all 9 of those are actually kids.
Well, they said 11 are children.
Right.
They said 11 of the injured are children, but it is literally the closest medical facility. Luckily, they're downtown, and there are a few that are down there, but that is the closest one. So that is the latest. We'll keep you updated on anything that comes in before we get out of here.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, as pitchers and catchers report, right off the bat, Justin Verlander, a very, very important piece here. This was Justin Verlander talking about his shoulder, and this is something that right off the bat we're going to have to keep an eye on when it comes to health.
Just when I first started playing catch, I usually shut it down for a while, and this time when I shut it down and picked the ball back up, my shoulder didn't feel so great. So kind of had to take a step back and just kind of like really be diligent about my build-up. I've always been somebody who luckily could just pick up a ball and start throwing it, and this time wasn't quite as easy, so had to slow down a little bit. And I've always liked to give myself as much rest as possible, so my timeline is always a little tight. I think the rest is important, but so with the tight timeline, having to slow things down a little bit, put me a little bit behind.
Any concerns for opening day or anything like that?
It's too far down the road to tell. It just depends on how the build-up goes from here.
All right, that is Justin Verlander, who is at that point said shoulder wasn't feeling great, and way he sounded, this isn't normal for him, and he's going to be a couple of weeks behind. And with his answer, he did not put it to ease that, oh, no, I'll be ready for opening day. He said, we'll have to see on things. Your thoughts there when you hear Justin Verlander right now, this team's ace. If they wanted to start opening day, if they had a playoff series to start today, he would be the guy. Your thoughts hearing that from him?
Yeah, look, I'm not real worried about Justin Verlander, generally speaking. Now that we're out of the steroid era in baseball, I do worry about older players and when they fall off how hard and quickly do they fall? And so you got to worry about that with Justin Verlander. But when it comes to saying, hey, I still got something left in the tank, I've got to get something cleaned up, I'm going to rehab, I'll be back. Like, I don't – he is a true professional, so I don't worry about Justin Verlander from that sense. If Justin Verlander's ready, opening day, cool, good deal. If not, I'm good with it. The truth of the matter is, right now, the Astros have a surplus of starter arms, if you will. And I know that clearly they're not guys that the Astros wholeheartedly trust in playoff-type situations, but they're definitely guys that the Astros trust to chew up innings throughout a regular season. And I think they're good enough. I don't know who's going to emerge and be a real factor down the stretch in this starting rotation, but I think the depth that the Astros have, they're good enough to give this team a chance to win a lot of ball games. You're not going to all of a sudden dig a hole that you can't get out of because the starting rotation minus Justin Verlander, if indeed he's not ready, is just trash, right? You've got arms that have regular season experience that can help you. Now, J.P. France has got a little bit of an issue. Justin Verlander's got a little bit of an issue. You know about Lance. You know about Luis Garcia. So you got 4 arms that could potentially not be ready, either for sure are not ready or potentially won't be ready on opening day. But, again, you've got a handful of guys that I feel like you can trust and keep you from at least digging a hole you can't get out of.
Fellas, doesn't Verlander feel like September and playoffs? Like it feels like Verlander is like, hey, let's be good. And that's why we said yesterday Framber's so important, because he's important to allow this. If you got good Framber, you're good with it. But Verlander just feels like, hey, let's just get him where he is. He is ramped up to be big in the postseason.
Yeah,
as one of your top guys, because you feel like Hunter Brown can be good enough over a certain stretch to give you a chance. Urquidy, we've seen it, to give you a chance. J.P. France, as you said, to give you a chance. Christian Javier to give you a chance, right? Like, they've got guys that are in there, and, we'll see about Lance and stuff, but they've got those guys.
Ron L can come up and give you a couple starts.
Oh, Nail. I see you, Nail. Can give you that. So, yeah, it feels like, however, that's the thing, don't rush it. Don't rush it with that thing because that is where he is extremely important. All right, coming up, speaking of, I had some concerns. About Joe Espada replacing the great Dusty Baker. But I'm going to tell you what.
Now you got a baseball boner?
He's starting to win me over.
Come on, baby.
He's starting to win me over. I mean, it's Valentine's Day. Maybe I'm getting excited there, but he's starting to win me over, man. Wait till you hear the conviction of Joe Espada. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about what you need to do to protect your family, what you need to do to ultimately have a peace of mind. And it starts with Generator Supercenter. If you've already got a standby home generator, cool, good deal.
Thanks. Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler, why did you do that? Did you create a poll?
Yeah. Yeah, I did, Ronald.
You're a real ass.
And so far, the people are speaking out loudly.
There's no doubt. I mean,
They want
Ron is in a
the show
bad
to
spot.
return.
What is it?
They want show back. They want your actual name, show, to return.
I mean, I think it's
early.
75%.
It's early. I got 72. I got 72%.
That's still a vast
That's because
majority.
you voted Ron.
I didn't even vote.
It's time to bring show back,
It's
dude.
it's
time.
It's not. It's just time to move forward.
You honored your bet?
Yeah, the bet, and I'm continuing to honor.
No, because it's your name. At some point, you got to honor your name.
It's over. And,
I've said it before. I think it's a great opportunity for us to raise a little money. I think it's a great opportunity. But you want to keep playing these silly-ass games with it's Ron.
Don't go silly-ass games.
Piddly-ass games.
Don't do that.
Hey, Show, what do you think about Kansas City? Well, first of all, it's Ron.
It's Ron. It is.
God.
I mean, you want to keep playing these piddly-ass games.
Freaking silly goose.
Don't pull that out.
I mean, that's fine.
Don't pull that out. It's not that deep. It's over, guys. It's over. It's not.
It's not over.
The boss has tried to Park's tried to say stuff. No, it's over.
We always say the drive is about the people, do we not?
And I'm honoring the people.
I don't know if you are.
I am. The bet. I'm
the
honoring
people
the
vote
people.
for it to return. I don't feel like it'd be honoring them.
I mean, I don't. It's not even that many people.
I think you're being hard-headed.
So
It's the number one drive show in Houston.
I'm just saying. I'm talking about the poll you've done. I'm just saying, like, get me to 1,000. I'll take it serious. But it's
you hearing people
1,000
retweet the
votes?
hell out of that and let's get 1,000 votes.
No.
This has somehow turned into Tyler getting more followers.
At Team Mill Real Deal. Click that follow button while you're there. I produce
Like I
great
said,
content. You'll love it. And
Yeah,
while you're
as
there,
I said,
retweet that poll.
This few 111 people, whatever. That's just some. Many of the people riding and they're not even so. Like I said, you give me
25. Pretty good
11,000.
swing.
72. Make another bet to get the name back. It's not how it works. All right, Joe Espada. Listen, I'm not going to lie to you, and it's not over for me, Clint. I still think it is a very fair question, especially the closer you get to the games that matter. That you have a championship level team. You have a first-year manager. That is still a concern to me, how he goes about things when the games matter the most. But all we can do is kind of go off of what he gives us until we get to that place. And Clint, I think one of the first impressions that he has laid to his team and to us, I find very, 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 very impressive. This is what he had to say in terms of one of the biggest decisions. I think there are two major decisions right now on this team, and that is who's going to be the closer and who's going to be in center field. And he completely ended the debate or conversations. There are no more topics to be created about who do you think should be the closer? Who do you feel most comfortable with? Nah, he's going to let you know. He let you know who it is, and he let his team know. This was him saying that he met with Presley and Hader. Apparently, now that we know this, Brian Abreu didn't have a shot in hell at this because Brian Abreu was not a part of this meeting. But he met with the two, Ryan Presley and Josh Hader. This is how things went.
Yesterday in my office, and when both pitchers are available, Hader will pitch the ninth inning.
How did that meeting go for?
It went well. I think both guys want the best for this team. I think the ultimate goal is to hold that trophy at the end of the year, and both guys were on board.
You can kind of hear what the conversation was. Hey, look, guys. This is the move that I think I'm making is best for the team, and the move I think should be made for us to have the best chance to win a championship. And that's what happened. Set them down and met with them Clint, there to me could be a better first impression on a big major move to be made by a first-year manager. Now, he's been there a long time. There's something with the bench coach, but it's something when you move over and you're the guy. And I think this is a great first impression, and I think it's as important. Not only do I agree with the decision, which helps it for me, but I think it is also how he made the decision and how he went about it. I am extremely impressed, and that's kudos. Big first shout out for that first decision.
Yeah, look, I mean, when we're in the first stages of Joe Espada being a manager in big league baseball, all we've got to go off of is what everybody said and everybody thinks about Joe Espada. Now the rubber meets the road, and you start seeing how he handles situations. And we all knew once they announced that Josh Hader was brought in, paid big money, we all knew that the elephant in the room was going to be, hey, who's going to pitch the ninth? You got Ryan Presley, who has been the best closer in baseball in the postseason over the last handful of years. You got Hader, who is a top closer in the game, for the last several years. What are you going to do, and how are you going to handle it? And I'm going to tell you, man, Joe Espada handled it flawlessly. He mentions meeting with them individually to over the last handful of days and getting their take and their opinion and their feel individually, and then sitting them down, as you just heard in that audio, sat them down together in his office this morning and let them know Josh is going to pitch the ninth, Ryan Presley's going to pitch the eighth. Before we ever get to the decision and the thoughts on the actual decision, the way in which Joe Espada got there is big league. I mean, the awareness to understand the situation, to care enough, the ability to communicate it with both guys, individually and together.
To be comfortable enough in your skin to do it.
Yeah.
This isn't Jake Myers and Dubon. These are two high-paid players, veterans with pelts on the wall.
That you need, big time.
You got to have. Yeah. Hey, you need both of them to work and him to come in and do that.
Yeah, man. That's about as big time as it gets. And by the way, I absolutely love his transparency. The willingness to answer
that's a sign for the future that Joe's going to come out and be
I don't know. I don't know if he's going to continue doing this, because this is pretty transparent. I mean, this is pretty wide open. I mean, there's several sound bites about this in particular.
HIPAA.
Right. Yeah. And look, to each their own. But to me, boy, when a manager is transparent like this, one, it's good for our business. But two, as a fan, it just oozes confidence, man. You know what I mean? It just oozes, hey, we handle our business a certain kind of way up front. We face the music. We communicate well. We get a good understanding of the plan. We're very aware of what we're trying to get accomplished, and everybody needs to be on board with getting the world, ultimately getting to and winning a World Series. And we're going to nip all this in the bud. We're not going to communicate through the media. We're not going to have people guessing on what their role is and who they are to the Astros. We're going to nip it in the bud. Everybody's going to know Josh Hader's closing. Ryan Presley's got the 8th, which tells Abreu he's got the 7th, and we'll roll from there. So, I mean, I don't know, man. It's the way I'm cut, I guess, but I just absolutely love the way Espada handles this and the transparency in which he allowed us to all see it.
And I know you said this, I don't remember on or off air, but you've said this, and being in and I think this comes from a place of your memory of being in locker rooms with men, professional athletes making money. Like, Josh Hader and Ryan Presley aren't the only ones that are going to see this.
Absolutely not.
Like this will jump out to a lot all right, man, he made his.
Ron, it can go.
You can't help but to respect it.
It can go one of two ways, right? You don't communicate it. You postpone the decision. You turn it into this fake ass competition. You end up those two guys, not communicating the way they should communicate, because they're basically trying to figure out who's closing the ninth. And the team looks at it and goes, boy, what a mess. I mean, who in the hell is managing these guys? Who is the leader here, right? That's one option, which clearly is not how Joe Espada is gonna handle things and manage people. The other option is exactly what he did. Communicate it clearly, communicate it over 3 days individually and together, Let the media know. Put it if you're a player that does listen to the media, you now know exactly where Joe Espada stands on the deal and what's going on. It's very clear what the hell is going on. Now, if guys don't like it, so be it. You're a player. You're not a manager. You're not a coach. You ain't a decision maker. You're a player. But all the team, and you know what guys do? I would like to think that hey, this is Joe Espada. We respect the hell out of him. This is a feather in his cap, and it is to a certain extent. But really, what's scary is the flip side. Like if he doesn't handle it well, if he's not up to the task, and he's not a good leader, and he's not a manager of men. Boy, situations like this would really expose it.
Yeah.
And then the team would really get concerned in adverse situations of like, man, who is calling the shots here, right? So just a tremendous job. And as an Astros fan, I couldn't be more stoked about Joe Espada. Before today, excited that he was the guy because he came from within, and I think he understands the chemistry of the clubhouse, the guys. After today, listening to what I listened to, I'm convinced this guy's better than we thought.
All right, coming up, what is your greatest fear, concern of the offseason for the Texans? Because this is a big one. Last year was a big one to kind of get this team back to a winning space. Now, this is a big one to say, how far can we take it? How far can we go? Can we get to an AFC championship game for the first time? That's got to be what the Texans are thinking. What's your greatest fear as a Texans fan of the offseason? We'll discuss that next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here.
SportsRadio.com. Monthly rate when you activate with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Discount begins the month after you enroll. Additional terms apply. See website for data management practices.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as the top story here in sports happening right now, is what was supposed to be a celebratory day in Kansas City. I knew a lot, damn near everybody, hell I knew was going to this parade, including my parents, including my in-laws. What was supposed to be a celebratory day ended in immense tragedy right now in Kansas City, and things are still going on. Here is the latest update. There was a shooting at the parade today, at the end of the parade. As the parade ended, there was a shooting. And the last time we talked, there was one dead. There still remains right now reported to be one dead. The last we talked, there were 15 injured. And we saw that 11 of those 15 were kids. And they were being treated at the top children's hospital there in Kansas City, Children's Mercy. But now we're up to 22 injured. One dead, 22 injured, and before there were 2 men reported to be taken in custody. Now there are three people to be taken that have been taken into custody by the Kansas City Police Department. So that is the latest there. The NFL has made a statement. We are deeply saddened by this senseless shooting that occurred today near the end of the rally in Kansas City for the Chiefs. Our thoughts are with the victims and everyone affected. We are grateful for the quick and thorough response of law enforcement and emergency personnel. To that point, they had 800 members of law enforcement on there or in that area. When you get that mass number of people, they try to protect that from the jump.
Yeah, look, I don't know that there's anything more you can do. You got 800 law enforcement,
military
agents of some form or fashion, military, armed individuals down there to protect it. I mean, you got barricades everywhere. Hell, in this particular case, you want to tip the cap and talk about who we should be making the heroes of today, besides obviously these doctors that are working on all these individuals and several of them kids. There's a clip out there of some of the fans, some of the standers by, if you will, taking down one of the shooters, or what's believed to be one of the shooters, was running through a crowd, and several guys tackled him, kicked the gun up against the wall, and held him until the cops got there. So, boy, you want to talk about today, all hands on deck. I mean, I don't know that you could have made the place more secure relative to how many, armed guards to some degree of some degree were out there, along with what took place immediately afterwards. So, man, it's unfortunate. It's definitely a sad day when kids are involved like this. It's tenfold. It's even worse. So yeah, I mean, I just hopes and prayers with them. With the kids that are still hanging on, all of them, not just the kids, the people that are still hanging on, and their families that are having to deal with this.
Yep, tragedy and traumatic experience. Even the people that had to potentially witness some of the things and videos we have seen. I appreciate people asking. Yes, everyone that I have been reaching out with, my family and friends, have reported to me that they are safe. So I appreciate people concerned and asking about that. All right, remember, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Andre effing Johnson. Excuse me. Is that how it's going to be said in Canton?
Yep.
Andre effing Johnson. He joins Texans All Access tonight from 6 to 7. So stay tuned for that. Speaking of Andre Johnson, I just want to know what this means. As Andre Johnson, he spoke to the media today, and he was in Vegas, obviously, as that's where he was told that he would be inducted into the Hall, and the McNairs were in Vegas, and this is So a clip for Andre from earlier today talking about his great time he had in Vegas.
I'll tell you this. They probably wouldn't want me to say this, but we had a hell of a time in Vegas. Nah, they've been great. It's been a great ride. It's been a great ride, man.
Clint, he's referring to the McNairs.
Absolutely.
Turn up.
Cal, Hannah, Joanna.
Hold on, show.
Two of those three, I'm gonna bet can get down now.
I'm just saying. I want to know what's he talking about. Yeah, I had a great time.
Yeah, I need details.
Because the great time, that's fine. No, we had a great time. It's the chuckle. It's the chuckle afterwards and the lead into. I'm sure they don't want me saying this. What the hell you mean?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine there was a spot reserved at one of them high end casino joints, and I would imagine the tab was on nobody's mind, and it was ran straight through the roof, and I would imagine that Andre Johnson and company have the ability to have a good time.
Fu said 2 out of the 3 I've certain could get down.
I don't know. I'll be honest with you, and this is no disrespect. I wish I had a little more of this in me, to be completely honest with you. Cal feels to me like he's just gonna kick. He's gonna kick back in the corner.
He's slow motion. He's slow motion.
He's easy going, slow motion. To me, he's gonna sip on a little something. He's always gonna have his wits about him.
The arrow's pointed up.
Yeah, I know. I don't doubt. I don't doubt that. But just chilling. Now that wife of his, and her twin sister,
turn up.
I got a real feeling they know how to have a good time, especially in Vegas now.
Does this count as us being on your show?
So
Not one bit, Hannah. Not
you
one
don't
bit.
You don't think Cal surprised you? Let his hair down a little bit.
No. No.
It's the first Texan to go in the hall. Andre, the first one. Cal may have swung his jacket off, threw it over his head like this.
Nah,
Come on, Dre. Come on, Dre.
I would love it if he did. I don't know if Cal's got that one in him.
Pinky ring cheers. Come on, Dre.
I don't think old Pinky Ring got that in him.
No, neither.
Hey, there ain't but room for one of those in the family. and Hannah took that. I think she took that seat.
I couldn't see Hannah. Oh, come on. We got to take 80 shots. Come on, 80. We got to take 80 shots. You got in. Come on, get in here. Get you one. I feel like, do you think Hannah or Joanne turns into Tyler when Tyler turns the corner? Come on, guys. Oh, come on.
Oh, we could have some fun now.
Come on.
Yes.
Get them. Order it up.
I mean, you ain't no more put the shot glass you just took one from, and you know? Shot anybody?
What'd you say
like we didn't just have one.
The tab didn't have no mind.
Ain't nobody even thought about the tab.
Could you imagine if Tyler could operate? Well, Tyler does anyway, but could you imagine if Tyler could truly operate with the tab doesn't matter? Oh, my goodness.
There was a run in my life where I did.
Let's party, McNairs. I want to party with you.
I've never experienced that.
Well, I mean, look here. It ain't never happened in one of them upscale Vegas spots. Now that's a different level. But Dallas, Houston, Northwest Arkansas, Little Rock. Yeah, it's happened multiple times.
Someone texted in, I work charity events. I've watched Cal dance his ass off all over the dance floor by himself.
I love that.
Well, no, and look, I'm not saying.
I'm just picturing it in my head. Go ahead, Cal. You got them boots on.
I'm not saying Cal can't have a good time. I believe Cal can have a damn good time. I'm not saying, but I don't think Cal is going to get outside of his comfort zone. I think
you know where he is.
If Cal's dancing, I think he's got a select number of dance moves. If the song happens to be a little bit faster, he's going to stay in that lane. I believe most of his dancing, he's going to have boots on and he's going to be sliding them jokers on the floor. I don't see him Frank the Tank in this thing. I just don't see it.
Yeah,
I don't
articles
see
of
it. Right?
clothing coming.
I mean, look, if anybody of Cal and Hannah, of those two, if anybody woke up the next day and was like, "Man, what in the hell did I do?" Which one do you think it'd be?
I don't think either one of them would do it. I think Hannah for sure. But I think Hannah would be absolutely fine with it.
Oh yeah, no, I do.
Whatever happened,
I agree with that. But I do believe there's a chance that if there was a chance that one of them woke up the next day and was like, "Woo, got a little out of hand last night."
That one got away from us.
I think it's more likely to be Miss McNair. not Cal.
The more we talk about this, I just so badly want to have just one night of partying with the McNairs.
Like real partying,
I need it.
man.
I need it.
Just cut loose. They'll never let you.
God, that'd be fun.
I tell you the truth, that sister's the one that, Joanna's the one that.
The way you have this damn fork and pointing it to it, that sister.
Joanna's the one that.
They were at, where were they? They were at.
There ain't no question. Joanna's the one to wake up the next day and be like, woo. How'd we get home last night, y'all?
They got away.
I haven't gotten to know her as much as Hannah and Cal.
I don't know her that well either, but I'm just saying if I had to pick.
Oh, okay.
I think Joanna's the one that would be like, woo. Who paid for that limo? Who got us home last night? Cal, did you pick that? Cal, did you pick that one up?
Let me check my Uber receipts.
Yeah. Say I didn't know. God, did I orchestrate that?
I guess they probably have a driver.
Yeah, good time. No, man, I don't know, man. Andre made it seem like they had themselves a time. Go ahead. Maybe you won't hear Andre Johnson talking about the time and the fun they had in Vegas coming up in Texans All Access, but you will hear him with the gang as he spoke to the media today, so they'll talk a lot about that. And behind them at 7 o'clock, 7 to 10, every night, area